Chapter 1. The Dantian Dynasty, one of the lesser dynasties among the hundreds in the northern wilderness, in the capital of the Dantian Dynasty. Within the chambers of the Grand Preceptor's residence, a pair of young souls revel in joyous conversation over fine wine and sumptuous delicacies. The table is laden with exquisite dishes, accompanied by delightful beverages and charming company. The young man appears particularly exuberant. His name is Ling Yi, the ninth prince of the Dantian dynasty. With his sharp brows and starry eyes, he possesses an upright stature, exuding an air of both elegance and audacity in his every gesture. The young woman, named Lu Yun, is the daughter of the Grand Preceptor of the current dynasty. Her beauty is unparalleled, graceful, and captivating. She is the dream of countless young men within the imperial capital. Lu Yun continuously serves Ling Yi with dishes and pours him wine. "Brother, do you feel confident about the year-end examination a month from now?" Lu Yun inquires, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Of course. Once I secure the position of Crown Prince, I shall propose to the Grand Preceptor. Just wait to become my Crown Princess. You are insufferable." Lu Yun blushes, playfully scolding him. She seems to lose all her strength, melting into Ling Yi's embrace. Ling Yi sets down his chopsticks and instinctively wraps his arms around Lu Yun. Among the 9 princes of the Dantian dynasty, each is born of a noble lineage, yet Ling Yi remains unaware of the identity of his mother. It is common knowledge in the capital that 18 years prior, Emperor Tian Shao returned from his travels, holding Ling Yi in his arms, a shadow of sorrow upon him. Due to his uncertain origins, Ling Yi has been disrespected since childhood, ridiculed as a bastard both openly and covertly. Few treat him with sincerity, Lu Yun being one of the rare exceptions. They have grown up together, innocent and carefree. Holding Lu Yun's delicate form, inhaling her enchanting fragrance, Ling Yi feels an overwhelming sense of relaxation. "Yun, once I ascend the throne, you shall be my queen," he proclaims with hopeful anticipation, unaware of the glint of malice that suddenly flashes in Lu Yun's eyes. With a swift motion, she reveals a dark red dagger concealed at her sleeve and mercilessly plunges it into Ling Yi's dantian. The full force of Lu Yun's 7th-tier body refinement erupts, delivering a blow equivalent to thousands of pounds, piercing through Ling Yi's dantian and shattering his spine in the process. Ling Yi gasps in shock. With a sudden surge of strength, he thrusts Lu Yun away, his body careening backward until he collides with a pillar in the chamber. Panting heavily, he is disquieted by the eerie crimson glow emanating from the dagger, which has breached his dantian and begun to siphon the life force from his spine. Struggling to rise, he surveys the once bountiful feast, now strewn across the floor in disarray. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he incredulously points at Lu Yun and exclaims, "Yun, why would you do such a thing?" He can hardly fathom that his childhood sweetheart could harbor such cruelty at this moment. Lu Yun sheds her previous gentle demeanor, her aura turning chillingly sinister, resembling a venomous serpent as she gazes at Ling Yi. Radiating an icy presence, she strides toward him, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Why? Did you truly believe that, given your humble origins, I would ever marry you? Do you think you can claim the title of Crown Prince? Ha ha ha! You are still too foolish, like a child who will never grow up." Lu Yun's voice was laced with disdain and mockery, exuding an air of superiority. Ling Yi could hardly believe the unfolding reality, yet it felt undeniably authentic. "Why? Do you not believe I can become a Crown Prince?" Ling Yi bellowed. "The Crown Prince? You are truly naive. The position of Crown Prince cannot be attained solely through talent. Moreover, let me tell you the truth. The ancestral bloodline you take pride in has already been absorbed by my blood-devouring spike. This spike can absorb a person's bloodline talents, and the stronger the bloodline, the faster it absorbs." Ling Yi was taken aback, hastily attempting to channel his bloodline, only to find it locked away, responding not to his commands, but rather continuously dissipating. The more anxious he became, the sharper the agony radiating from his dantian and spine intensified. His complexion turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down, as he struggled to reconcile the reality that this was the girl who had grown up alongside him. "Bravo, bravo! What a splendid performance of a beautiful woman ensnaring a fool. A derisive voice rang out. Ling Yi looked up, instantly petrified. Fourth brother, why are you here? Could it be? Were you the one orchestrating all of this? Ling Yi seemed to grasp the truth. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he roared. The newcomer was none other than Ling Huang, the fourth prince of the Tian dynasty. Ling Huang possessed not only exceptional talent, but also remarkable cunning, having gathered a following with numerous supporters among the court officials. Ling Huang smiled faintly and said, I must say, ninth brother, you are quite simple-minded. Yes, it was I who arranged this. You truly believe that Yun would favor someone as lowly as you? Although Ling Yi harbored suspicions, hearing Ling Huang's confirmation plunged him into despair. The pain in his body paled in comparison to the chill in his heart. The betrayal of his most cherished one, the persecution by his own flesh and blood, what could be more heart-wrenching? It turned out that everything was merely an elaborate ruse, a deceit. You came from my ancestral bloodline, didn't you? Ling Yi uttered weakly. Indeed. Why is it that I cannot fathom why the supreme bloodline of the ancestor would awaken within you? You are nothing but a lowly bastard. I am the one truly deserving of the ancestral bloodline. Ling Huang stepped forward and savagely kicked Ling Yi several times, his voice rising in pitch, fueled by agitation. The founder of the Tian dynasty was the formidable Zhan ancestor, Ling Yuanshan, a man whose strength astonished the entire northern wilderness. However, after Ling Yuanshan, no descendant had awakened the ancestral bloodline. That was until the emergence of Ling Yi. At the age of 10, when Ling Yi stepped into the realm of body refinement and became a martial artist, his bloodline shone brilliantly as the battle intent of the ancestor surged forth, painting half the imperial capital crimson. From that moment on, the return of the ancestral bloodline of the ninth son of the emperor, Ling Yi, sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tian dynasty. Since becoming a martial artist, Ling Yi has surged forward with great momentum, achieving the status of a formidable young master at the tender age of 18, having reached the first level of the true essence realm. Enduring the tempestuous outburst of Ling Huang, Ling Yi fixed his furious gaze upon Lu Yun and bellowed, Lu Yun, you deceived me. You vile trickster. Lu Yun approached Ling Yi slowly and, under his gaze filled with resentment, crouched down before him. With a slight smile, Lu Yun exerted force and extracted the blood-sucking spike. Ah! Ling Yi let out a cry of anguish. Yet at that moment, the blood-sucking spike had completely drained the bloodline of the battle ancestor from within him, leaving him too weak to even move a finger. Thank you, ninth brother, for offering up the bloodline of the battle ancestor to enhance my chances in the upcoming year-end examination in a month's time. Ha ha! Ling Huang appeared to revel in the thought of his impending dominion, unable to suppress his laughter. Congratulations, fourth prince. Your objective has been achieved. Once you absorb the bloodline of the battle ancestor, who among the princes will stand a chance against you? Do not forget about Yuner when that time comes. Lu Yun leaned against Ling Huang's imposing figure, speaking sweetly. Ling Yi, battered and bloodied, seethed with rage as he beheld the scene before him. I forgot to mention, the blood-sucking spike not only absorbs the power of your bloodline, but also irreparably damages your body. From this day forth, you shall be a complete waste incapable of practicing martial arts. Lu Yun licked her lips as she declared, incapable of practicing martial arts? This revelation struck Ling Yi like a thunderbolt, leaving him reeling. You bastard, let me tell you, the woman you have long desired has already become my plaything. Now that you are but a cripple, what can you possibly compare to me? Ling Huang placed a foot on Ling Yi, increasing the pressure mercilessly. Ling Yi felt a surge of rage. He had believed that through his diligence, he could earn respect and marry a gentle and kind beauty. But now, all his dreams lay in ruins. His cherished aspirations were utterly shattered. With a gasp, Ling Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled several meters away. His neck twisted as he fell unconscious. Fourth prince, after all, he is a prince. How should we handle this? Lu Yun seemed to contemplate something. Fear not. My father has been in seclusion for several years, and the current political landscape is still dictated by Lord Liu. This bastard, Ling Yi, should be simply disposed of by throwing him into the abyss of death. We will publicly state that he succumbed to the rigors of training, becoming a cripple. Unable to bear the blow, he chose to leap into the abyss of death to end his life. That night, a carriage departed from the Grand Tutor's residence, heading towards a deep, unfathomable chasm located 100 miles away. A few servants busily lifted a figure from the carriage and unceremoniously hurled him into the foreboding depths of the abyss of death. The abyss of death, situated not far from the imperial capital of the Battle Heaven dynasty, has long been rumored to be the gateway to the realm of demons. For millennia, it has been the source of many terrifying legends, and the Battle Heaven dynasty has designated it a forbidden zone for tens of thousands of years. Ling Yi, still unconscious, continued to plummet within the abyss of death. Suddenly, a black bead adorning Ling Yi's body shattered spontaneously, releasing a soul lamp. Suspended in the air, it radiated an eerie yet formidable aura. The soul lamp steadily supported Ling Yi's form, gradually elevating him. Primordial martial soul, awaken. A divine thought penetrated Ling Yi's mind. In the Primordial Era, the universe was enveloped in chaos. Pangu split the heavens, giving rise to the world. Nuwa created humanity, initiating the Primal Age. After mending the sky, Nuwa departed from the three realms. At that time, the primordial world was engulfed in turmoil, and the populace suffered greatly. Dong Huang Tai Yi emerged in response to the chaos, governing the three realms, unifying the primordial world, and becoming the first leader to establish order. Under Dong Huang Tai Yi's rule, the ancient primordial realm flourished increasingly. The 12 ancestors of sorcery wreaked havoc across the land, leading Dong Huang Tai Yi to engage in a great battle against them. Following the conflict, the primordial realm shattered into countless fragments, each evolving into a distinct world. Thus, the 3,000 worlds came into existence. A torrent of information surged into Ling Yi's mind, awakening him abruptly. Although this history was ancient, he had heard of Pangu, Nuwa, and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Each was a figure of myth and legend. The martial soul of Dong Huang Tai Yi awakens. A thunderous sound echoed in Ling Yi's ears, and in an instant, he found himself in a peculiar space. This ethereal realm was filled with innumerable statues, all bowing towards an immense idol that soared into the clouds. The idol, bearing the form of a deer-horned man, radiated holiness and serenity, seated upon a throne borne by 9 dragons, its gaze profound, seemingly encompassing an entire universe. In the second row, 5 statues commanded attention. The first, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, bore a complexion of earth's hue. Mounted on a flying bear, it wielded a divine sword. The second, with benevolent features, possessed a human head and serpent body, holding a Taiyi diagram in its left hand and a Bagua diagram in its right. The third, a bull-headed figure, emanated flames from both hands. The fourth stood upon water, brandishing a trident. The fifth, with a dragon's visage and expansive lips, had a transparent abdomen. Behind them, a multitude of statues of various forms stood erect. Some bore the heads of tigers, others were true dragons, and some had human heads with beastly bodies. Despite the vast array of statues, each unique, they shared a commonality. Every statue bowed reverently towards the one seated upon the 9 dragons' throne, demonstrating utmost devotion. The idol that received their homage exuded an overwhelming presence, its might surpassing mountains and its depth exceeding abysses. Even the very heavens and earth seemed to prostrate at this figure's feet. In the next moment, Ling Yi was astounded. The central idol, adorned with deer antlers, gradually diminished in size, soon transforming into a figure of normal stature. The black rock coating its form fell away, revealing its true visage. It was a man, strikingly handsome, with flowing silver hair and twisted, luminous horns radiating an ethereal blue light. Dong Huang Tai Yi. In Ling Yi's mind, a voice revealed to him that this was indeed his martial soul, the legendary supreme emperor of the Primordial Era. Ling Yi swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. In myth and legend, Dong Huang Tai Yi was the highest deity of heaven and earth. Even the Jade Emperor of later generations was but a subordinate to him. Since ancient times, there have been tales that proclaim, the rain master scatters the rain, thunder god strikes the drum, the dragon holds the furnace, the heavenly emperor tends the coals, Tai Yi observes from above. Now, having realized that Dong Huang Tai Yi was his awakened martial soul, Ling Yi felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. In this world, each warrior possesses varying talents, among which two types are exceedingly rare. The first is the blessing of ancestors, a hereditary bloodline that bestows an innate, formidable physique, unlike that of ordinary beings, such as the battle ancestor bloodline of the Battle Heaven dynasty. However, this largely depends upon the fortune of one's birth, a gift from one's forebears. The second type is the awakening of the martial soul. It is said that all is inferior, save for the martial soul. Warriors who awaken their martial souls are known as soul warriors, the favored children of destiny. Yet, martial souls can vary in strength. Weaker souls provide little aid to one's martial path. Even common warriors can easily defeat such soul warriors. Conversely, a powerful martial soul offers remarkable assistance to its wielder, elevating these soul warriors beyond the reach of ordinary fighters. The martial souls awakened can take various forms, from plant-like to weapon-like, and even humanoid. In the Battle Heaven dynasty, there are indeed warriors with awakened martial souls. Yet, Ling Yi had never heard of any warrior whose soul was a deity from the primordial myths, let alone the supreme deity, Dong Huang Tai Yi. If this were not the mightiest martial soul, Ling Yi himself would find it hard to believe. Not to mention, defeating the fourth prince, Ling Huang, would be a trivial matter. He was filled with exhilaration. Ling Yi trembled uncontrollably. Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he opened them and smiled gently at Ling Yi. "Thank you, young friend. After countless eons, I have the fortune to see the light of day once more. M. Ling Yi, the junior, paying my respects to the former emperor Donghuang." Ling Yi's tongue quivered with excitement, unsure of how to address Dong Huang Tai Yi. "There is no need for formalities. I am your martial soul, and we are one and the same. In days of yore, I battled against the 8 great witch ancestors, and together with the primordial world, we were reduced to ashes. I never imagined I would continue my existence in such a manner. It is truly poignant." Dong Huang Tai Yi sighed, his gaze profound, as if lost in reminiscence. "Emperor Donghuang, might I inquire about these figures?" Ling Yi gestured toward the endless array of statues. They were my subordinates. In the tumult of the witch ancestor rebellion, they displayed unwavering loyalty and aided me greatly. Alas, we perished together with the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. I retained my consciousness, but they were not so fortunate. I could not bear to let my old friends fade away. So I preserved a fragment of their souls with the remnants of my power, hoping for a day of reunion. Dong Huang Tai Yi's voice resonated with a sense of ancient sorrow, echoing through the ages. Once again, Ling Yi stood frozen in astonishment. These individuals were once subordinates of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, undoubtedly the most formidable beings within the primordial world. Possess a martial soul of the supreme deity, Eastern Emperor Taiyi, is one matter, yet acquiring a whole family along with it is another altogether. One effectively inherits the entirety of the primordial deities, and even if they are but remnants of their souls, it is still beyond belief. Turning to Ling Yi, the Eastern Emperor Tai gently patted his shoulder and said with gravity, "You must strengthen yourself. Perhaps in the future, you will aid me in resurrecting them," which would fulfill a long-held wish. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi's expression dimmed, and he let out a sigh. "Is there a difficulty you face? To speak candidly, I yearn to assist your majesty. However, I've been harmed by treacherous individuals who have robbed me of my bloodline and shattered my dantian. I fear I shall remain a waste for the remainder of my days." Ling Yi thought of Elyun and the fourth prince, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart, leaving him in a state of despondency. Donghuang Tai Yi, with his striking azure eyes, scrutinized Ling Yi closely before bursting into hearty laughter and giving Ling Yi a robust pat on the shoulder. Ling Yi gazed upon the legendary supreme deity, who, like a close companion, patted him on the shoulder, causing 3 lines of exasperation to cross his forehead. After a prolonged moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi gradually reined in his smile and remarked, "You hold us in too low regard. That rotund figure over there, known as Shenong, was once a master of the alchemical arts. In a single day, he would consume hundreds of herbs, discerning their medicinal properties. Do not underestimate him. Even if your dantian is shattered and your bloodline is lost, resurrecting the dead and restoring flesh to bones would pose no challenge for him. I shall appoint him as your secondary martial soul, the Flame Emperor, Shenong." Ling Yi smacked his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten about him. Although the Flame Emperor held an esteemed position, he was still subordinate to the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. For the Flame Emperor, was a shattered dantian truly a matter of concern? In myth and legend, the Flame Emperor is regarded as the founder of alchemy, and the art of pill refinement that followed was indeed passed down from his hands. Ling Yi's eyes brimmed with hope as he envisioned a multitude of ancient deities standing behind him, offering their unwavering support. In that moment, he stood tall and resolute. However, he acknowledged his inherent frailty, realizing that he could not rely on them for an extended period, for he must succumb to slumber. At most, he could invoke the remnants of Shenong's spirit, utilizing the power of his herbal mastery to cleanse and rejuvenate your essence, thereby reshaping your corporeal form. I shall impart my techniques to you. Dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation. Only when you ascend to a higher realm shall I be able to re-emerge. The Eastern Emperor spoke earnestly. Thank you, Emperor Dong. Ling Yi was overwhelmed with joy and expressed his gratitude without hesitation. Dong Huang Tai Yi gestured towards the imposing statue of Shenong in the distance. The statue emitted a violent tremor, and subsequently, a slender ruler, adorned in black and white, emerged from the vibrant belly of the Shenong statue. This ruler unleashed a radiant spectrum of light, illuminating the entire space. Boom! As Ling Yi's body ascended from the 9 nether cave, he began to absorb the multicolored brilliance. Gradually, the wound in his dantian began to heal, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the radiant energy coursed through Ling Yi's meridians, rendering them robust and resilient. It traversed his bones, making them exceptionally sturdy, and it flowed through his blood, transforming it into a force of formidable strength. It could be said that, prior to this, Ling Yi, relying on the bloodline of the war ancestor, was considered a genius within the war heavenly dynasty, yet he was not the pinnacle of talent. Now, despite the loss of the war ancestor's bloodline, his physical constitution had become even more formidable than before. It was likely that within the vast expanse of the war heavenly dynasty, no one possessed a physique or innate talent superior to Ling Yi's. In the enigmatic space, the visions before Ling Yi gradually blurred, and Donghuang Tai Yi began to fade away. I shall impart to you the insights I have gained throughout my life regarding the chaotic yin-yang technique. Take your time to comprehend it thoroughly. Since Shenong has awakened a fragment of his soul, let us make him contribute a bit more. I have also brought you his Shenong's compendium of herbs. Do not let my efforts go to waste. As Donghuang Tai Yi's voice gradually dissipated, Ling Yi returned from the 9 nether cave to the outside world. Ling Yi felt as though his mind had been enriched with 2 new elements, prompting him to hastily peruse the contents. The chaotic yin-yang technique embodies the dual forces of the sun and the moon, one representing the utmost yang and rigidity, while the other signifies the utmost yin and gentleness. The harmonious interplay of yin and yang unleashes the technique's unparalleled potency. The term Donghuang signifies the dawn in the east, the very place where the sun first casts its rays, embodying supreme masculinity. Taiyi, on the other hand, refers to the nurturing waters of all creation, exuding profound femininity. The appellation Donghuang Tai Yi thus symbolizes the dual energies of the sun and the moon. The chaotic yin-yang technique comprises 9 tiers. The initial layers correspond to the martial artist's body refinement stage, true essence stage, ocean transformation stage, and celestial warrior stage. Beyond these realms, Ling Yi was unaware of what lay ahead. The most extraordinary aspect of the chaotic yin-yang technique is that the true energy cultivated in the first layer is entirely yang and rigid, while in the second layer, it transforms into pure yin and softness. From the 3rd layer onward, the fusion of yin and yang commences. The Shenong's classic of herbs chronicles the entirety of Shenong's lifelong insights into alchemical mysteries. It encompasses the identification of myriad herbs, the formulation of divine elixirs, and even methods for healing and saving lives. With its vast and rich content, after reading it, Ling Yi was profoundly astonished. He had never encountered any martial arts technique capable of attribute transformation. It is a well-known principle among all warriors that if one cultivates the martial arts of the fire attribute, it is impossible to transition to the water attribute. However, the chaotic yin-yang art completely subverted this notion. Additionally, there is the revered Shinong's classic of herbal medicine from the ancestral masters of alchemy. Ling Yi glanced at his martial arts cultivation, a faint wry smile crossing his lips, perhaps due to the piercing of his dantian. His cultivation had plummeted from the first level of the true essence realm to the first level of the body refinement realm. Years of arduous effort had been rendered utterly meaningless in an instant. However, what astonished Ling Yi was the delicate thread of true qi, as fine as a hair, floating within his newly reformed dantian, a seed of true qi. Ling Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. For martial artists, the body refinement realm primarily focuses on the enhancement of the physique, honing the body to strengthen one's constitution. Upon reaching the 9th level of the body refinement realm, a martial artist can awaken the true qi seed, a definitive indicator of having fully embarked on the path of martial cultivation. From this point forward, the primary focus of a martial artist's training is to amplify their true qi. The more formidable the martial artist, the more diverse their means of manipulating true qi. Weaker martial artists harness true qi within their meridians to bolster their combat prowess, while stronger ones can project true qi outward, significantly enhancing their fighting capabilities. Some martial artists can even manifest true qi into forms, wielding astonishing abilities capable of splitting mountains and damming rivers. Ling Yi has now fallen to the first level of the body refinement realm, yet possesses the true energy seed that ordinarily only a practitioner at the 9th level of the same realm would have. The ability to circulate and perceive true energy undoubtedly places him leagues ahead of others within his realm. Realizing that his physique is even more formidable than when he bore the bloodline of a battle ancestor, Ling Yi is imbued with confidence that he will swiftly reclaim his peak state, even trampling upon all those who have persecuted him. Surrounding the Death Nine Nether Cave, one can scarcely find not only animals but even the rarest of plants flourishing. Ling Feng seated himself in a cross-legged position, intending to commence his cultivation of the chaotic yin-yang technique in this tranquil setting. As the night gradually waned, a pale light began to emerge on the horizon. After Ling Yi activated the chaotic yin-yang technique, a substantial flow of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth converged upon him. Ling Yi resembled an unfathomable black hole, voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. As the sun began to rise, the spiritual energy reached its zenith of vitality, perfectly aligning with the cultivation of the chaotic yin-yang technique. A gusting wind surged around Ling Yi as the rich spiritual energy rushed toward him, converging from all directions and spiraling into his dantian, where it transformed into a vortex. Every inch of Ling Yi's muscle, every bone, and every meridian has been purified by the spiritual energy absorbed through the chaotic yin-yang technique, rendering him formidable. This process was both agonizing and exhilarating for Ling Yi. This training lasted for 3 days. Ling Yi opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of golden light flickering within them. He had ascended to the 4th level of the body refinement realm. In merely 3 days, Ling Yi had returned to the 4th level of the body refinement realm. The chaotic yin-yang technique is truly formidable. Ling Yi, once stripped of all his martial prowess, had been reduced to a mere first-level martial artist in the realm of body refinement, a state that rendered him almost powerless. However, after merely 3 days of practicing the chaotic yin-yang technique, his martial realm ascended dramatically, leaping 3 levels to attain the 4th level of body refinement. His true qi seed absorbed a substantial amount of spiritual energy, slightly increasing in robustness. Moreover, body refinement represents the initial stage for martial artists, aimed at tempering the body and enhancing vital energy. Typically, a martial artist at the first level of body refinement possesses a strength of 500 pounds. At the second level, this escalates to 1,000 pounds. This pattern continues, culminating in the 9th level of body refinement, where one can exert a staggering 4,500 pounds of force. Nevertheless, this is not a hard and fast rule. Individuals with naturally powerful bloodlines can achieve extraordinary strength even at the first level of body refinement, sometimes reaching 600 to 700 pounds, or even 800 to 900 pounds. Yet, Ling Yi, now endowed with a physique reshaped by the divine farmer, combined with the true qi seed, exhibited an astonishing strength of 4,000 pounds, despite only being at the 4th level of body refinement. The chaotic yin-yang technique was indeed extraordinary. As for each level attained in body refinement, the increase in strength was equivalent to what ordinary martial artists would experience as a doubling effect. One can only imagine how formidable Ling Yi's strength would become as he further progressed in his realm. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had slipped by outside the 9 Nether Cave. Time was not short, and Ling Yi set forth alone towards the imperial city of Warheaven, with the intention of returning to his residence. Not only had his physique and strength improved, but his agility had also seen notable advancement. Before long, he arrived at his abode, a modest estate with a tightly shut door. It was somewhat ironic that even when fully opened, the entrance of Ling Yi's estate could accommodate no more than 4 individuals walking side by side. The exterior was unpretentious, adorned with simple white walls and black tiles. The door, made of sandalwood, bore the marks of time, with much of its paint having long since chipped away. Ling Yi knocked on the door, and after a brief pause, the entrance swung open to reveal a young girl clad in modest attire. "Ninth Prince, where have you been? You have been missing for 3 days." Although the girl's features could not be deemed breathtaking, they were undeniably exquisite, exuding a gentle demeanor. However, marred by an unsightly handprint on her otherwise fair complexion, her face bore a crimson mark, indicative of a recent injury. This young girl was Ling Yi's maid, Qing'er, gifted to Ling Yi by Emperor Tianxiao after he became a martial artist at the tender age of 10. Qing'er was 2 years his senior. Ironically, while other princes' residences boasted a multitude of servants, Ling Yi was left with but a single maid to attend to his needs. "What happened to your face?" Ling Yi initially intended to reassure Qing'er, but upon catching sight of her countenance, his expression darkened instantly. "No, it's nothing, Ninth Prince. It's a relief to see you unharmed. Please, come inside. After spending so many days outside, you must be famished. I shall prepare some warm dishes for you." Qing'er's gaze flickered as she deftly diverted the conversation. Ling Yi was now covered in blood, his clothes tattered and torn. Even more alarming was the large gash at the dantian area of his garment, outside the manor, with so many people and prying eyes. It was indeed unwise to linger for too long. As Ling Yi entered the mansion alongside Qing'er, he immediately began to inquire about her circumstances. Pressed by his questions, Qing'er, with a hint of urgency in her tone, countered, "Ninth Prince, what has happened to your attire? Have you encountered some peril?" Though her voice was anxious, her gaze radiated genuine concern. Ling Yi did not wish for Qing'er to be overly concerned, so he hastily claimed that he had encountered a minor issue during his training, assuring her that it was of no consequence. However, as soon as he spoke, Qing'er unexpectedly burst into tears, throwing herself into Ling Yi's embrace, transforming into a weeping figure. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, gently caressing Qing'er's back and inquiring about what had transpired. "Wasn't today the day for the distribution of supplies from the royal household? When I went to the palace to collect them, many were discussing how the Ninth Prince had succumbed to the perils of his training, shattering his dantian and losing all his martial prowess. They said you were unable to bear the shock and had leaped into the abyss of the deathly 9 used to end your life." I argued fiercely with them, refusing to believe anything had happened to you, but the officials from the household declared that you are now a mere shell of your former self, with no knowledge of whether you are alive or dead, and refused to provide me with the necessary supplies. "This is utterly intolerable." Qing'er wept, her words tumbling out in fits and starts. On this day, first hearing of Ling Yi's misfortune, then being bullied, her emotions erupted, leaving her unable to contain them. "Is that their mark upon your face?" Ling Yi narrowed his eyes, a fierce blaze of anger igniting within his chest. "However, it is of no consequence. As long as His Highness, the Ninth Prince, is unharmed, those wretches who look down upon others need not be considered." Qing'er, gradually regaining her composure, seemed fearful of causing Ling Yi further concern and swiftly altered her tone. Ling Yi gently helped Qing'er to her feet, his hand tenderly brushing against her injured face. His gaze filled with compassion as he softly reassured her, "Qing'er, do not worry. No one shall ever bully us again." A blush crept across Qing'er's cheeks as she lowered her head, nodding softly. Suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks, bang, bang, bang. Ling Yi and Qing'er exchanged startled glances. Ling Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Despite his humble status, he was still the Ninth Prince. Who could be so crass? "Bold Qing'er, come forth." A boisterous voice bellowed. Were these individuals from the Ministry of Internal Affairs? What were they doing here? Upon hearing the voice, Qing'er recognized it belonged to the very individuals who had tormented her earlier in the day. She opened the door, only to be met by the sight of 2 furious guards from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Ling Yi was acquainted with these 2 individuals. The Internal Affairs Office, a department within the royal palace responsible for distributing daily necessities to the royal residences, had only a few attendants. The 2 in question, the plump one named Gu Jia and the leaner one named Gu Yi, were both martial artists at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Although Ling Yi, as the Ninth Prince, seldom concerned himself with the affairs of these subordinates. He had heard whispers that some attendants from the Internal Affairs Office were unscrupulous and rather self-serving. As soon as Gui spotted Qing'er, he bellowed, "How audacious, Qing'er! You dare to pilfer from the Internal Affairs Office. It seems you are tired of living. Come with me to the Internal Affairs Office to await your punishment." Qing'er, taken aback, furrowed her brow and retorted, "What are you saying? You fail to follow the proper protocol in delivering supplies to the Ninth Prince's residence, and yet accuse me of theft? Humph, facing your imminent doom, you still dare to deny it. Your worthless Ninth Prince is dead. No one is here to support you. Whether you go or not, you must come with me." With that, Gui reached out to seize her, his movement swift and forceful. Qing'er, not being a martial artist, would likely suffer a broken bone if he were to grasp her firmly. In a blink, the crowd perceived a flash before regaining their senses as Ling Yi intervened, blocking Gu Yi's hand and gazing at him with an indifferent demeanor. It was only then that Gu Yi and Gu Jia recognized him, both exclaiming in astonishment. Gui forced a smile, his expression filled with suspicion, and asked, "Ninth Prince, are you unharmed? Thanks to you, I, this so-called worthless one, am still alive." The expressions of the two men turned exceedingly grim. Ling Yi was drenched in blood, particularly with a sizable hole in the clothing over his dantian. His martial prowess was merely at the 4th level of body refinement, considering the rumors circulating in recent days. The two became increasingly convinced that the Ninth Prince was facing issues in his cultivation. Would two practitioners at the 6th level of body refinement truly fear one at the 4th? Gu Jia, somewhat impatient, remarked, "Ninth Prince, you may be unaware that your maid has pilfered valuables from our Internal Affairs Department. This matter requires Qing'er's cooperation with our investigation, and we hope you might facilitate this." Ling Yi remained silent, his gaze icy as he observed the unfolding events. "Qing'er, come with us quickly. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Gui, noticing Ling Yi's silence, thought to himself, "It appears the rumors were indeed accurate. Even if the Ninth Prince is not dead, he has been reduced to a mere shell of his former self." With this realization, he moved to seize Qing'er. Terrified, Qing'er turned pale and hastily sought refuge behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi stood resolutely before Qing'er, unwavering. "Qing'er is mine. Do you presume to threaten or harm her in my presence as if I were already dead?" With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi unleashed a powerful command. As the chaotic yin-yang energy seed within his dantian surged into motion, the sound resonated with a clarity akin to a clap of thunder on a serene plain, causing a sharp pain to pierce the eardrums of the two individuals present. Ling Yi, after all, is the Ninth Prince. Gu Yi, overwhelmed by trepidation, dared not utter a word. How absurd! Out of respect, I shall address you as the Ninth Prince. Yet, devoid of such regard, you are but a worthless being. Qing'er, having pilfered treasures, rightly deserves punishment. You, insignificant waste, quickly remove yourself from my presence, or I shall teach you a lesson today, you wild-born prince. However, Gu Jia is no meek adversary. Upon witnessing Ling Yi's display of aggression, he remained undaunted, mockingly labeling him as worthless. After all, the imposing aura Ling Yi exuded amounted to merely the 4th level of body refinement, and in the realm of martial arts, respect is commanded only by the powerful. Gu Jia unsheathed his blade, a fierce expression upon his countenance. Ling Yi, in a fit of rage, burst into laughter and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, what a loyal servant. You dismiss me as a mere waste, completely disregarding the dignity of my royal lineage. It seems you have accepted quite a few favors from Ling Huang." Gu Jia and Gu Yi's faces flushed with embarrassment, clearly struck by Ling Yi's words. Enraged and humiliated, Gu Jia stepped forward, unleashing the power of his 6th level of body refinement, reaching out to grasp Ling Yi by the collar. "You worthless fool, get away from me." Gu Jia seized Ling Yi's collar, and with the formidable strength of 3,000 jin, he intended to hurl Ling Yi to the ground in a humiliating defeat. Yet, everything remained unchanged, as if undisturbed by the turmoil. Ling Yi stood his ground, unyielding and motionless. What? Is this some kind of trick? A thought flashed through Gu Jia and Gu Yi's minds as they struggled to believe their own eyes. Ling Yi tightly grasped Gu Jia's hand, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "It seems that the guard Gu Jia has not dined. Now it is my turn." Gu Jia felt as though his hand was ensnared by a ferocious beast from ancient times, utterly unable to escape. Subsequently, Ling Yi exerted a sudden force. The chaotic true energy combined with the body remolded by Shenong, producing a staggering 4,000 pounds of pressure upon Gu Jia's hand. A chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of cracking bones. Gu Jia let out a harrowing scream as Ling Yi released his grip. Gu Jia writhed on the ground, clutching his left hand, which appeared as fragile as paper, mangled into a pitiful mass of pulp. Qing'er gasped, her delicate hand covering her mouth, seemingly in disbelief. It turned out that the ninth prince remained unscathed, and still so powerful. A wave of joy surged within Qing'er's heart. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as his body moved. In that instant, it was akin to a cunning rabbit darting from its burrow. Swift beyond compare. Ling Yi extended his fist, with true energy howling above it. Boom. Gu Jia's entire head was crushed inward by Ling Yi's strike. His breath extinguished. Gu Yi was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that Ling Yi appeared to be merely at the 4th level of body refinement. Yet with a single blow, he had slain Gu Jia, who was at the 6th level of body refinement. He had transcended 2 minor realms. Although initial stage martial artists with formidable talent can battle across 1 minor realm, it is exceedingly rare for a warrior to directly leap across 2 minor realms within the Dantian Empire. However, as a martial artist realm increases, the difficulty of such cross-realm combat escalates. Even the disparity between a 9th level body refinement and a half-step true essence expert is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Ninth Prince, do you dare to harm one of the 4th Prince's kin? You are doomed. As he gazed upon Ling Yi's countenance, filled with murderous intent, Gu Yi realized that he might not leave this grand hall alive today. He shouted fervently. Grasping a simple blade, Gu Yi bellowed, Dantian blade technique. The blade's wind howled, sharp as a razor. It resembled a valiant warrior, unyielding in the face of countless foes. As the blade descended with a forceful strike akin to cleaving Mount Hua. At this moment, Gu Yi disregarded Ling Yi's status entirely, his sole focus on vanquishing him. Even if he were to kill Ling Yi, with the 4th Prince's assistance, they could escape the Dantian Empire and perhaps even earn a substantial reward. The Dantian blade technique is a combat style bestowed upon the guards of the Dantian Empire. Although it is a general technique, it is extraordinarily domineering. Characterized by bold and sweeping movements, demonstrating remarkable power. Ling Yi, of course, was well aware of the formidable heavenly blade technique. With a disdainful chuckle, he extended his fair right hand, swift as a serpent emerging from its lair, and with remarkable precision, he pinched the oncoming wooden blade between his fingers, rendering it immobile. Gu Yi, whose prowess surpassed even that of Gu Jia, was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of body refinement. Yet, this fierce and unparalleled strike was effortlessly halted by Ling Yi's steady grip. A sharp sound echoed through the air as the royal guard's wooden blade snapped cleanly in half. Gu Yi was taken aback, staring blankly at the broken weapon in his hand. In this world, medicinal pills and weaponry were classified into realms of complexity, from the highest celestial rank to the weakest yellow rank, each tier further divided into 9 grades. Though the guard's wooden blade could hardly be deemed a divine weapon, it was still a first-grade treasure of the yellow rank, far superior to the mundane iron used by common folk. Yet now, it had been reduced to splinters by sheer force. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Was he even human? Gu Yi gazed at Ling Yi in terror, perceiving him as a beast in human form, utterly beyond the realm of humanity. A resounding slap echoed through the air. A surge of overwhelming power struck, accompanied by the rush of wind. Gu Yi was sent flying several meters, crashing onto the stone floor, debris flying in all directions. Upon inspection, half of his face was gruesomely mangled, skin torn and bleeding, with blood-stained teeth scattered about. Gu Yi clutched his face, rolling in agony and howling. This slap, Qing'er, are you satisfied now? Ling Yi revealed her pearly white teeth, beaming radiantly at Qing'er. As Qing'er beheld Ling Yi's sunlit smile, her heart fluttered as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, nodding shyly. She secretly mused, the 9th Prince possesses a truly captivating smile. Ling Yi laughed heartily, finding amusement in teasing Qing'er. Then, with a gaze like lightning, he directed a fierce shout at Gu Yi. Wretched servant, today I shall take your life. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, palpable enough to make one feel as though plunged into an icy abyss. Gu Yi knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, his eyes fixed on the gradually chilling corpse of Gu Jia, fear overwhelming him as he lamented, Ninth uncle, I acknowledge my wrongs. Please spare me. Meanwhile, at the 4th Prince's side, Ling Yi sneered, narrowing his eyes as he slowly spoke, to commit murder within the prince's residence, with the intent to slay a prince. Should I decide to execute you on the spot, it would be of no consequence. Do you truly believe that 4th brother would openly defy imperial law for the sake of 2 mere pawns? Gu Yi, utterly terrified by Ling Yi's wrath, felt a profound regret, as if his intestines had turned to lead. He lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. And with a swift motion akin to a flash of lightning, he struck directly at Gu Yi's dantian, shattering it entirely. Gu Yi was taken aback. His face paling as blood gushed forth and his vital energy began to dissipate. In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Gu Yi had been utterly crippled in his martial cultivation, a fate more excruciating than death itself. Did he not relish in calling others worthless? Today, I shall render you as such. Depart with Gu Jia's corpse, and you, the pitiful wretch, relay a message to your master. Trembling with fear, Gu Yi found the physical agony secondary. The destruction of his martial prowess condemned him to a life of utter uselessness. Ninth Prince, what do you say? Gu Yi quivered at Ling Yi's command, his entire being shaking, yet he dared not defy the imposing figure before him. Convey to Donghuang and Yun that I am alive, I have returned. I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine from their grasp. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled like lightning as he spoke with a chilling tone. Gu Yi hurriedly nodded, one hand pressing against his damaged dantian while the other dragged the lifeless body of Gu Jia, fleeing in a frantic manner akin to a stray dog. Your Highness, what of your condition? Qing Er gently placed her delicate hands upon Ling Yi's chest, feeling the robust rhythm of his heart, and inquired hesitantly. I am unscathed. Not only have I healed, but I am also stronger than ever before. Ling Yi gazed at Qing Er's delicate visage, a flicker of compassion igniting within his heart. He gently caressed her cheek and soothingly declared, Do not worry, no one shall ever dare to bully us again. Qing Er's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she lowered her gaze. Ling Yi reflected deeply, realizing that the former version of himself would never have easily triumphed over two warriors of the dual realm. However, now that he had awakened his martial spirit, everything had become possible. With the Shinnom's reconstruction of his dantian, his physique surpassed that of ordinary beings. The chaotic yin-yang technique endowed him with the true energy seed typically possessed by those at the 9th level of body refinement. Given such an opportunity, he was certain he would stand out in the year-end examination a month hence. At that time, the 4th Prince and the venomous Lu Yun would undoubtedly pay the price. Even his father might regard him with newfound respect, perhaps even divulging the truth of his mother's lineage. Contemplating his mother brought a shadow over Ling Yi's heart, as he had once pursued answers from Emperor Tianxiao. Yet, every time he broached the subject, the emperor erupted in fury. Over time, Ling Yi had learned to refrain from asking. In the residence of the 4th Prince, within a study, a resounding crash echoed as a sturdy desk splintered into pieces. The 4th Prince, fueled by the overwhelming aura of the 9th level of body refinement, had shattered the desk with a single strike. Useless servants. You cannot even defeat a powerless wretch. The 4th Prince's face flushed crimson, his features contorted in rage. Gu Yi trembled in fear. Feeling like a mere leaf adrift in a vast ocean before the formidable 4th Prince, a figure of immense power within the imperial capital, Lu Yun, with her delicate waist swaying, perched herself on the enraged prince's lap, sweetly imploring, 4th Prince, do calm yourself. It is merely a useless person. How could he possibly rival you? The 4th Prince gazed at the enchanting beauty in his arms, his eyes smoldering with a fervent intensity. With a sigh, he replied, What do you understand? The 9th brother has scarce resources for cultivation. Awakening the bloodline of the war ancestor at the tender age of 10 is no trivial feat. Such a person, when faced with opportunity, can soar like a dragon. It is infuriating that he survived the abyss of the death 9 years. If I do not suppress him thoroughly, I shall find no peace in slumber. Lu Yun scoffed, playfully tapping the 4th Prince's chest. You mustn't speak like that. In my heart, you are the ultimate prodigy. When you ascend the throne, do not forget me. The 4th Prince, ignited by Lu Yun's provocations, felt as though even steel would melt in his ardor. He declared, Indeed, once I become the Crown Prince, the position of Crown Princess shall be yours. Tomorrow is the day the Ministry of Internal Affairs distributes the customary provisions. Let us go together, and I shall give all my share to you. With a sly glint in her eye, Lu Yun whispered a few words into the 4th Prince's ear. Upon hearing her, he burst into hearty laughter and proclaimed, Ling Yi, I shall sever your resources for cultivation. Let us see what talents you possess then. Excellent plan, Yun. The 4th Prince dismissed Gu Yi and, with a calculating glint in his eyes, coldly stated, I shall take care of this matter today. Following that, I will enter seclusion for a life and death trial. Before the year-end examination, I shall fully integrate the bloodline of the war ancestor and undoubtedly make an astonishing impact. On the following day, Ling Yi set out early for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which had primarily distributed common daily necessities to the royal family the previous day. The following day marked the occasion for the nobility to receive their cultivation resources. In the realm of body refinement, practitioners primarily relied on body refinement pills as an aid. The efficacy of these pills for body refinement practitioners is immense, significantly expediting their training, yet they are exceedingly precious. The Dantian dynasty, being a lower-tier dynasty, permitted even its princes to receive only 10 body refinement pills per month. Within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, a wooden sandalwood table was set, where an official meticulously recorded the distribution of cultivation resources. This individual, named Shi Taixiang, had overseen the ministry for over a decade. Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, I regret to inform you that, commencing this month, you shall no longer receive your allocation of body refinement pills, Shi Taixiang stated, offering a slight bow. Although his tone was respectful, his eyes brimmed with derision. Why is this so? The distribution of body refinement pills to a prince is a royal decree. Do you intend to incite rebellion? Ling Yi furrowed her brows, suppressing the fury within her heart. She exclaimed, Ninth Prince, while you are indeed a prince, you must not slander me. I have diligently managed the Ministry of Internal Affairs for over a decade, and your words compel me to seek an audience with Emperor Tianxiao, imploring him to adjudicate this matter on my behalf. In your eyes, am I still a prince? Who has bestowed upon you the audacity to speak so insolently? Ling Yi's fury surged intensely, nearly erupting forth. After all, he was a prince, and how could it be that even the lowliest servants dared to trample upon him? It is I, came a sharp and resounding rebuke. Ling Yi raised his head and beheld a throng of individuals entering the inner hall of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Leading the group was a middle-aged woman of exquisite beauty, adorned in opulent attire, exuding an extraordinary aura. Her countenance was strikingly elegant, and she draped herself in a phoenix robe. Trailing behind her were several dozen fully armed guards, accompanied by maidservants and attendants. Upon seeing the distinguished arrival, Shi Taixiang immediately stepped away from the sandalwood table, performed a profound bow, and proclaimed, Long live the Empress. Is this truly my command? Do you harbor any dissent, Yi? The Empress, with her willow-like brows arched, spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Your Majesty, might you elucidate the reasons behind this? Ling Yi inquired with neither arrogance nor servility. I ask you, Ling Yi, has your cultivation faltered, resulting in a shattered dantian and a precipitous decline in your martial realm? Indeed, it has. Ling Yi recalled the scheming betrayal of the fourth prince and Lu Yun, taking a deep breath before uttering a few words. He intended to expose the malevolence of Ling Huang and Lu Yun, the vile couple responsible for his plight. Yet, who would believe him? The fourth prince wielded immense power, and Lu Yun's father, the esteemed Minister Lu, held sway over the entire court. He feared that speaking the truth would only lead to a backlash against himself. The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing Ling Yi's own admission, could not conceal their scornful expressions. Indeed, this illegitimate child had proven to be a failure. In recent years, the Burning Sky dynasty's demands for tribute had increased exponentially. The Warring Sky dynasty was forced to tighten its belt, with even the princes expected to set a good example. The queen, her eyes filled with disdain, coldly remarked, Even if we must cut back, why then have you denied me the body refinement pills? Are you not aware of the implications? What use do you have for so many martial resources when you cannot even train? It would be a sheer waste. It would be far better to reserve these pills for those who truly need them. Must I spell it out so plainly for you? Yi? The queen taunted. You. The princes are entitled to receive body refinement pills. It is a matter of protocol. Do you mean to strip me of my status as the ninth prince? Ling Yi could no longer contain himself and exclaimed sharply, Bold. The guard beside the queen bellowed in anger. The queen waved her hand lightly, and the guard retreated. Then, addressing Ling Yi, she said, Indeed, you are the ninth prince. If you wish to claim the body refinement pill, you must prove your worth. In this year's year-end examination, the top 10 will earn the Donghuang order from the Donghuang Dao Academy. Last year, you achieved first place. And if you desire the same abundance of martial resources this year, you must secure the top position once again. The notion of claiming first place in the year-end examination was met with disbelief by all present. Ling Yi, being still young, has now unfortunately become a mere shadow of his former self. In recent years, the fourth prince has made remarkable strides in martial arts. And alongside him are countless talented youths from the imperial capital. In previous years, there were always proud geniuses who abstained from the year-end examinations. However, this year, with the Donghuang decree concerning the Donghuang Academy at stake, it is likely that no one will remain indifferent. The Donghuang Academy boasts a history spanning millions of years. Not only is it ancient, but its power is also formidable. In comparison to the Zhantian dynasty, the Donghuang Academy shines like the sun and moon in the heavens, while the Zhantian dynasty resembles mere mud upon the earth. The Donghuang Academy periodically issues the Donghuang decree to this lesser dynasty, granting those who obtain it the opportunity to partake in the Academy's selection process. Successfully passing this selection allows one to become a disciple of the Donghuang Academy. Once one ascends to the status of a disciple, it is akin to soaring to great heights and transforming into a phoenix. In the past, the Crown Prince secured first place in the year-end examination, earned the Donghuang decree, and successfully passed the subsequent assessments, although Ling Yi triumphed last year. The Donghuang Academy did not issue the Donghuang decree from the Tianhuang dynasty. Very well, it is settled. When the time comes, I shall personally inquire of Father. Does my identity as the ninth prince hold any weight? Should I claim the body refinement pill? To everyone's astonishment, Ling Yi readily acquiesced. Ha! At this, the crowd erupted into laughter, casting the last remnants of the ninth prince's dignity to the ground. Here, the first prince possesses extraordinary talent, and the second, third, and fifth princes are no ordinary individuals. At present, they do not require the Donghuang decree. Moreover, the fourth prince is increasingly formidable. The decree is limited, and it is prudent for the royal family to allocate martial resources to those who are in greater need. You speak of aspiring to be first, and I wish you success, the empress said, gently suppressing her smile. Ling Yi, feeling the scorn and derision of those around him, let out a cold snort and strode away from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Halt! The empress's voice rang out sharply from behind him. Have you no sense of propriety? Is it not customary to pay your respects upon encountering the empress? You cannot simply leave at your whim. Ling Yi took a deep breath, turned around, and with a slight bow, spoke calmly, May the empress enjoy good health. I take my leave. Having uttered these words, he swept his sleeves and departed without lingering. The empress watched Ling Yi's retreating figure and softly remarked, he possesses a certain pride. In her eyes, Ling Yi was hardly an obstacle. Had it not been for the fourth prince's pleas, she would never have intervened to trouble him. This was partly due to her status as empress, and partly because her son was a legend in the imperial capital. Upon returning to the residence of the ninth prince, Ling Yi pondered deeply. Although he had boldly declared his intention to secure first place in the upcoming year-end examination, the pursuit of martial arts required indispensable resources. As the saying goes, even a hero can be thwarted by a lack of funds. Purchasing body-refining pills from the black market? That seemed impractical, as body-refining pills were the most crucial elixir for foundational warriors, and the exorbitant prices in the black market made bulk purchases impossible. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Divine Farmer's Compendium of Herbs. Ling Yi suddenly slapped his forehead and sprang to his feet, startling Qing Er, who was serving him tea, causing the liquid to spill all over the floor. Ling Yi grasped Qing Er with fervor, exclaiming, Qing Er, quickly gather all the treasures from our household. I have a purpose for them. Observing Ling Yi's face brimming with excitement, Qing Er, seemingly delighted, did not hesitate and set about taking stock. With the Shindong's classic of herbal medicine in his possession, he could concoct elixirs himself. Each prince is well versed in various disciplines. Although Ling Yi is not a master alchemist, he is familiar with the fundamental techniques. He could certainly forge body-enhancing pills on his own, alleviating the burden of resource scarcity. Once Qing Er had assembled the household's valuables, Ling Yi took them in hand, only to emit a wry smile. This meager wealth would likely be dwarfed by that of any random scion from a prominent family in the imperial capital. With a sigh, Ling Yi steeled his resolve. Although the resources were scant, they sufficed for procuring some basic medicinal materials. Ling Yi arrived at the renowned Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital, towering over 100 zhang. The pavilion reaches into the clouds. Each floor houses dozens of rooms, equipped with alchemical furnaces, grinding stones, and various tools for potion making. In addition, an immeasurable array of spiritual herbs and plants is available for the alchemist's use. Naturally, both the spiritual elixirs and herbs, as well as the rental of the rooms, incur certain fees. The influence of Danling Pavilion extends throughout the entire northern wilderness region, with hundreds of superior, intermediate, and inferior dynasties represented. Almost every city within the Zhantian dynasty boasts a branch of the Danling Pavilion, each overseen by a pavilion master who governs the affairs of the respective dynasty. The masters of the Danling Pavilions in various dynasties are subordinate to the headquarters of Danling Pavilion. Consequently, the power wielded by these pavilion masters within their dynasties rivals that of the ruling monarchs. In the Danling Pavilion of the imperial capital, many prestigious families possess their own alchemical chambers, However, a significant number of alchemists lack such advantageous backgrounds, resulting in a thriving business for the Danling Pavilion. Only a prince like Ling Yi finds his household woefully inadequate, lacking an independent alchemical chamber and thus reliant on the services of the Danling Pavilion. Ling Yi entered the Danling Pavilion and approached the registration desk, where he submitted his information. He was attended to by a strikingly beautiful woman, whose charm, albeit notable, was somewhat marred by her heavy makeup, lending her a more garish allure and detracting from her natural elegance. Ling Yi glanced at the information on the registration desk, where the name Xiaoli was inscribed. It seemed this was the name of the lady. Xiaoli wore an air of arrogance, casually opening Ling Yi's profile. But her expression suddenly changed, and she exclaimed, "Ling Yi, the ninth prince." Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Xiaoli's exaggerated reaction. The entrance hall of the Danling Pavilion was modest in size, and her resonant exclamation drew the attention of nearly everyone present towards Ling Yi. "Is there an issue? Please expedite matters," Ling Yi urged. "No issue at all, ninth prince, please bear with us," Xiaoli replied politely, though the disdain on her face was unmistakable. "Oh, isn't this the infamous useless ninth prince? What brings you to the Danling Pavilion?" A voice of derision echoed through the hall. Ling Yi turned around, his expression darkening. The newcomer was none other than Lu Taishi's son, Lu Wei, the brother of Lu Yun. Lu Wei was notoriously recognized in the imperial capital as a notorious libertine, a scion of privilege who reveled in the torment of virtuous women. He wielded the power of his father, Lu Taishi, to oppress the citizens of the capital. Yet he displayed little dedication to the art of cultivation. Relying solely on his father's vast resources, he had merely managed to attain the 7th level of body refinement. Ling Yi harbored no fondness for this individual and chose to disregard him, patiently awaiting the completion of Xiaoli's registration. "Young master, I am addressing you. Are you even listening?" Lu Wei, feeling humiliated before the crowd, placed a hand on Ling Yi's shoulder. "Oh, young master Lu, what brings you to me?" Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. "You worthless wretch. What are you even doing at the Danling Pavilion? Surely you are not here to beg for alms, hoping that Danling Pavilion might bestow some elixirs upon you?" Before the incident involving Ling Yi, Lu Wei treated him with utmost respect. However, now that Ling Yi's martial prowess has significantly diminished and he has severed ties with Lu Yun, Lu Wei has adopted a different demeanor. "What brings young master Lu here is precisely what brings me here," he asserts. "If young master Lu claims I am here to beg, could it be that he harbors such intentions himself? You, humph. How could my Lu family possibly be as impoverished as a wildling like you? We require a substantial monthly procurement of medicinal pills. The acquisition of such an abundance of pills is indeed enviable. Yet, despite this, young Master Lu has only managed to elevate himself to the 7th level of body refinement. At 17 years of age, I lament my lack of power and influence. At that age, I possessed no resources and could barely reach the 9th level of body refinement." Ling Yifeng spoke with a gentle demeanor, as if the breeze and clouds were light and carefree. Although Ling Yi disdains engaging in verbal sparring, he has been ridiculed since childhood. Thus his skills in verbal duels are unparalleled. Wei, infuriated and flushed, was on the verge of erupting. "Your Highness, the spiritual elixir you requested is now prepared. Kindly settle the payment," Xiaoli interjected, casting a flirtatious glance at Wei as she spoke. Ling Yi handed the package in his possession to Xiaoli, who, upon opening it, poured out its contents. Lu Wei cast a glance and, with a look of disdain, remarked, "The 9th prince certainly has a lavish taste. Surely this wealth could procure materials for 5 refining body pills. Wouldn't you agree?" At this, an uproar of laughter erupted among the onlookers. It is widely acknowledged that alchemy is fraught with uncertainties. Typically, a competent low-tier alchemist requires approximately 10 portions of materials to successfully concoct a single furnace of body refining pills. Ling Yi purchased merely 5 copies. It is either due to a lack of exceptional skill or financial constraints. For a prince to find himself in such a predicament truly brings disgrace upon the royal family. With an unwavering expression, Ling Yi replied, "The art of alchemy is not merely a contest of resources. It is a profound understanding of the Tao of pills. Though my materials may be scarce, the elixirs I forge are no less exceptional than those of others. Quality trumps quantity." Upon hearing these words, the aged janitor at the entrance paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to regard Ling Yi. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, interpreting the 9th prince's words as a subtle derision of his own material wastefulness. While he could begrudgingly accept that he lacked innate talent for cultivation, the implication that he lacked aptitude for alchemy was intolerable. Setting aside all else, the sheer number of bewildering soul pills he had concocted over the past year, causing chaos among the women of the imperial capital, attested to his prowess in the craft. In the grand scheme of the cosmos, the hierarchy of alchemical mastery is categorized into 9 ranks, from the highest to the lowest. Lu Wei, though still young, had already attained the status of a 6th-rank alchemist, a notable achievement within the imperial capital. Barring unforeseen circumstances, his future in the realm of alchemy was undeniably bright. The onlookers shared the sentiment that Ling Yi's proclamation was akin to flaunting one's skills before an expert, bordering on arrogance. Enraged yet amused, Lu Wei retorted, "Ha! The 9th prince is quite the wit. Pray tell, what rank does the 9th prince currently hold in alchemy?" Ling Yi maintained his composure and replied, "I possess a remarkable talent for alchemy. I just achieved the status of a yellow grade 1 last year." The laughter of the crowd within the Danling pavilion resonated like thunder. However, Wei did not share in the mirth. He fixed his gaze intently upon Ling Yi and said in a serious tone, "Since you claim to be exceptionally gifted in the art of alchemy, shall we engage in a contest? What do you think?" Ling Yi cast a glance at him. Although Lu Wei possessed considerable talent in alchemy, his disposition was undeniably malevolent. A contest between a 6th-grade yellow-level alchemist and a 1st-grade yellow-level alchemist? Only someone like Lu Wei would dare to utter such words. Ling Yi gracefully gestured with his hands, stating, "It is undoubtedly a delightful affair for alchemists to engage in friendly competition. However, young Master Lu, as you can see, I have expended all my resources on purchasing alchemical materials and am left with nothing of value to wager." Lu Wei, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, found himself reveling in joy, secretly reflecting that Ling Yi had not only squandered his martial prowess but had also become quite foolish. Lu Wei then declared, "No matter. Let us compete. Should I be the one to falter, I shall bestow upon you 100 body refinement pills. Should you find yourself defeated, it matters not, for you need only pass beneath my legs." 100 body refinement pills? The onlookers were instantly rendered speechless. Ling Yi harbored a cold smile. "What a remarkable Lu Wei." Ling Yi remarked, "Though 100 body refinement pills are indeed valuable, it is well known that my martial arts have encountered difficulties. At present, my sole desire is to delve into the art of alchemy, yet I find myself lacking the necessary materials to procure them." Upon hearing Ling Yi's admission, Lu Wei hastily interjected, "No matter. How could I possibly refuse to assist the 9th prince? I shall add another 1,000 portions of materials for the body refinement pills." 1,000 portions? It resonated like a thunderous explosion in the ears of those present. Typically, a warrior of the Xiantian dynasty could only hope to acquire perhaps a single body refinement pill in an entire year. Yet here was Lu Wei, boldly proclaiming not only 100 body refinement pills but also 1,000 portions of alchemical materials, an extravagance beyond measure. Such opulence could only be encapsulated in 4 words. Even a prince would receive merely a little over 100 body refinement pills in a year. Ling Yi could not help but smile inwardly, yet feigned a look of difficulty on her face. Lu Wei felt an inexplicable itch in his heart, as if he envisioned a prince slipping beneath him, transforming him into the most illustrious figure in the imperial capital. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he proclaimed, "How about this? I shall add 1 more Qi Yin Dan." A sudden hush fell over the crowd, their minds buzzing with astonishment. The Qi Yin Dan, a mystical great elixir, for those who cultivated the Yang attribute techniques. This elixir could enable them to infuse their true energy with the power of Qi Yin. The Qi Yin power could incinerate an opponent's true energy, rendering one nearly invincible in the realm of body refinement. After making his bold declaration, Lu Wei realized he had perhaps acted rashly. The Qi Yin Dan had been painstakingly crafted by a renowned master at the behest of Master Lu, intended for use once he reached the 8th level of body refinement and could condense the seed of true energy. Even Master Lu had expended considerable effort in its acquisition. However, Lu Wei soon reassured himself, feeling confident that he held the upper hand against Ling Yi. Ling Yi nodded in agreement. The two established the rules. Each would use 5 portions of body-refining elixir materials and enter the alchemy chamber for a duration of 1 hour. The quality of the elixirs produced would be the primary criterion for determining the victor, while quantity would serve as the secondary factor. Upon completion of the competition, the judgment would be rendered by the steward of the Danling pavilion. Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Ling Yi cast a sweeping glance around. 5 meticulously arranged ingredients for body-refining pills rested neatly to one side. At the center stood a grand alchemical furnace, while to the left lay a grinding stone for pulverizing spiritual herbs. To the right, a jade bottle contained the dew. a vital element blended with the properties of the herbs, collected at dawn by a designated individual. Ling Yi sat before the alchemical furnace, a cold smile perpetually gracing his lips. This Lu Wei had truly gone too far. Today, he would surely make him feel a deep sense of regret. With that thought, Ling Yi began to channel the chaotic yin-yang technique. As a seed of chaotic true energy swirled within him, circulating and manifesting a trace of genuine energy. Ling Yi manipulated his vital energy, gradually channeling it into his hands. His hands, suffused with this potent energy, rested upon the alchemical furnace, which possessed remarkable characteristics. Typically, a martial artist, upon acquiring a seed of vital energy, would merely circulate it within their body. Only upon reaching the true essence realm could one infuse it into weapons and techniques. However, the alchemical furnace was unique. It could autonomously absorb the martial artist's vital energy, equipped with an ignition mechanism that enabled combustion. In theory, the stronger the martial artist's vital energy, the higher the combustion temperature. And the more adept the manipulation of this energy, the more precise the temperature regulation. Conversely, a martial artist lacking a condensed vital energy seed could only ignite the fire manually, resulting in insufficient temperature and poor control. The regulation of temperature is one of the critical factors influencing both the success rate and quality of the elixirs. This was the first reason Ling Yi felt confident in defeating Lu Wei. Once ignited, the alchemical furnace began to operate normally. Ling Yi commenced the meticulous process of grinding medicinal herbs into a fine powder. Subsequently, he measured the ingredients for a body-refining pill, which required an impressive quantity of over 100 varieties of spiritual grasses. Such measurements necessitate the skilled hands and experience of an alchemist. The dosage of each herb must be as precise as possible. Any deviation, however slight, could lead to diminished quality or, in more severe cases, a complete failure in alchemy. No alchemist can achieve absolute precision, and this underscores the depth of their expertise. Ling Yi perused the Divine Farmer's Classic of Herbal Medicine and discovered the records of the primordial body refining elixir. This ancient formulation bears a striking resemblance to contemporary body refining elixirs, albeit with some subtle distinctions. The most significant difference lies in the precise proportions of the spiritual herbs used in the concoction. Ling Yi focused intently on controlling the precision of the spiritual medicine, his spirit and breath converging as he gradually entered an ethereal state. Slowly, a black and white ruler materialized behind him. Ling Yi was initially taken aback by the appearance of the ruler, but soon a torrent of information flooded his mind. This was none other than the most formidable weapon wielded by his secondary martial soul, the Flame Emperor Shennong, the Shennong ruler. Perhaps due to his intense focus on alchemy, he had inadvertently summoned the Shennong ruler, forging a profound connection with the art of pill refinement. The Shennong ruler possesses two remarkable functions. Firstly, one end of the ruler is imbued with vitality while the other is steeped in death. The white end can release and absorb medicinal properties, while the black end can unleash and absorb toxic elements. It serves as a divine instrument for both healing and harm. Secondly, the Shennong ruler boasts absolute precision, whether in controlling an opponent's vital energy techniques or in the meticulous measurements required during alchemical processes, rendering it an invaluable tool. Ling Yi's eyes glimmered with excitement as he activated the Shennong ruler, a tool of immense utility. Lu Wei, what do you wager against me? An hour later, Lu Wei emerged first, greeted by the eager gazes of the crowd. Within the grand hall of the Danling Pavilion, an elderly man, dressed in opulent robes and possessing a sharp, angular visage, sat patiently at an 8 immortals table, having awaited this moment for quite some time. This man was none other than Manager Wang, the overseer of the Danling Pavilion in the Imperial City. Upon seeing Lu Wei, Manager Wang hastily rose and hurried to his side, bowing deeply as he inquired, "Young Master Lu, you have returned. Was the alchemy successful?" It was well known that Lu Wei's father, the powerful Master Lu, wielded considerable influence over the court and was rumored to be secretly expanding his dominion. For the Danling Pavilion, he represented a significant patron, procuring countless medicinal pills each year. How could they not treat him with utmost reverence? In recent years, the Emperor Tianxiao had rarely made appearances, leaving all affairs of the Zhantian dynasty to Master Lu. Thus, no one dared to criticize Master Lu's private endeavors to expand his power. Lu Wei let out a hearty laugh, gesturing grandly as a vial of elixirs materialized upon the table. Manager Wang eagerly picked up the vial, uncorked it, and poured its contents into a tome, scrutinizing both the quality and quantity for an extended period before exclaiming, "Excellent. This vial contains a total of 15 body-refining pills, all of superior quality, having reached the 6th rank of the yellow level. 15. Sixth rank of the yellow level. The crowd erupted in admiration. Lu Wei, a sixth-rank alchemist, had managed to produce a single yellow-level pill, which was no small feat. Remarkably, he had created 15 pills from merely 5 portions of materials. Typically, an ordinary alchemist could only yield a single vial of body-refining pills from 10 portions, and even then, the quantity seldom exceeded 10. Lu Wei's reputation as a prodigious alchemist was indeed well-deserved. Where is the ninth prince? Has he yet to emerge? Someone queried. Indeed. Could it be that he has met a disastrous fate inside? Haha. Another chimed in. A disastrous fate seems unlikely. Perhaps he has simply failed to produce any pills and is too embarrassed to show his face? The members of the Danling Pavilion exchanged mocking remarks. For Lu Wei's 15 sixth-rank body-refining pills, both in quantity and quality, were insurmountable. No one believed that Ling Yi could triumph. Ling Yi emerged, his visage disheveled and his garments cloaked in soot, as if he had recently endured the ravages of fire. Observing him closely, one could see his clenched fist devoid of the jade vial that typically contained elixirs. Lu Wei, taken aback momentarily by Ling Yi's appearance, soon adopted a tone of mockery. Inquiring, what has transpired, ninth prince? Have you truly experienced an explosion in your alchemical endeavors? The members of the Danling Pavilion unanimously confirmed that not only had Ling Yi failed to produce any elixirs, but he had also suffered a catastrophic failure. In stark contrast to the prodigious talents of alchemists like Lu Wei, Ling Yi appeared as a mere firefly, incapable of competing with the resplendence of the full moon. Ling Yi nodded. He had indeed caused an explosion in the furnace. However, he had not succumbed to failure. He approached Manager Wang and extended his fist. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Manager Wang inquired, perplexed, before quickly realizing the situation and hastily reached out to catch it. Ling Yi opened his hand, allowing a pill, faintly radiating a crimson glow, to fall into the hands of Manager Wang. With an exclamation of surprise, Manager Wang recognized the luminous pill as possessing the extraordinary quality characteristic of Xian-level elixirs. Upon closer inspection, this body refinement pill was more than twice the size of Lu Wei's pill, entirely translucent and devoid of any impurities. The onlookers at the Danling Pavilion, predominantly alchemists well-versed in their craft, collectively inhaled sharply. The radiant red glow emanating from this body refinement pill, coupled with its crystal clarity, indicated that the medicinal properties had been harmonized to perfection. Was this truly a body refinement pill? The revelation was utterly astonishing. Xiaoli, who initially regarded the ninth prince's predicament with disdain, now felt as though she had been dealt a resounding slap to the face upon witnessing this remarkable body refinement pill. The quality had reached the 8th rank of the yellow level, yet the flawless fusion of 5 medicinal essences rendered it worthy of the 9th rank. Manager Wang meticulously scrutinized the pill, murmuring absent-mindedly to himself, yellow level, 9th rank. It was unfathomable that Ling Yi, who had never made any strides in alchemy, had managed to concoct a yellow level 9th rank body refinement pill at his first attempt. Not to mention yellow level alchemists. Even those of the Xian level would likely struggle to produce such a foundational body refinement pill of this caliber. Lu Wei stood frozen, as if struck by a thunderous bolt from the blue. The alchemical prowess he had once prided himself on was merely a source of ridicule in the eyes of others. The ninth prince had produced 1 body refinement pill, while young Master Lu had crafted 15, thus declaring young Master Lu the victor of this competition. With a wistful glance at the yellow level 9th rank body refinement pill, Manager Wang felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. What? To the discerning eye, the superiority was clear. The crowd at the Danling Pavilion was equally astonished, and soon came to the realization that, given Master Lu's influence and the annual procurement quota of elixirs, Manager Wang could not afford to offend young Master Lu on account of the ninth prince. Ling Yi was taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that such shameless individuals still existed in this world. Glancing at the shopkeeper Wang, he found him not only distorting truth and reality, but also concealing the 9th grade yellow level elixir, which Ling Yi had painstakingly concocted, within his own garments. Regaining his composure, Lu Wei cast a knowing glance at the shopkeeper, as if to say well played, before leaning closer to Ling Yi's ear and whispering, I never imagined you could be so cunning, but what does it matter? A worthless being will forever remain worthless. Remember, even the dogs of my Lu family are more esteemed than you. Following this, Lu Wei stepped aside, spreading his legs, and provocatively patted his thigh while eyeing Ling Yi with disdain. Ling Yi trembled with indignation, his voice icy as he addressed shopkeeper Wang. As the manager of the Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital, is this what you call fairness? Wasn't it supposed to be quality first and quantity second? Shopkeeper Wang's face flushed crimson, clearly feeling embarrassed. Nevertheless, he cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Young Master L receives 15 pieces, and His Highness the Ninth receives 1. I have not erred in my judgment." His gaze flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with Ling Yi. Ling Yi gazed at the arrogant demeanor of Elwei, his teeth itching with resentment. To crawl beneath Elwei's legs was a fate he would rather die than endure. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take action. Although Ling Yi possessed an unparalleled martial soul, his cultivation level was merely at the 4th stage of body refinement, and engaging in a direct confrontation would likely result in his own detriment. "I believe it is the 9th prince who shall emerge victorious," resonated an aged voice. The expressions of Elwei and the shopkeeper Wang shifted dramatically, especially that of Wang, for although the truth was evident, who in the imperial capital would dare openly contradict the Danling Pavilion and the Grand Tutor's residence? Impudent! Who dare speak such nonsense? Wang's furious roar drew the attention of all present towards the source of the voice. There stood the elderly man sweeping the ground at the entrance of the Danling Pavilion. Clad in simple garments, he was tall and thin, with hair and beard both streaked with gray. Upon realizing the old man was the sweeper of the Danling Pavilion, Wang's fury reached its zenith. He was determined to reprimand this audacious old fool. The elder turned, set aside his broom, and as the muscles of his face subtly shifted, his features transformed entirely, revealing a different visage. Slowly, he approached the Danling Pavilion, and with each step, his aura grew increasingly formidable. Touching his own face, he murmured to himself, "This disguise elixir still requires refinement." Upon witnessing the true identity of the elder, Wang's eyes bulged in horror, and he nearly lost his senses, collapsing to the ground and lamenting, "I pay my respects to Pavilion Master Guinan." Pavilion Master? The head of the Danling Pavilion of the Zhang dynasty. The Danling Pavilion, one of the most powerful factions in the Zhang dynasty, had branches throughout the empire, with nearly all alchemists having connections to it. Furthermore, the pavilion wielded control over approximately 70% of the alchemists within the Zhang dynasty, effectively commanding over 70% of the warriors therein. Even more daunting was the fact that the Danling Pavilion of the Zhang dynasty was affiliated with the Beihuang Danling Pavilion, a significant force within the entire Beihuang region. As the pavilion master of the Danling Pavilion, Guinan's status could very well rival that of the current Emperor Tian Shao. Beyond his standing, Guinan's martial prowess was equally extraordinary. He was undoubtedly among the foremost experts of the Zhang dynasty, a veritable martial myth at the celestial phenomenon stage. Approaching Ling Yi, Pavilion Master Gu spoke softly, "I pay my respects to the 9th prince. May I inquire if your highness has a master in the art of alchemy?" Ling Yi pondered for a moment, recalling the Shinnong Benchao Jing attributed to the divine Emperor Shinnong. In terms of his lineage, one could indeed argue that his alchemical skills were inherited from this great deity. With this thought, Ling Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The esteemed Master Guinan displayed an expression of affirmation, casting an approving glance at Ling Yi. Subsequently, with a flourish of his grand sleeves, a peculiar surge of true energy surged forth, a formidable force howling through the air, sending the shopkeeper Wang hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. Master Guinan's fingers spread wide, then came together. As a 9th-tier body refining elixir of the yellow grade soared directly into the palm of his hand. The true energy emanated outward, enabling him to seize the object from afar. Ling Yi was taken aback. To manipulate a small pill from another sleeve with such precise control of his true energy was a testament to Guinan's prowess as one of the supreme powerhouses of the Battle Heaven dynasty. Guinan handed the body-refining pill to Ling Yi and then proclaimed loudly, "Manager Wang, from this day forth, you are relieved of your duties as the manager of the Danling Pavilion in the Battle Heaven Empire. You are hereby removed from the roster of the Danling Pavilion." In this alchemical duel, the 9th prince had successfully concocted a yellow-grade 9th-tier body-refining pill, far surpassing young Master Lu Wei. "I declare the 9th prince the victor." Lu Wei's face turned ashen, retreating several steps. He resembled a defeated rooster, reluctantly uttering, "As you command, Pavilion Master." Manager Wang's countenance turned to that of a corpse. The situation had shifted too rapidly. Not only the onlookers, but even Ling Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. Lu Wei instructed his subordinates to prepare the rewards, 100 body-refining pills and 1,000 portions of alchemical materials, all duly recorded in Ling Yi's account by the Danling Pavilion. Furthermore, there was a single red flame pill, radiating a fiery glow and classified as a mysterious first-grade elixir. The muscles on Lu Wei's face twitched, not solely out of pain for his loss, but more so from the fear of facing retribution from Master Lu upon his return. However, he dared not offend Pavilion Master Guinan, a figure whose might and influence in the Battle Heaven dynasty rivaled even that of Emperor Tianshao. Moreover, Master Lu was currently scheming a significant undertaking. If he were to incur the wrath of this venerable Pavilion Master, his grand ambitions might be jeopardized. Before departing, Lu Wei cast a fierce glare at Ling Yi, a look that conveyed more menace than 1,000 harsh words. Ling Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart, while the number of those who resented him increased. Who was Lu Wei, after all? Ninth Prince. May I inquire if your esteemed master is currently in the War Heaven dynasty? Suddenly remarked the esteemed Guinan, with utmost respect. Ling Yi was taken aback. Master? Is it Shinon? As his secondary martial soul, he should, in principle, belong to the Battle Heaven dynasty. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Yi nodded and said, He is indeed present. Wonderful. Qinger is saved. Prince, might I request an audience with your master? Him? I'm afraid that would be impossible. My master is akin to a dragon that reveals its head but conceals its tail. After imparting the art of alchemy to me, he became elusive. Upon hearing this, the expression of the esteemed Guinan gradually shifted from joy to a profound sigh. Master Gu, it appears you harbor some concerns. Perhaps you could share them, and I might be able to assist you. Prince, to speak candidly, my granddaughter, Gu Yanqing, has fallen victim to a peculiar poison, and our alchemy pavilion is utterly helpless. I noticed your profound understanding of alchemy surpasses that of the alchemists within the Battle Heaven dynasty, and I had hoped to enlist your master's aid, but alas. As Master Gu reflected on his granddaughter, he sighed repeatedly. Poison? I possess the Shinon ruler. Ling Yi suddenly smacked his forehead and promptly addressed the esteemed Lord Guinan, saying, Although I am unable to reach my master, he has imparted to me certain antidotes. I possess some confidence and am willing to alleviate the old lord's troubles. Upon hearing this, Lord Guinan felt a twinge of skepticism. However, given his granddaughter's current predicament, he deemed it wise to grasp at any semblance of hope. Very well, I implore the Ninth Prince to give it your utmost effort. Should you succeed, I shall be eternally grateful. Ling Yi followed Guinan, ascending through the spirit ladder of the Danling Pavilion to the highest floor of the imperial capital's Danling Pavilion. Guinan led the way into a room. The room was simply adorned, with a grand bed placed in the center. Upon the bed reclined an enchanting woman, Gu Yanqing. Upon seeing her, Ling Yi instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Gu Yanqing's skin was as delicate as snow, seemingly flawless to the touch. Her exquisite visage appeared as though she had stepped forth from a painting. Lying upon the bed, her eyes were tightly shut. Yet she emanated an aura of purity and sanctity. Her beauty was ethereal, her demeanor as refined as the moon. In Ling Yi's mind, a phrase emerged. As the Ninth Prince, he had encountered his fair share of beautiful women. However, none could compare to the exquisite beauty of Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing, the young vice master of the Danling Pavilion within the Zhantian dynasty, possessed a talent that far surpassed her peers from a young age, rivaling that of Ling Yi himself. Mastering the art of alchemy at merely 17 years of age, she had already attained the status of a ninth-grade alchemist of the yellow level. Typically, she concealed her face behind a veil, yet even so, the Zhantian dynasty speculated about Gu Yanqing's appearance, undoubtedly deeming her a great beauty. There were countless legends surrounding Gu Yanqing, which Ling Yi was somewhat aware of. However, he never anticipated that her beauty could reach such extraordinary heights. Suddenly, Ling Yi felt a gentle shove, snapping him out of his reverie. Turning around, he beheld Guinan, who was making playful faces and grinning mischievously. Gu Master, he began. Ling Yi was about to explain, but he noticed Guinan wearing an expression that conveyed, You need not say a word. As a man, I comprehend. Ling Yi, feeling helpless, followed Guinan to the bedside of Gu Yanqing. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yi furrowed his brows in concern. He noticed a faint, ominous aura of blackness enveloping Gu Yanqing's face, a malevolent force that relentlessly eroded her vitality. She had reached a precarious state. Should this continue, her life would be in grave jeopardy. This dark presence was unfamiliar to him, both in sight and in sound, which explained why even the esteemed master of the Danling Pavilion was at a loss. Ling Yi nodded towards the esteemed leader Guinan, then closed his eyes, channeling the yin-yang chaos technique to summon the recently activated Shinon ruler. Initially, Ling Yi was not well acquainted with the Shinon ruler, but as he summoned it time and again, the ruler began to respond. A black and white ruler gradually emerged from the center of Ling Yi's brow, floating in the air and emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. The Shinnong ruler. Such a terrifying presence. Gu Yinan stepped back continuously, as the entire room trembled under the influence of the ruler's aura. Gu Yinan was undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures of the Battle Heaven dynasty. However, in the presence of the Shinnong ruler, he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly powerless. With a face full of shock and fear in his eyes, Ling Yi opened his eyes and grasped the Shinnong ruler. The ruler exuded an aura of submission. Obedient in Ling Yi's hands, as all terrifying energy dissipated, akin to a docile puppy. Gu Yinan was left utterly petrified. Ling Yi aimed the black end of the Shinnong ruler at Gu Yanqing's forehead. Suddenly, the lifeless energy within Gu Yanqing, caught off guard, emitted a mournful wail before being drawn into the Shinnong ruler. Subsequently, Ling Yi directed the white end towards her forehead. The Shinnong ruler emanated a gentle, white medicinal aura that gradually permeated Gu Yanqing's body. The damage inflicted by the malevolent energy began to rapidly mend her form. Before long, her complexion grew rosy. Her breathing steadied, and even her martial prowess subtly strengthened. A melodious sound resonated as Gu Yanqing opened her beautiful eyes. Ling Yi had just retrieved the Shinnong when his gaze met Gu Yanqing's, locking in a moment of silent understanding. Ling Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he waved his hand and chuckled foolishly. "Hello there." Gu Yanqing, lying on the bed, gazed at the lewd expression on Ling Yi's face. Her countenance turned icy, and a chilling aura of true energy erupted suddenly as she raised her hand and struck towards Ling Yi with a powerful palm. The 9th level of martial arts refinement. What immense strength! Ling Yi's complexion changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Gu Yanqing possessed such formidable martial prowess. Truly, she was an extraordinary genius of remarkable talent. If he were to receive a direct blow, even his current physical form would sustain severe injuries. Gu Yinan, overjoyed at the sight of his granddaughter awakening, was taken aback when she suddenly launched a lethal attack. With Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing positioned so closely, there was no time to intervene. In a moment of desperation, the Shinnong ruler materialized instinctively, placing itself before Ling Yi. Ling Yi grasped the Shinnong firmly, receiving Gu Yanqing's full-force strike. At the 9th level of body refinement, having already condensed the seed of true energy, Gu Yanqing's astonishing talent allowed her to unleash a force nearing 6,000 to 7,000 pounds with this single blow. As Gu Yanqing's palm struck the Shinnong, the immense power surged through to Ling Yi. Ling Yi felt a tumultuous surge of vitality, as though his vital organs had shifted within him. At that moment, the white section of the Shinnong ruler radiated a luminous brilliance, infusing a powerful medicinal essence into Ling Yi's body, almost instantaneously healing his internal injuries. What a remarkable Shinnong ruler! Ling Yi marveled at the sight before him. Although the Shinnong ruler was not a weapon of war, it possessed remarkable resilience along with the dual extraordinary powers of healing and toxicity. Truly astonishing. Gu Yanqing unleashed a powerful strike, yet the seemingly insignificant youth before him, merely at the 4th level of the body refinement stage, remained unscathed. Shocked, he prepared to strike again. "Chinger, stop." Gu Yinan, the esteemed leader, hastily restrained Gu Yanqing, urging him to cease. Upon recognizing the person before him, Gu Yanqing exclaimed, "Grandfather, what brings you here? Who is he? Where am I?" Gu Yinan soothed Gu Yanqing and began to elucidate the events following her poisoning, emphasizing that it was Ling Yi who had saved her, declaring him their benefactor. Realization dawned upon Gu Yanqing. Her fair complexion tinged with a blush as she addressed Ling Yi. "I apologize, benefactor. I was reckless." Gu Yinan, filled with gratitude, expressed to Ling Yi, "Your Highness, the 9th Prince, your immense kindness will be forever etched in our memories. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." With that, he attempted to kneel, but Ling Yi quickly supported him. Both Gu Yinan and Gu Yanqing continued to express their heartfelt thanks, leaving Ling Yi somewhat embarrassed. He directly requested the use of an alchemy chamber to refine a newly acquired body refinement pill, aiming to elevate his martial prowess. With a grand gesture, Gu Yinan promptly arranged for a chamber to facilitate Ling Yi's cultivation. After Ling Yi departed, Gu Yanqing gazed at his receding silhouette. "My dear, what do you think of the 9th Prince?" Gu Yinan inquired. "He is quite extraordinary. I have heard that his dantian was destroyed, rendering him a mere husk. Yet, his physical prowess is formidable, and his aura is overwhelming. Although his martial realm may be somewhat lacking, he surpasses many warriors of his level by a considerable margin. And then there is that enigmatic ruler," Gu Yanqing pondered, sensing that Ling Yi was no ordinary individual. Gu Yinan, ever astute, observed the direction in which Ling Yi had vanished, his eyes revealing a depth of thought that hinted at unspoken reflections. Ling Yi sat upright in a pill chamber within the Danling Pavilion, with 100 body-refining pills and a single crimson flame pill before him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ling Yi's eyes. With these resources at his disposal, he was confident that he could swiftly regain his former martial arts prowess. He picked up a body-refining pill and swallowed it whole. Most of Lu Wei's body-refining pills were of the 4th or 5th grade within the yellow tier, and their quality was not particularly remarkable. However, as soon as the body-refining pill entered Ling Yi's mouth, the Shenong ruler in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, emanating a potent medicinal essence. This essence enveloped the pill, effectively purging its inferior residue, leaving behind an exceptionally pure potency. Ling Yi, having completed the digestion of this body-refining elixir, suddenly opened his eyes, overwhelmed with indescribable delight. He had not anticipated that the divine farmer's ruler possessed such remarkable utility. The residue of the elixir was eradicated, transforming a mere yellow-grade 4th-tier body-refining pill into one of approximately yellow-grade 7th tier. This was truly astonishing. The lesser the residue, the higher the quality of the elixir, allowing martial artists to absorb and digest it with greater swiftness. Ling Yi once again picked up a body-refining pill and placed it into his mouth. Within the span of merely an hour, he consumed all 100 body-refining pills. At this moment, his internal energy surged, subtly compressing his dantian. Ling Yi activated the chaotic yin-yang technique, allowing the seed of true energy to circulate within him in a profound manner. His dantian transformed into a colossal vortex, ceaselessly absorbing and assimilating the vast reservoir of true energy within. The chaotic yin-yang technique functioned like a primordial beast, exhibiting remarkable efficiency in digesting true energy. Even the energy derived from 100 body refinement pills was swiftly drawn into the seed of true energy by Ling Yi. Initially, the energy from the body refinement pills proved somewhat difficult to control, as the chaotic yin-yang technique continued its circulation within his body. It subtly inflicted minor damage upon Ling Yi's meridians. However, the divine Shenong ruler promptly sensed this and emanated healing properties, swiftly mending the slight injuries. After another hour had passed, Ling Yi opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. He had ascended to the 6th level of the body refinement realm, making a remarkable leap of 2 realms. Suppressing the joy that surged within him, Ling Yi subsequently grasped the profound great elixir, the Crimson Flame Pill. This pill emanated a fervent aura as Ling Yi swallowed it whole. Pain, heat, a torrent of searing and overwhelming medicinal power erupted, akin to a fire dragon rampaging within Ling Yi's body. For an ordinary individual, one at merely the 6th level of the body refinement realm would likely succumb to the scorching potency, meeting an untimely demise. However, Ling Yi, endowed with the divine Shenong physique, coupled with the unparalleled technique of the chaotic yin-yang art, and aided by the extraordinary Shenong ruler, remained unfazed by the elixir's might. He sat in stillness, his countenance oscillating between crimson and pallor, at times contorted in agony, and at others, relaxed. After several hours, Ling Yi awakened and rose. He had ascended to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. In less than a day, he had vaulted 3 minor realms. Moreover, at this moment, his true energy coursed through him, subtly radiating a searing essence. With a decisive punch, Ling Yi unleashed a surge of chaotic true energy, which ignited in brilliant flames, extending outward by approximately 3 inches. This externalization of true energy was a technique reserved solely for masters of the true origin realm. Ling Yi was astounded. Not only had he attained the 4th level of the body refining realm and acquired the true chi seed, but he was also astonished to discover that at the 7th level of the body refining realm, he could actually project true chi externally. Furthermore, his strength had remarkably surpassed 7,000 pounds. The chaotic yin-yang technique truly lived up to its reputation as the supreme method of the primordial emperor of heaven, Dong Huang Tai Yi. It was simply extraordinary. Rising from his seat, Ling Yi had spent an entire day in the Danling Pavilion, and it was time to take his leave. As he prepared to depart, he intended to bid farewell to Gu Yinan, only to be informed by Xiuli that Gu Yinan and Gu Yanqing had already left this place long ago. Ling Yi departed from the Danling Pavilion, and Xiuli gazed at him with a gaze tinged with complexity. Unbeknownst to her, the events that transpired remained a mystery, however. From the conversation between Pavilion Master Gu Yinan and Gu Yanqing, Xiuli discerned their profound admiration for Ling Yi, though he was merely the 9th prince of little power. Having allied himself with the formidable Gu Yinan, no one could afford to underestimate Ling Yi any longer. Ling Yi returned to the residence of the 9th prince, diligently striving to solidify his cultivation at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. After several days of relentless effort, he finally achieved a firm grasp of this level of mastery. On this particular day, 2 guards arrived at the imperial palace of the Zhang dynasty. While they displayed utmost respect towards Ling Yi, the disdain evident in their eyes did not escape his notice. Ling Yi sat in his seat, holding a notice in his hand, his expression grave. Qing'er brought in the breakfast and, noticing Ling Yi's serious demeanor, inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Ling Yi sighed and remarked, "The Empress has summoned several princes residing in the imperial capital, stating that there are pressing matters to discuss." Qing'er, taken aback, inquired, "Is it regarding the upcoming year-end examinations?" Ling Yi shook his head and remarked, "I am uncertain. It does not seem to be the underlying cause." After having breakfast, Ling Yi, attended by Qing'er, donned his attire and subsequently made his way to the imperial palace of Zhangtian. Ling Yi strode directly into the imperial council hall of the Battle Heaven Palace. This hall served as the venue for Emperor Tianshao to conduct state affairs. However, for countless years, the emperor had secluded himself, and the council hall had transformed into a place where the empress and Grand Tutor El deliberated the matters of the Battle Heaven dynasty. "I, your son Ling Yi, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress." As Ling Yi entered, he beheld the queen seated regally at the head of the council chamber, and he performed a respectful bow. Below, to the left, sat Minister El and other officials in succession. To the right were the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and the 8th prince. It was said that the 4th prince was also in the imperial capital, but due to his seclusion, he was absent today. "Rise and take your place to the side," the queen said, her ruby lips parting as she addressed Ling Yi. "Ah, 9th brother, what great prestige you possess. You keep us all waiting for you alone." The 6th prince, Ling Yi, remarked with a hint of mockery upon seeing the 9th prince arrive last. "Indeed, our 9th brother still thinks of himself as the genius who claimed the first position in last year's awakening battle for the ancestral bloodline. But alas, times have changed." The 7th prince, Ling Hong, chimed in agreement. Ling Yi refrained from engaging in verbal sparring with them, for he sensed an unusual atmosphere, suggesting that matters were far from straightforward. "Enough of the clamor. I have gathered you all today for a matter of utmost importance," the empress proclaimed solemnly. "The imperial treasury of the Zhangtian dynasty can no longer sustain the military salaries of the Northern Qichao Legion. As is widely known, the Qichao Legion serves as a garrison against the Northern Barbarian dynasty. Its significance cannot be overstated. Should we disband the Qichao Legion, we risk an invasion from the Northern Barbarian dynasty, and with it, the potential obliteration of our kingdom." The 8th prince, Ling Huang, furrowed his brow at these words and inquired, "How can the treasury be depleted when there have been no significant military engagements for many years? I implore the empress to seek clarification from the Chancellor of Finance." At this, Chancellor Heshin immediately knelt, his voice quivering with emotion as he declared, "Your Majesty, please see the truth. I have devoted myself wholly to the Zhangtian dynasty, never daring to act with bias or injustice. In recent years, the demands from the Finshan dynasty have grown increasingly burdensome, and our Emperor Tianshao has long neglected matters of state. I am at a loss." With that, he wept profusely. Seated at the head of the assembly, Grand Minister El bore a striking resemblance to his son, El Wei, yet his demeanor exuded an air of deeper contemplation. He interjected, "8th prince, your words may be a tad excessive. Chancellor, he may not have achieved great deeds, yet he has committed no faults, even in the absence of merit. He has toiled diligently. Your remarks may dishearten us, elder statesmen." Upon hearing this, dozens of high-ranking officials in attendance knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please see the truth." Ling Huang's heart raced. Was it truly impossible to question the Chancellor regarding the treasury state? Grand Minister El smiled faintly, clearly pleased with the unfolding events. The royal family members felt a weight in their hearts. Had Grand Minister El's power reached such heights? The Empress, seemingly accustomed to the proceedings, calmed her ministers before continuing. "If we are to preserve the Qichao Legion, we must provide financial support. Yet, I wonder who among you would be willing to offer assistance." Silence enveloped the room. The capable princes were absent, and those present lacked the means. Grand Minister El casually adjusted his sleeve and remarked, "I would be willing to bear the cost of the Qichao Legion. However, I have a condition. My El family serves the nation with unwavering loyalty. Yet we are vulnerable to those with malicious intents who seek to trouble us. Therefore, I propose that the Qichao Legion be incorporated as my family's private military. What say you, Your Majesty?" "What?" The princes were taken aback. Realizing this was tantamount to a direct affront to the royal family. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress responded, "It is indeed rare to find someone so devoted to the nation as Grand Minister L. If the Chi-Chao Legion becomes your private military, it may not be a bad idea. Should the Northern Barbarian Legion invade, the very existence of our Zhantian dynasty could be at stake." Ling Yi was taken aback, utterly astonished that the Empress would so overtly support Grand Minister Lu. How could the Empress remain indifferent to such a wolfish ambition? Was it possible that the two had conspired long before? "Your Majesty, this cannot be allowed. The Red Dragon Legion is one of the crucial military forces of the War Sky dynasty. Should it fall into Grand Minister Lu's hands, it would surely lead to endless troubles." Ling Yi's expression changed abruptly as he spoke anxiously. "I find the Ninth Prince's words rather unpalatable. Throughout my life, I have devoted myself to the glory of the Donghuang dynasty. How can I be deemed a source of endless troubles?" Master L let out a cold snort, causing all the ministers to shudder. The Empress, taken aback by Ling Yi's audacity to counter her in front of so many, tightened her fair features and retorted, "If Master L's support were unnecessary, would you, then, provide the military funds for the Red Dragon Legion? My esteemed Ninth Prince." The emphasis on the title Ninth Prince dripped with unspoken scorn. Could he possibly be expected to contribute? A prince utterly devoid of means? Ling Yi slumped in his chair, embodying the sentiment of a fervent desire to serve his country, yet feeling utterly powerless to effect change. Once again, his yearning for strength surged uncontrollably. "Although I cannot afford such an expense, I resolutely refuse to concede the Red Flood Legion to the personal army of Master LV. Even if the Northern Barbarian dynasty were to march south in overwhelming force, we would fight to the last man, shedding our final drop of blood, swearing to resist to the death. When it comes to the dignity of the dynasty, there can be no compromise." Ling Yi rose to his feet, speaking with fervor and an air of righteousness. Within the imperial court, some ministers remained silent, admiring the boldness of the Ninth Prince, yet the majority were filled with derision. The Empress and Grand Tutor L's expressions darkened. The Empress, visibly displeased by Ling Yi's rebuttal, was about to respond when a resounding voice echoed from outside the council hall. "Let it be the Ninth Prince who bears this expense. Who dares to act so insolently within the palace?" The Empress furrowed her brows, chastising sharply. In an instant, a figure appeared before them. An elderly man with hair as white as snow. The old man chuckled, clasping his hands in greeting. "I apologize for my uninvited presence. I hope the Empress can forgive any offense." Seeing such audacity, the Empress was ready to erupt, but upon recognizing the man, her anger deflated like a punctured balloon. "Not at all. It is our honor to have Master Guinan grace us with his presence." She managed to force a smile, feigning cordiality. This old man was none other than Guinan, the head of the Danling Pavilion, one of the most enigmatic masters in the Zhantian dynasty. With a sweeping gesture, Guinan proclaimed, "The Ninth Prince shall fund the Red Flood Legion. All expenses will be borne by my Danling Pavilion." His words rang out powerfully, akin to thunder crashing above the Zhantian palace. Grand Tutor L's face turned ashen. This was tantamount to the Danling Pavilion's open support for the Ninth Prince. The Danling Pavilion was no trivial force, its power rivaling that of the royal family. Guinan then turned to Grand Tutor L, inquiring, "Do you have any objections, Grand Tutor L?" L's complexion shifted from pale to green, ultimately settling into a forced smile as he replied, "Not at all. I am immensely grateful for Master Guinan's willingness to assist our Zhantian dynasty in this dire time." Grand Tutor L, astute and well-informed, was acutely aware that his son had lost a considerable amount of elixirs to the Ninth Prince. It seemed Guinan held the Ninth Prince in high regard. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that Guinan would publicly finance a legion for the Ninth Prince, boldly declaring his allegiance. Was this a dream? This thought resonated in the minds of all present. Guinan laughed heartily, his aura radiating power. The crowd felt as though a primordial beast had its gaze fixed upon them, rendering them motionless. "Since Grand Tutor L is permitted to set conditions, I believe we at Danling Pavilion may propose a few of our own," he stated. Could it be that Guinan intended to turn the Red Flood Legion into his private force? This was a question on everyone's lips, even in Ling Yi's thoughts. The Empress's expression grew slightly awkward as she replied, Of course. Guinan continued nonchalantly, "In truth, it is quite simple. I wish for the Zhantian dynasty to grant us access to the Kanwu Pavilion for the Ninth Prince. What do you all think?" "What? Access to the Kanwu Pavilion?" The Kangwu Pavilion stands as the supreme repository of martial arts and techniques within the Zhang dynasty. Only those who secure a position among the top 3 in the year-end grand competition are granted the privilege to enter and select a martial art or technique. In his youth, Ling Yi had never achieved a commendable rank in the year-end competition. However, in last year's year-end contest, Ling Yi unleashed the power of his ancestral bloodline with unparalleled strength, ultimately seizing the first place. Yet, during that occasion, Ling Yi opted for a yellow grade 9th-tier martial arts technique, despite his evident shortcomings in the mastery of martial skills. Ling Yi is not like other princes. He possesses the advantage of a powerful family backing him, ensuring he lacks for nothing in terms of martial skills and techniques. Presently, Ling Yi wields the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, an extraordinary martial art. Should he gain entry to the and select a martial technique, it would be nothing short of perfection. Contemplating this, Ling Yi cast a glance at the esteemed Master Guinan, as if the old man had meticulously considered everything for his benefit. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. After a considerable pause, the Queen Mother slowly nodded, her voice slightly hoarse as she declared, "Very well, I consent." No one dared to oppose her. Perhaps this is the essence of power. Ling Yi unconsciously clenched his fists. Outside the hidden martial pavilion, Guinan paused, allowing Ling Yi to enter and select his martial arts techniques on his own. Ling Yi cast a grateful glance at Guinan and strode confidently into the Zhongwu Pavilion. Guinan, the pavilion master, stroked his grizzled beard and with a flicker of movement, vanished within the confines of the palace. The Zhongwu Pavilion is vast, rivaling that of a grand hall. Each bookshelf is adorned with numerous martial arts techniques. The essence of these techniques holds its own significance. Remarkably powerful martial arts do not necessarily correlate with a high rank. For instance, if a warrior is better suited to a masculine technique but opts for a softer, high-ranked one, the repercussions can be catastrophic, potentially halting their martial progression entirely. Ling Yi took out several books and perused them. The Iron Sandpalm, a 6th-grade technique of the Huang level, embodies the essence of utmost yang and unyielding strength, exuding unparalleled might. Lingbo Weibu, a 7th-grade movement technique of the yellow level, embodies the gentle essence of water, with a silhouette that flows like waves. Ling Yi perused through the tomes for approximately an hour, yet none seemed suitable for his needs. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a dusty manual of martial arts techniques nestled in the corner, sparking a flicker of curiosity within him. Ling Yi strode over swiftly, picked up the book of techniques, and blew with all his might, sending dust swirling into the air. The Vajra measuring rod technique. The measuring technique? Ling Yi felt a stirring within and opened the ancient text, the Vajra discipline. In an instant, he found himself transported to an entirely different realm. The Vajra discipline was but a fragmented manuscript, and what Ling Yi held in his hands constituted merely 1/3 of the original work. Yet, even this incomplete portion was deemed a supreme technique of the mystical grade. The Vajra discipline, a martial art of the Buddhist tradition, emphasizes the principles of utmost yang and unyielding strength, unleashing formidable power the moment it is executed. In Ling Yi's hands lies this tome, containing merely 3 techniques. Mastering the first technique would augment one's strength by half, achieving the second would double it, and mastering the third would enhance it by 1.5 times. How astonishing! Ling Yi closed the Vajra measuring stick technique, feeling a surge of emotion. Merely mastering the first stance could amplify his power by half. Upon entering the 7th level of body refinement, he possessed a formidable strength of 7,000 pounds. If he were to employ the first stance of the Vajra measuring stick technique, his might would surpass a staggering 10,000 pounds. One must ponder. Who among the body-refining warriors could withstand the formidable force of his single foot? At this moment, Ling Yi finally comprehended the arduous nature of cultivating the Vajra measuring rod technique. Among its myriad challenges, the most formidable lay in the technique's pursuit of ultimate power, which necessitated the practitioner to channel all of their physical strength into a singular, explosive release. This method places an immense burden on the body, rendering it nearly impossible for an average body-refining martial artist to possess such resilience. Even if one's physique could withstand the strain, it would inevitably lead to injury. And over time, one might succumb to permanent disability. Furthermore, within this martial art, the measuring technique is exceedingly obscure. Even upon mastering the Vajra measuring rod technique, finding a suitable weapon would prove to be quite the challenge. However, for Ling Yi, none of these difficulties were of any concern. This was primarily due to his transformation into the Shinong physique, bestowed upon him by the divine Shinong. followed by his practice of the chaotic yin-yang art, which rendered his constitution exponentially stronger than that of a typical body-refining martial artist. Moreover, he possessed the unparalleled divine weapon, the Shinong rod, left to him by Shinong himself. With this thought, Ling Yi could not help but smile, disregarding the dust on the Vajra measuring rod technique as he tucked it into his embrace. Ling Yi stepped out of the Kanwu pavilion and registered the martial arts techniques he had borrowed at the reception desk. "Here, what have you borrowed? Allow me to see." The Empress's voice echoed from behind Ling Yi. Ling Yi furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of helplessness as he handed the Vajra ruler technique to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a radiant smile and said, "Ninth Prince, do you truly believe you are still that prodigy of the war ancestors' bloodline? How can you dare to practice such fierce martial arts? Are you not afraid of harming yourself?" Ling Yi had long anticipated that the Empress, given her temperament, would undoubtedly indulge in mockery. At that moment, he merely shrugged and remarked, "Having reached this point, how much worse could it possibly get? It is better to take a bold gamble." The attendants surrounding the Empress displayed expressions of disdain, clearly indicating that the mindset of a useless individual diverged greatly from that of ordinary folk. The Empress handed the Vajra ruler to Ling Yi, who accepted it with care. The Empress then added, "Ah, the ninth prince possesses quite the cunning. He has managed to win over the Danling Pavilion." Ling Yi remained noncommittal and addressed the Empress, saying, "If your Majesty has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." With that, Ling Yi turned and departed. The Empress observed the retreating figure of the ninth prince, her expression darkening. With the support of the Danling Pavilion, this ninth prince may well become a source of calamity. Upon returning to the estate of the ninth prince, Ling Yi promptly instructed Qinger. For the next 10 days leading up to the year-end examinations, he would enter seclusion, ensuring that no disturbances would interfere with his preparations. Ling Yi entered the training room within the mansion and promptly retrieved the Vajra measuring rod technique. Ling Yi called out in the sea of consciousness, and a flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, instantly manifesting a black and white ruler. Has it elongated? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback. As if with the advancement of his cultivation from the 4th layer of body refinement to the 7th layer, the Shinong had also elongated from approximately 1 foot to 2 feet. As a weapon, it became far more adept in his hands. The practice of the Vajra ruler technique proved to be exceedingly challenging. Within Ling Yi's body, the seed of true energy circulates. Upon reaching the 7th level of body refinement, the seed has expanded significantly, and the volume of true energy has notably intensified. The chaotic true energy flows through his arms as Ling Yi persistently compresses the true energy. The first form of the diamond measuring ruler technique. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi swiftly spun the divine farmers in his hand, striking down with a powerful blow. Suddenly, his vital energy became uncontrollable, erupting explosively within his body. Ling Yi let out a muffled groan. He had not managed to execute the first technique and staggered backward a few steps, barely managing to support himself against the wall to avoid falling. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from Ling Yi's lips. The Shinong ruler, gleaming with a faint ethereal light, flowed into Ling Yi's being. Before long, the white medicinal essence healed Ling Yi's internal wounds. Once more, Ling Yi exclaimed with excitement. 10 days later, Ling Yi emerged from seclusion. Ling Yi was filled with excitement. After 10 days, he finally mastered the first form of the diamond ring technique. However, it was unfortunate that he struggled for a long time without success in mastering the second form. Were the creator of the diamond ring technique to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. The difficulty of cultivating the diamond ring technique is indeed exceedingly formidable. Ling Yi's ability to master the first form within a mere 10 days is truly astonishing. This remarkable achievement can be attributed to 2 factors. Firstly, Ling Yi's exceptional talent, which fulfills the promise of his genius. Secondly, the miraculous Shinong ruler, which can instantly heal the hidden injuries sustained during his training. With only a few days remaining until the year-end competition, Ling Yi contemplated the need to prepare certain items. The year-end competition consists of 3 rounds of trials, assessing the scions of all the noble families in the imperial capital from various perspectives. Given its extended duration and numerous sessions, it can indeed be regarded as a protracted battle. Ling Yi needs to prepare elixirs for restoring his vital energy and healing injuries, among others. The other princes, backed by the influence of their maternal families, naturally do not have to prepare these basic elixirs themselves. However, Ling Yi is different. He must rely solely on his own efforts. Given the limited time, it is rather impractical for him to learn the art of alchemy. Therefore, Ling Yi resolves to visit the Danling Pavilion to concoct high-quality body-refining elixirs, which he intends to sell in order to acquire the funds necessary for purchasing the essential elixirs. Ling Yi once again stepped into the Danling Pavilion of the Battle Emperor's capital, where all gazes were laden with apprehension as they regarded him. Ever since Ling Yi successfully concocted the 9th-grade yellow-level body-refining pill, garnering the esteemed attention of Gu Yinan, no alchemist dared to mock him any longer. Even the enchanting hostess, upon beholding Ling Yi's handsome visage, could not help but experience a faint blush. Ling Yi observed everything with keen eyes, yet remained unfazed. For he understood that only by becoming increasingly formidable could he earn the respect of others. Upon entering a meticulously arranged alchemy chamber, Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, as it was filled to the brim with over 1,000 materials for body-refining elixirs. Half of the room was completely packed. Ling Yi took a deep breath and immersed himself in the grand endeavor of alchemy, this time due to the sheer volume. His approach was not as focused on the ultimate compression of medicinal potency as it had been previously. 1 hour, 10 hours, a day passed. Ling Yi devoted himself entirely to alchemy for 5 consecutive days without a moment's respite. Remarkably, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, immersed in the art of potion crafting. His mind was exceptionally focused, meticulously controlling the potency of each concoction. He wielded his chaotic true energy to regulate the flames of the alchemical furnace. Whenever his true energy was depleted, he would restore it by consuming the body-refining elixirs he had crafted using the Shenong ruler. After 5 days of relentless effort, aside from the elixirs he had consumed himself, he had produced over 150 body-refining pills, most of which were of the 9th rank in the yellow grade, with several at the 8th rank. For Ling Yi, these 5 days were not in vain. Through the continuous application, consumption, and restoration of his true energy, he experienced a slight elevation in his martial arts realm. Although he had not yet broken through to the 8th level of body refinement, he sensed a subtle loosening of the bottleneck, indicating that he was not far from reaching that pinnacle. Ling Yipeng emerged from the alchemy chamber, disheveled and unkempt, and made his way to the grand hall of the Danling Pavilion. Upon seeing the once spirited and handsome 9th prince transformed into a ragged figure, Xioli could not help but let out a chuckle. Ling Yi remained utterly unconcerned by the bustling activity around him. Observing the throngs of martial artists and alchemists frequenting the Danling Pavilion, he bellowed, "Come, come. Premium body refinement pills for sale. Passers-by, do not let this opportunity slip by." The venue of the Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital was vast, and the crowd was immense. Ling Yi's voice resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present towards him. Ling Yi poured out the elixirs from the meticulously prepared jade bottles for all to behold. Indeed, this was a body refinement pill, and what a marvel it was, an 8th grade yellow tier body refinement pill. 8th grade? What? I also possess a number of 9th grade yellow tier body refinement pills. Your Highness the 9th Prince, how many elixirs have you concocted during your 5 days in the alchemy chamber? Ling Yi smiled gently, refraining from answering the question. As the crowd gazed on, their curiosity grew ever more intense. 9th Prince, how many crystal stones does this 8th grade body refining pill cost? Ling Yi smiled gently and said, 100 low-grade crystal stones for 8th-grade body refining pills, and 300 low-grade crystal stones for 9th-grade body refining pills. Among warriors, the universal currency is primarily crystal stones, which are categorized into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Crystal stones are imbued with a substantial amount of natural spiritual energy. They are not only utilized for transactions but also serve a purpose in various spiritual artifacts. Is this truly so inexpensive? The Danling Pavilion's pills of the same quality are priced 50% higher. The 9th Prince, I would like 8 9th-grade body refining pills. Some could no longer contain their excitement and immediately decided to make a purchase. As one person took the lead, the voices of the crowd at Danling Pavilion grew increasingly numerous and louder. 9th Prince, I desire 10. 9th Prince, I too. Initially, there were those who hesitated, but upon witnessing the frenzy around them, they could not help but join in, fearing that they would miss the opportunity to acquire such affordable and high-quality pills. Ling Yi smiled broadly, unable to contain his joy as he continued to gather the shimmering crystals. The brilliant gems flowed into his hands like a cascading stream. It is no wonder that skilled alchemists are revered by various factions wherever they go. Indeed, many powerful alchemists could be said to possess wealth rivaling that of nations. Ling Yi couldn't help but ponder, oh, isn't that 9th brother? How is he running a stall now? And the business seems quite prosperous? A mocking voice echoed. Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up to see none other than the seventh prince, Ling Hong. Ling Hong visited Danling Pavilion today, primarily to procure medicinal pills required for the upcoming year-end competition. Ling Hong, who is approximately half a year older than Ling Yi, has just recently achieved the 8th level of the body refinement realm, though his cultivation is not yet entirely stable. Born of the same mother and father as the fourth prince, he has always looked up to him, harboring a profound disdain for Ling Yi. With the fourth prince currently in seclusion and Ling Yi commanding considerable authority in the council hall, Ling Hong's animosity towards him has intensified. Thus, upon visiting the Danling Pavilion today and observing Ling Yi selling elixirs, he approached to ascertain the situation. Upon the arrival of the seventh prince, the crowd swiftly parted, granting him passage. Ling Hong, with an air of condescension, arrogantly picked up a body refining pill and glanced at it casually. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Ling Yi, what grade of body refining pill is this? Although Ling Hong possesses a rudimentary understanding of alchemy, he cannot be classified as an alchemist. Your Highness, the seventh prince, what you hold in your hand is a yellow grade 9th rank body refining pill. Someone nearby kindly reminded him. Who asked you? Ling Hong bellowed, reprimanding the well-meaning individual. The person wore a look of grievance, but, intimidated by the seventh prince's formidable reputation, refrained from speaking further. No wonder Guinan holds Ling Yi in such high regard. Not only is he capable of concocting yellow-grade 9th rank body refining pills, but he also produces them in such copious quantities. Ling Hong's mind was in turmoil as a feeling akin to jealousy surged within him. Ling Yi, why not sell everything to me? I overheard at the entrance that you are selling 100 low-grade crystal stones for an 8th grade body refining pill, and 300 for a 9th grade one. Let us make a deal. I will take whatever quantity you possess, and you shall grant me a 30% discount. What say you? This way, you need not waste time hawking your wares here. Ling Hong wore a haughty expression, feigning a demeanor of concern for others. What? This is utterly outrageous. The members of the Danling Pavilion furrowed their brows. With so many individuals present, it was evident that Ling Yi's elixirs were in short supply and would be sold out in an instant. Ling Hong not only insisted on taking full responsibility himself, but also demanded that Ling Yi provide a 70% discount. The crowd buzzed with speculation and whispered among themselves. Ling Hong's expression turned icy as he let out a cold snort, unleashing the formidable aura of someone who had just entered the 8th level of the body refinement realm. In that instant, no one dared to utter a word. Ling Yi found it amusing and was about to speak when he noticed someone approaching. This person was familiar to Ling Yi. After the former manager Gu Yinan was dismissed, the deputy manager Li Wenji had been promoted to the esteemed position of manager Li. With a grin plastered on his face, Manager Li was well aware that his rise to power was primarily due to the support of the 9th prince, who was held in high regard by Gu Yinan. 9th prince, our Danling Pavilion strictly prohibits the unauthorized sale of body refining pills. How about this? We at Danling Pavilion will purchase all your body refining pills at a price 10% higher than your earlier quotation. What do you think? Manager Li, what are you implying? Are you attempting to undermine me? Upon hearing this, Ling Hong was immediately filled with indignation and promptly reprimanded. Manager Li, with a faint smile, remained composed. As the leader of the Danling Pavilion in the imperial capital and with the backing of Master Gu Yinan, he was not easily intimidated by a mere 7th prince. Moreover, he discerned the ill intentions of the 7th prince to secure his own position. He must align himself closely with the 9th prince, whom Master Gu Yinan favored. 7th prince, what do you mean by that? This is merely a transaction, and naturally, the highest bidder prevails, Manager Li replied, maintaining his poise. Ling Hong was momentarily at a loss for words. However, upon recalling the formidable influence of the Danling Pavilion, he managed to suppress his rising anger and spoke to Ling Yi, saying, Old Ninth, the decision rests with you. Will you support our own brotherhood or him? So now you acknowledge the bond of brotherhood? Ling Yi rolled her eyes and softly uttered, Get lost. You insolent. I shall educate you on behalf of your wretched mother, who is nowhere to be found, so that you may comprehend the principles of hierarchy and respect for one's elders. Ling Hong had just stepped into the 8th realm of body refinement, brimming with confidence and a sense of superiority. He eagerly anticipated achieving an impressive rank this year. However, he was taken aback by the audacity of Ling Yi, this so-called useless individual who dared to cast him such a disdainful glance. In that moment, Ling Hong unleashed the full force of his 8th realm martial prowess, summoning a tempest that sent the surrounding members of the Danling Pavilion staggering in disarray. Ling Hong forced back the crowd and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at Ling Yi's face. Ling Yi regarded the unfolding scene with an impassive gaze, remaining utterly motionless. The onlookers presumed that he had been so frightened that he had lost his senses. After all, despite not revealing his martial prowess, a person whose dantian had been rendered useless could hardly possess any significant martial arts skills. Just as Ling Hong envisioned his massive fist descending upon Ling Yi's detestable face, his excitement grew with each passing moment. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a black and white ruler materialized out of thin air, striking Ling Hong squarely in the abdomen with a swiftness that rendered him speechless. Ling Hong felt an overwhelming turmoil in his stomach. Unable to resist the urge to bend over, Ling Yi let out a cold snort, and with the divine farmer's measuring rod, he struck down upon Ling Hong's back. A muffled groan echoed as Ling Hong fell flat onto the ground. The immense force surged through him, and Ling Hong felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, leaving him utterly devoid of strength. With over 3,000 pounds of strength and the vital energy seed that can only be possessed by a practitioner at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, combined with the formidable durability of the Shinong, it is no wonder that despite merely executing 2 moves, Ling Hong, a martial artist at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, fell without the slightest ability to resist. Ling Hong collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably, his eyes reflecting disbelief. Ling Yi softly remarked, "They always label me as useless, yet there are some who do not even measure up to that standard." The crowd stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to respond for a long while. Ling Yi had just made his move, possessing merely the 7th level of the body refining realm. Yet, astonishingly, he defeated Ling Hong in just 2 strikes, leaving him utterly beaten. Is this truly the 9th prince, who is said to have had his dantian crippled? Managerly, here are the remaining medicinal pills. I would appreciate it if you could tally them up. Ling Yi wore a calm and serene expression as he spoke, rousing the shopkeeper Li from his reverie. Upon regaining his composure, Li nodded repeatedly. Before long, a large bag of crystal stones was presented to them. Ling Yi assessed the contents, and combined with the stones he had sold earlier, he had garnered a total of 10,000 crystal stones over the course of 5 days. Of course, he had also retained some 9th-grade body refining pills of the yellow tier for his own cultivation. 10,000 crystal stones. What an immense fortune. For an ordinary family in the imperial capital, the average annual expenditure on sustenance and necessities would barely amount to a single low-grade crystal stone. Ling Yi bore the weight of 10,000 crystal stones upon his shoulder, striding purposefully out of the Danling pavilion. Ling Yi did not even spare a glance at Ling Hong on the ground, simply stepping over him without a second thought. Injured and overwhelmed by rage, Ling Hong expelled a mouthful of blood and fainted. Master Li, feeling helpless due to the incident occurring at Danling Pavilion, reluctantly assisted Ling Yi in managing the aftermath and notified the royal residence of the 7th prince. At the 7th princess residence, a heavily adorned and elegantly dressed woman rushed out, her anxious expression transforming into one of profound sorrow upon seeing her unconscious son. This woman was none other than Consort Li, the mother of both the 4th and 7th princes. Hailing from the illustrious Li family, renowned in the imperial capital, her family's influence rivaled that of the esteemed elf family. "Oh, my child," she lamented, her cries echoing with despair. "How could that wild child, Ling Yi, inflict such harm upon you?" Tears streamed down her face as she resolved, "I must seek the Queen Mother and the Emperor. Ling Yi must be punished severely." With that, she attempted to make her way to the palace. However, a powerful hand rested upon her shoulder, halting her movement. It belonged to a tall, dignified middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary presence, Li Yuan, the head of the Li family. "Sister, do not act rashly. With only a few days until the year-end examination, both the Queen and the Emperor are engrossed in preparations for this significant event. Should you create chaos now, you may find yourself in dire straits. Moreover, you must understand that our Emperor adopts a lenient stance towards conflicts among the princes. At most, there will be a mere corporal punishment. Is this what you desire to witness?" Li Yuan remained composed, offering a pragmatic analysis. "What shall we do then, brother? Shall we simply let this pass?" Consort Li exclaimed in frustration. "Once Huang has assimilated the bloodline of the war ancestor and emerges from his seclusion, he will surely soar to great heights. At the year-end competition, we shall reclaim everything from the 9th prince, with interest. Let us wait until Huang is ready before taking action. We must not alert the enemy," Li Yuan advised. "What of Huang's condition? Will it be affected?" With a sweeping gesture, Li Yuan chuckled heartily. "No worries, no worries. His injuries are not severe. With the resources of our Li family, He will be restored in no time. Consort Li ceased her weeping, gazing at the seventh prince, who lay there like a lifeless dog, her expression twisted with fury. Ling Yi, I vow to see you utterly destroyed. Her words dripped with venom, a terrifying intensity emanating from her glare. Ling Yi returned to the residence of the ninth prince, his spirits soaring with delight. In the ensuing days, he practiced the second form of the Vidra staff technique while procuring various fundamental elixirs through the Danling Pavilion. With the month-long period drawing to a close, the grand year-end competition commenced. On this day, the entire imperial capital buzzed with excitement. This annual event represents the pinnacle of grandeur, a testament to a nation's might, gauged through the prowess of its youthful generation. The year-end competition serves as the most critical examination of the strength possessed by the younger factions of the capital. It was rumored that the fourth prince had emerged from seclusion the previous day, his aura soaring to celestial heights, having reached an alarming realm of martial prowess. What of you? Gu Yanqing, the young master of the Danling Pavilion, had not been seen for days, yet whispers spoke of her formidable advancements. Her talent is said to rival that of the former first prince. The L and Li families have also produced several formidable talents. This year's competition promises to be exceptionally riveting. What do you think will be the performance of the ninth prince, Ling Yi? That waste, whose dantian has been rendered useless, can hardly stir any waves. No, it is said that just days ago, the ninth prince defeated the seventh prince in 2 moves. The seventh prince is a martial genius at the 8th level of body refinement. The citizens of the imperial capital buzzed with fervor, discussing the various prodigies of the Tian dynasty. The opening ceremony of the year-end competition was primarily held at a martial arena outside the imperial palace. This arena, a circular edifice, boasts a central platform surrounded by seating that accommodates tens of thousands of spectators. To the south of the arena, certain seating arrangements were notably more opulent, designated for the prominent families and royalty of the capital. Members of the L family, the Li family, and other significant factions took their seats. The princes were arranged according to last year's rankings, seated on either side of a dragon throne. The concubines and ministers then took their places behind the princes. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived, announced a eunuch in a piercing voice. Several attendants unfurled a red carpet as a man and a woman strode upon it. The man was strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Despite being in middle age, he exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Draped in 9 golden dragons, he commanded the attention of all, embodying the aura of supremacy. He was none other than the most powerful figure in the Tian dynasty, Emperor Tian Xiao. The Empress, adorned exquisitely, wore a phoenix robe and a crown embellished with 9 pearls and phoenix feathers, her ears adorned with colorful agate, and a majestic imperial green jade pendant adorning her chest. The radiance of her jewels was breathtaking, exuding an air of nobility. Your Majesty, we humbly welcome you, and may the Empress reign for 1,000 years. Everyone rose, kneeling and proclaiming in unison. Emperor Tian Xiao and the Empress took their seats upon the dragon throne. The Emperor extended his hand, waving languidly as he spoke. Please, rise and be seated. As the assembly settled, the sole individual who remained seated without kneeling was the esteemed Gu Yinan, the master of Danling Pavilion. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. It was none other than that old rascal Gu Yinan, drooling as he slept soundly. The Emperor Tian Xiao smiled faintly, internally remarking on the old fellow, yet he refrained from reproaching Gu Yinan. Surveying the room, Emperor Tian Xiao addressed his courtiers with a jovial demeanor. My dear ministers, the crown prince has endured considerable toil during this period, as I have been in seclusion. I am grateful for your efforts, particularly you, Master L, whose contributions have been invaluable. Master L straightened his expression and proclaimed in a clear voice, this old minister dedicates himself wholly to the realm. Unyielding in the face of physical exhaustion, the emperor nodded slightly, concealing his thoughts. However, he pondered whether his prolonged seclusion had yielded a successful breakthrough to a higher martial realm. A frown creased his brow as he sensed that this man was probing into his depths. Then, shifting the tone of the conversation, Emperor Tian Xiao spoke with a measure of gravity. I have heard that recently, Her Majesty the Empress and others discussed matters concerning the Red Flood Legion, with Master L assuming the responsibility for its expenses. Yet, it was suggested that the Legion be placed under Master L's personal ownership. Is this true? His tone was frigid, exuding authority without overt anger. The Empress gasped in surprise, exclaiming, Your Majesty, on that day, but a glance from the Emperor silenced her. Master L observed the Emperor keenly, internally acknowledging the Emperor's astuteness. for it was evident that there were many eyes and ears within the court. Yet, having risen to his current stature, he was hardly intimidated by Lin Tianxiao. Thus, Master L straightened his posture and responded, I have taken on the financial burdens of the Legion solely for the sake of the nation. As for the suggestion of the Legion being under my private domain, it arises from my years of labor for the Zhantian dynasty, during which I have garnered the ire of many. It is a matter of my safety. Should I fall, I fear the stability of the court would be compromised. A palpable tension filled the room, as all sensed the underlying conflict between the powers of the Zhantian dynasty and its ministers. Master L then smiled faintly and added, moreover, has not the ninth prince already taken on the expenses of the Red Flood Legion with the assistance of Damling Pavilion? He has even approached Her Majesty with a request to open the Pavilion of Hidden Achievements. Truly, the youth are to be reckoned with. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Ling Yi's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon Master LV. Only the esteemed Lord Gu Yinan shifted his position, continuing to slumber soundly. Emperor Tianxia nodded slightly, choosing not to pursue the matter further with Master LV, and turned to Ling Yi, saying, the ninth prince has displayed remarkable courage and loyalty to the throne, which is commendable. Year, what reward do you desire? Ling Yi rose and bowed respectfully, stating, I, your humble son, only hope that the Imperial Household Department continues to bestow upon me the elixirs that befit a prince. What? Everyone was taken aback, perplexed by the implications of his words. The Empress was equally astonished, her complexion paling as she anxiously gazed at Emperor Tianxiao. The Emperor was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, it is the imperial decree that a prince receives his due provisions. Who has endowed the Imperial Household Department with such audacity? Ling Yi remained silent, directing his gaze towards the Empress. The Empress hurriedly interjected, Your Majesty, allow me to explain. On that day, Her Highness remarked that I had become a useless being, unworthy of wasting elixirs. Ling Yi interrupted her, proclaiming, enough. I am aware of this matter. The ninth prince shall receive the ceremonial honors. None shall obstruct this. The Tianxiao Emperor declared sternly. The Empress trembled slightly, lowering her head, and responded, as you command. Your Majesty, this was my fault. A flicker of venomous resentment surged in her eyes, directed towards Ling Yi with an intensity that pierced to the bone. The Tianxiao Emperor rose, taking his place at the center stage, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaimed, I hereby announce the commencement of the year-end grand tournament of the Zhantian dynasty. May the Zhantian dynasty flourish in martial prowess. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing across the Zhantian martial arena, a sound that lingered in the air. Though not overly loud, it reached every ear with clarity, showcasing the formidable strength of the Tianxiao Emperor. Minister L's pupils constricted, his expression darkening. Your Majesty is valiant. May you reign for 1,000 autumns. Long live the Zhantian dynasty. May its martial fortunes prosper. A chorus of tens of thousands rose in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, scattering the clouds above. The year-end tournament's first round would test strength. In the realm of martial arts, various factors come into play: strength, speed, technique, and experience. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that strength is paramount, especially in the Zhantian dynasty, where the mighty are revered with greater admiration. 10 bronze tripods were positioned on the arena, each larger than the last, the final one towering as high as a story. The first tripod weighed 500 pounds. The second 1,000, culminating in the last at an astounding 5,000 pounds. The tripod symbolizes supremacy. In ancient myth, Emperor Yu quelled floods and vanquished the dragon, crafting the Yu tripod to subdue the realms. Thus, the tripod became emblematic of strength and royalty. The first contestant was a girl of approximately 11 or 12 years. Exquisitely delicate and endearing. Her features were refined, radiating an enchanting aura. This must be the 6th princess, Ling Yi. I scarcely believe she had grown so much. It is said that her talent is extraordinary. She reached the first level of body refinement at the age of 10 and has now ascended to the second level of martial prowess this year, Li Yuan remarked, his words laced with admiration. Ling Yi blew gently on her delicate hands and approached the second bronze tripod, which weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds. Ling Yi, with her petite frame, slipped beneath the great cauldron. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed crimson. Channeling her energy to her dantian, she exerted herself with all her might. The bronze cauldron gradually lifted from the ground, ultimately raised by Ling Yi, who steadied her stance. After enduring for a few breaths, she hurled the bronze cauldron, which soared 10 meters before landing solidly with a resounding crash. The audience erupted in cheers. Ling Yi, Though still in the tender years of youth and having only just embarked upon the second layer of body refinement, demonstrated the remarkable ability to lift a bronze cauldron weighing 1,000 pounds, showcasing her extraordinary talent. Lady Li covered her mouth and let out a melodic giggle. Addressing Emperor Tianxiao, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Yuer's prodigious gift will undoubtedly bring fortune to the Zhang dynasty." The Emperor Tianxiao nodded in satisfaction, his countenance radiant with approval. The second contender to take the stage was the fifth princess, Ling Yi, who was a year older than the sixth princess and had ascended to a higher realm of martial arts, having recently entered the third layer of body refinement. In theory, a distinguished martial artist who has perfected the first layer of body refinement should possess a strength of 500 pounds. However, it is exceedingly challenging for a novice at the first layer of body refinement to attain such power. Naturally, given the variance in bloodline talents, each martial artist's circumstances differ. For instance, Ling Yi serves as a notable exception. Ling Yi lifted a bronze ding weighing 1,000 jin and hurled it 10 meters away. However, she ultimately could not raise the bronze ding that weighed 1,500 jin. Ling Yi felt a tinge of disappointment, for she was a year older than Ling Yi. Although she had lifted a bronze cauldron weighing 1,000 pounds and thrown it farther than Ling Yi, in the grand scheme of things, Ling Yi still appeared to be the more exceptional one. The third to take the stage was Lu Yun. Lu Yun remained breathtakingly beautiful, her garments fluttering gracefully as if she had descended from the heavens. She cast a radiant smile towards the main spectator stand, her bewitching grin leaving the audience in a trance. Even the seventh prince, unable to contain himself, found his mouth watering and his gaze ablaze with desire. Had it not been for the knowledge that Lu Yun belonged to his elder brother, the fourth prince Ling Huang, he might have succumbed to the urge to claim her for himself. Noticing the captivated stares directed at her, Lu Yun could not help but cast a somewhat triumphant glance at Ling Yi. Ling Yi remained unmoved. As Lu Yun approached the ninth bronze cauldron, a collective gasp arose from the crowd, weighing 4,500 jin. This monumental vessel could only be lifted by a martial artist at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of body refinement. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun's martial prowess surged, ascending through the realms until she reached the zenith of the eighth tier of body refinement. Surveying the astonished faces around her, she felt a surge of pride. Over the past month, she had devoted herself to arduous training alongside the fourth prince, utilizing the resources of the Lu family and the prince's backing, which had propelled her cultivation to the eighth realm's pinnacle, just a step away from breaking into the ninth. With grace, Lu Yun knelt down, her hands clasping the cauldron's 2 feet in an elegant posture. "Rise," she commanded with a delicate yet firm voice. The 4,500 jin bronze cauldron slowly lifted off the ground, effortlessly raised by Lu Yun. "Move," she instructed, and the cauldron crashed down, creating 3 substantial craters upon impact. 10 meters. An official shouted excitedly, his expression betraying his exhilaration. "Who is this person?" inquired Emperor Tianxiao. "Your Majesty, this is Lu Taishi's daughter, Lu Yun, blessed with exceptional talent," Lady Li eagerly explained from the side. "Congratulations to Lu Taishi. Your esteemed daughter possesses remarkable strength, a true blessing for the Lu family." The ministers chimed in unison, offering their congratulations. Lu Taishi stroked his beard, visibly pleased. However, Emperor Tianxiao's brow furrowed deeply. As Lu Yun approached the main viewing platform, she passed by Ling Yi and remarked, "Ninth Prince, I advise you to concede early. This occasion is not one you should partake in. Why must you become the subject of ridicule?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, heard only by Ling Yi alone. Ling Yi gazed at Lu Yun, reflecting that his current predicament was entirely attributable to her. "Miss Lu, although you possess considerable talent, there are countless individuals in this world who surpass you. The higher you are lifted, the more severe your fall will be," Ling Yi remarked. "Humph. Some individuals soar to great heights, setting themselves apart from you by a wide margin. Are you aware of that?" Lu Yun retorted with scorn. Before long, it was Ling Yi's turn to take the stage. He deliberately steered clear of the insufferable Lu Yun and made his way directly to the center of the martial arts arena. As Ling Yi took to the stage, the audience erupted in fervor. After all, the ninth prince was renowned, a prodigy of the battle ancestor bloodline. He had secured the top position the previous year. Yet this year, he had plummeted from his lofty heights, his dantian destroyed, his bloodline vanished, and rumors swirled that he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Ling Yi slowly approached the first bronze cauldron, which weighed an impressive 500 pounds. A collective sigh of admiration escaped the onlookers. At merely 11 years of age, Ling Yi boldly chose to challenge the second cauldron directly, leading to Ling Yi being looked down upon as he approached the first. Ling Yi extended his right hand, resting it upon the 500-gene cauldron, and offered a faint smile. With a swift motion of his forearm, the 500-gene cauldron soared into the air, ascending higher and higher, ultimately leaping several dozen meters. At that moment, Ling Yi's figure flickered, and he arrived beside the second 1,000-gene cauldron. He lifted his leg and, with a decisive kick, sent the 1,000-gene cauldron crashing down upon his head, which he caught with steady poise. Subsequently, the 1,000-gene cauldron descended with a resounding clang, coming to rest atop the 2,000-gene cauldron, while Ling Yi remained utterly unmoved. With a sweeping motion of his arms, Ling Yi effortlessly lifted a colossal bronze cauldron weighing 1,500 pounds into the air. The spectators were momentarily dazzled as he reappeared beside a third cauldron of the same weight. The three cauldrons, one weighing 1,500 pounds, another 1,000 pounds, and the last 500 pounds, formed a staggering tower, all held aloft with unwavering steadiness by Ling Yi. He then turned his gaze towards the fourth cauldron, a formidable bronze vessel weighing 2,000 pounds. What was Ling Yi attempting to accomplish? The seventh prince, Ling Hong, suddenly stood up, disbelief etched across his face. The fourth prince's pupils contracted in astonishment. How could this be possible? Just as everyone struggled to comprehend the scene before them, Ling Yi had already stacked and lifted the first 5 colossal cauldrons in a seamless display of strength. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd, each person holding their breath, too astonished to utter a single sound. What an immense weight this was, a staggering total of 7,500 pounds. Ling Yi's footsteps were heavy as he sank into the earth, his breath growing increasingly labored. The pinnacle of the 7th layer of body refinement erupted forth, stirring up gusts of swirling wind. Ling Yi's vital energy seed within his dantian surged with fervor, bestowing upon him an unceasing flow of power. Emperor Tianshao abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he regarded Ling Yi. Meanwhile, the esteemed master Nan, who had unknowingly awakened, observed Ling Yi with keen interest. Ling Yi slowly approached the 6th great cauldron. It is impossible. He cannot possibly lift the 6th cauldron as well. Luyan widened her eyes, murmuring to herself, as she continuously pinched her skin, seemingly unable to believe the scene before her. Gu Yanqing gazed at the formidable Ling Yi in the arena, her lips parting slightly as she remarked, "This divine power. The 9th prince is truly a remarkable being. With each step that Ling Yi takes, an imprint is left behind. This weight is, in fact, the utmost limit of his physical capacity. Were it not for the continuous surge of medicinal power from the divine farmer's ruler, Ling Yi would likely be on the brink of internal injury by now." Surrender? Absolutely not. A glimmer of madness flickered in Ling Yi's eyes as an immense weight bore down upon him. He felt a profound compression in his dantian, which was soon followed by a frenzied expansion. He had reached the 8th layer of body refinement. A breakthrough had been achieved. In Ling Yi's eyes, a surge of ecstasy ignited as the 8th level of his aura erupted with tremendous force, conjuring a tempestuous wind. What? The 8th level of body refinement. Could he have concealed his true strength? This is inconceivable. LV Yun gazed at Ling Yi in astonishment. Ling Yi approached the 6th grand cauldron, taking a deep breath. Vidra staff technique. Ling Yi silently roared in fury as he meticulously activated the power technique of the Vidra ring. He lifted 1 to 5 colossal cauldrons high into the air. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his hands, he raised the 6th cauldron, weighing 3,000 pounds. Boom. The first 6 cauldrons crashed down upon Ling Yi's figure. Ling Yi felt a surge of vitality as the white medicinal power of the Shinong scale swiftly restored his condition. 1,500 pounds. With the diamond ring staff technique, Ling Yi had only mastered the first form, allowing him to amplify his strength by half. 1,500 pounds, Ling Yi knew that this was already the pinnacle of his capabilities. Ling Yi Shuang's muscular arms bulged impressively, as solid as steel. With a swift motion, 6 large cauldrons soared forward. Upon landing, the onlookers at the martial arts arena felt a subtle tremor in the ground. The 6 cauldrons rolled across the ground, some landing dozens of meters away, while others came to rest just a few meters from where they started, weighing a staggering 1,500 pounds. The recording official, regaining his composure, erupted in excitement. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid." The Emperor of Tianshao wore an expression of fervor, repeating the word splendid thrice. Even someone of Gu Nan's caliber could not help but utter a sound of admiration. Gu Yanqing gently applauded. Such divine strength was unmatched, even by herself or the legendary Grand Prince, who would still fall short in this realm. Ling Yi certainly did not let her down. Rather, she was utterly astounded. The fourth prince remained silent, his countenance ashen, a flicker of trepidation dancing in his eyes. The divine ninth prince. A deity. The ninth prince. The crowd in the training arena was in a frenzy, each individual shouting hoarsely with fervor. At this moment, all the light converged upon Ling Yi. Ling Yi spread his arms wide, reveling in his wild abandon, savoring this unparalleled glory. Ling Yi ascended the podium, only to encounter Lu Yun along the way. A glimmer of wariness sparkled in Lu Yun's eyes as she remarked, "The ninth prince possesses remarkable strength. I never imagined that you, a seemingly useless individual, could exhibit such prowess. To have attained the 8th stage of body refinement in such a brief period is truly impressive." Ling Yi smiled faintly and remarked, "I owe all of this to you." Lu Yun let out a cold snort and arrogantly replied, "What of your strength? It is merely brute force. Although I am unaware of how you managed to recover your cultivation so swiftly after the destruction of your dantian, you have lost the bloodline of the battle ancestor. Even if you are at the same level as I, the 8th layer of body refinement, your combat prowess will undoubtedly be mediocre." Ling Yi sneered and remarked, "It is merely the bloodline of a battle ancestor. Even if you were to seize it, you would still be no match for me. Arrogance. Humph. You are nothing more than a stubborn duck. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your display of strength in this contest grants you any true authority. Strength is but a foundation of martial arts. Countless individuals endowed with extraordinary talents or those who have consumed rare treasures possess strength far surpassing that of the average person. Yet ultimately, they prove to be mere displays of brute force." El Yun spoke truthfully in this regard. The elevation of martial prowess does not merely rely on raw strength. The higher the realm, the greater the necessity for a martial artist's comprehension. Profound martial techniques demand a practitioner's insight to unlock their deeper meanings. Thus, the notion of innate talent does not solely pertain to the magnitude of a martial artist's strength. Rather, it predominantly refers to their perceptiveness. But could Ling Yi's comprehension truly be lacking? Ling Yi has encountered the primordial deities, the supreme gods. His comprehension of martial arts reaches a higher realm of understanding, far beyond the grasp of individuals such as they. Ling Yi dismissed the petty concerns of the narrow-minded woman, choosing instead to ascend to the main platform. Lu Yun gazed at Ling Yi's retreating figure, her expression a mixture of complexity. Had she made a grave error in her choice? No. It was merely a display of overwhelming strength. The fourth prince remained the true prodigy. With renewed conviction, Lu Yun steadied her resolve. What she was unaware of was that Ling Yi possessed not only immense strength exceeding 10,000 pounds, but also an extraordinary ability to deftly catch heavy objects soaring through the air with precision. This remarkable control over his power was truly formidable. "Here, come here, come here. Let your father have a look." The Emperor Tianshao called out to Ling Yi, his face beaming with joy. Ling Yi stepped forward. The Emperor of Tianshao gazed at Ling Yi's handsome features, and with each glance, he was increasingly reminded of a person who lingered in his dreams. So similar, increasingly so. The Emperor of Tianshao murmured to himself. The Empress furrowed her brows and gently cautioned, "Your Majesty." The Emperor returned to his senses, his expression a blend of complexity, and remarked, "Here, you have performed remarkably well. Please take your seat. Once the competition concludes, I shall reward you." Ling Yixing bowed and withdrew. The surrounding officials and eunuchs whispered among themselves, realizing that they could no longer afford to neglect the ninth prince's residence. The ninth prince possesses boundless potential. The fourth prince fixated on Ling Yi, resembling a venomous serpent gazing upon a frog, his malevolent stare sending chills down one's spine. The fourth prince, Ling Huang, discreetly gave Ling Yi a thumbs up. Ling Yi felt a sense of bewilderment, and then Ling Huang pointed his thumb downwards, his gaze brimming with derision. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, pondering who would ultimately triumph in the struggle. As for the seventh prince, Ling Hong, Ling Yi did not even cast a glance in his direction, his heart ablaze with indignation at the feeling of being thoroughly disregarded. Ling Hong, with a fierce determination in his heart, acknowledged that although he lacked the formidable strength of Ling Yi, he could not afford to be outdone by this seemingly worthless opponent. He resolved to challenge his own limits, yearning to leave an indelible impression on all who beheld him. The competition continued, and a young man from the Li family stepped forward. This youth, known as Li Xiaoyang, was a prodigy of his clan. However, Li Xiaoyang was exceedingly modest. While the spectators were aware of a remarkable talent emerging from the Li family, they remained oblivious to the true extent of his abilities. As Li Xiaoyang took to the stage, he traversed among 10 massive cauldrons, a smile revealing his white teeth as he paused before the 10th cauldron. This 10th bronze cauldron weighed an astonishing 5,000 pounds, its colossal form resembling that of a primeval beast, instilling a sense of awe. Li Xiaoyang crouched down, extending a single hand, and with a powerful lift, the 5,000-pound cauldron rose effortlessly. Subsequently, he hurled it with great force, sending the cauldron soaring through the air. 15 meters, the recording official exclaimed. The audience was left astounded by Li Xiaoyang's display of strength, and he remained composed, seemingly possessing additional energy. The talented young master of the Danling Pavilion, Gu Yanqing, soon took to the stage as well. Her breathtaking beauty and ethereal presence captivated the attention of over 10,000 spectators. Like a celestial being, Gu Yanqing's slender form concealed boundless strength within. She propelled the 5,000-pound bronze cauldron a remarkable 20 meters. As time ticked away, the strength-testing segment of the competition yielded a variety of results. Ling Yi is undoubtedly the foremost contender, followed closely by Li Xiaoyang and Gu Yanqing. Yet, it is evident to all that this year's year-end grand competition is more exhilarating than any previous contests, with all the prodigies of the imperial capital exhibiting remarkable strength. It is now the turn of the 7th prince, Ling Hong, to take the stage. Ling Hong is an individual who craves recognition. While he possesses considerable talent in the martial arts, he cannot be deemed a prodigy. His elder brother, Ling Huang, shines too brightly, which compels Ling Hong to seek the spotlight for himself. Ling Hong, having been severely beaten by Ling Yi, found his injuries fully healed within just a few days, thanks to the resources provided by the Li family and Li Fei. Moreover, he had even made some slight progress in his skills. Ling Hong ambled back and forth before the 10 bronze tripods, ultimately pausing at the 10th one. Given his innate talent and martial prowess, it would have been prudent to challenge the 8th tripod. However, under the pressure exerted by Ling Yi, along with the presence of Li Xiaoyang and Gu Yanqing, who also lifted the 5,000-pound bronze tripod, he was determined not to be outdone. Today, he was resolute in his desire to impress Emperor Tianxiao. The concubine Li possessed a profound understanding of her son. Witnessing his bold actions, a subtle sense of concern began to stir within her heart. Ling Hong slowly crouched down, his hands gripping the 5,000-pound bronze cauldron, channeling strength from his waist. Lift. The immense bronze vessel swayed slightly. Ling Hong's complexion flushed crimson, determination surging within him. He resolutely vowed that he must not lose face today. Channeling his inner energy, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through him, his veins visibly bulging. The 500-kilogram bronze cauldron began to rise slowly. Remarkable. Although Honger was merely at the 8th level of body refinement, he could lift the immense cauldron of 5,000 pounds. Such strength. Congratulations, Your Majesty, my fortune in battle is profound, Lady Li remarked with a hint of pride. Emperor Tianxiao, a figure of great stature, furrowed his brow. He could see clearly that Ling Hong's endeavor to challenge the 5,000-pound cauldron was indeed a considerable strain. Ling Hong gradually lifted the colossal cauldron, raising it more than a meter off the ground. A flicker of ecstatic joy danced in Ling Hong's eyes. Just as he was about to straighten his back, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the consequence of exerting himself too fervently. Crack! Boom! Ling Hong lost control, and the colossal 5,000-gene cauldron came crashing down. Ling Hong hastily evaded, yet he was a moment too late. The colossal 5,000-gene cauldron crashed upon his waist. Ling Hong clutched his waist, groaning in agony as he felt a pronounced protrusion of a hardened mass, clearly a bone that had been brutally fractured. Imperial physician, quickly bring the 7th prince, cried consortly, alarmed by the sudden turn of events. Emperor Tianxiao, equally anxious, bore a stern countenance marred by concern. Several guards swiftly carried Ling Hong away as the imperial physician stepped forward to commence treatment. For martial artists, injuries and even brushes with death are not uncommon due to their rigorous training. Thus, the imperial physicians of the Zhang dynasty possess remarkable skills. The 7th prince's injury, while serious, was not insurmountable. However, for a martial artist of the body refinement stage, particularly one who has not yet condensed their true qi, reliance on their physical prowess is paramount. The added strength emanates from the feet and converges at the waist rings. True, with a fractured waist, full recovery would likely take several days, rendering the 7th prince unable to participate in subsequent contests. Despite the unfortunate incident, the grand year-end competition was set to continue. Next, a succession of talented youths from the imperial capital took to the stage, each showcasing their skills. Some performed exceptionally well, bringing honor to their families, while others, disheartened by their lackluster displays, could only hope for redemption in the upcoming rounds. When the fourth prince, Ling Huang, stepped forward, he let out a cold chuckle before extending his hands towards the 10 large cauldrons. A surge of violent true qi erupted forth. With a powerful thrust of his palm, a tremendous force howled into existence, creating a tempest that left the surrounding judges teetering unsteadily. The concentrated force manifested as a cataclysmic whirlwind, directly assailing the cauldrons. They flew about like mere pebbles, with the furthest being propelled over 20 meters. Even the heaviest cauldron, weighing 5,000 pounds, rolled a full 10 meters away. Ling Huang was indeed a practitioner of the first layer of the true Yuan realm. Consort Li was overjoyed, and Master L offered a slight smile. Emperor Tian Shao gazed at him with approval, astonished that Ling Huang had attained such a level of cultivation. Yet, there was an unsettling hint of the battle ancestor's aura within that energy. Could it be that Ling Huang had awakened the bloodline of the battle ancestor as well? Only Ling Yi chuckled derisively, dismissing the display as mere theatrics, an ostentatious show devoid of substance. The strength contest concluded, with Ling Huang naturally emerging as the victor, his techniques from the true Yuan realm defying conventional measures of strength. Following him was Ling Yi, boasting a weight of 1,500 pounds, and then came Li Xiaoyang, Gu Yanqing, and El Yun among others. This strength contest was merely the first round, while a critical factor for body refinement practitioners. It was not the sole determinant of combat prowess. Emperor Tian Shao rose and approached the main viewing platform, gesturing for silence. The previously raucous martial arena fell into an instant hush. The first round has concluded, and our Zhan Tian youths have shown their mettle. May heaven bless our Zhan Tian dynasty. However, the true spectacle was yet to unfold, as they would soon face the daunting trials of real combat. Embarking on a hunt for exotic beasts in the Tsongmang Mountains. Even among creatures of the same rank, they are inherently more powerful than the human race. Only those who have battled through life and death can truly be deemed warriors. In the Celestial Battle Dynasty, the martial spirit flourishes. The Emperor of the Celestial Roar, with a grand gesture, pointed to the heavens and grounded himself, announcing the next round of trials. The forthcoming challenge entails the hunting of exotic beasts. Each participant, aside from the standardized weaponry issued by the Celestial Battle Dynasty, is prohibited from carrying any additional arms. Each individual will possess a spatial ring, capable of containing the carcasses of the slain beasts. The spatial rings are exceedingly precious, often beyond the reach of even certain princes. Thus, many are elated to receive these rings from the Celestial Battle Dynasty. However, it is essential to note that these spatial rings will ultimately be reclaimed by the dynasty. This trial is set to last for a day and a night, with variations in rules corresponding to the differing levels of cultivation among the participants. For instance, should Ling Yi achieve a breakthrough to the 8th level of the body refinement realm and hunt a beast of the same rank, the score will significantly surpass that of slaying a beast of the 7th level. Therefore, the emphasis in this hunt is on the prowess and courage of the contestants. The participants are escorted to the vicinity of the vast wilderness mountains, a region of immense expanse. The Celestial Battle Dynasty has designated a section of the outer perimeter for the contestants to hunt exotic beasts. Being on the outskirts, the creatures here are of a lower tier, predominantly of the body refinement realm, with only a rare few belonging to the true essence realm. As the trials commence, the participants enter the vast wilderness mountains in batches. The primary weapons provided by the Celestial Battle Dynasty are standardized, all of equal rank. Ling Yi selected a long sword and a shield, both of which were of the 6th rank in the yellow grade. Ling Yi stepped into the vast expanse of the Kangmang Mountains, where he beheld towering, densely clustered trees that obscured the sky and sun, rendering the mountains particularly somber. Furthermore, the Kangmang Mountains were adorned with waterfalls, rivers, lakes, hills, and forests, each terrain concealing hidden perils, fraught with danger. Ling Yi wandered through the forest and soon spotted a formidable wild boar, an extraordinary beast at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, in the distance. This wild boar measured approximately 2 meters in length, its robust physique adorned with a layer of fat, while its elongated tusks glimmered with a chilling radiance. Ling Yi cautiously approached, poised to draw his long blade and slay the wild boar beast, when a shadow suddenly leaped forth. Upon closer inspection, it was the 8th prince, Ling Huang. Ling Huang wielded a 6th-grade yellow spear, its cold light radiating fiercely, resembling a dragon emerging from its lair, baring its fangs at the monstrous beast. The wild boar beast, sensing the murderous intent, swiftly turned, its movements remarkably agile. The sight of its elongated tusks thrusting forcefully against the tip of Ling Huang's spear resulted in a dazzling explosion of sparks. Ling Huang roared with fury. Across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, the silvery gun barrel swept through the air, transforming into arcs of half-circles that shot forth. The wild boar beast was a creature of the 6th level of body refinement. However, the physical prowess of such beasts is inherently far superior to that of the human race. Consequently, even a beast of merely the 6th level of body refinement can contend with a warrior of the 7th level. It is only when the martial arts realm of humanity ascends and begins to comprehend various profound principles that they can compete with beasts of the same realm. The wild boar beast bellowed defiantly toward the heavens, entirely unafraid of Ling Huang's razor-sharp silver spear, and charged directly at him. The formidable power of the 8th level of the body refinement realm erupted, colliding with the wild boar beast. Ling Huang held a silver spear before his chest, continuously retreating. This wild boar beast possessed no other merits, but an astonishing strength. In terms of sheer power alone, it could reach 6 to 7,000 jin, rivaling the likes of Gu Yanqing without a hint of hesitation. Relying on his formidable marksmanship, Ling Huang engaged in a fierce battle against the mindless beast. Although the tip of his spear pierced the wild boar's back, it merely left superficial white marks. The wild boar, despite being incapable of inflicting fatal harm upon Ling Huang, delivered such overwhelming force that it caused his blood to surge. If this continued, Ling Huang would surely find himself outmatched by the creature. Beige, aim for its abdomen. Ling Yi urged from the side. Ling Huang's cold eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight as he observed the wild boar beast. Its back was adorned with a dense and remarkably thick coat of fur, while its abdomen, in stark contrast, was exceedingly soft and sparsely covered in hair. Ling Huang, with a deft maneuver, repelled the wild boar beast with a single shot. As the creature prepared to launch another assault, he deftly turned the muzzle of his weapon downward, plunging it into the beast's abdomen. A piercing, anguished cry echoed through the air as the wild boar beast succumbed to its injuries in an instant. Ninth brother, the 8th Prince Ling Huang felt a pang of guilt, for he had initially seized the wild boar beast that rightfully belonged to Ling Yi. Yet, despite this, Ling Yi had offered his assistance. In the stark contrast of their actions, the 8th prince found himself reflecting upon his own pettiness. Ling Yi, however, remained unconcerned and remarked, "Brother Ba need not worry. Your marksmanship is unparalleled, and your mastery of the 8 Desolation spear is truly extraordinary. I, your humble, hold you in the highest esteem." Ling Huang nodded and inquired, "Ninth brother, I have observed your remarkable prowess during the strength contest. Although raw power is not the ultimate weapon of a warrior, it certainly constitutes a formidable aspect of combat within the realm of body refinement. In facing this wild boar beast, you possess a fair chance of victory. What reason then do you have for lurking in the shadows? Are you perhaps apprehensive about your ability to contend with this beast?" Ling Yi had long since lost his former prowess, a fact that Ling Huang was well aware of. Nevertheless, Ling Huang still held great admiration for Ling Yi's innate talent and his unparalleled strength. Every extraordinary beast possesses its vulnerabilities. I am merely observing his weaknesses, Ling Yi stated succinctly. A chill ran through Ling Huang's heart. It was precisely due to Ling Yi's astute observation of the wild boar beast's vulnerabilities that Ling Huang was able to vanquish the creature with such ease. This indicates that Ling Yi possesses considerable cunning. However, Ninth Brother must also recognize that in the vast expanse of the Tsongmang mountain range, low-level beasts are rather scarce. One must not, in the end, allow the excessive expenditure of time on observation of weaknesses to hinder the greater mission. Ling Huang kindly offered a reminder. Ling Yi nodded in agreement, graciously accepting Ling Huang's kindness. Ling Huang cast a doubtful glance at Ling Yi, pondering whether his younger brother was still too immature and lacked the audacity to confront the extraordinary beasts, hence his hesitance. However, upon further reflection, she recalled that Ling Yi had already participated in the year-end examination and had excelled last year, securing the top position due to his innate talent, which rendered her words unnecessary. Ling Yi and Ling Huang exchanged a few brief words before parting ways. In this particular area, while wild boars and other strange beasts were not abundant, they were certainly not scarce either. Ling Yi had not ventured far when he encountered another creature, a wild boar. This beast had spent years rolling in the mire, resulting in an exceptionally robust defensive physique. However, its underbelly remained its most vulnerable area. Moreover, Due to its relatively short limbs, its abdomen was highly safeguarded. Ling Yi, possessing extraordinary talent, would never squander his time engaging in a futile struggle with such a brutish creature after uncovering the weaknesses of the wild boar beast. In a moment of inspiration, he partially buried his yellow-grade 6th-tier long knife in the ground, concealing it with foliage. Then, with a swift leap, he charged towards the wild boar beast and delivered a powerful punch to its forehead. With a single punch, Ling Yi unleashed a force nearly equivalent to 10,000 pounds, stunning the wild boar-like beast into a daze. Once it regained its senses and recognized Ling Yi as a human, it was immediately consumed by rage and charged at him with unbridled fury. Ling Yi smiled faintly and began her flight. She dashed into the thickets, leaping upward to ascend the towering ancient trees. The wild boar, a peculiar creature with relatively short limbs, could not halt its momentum and was compelled to leap in an attempt to clear the underbrush. Ling Yi descended from above, landing forcefully upon the back of the wild boar beast. The creature let out a mournful cry as the sharp blade pierced its soft underbelly. Ling Yi placed the corpse of the wild boar beast into his spatial ring and sheathed his long sword. One morning, following this method, he hunted 3 wild boar beasts. Once there were no other beasts in the vicinity, he commenced his journey towards the distance. As he traversed a vast forest, he faintly heard the sounds of battle. Holding his breath, he stealthily approached the source of the noise. Upon arrival, he discovered a woman clad in garments as white as snow engaged in a fierce struggle with 3 violent ape beasts. These ape beasts were slightly more formidable than the wild boar beasts, possessing strength equivalent to the 8th level of body refinement. Moreover, they exhibited cunning intelligence. Unlike the wild boar beasts which charged blindly, the 3 apes coordinated their attacks seamlessly, presenting a formidable challenge even to a practitioner at the 9th level of body refinement. However, the woman faced the 3 beasts with unwavering courage, her swordplay executed with such elegance and mastery that it appeared as an extension of her own arm. Remarkably, she had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, single-handedly suppressing the 3 violent apes. It was none other than Gu Yanqing, the young master of the Danling Pavilion. It was no wonder she possessed such prowess. Ling Yi curled up in the corner, observing discreetly. 1 person and 3 beasts engaged in combat for an extended duration. Gu Yanqing honed her swordsmanship against the 3 violent apes, rapidly becoming acutely familiar with their movements. Ling Xuye Divine Dragon Sword. Gu Yanqing's eyes suddenly turned icy, a subtle chill emanating from her body. At the 8th level of the body refinement realm, she possessed a seed of true energy. Gu Yanqing was unaware of the fortuitous encounter that had bestowed upon her an ice attribute true energy. With the combination of her icy true energy and her exceptionally fierce sword techniques, a glimmer of cold light split into 3, directly striking the foreheads of the 3 violent apes. They collapsed without a sound. Such a fierce sword technique. Ling Yi was secretly astonished. Gu Yanqing collected the corpses of the 3 violent apes, her cool voice resonating. Have you seen enough? If you have, then come out. Ling Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. Logically speaking, he had mastered the art of concealing his presence flawlessly. How could he have been discovered? Upon further reflection, he realized that the Danling Pavilion wielded immense power, rivaling even that of the Battle Heaven dynasty. As the deputy lord of the Danling Pavilion within the Battle Heaven dynasty, Gu Yanqing must surely possess some extraordinary abilities. Ling Yi rose to his feet. Upon recognizing him, Gu Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. Her hostility dissipated as she inquired, "What brings you here, 9th Prince?" Ling Yi had once rescued Gu Yanqing, and as a result, Gu Yanqing naturally felt a heightened sense of closeness towards Ling Yi. Just as Ling Yi was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted, and he roared, "Be careful." Gu Yanqing momentarily froze, turning to glance back, her face paling at the sight of an enormous savage beast, twice the size of the 3-headed gorilla from before, lunging toward her. Its colossal hands were poised to seize her, threatening to rend her asunder. In the brief moment of her daze, the gigantic beast was already upon her. The creature's muscles coiled menacingly, and even Gu Yanqing, at the pinnacle of her 8th level in body refinement, would surely meet her doom. With a thunderous crash, amidst the haze of confusion, a slender yet remarkably imposing figure stepped in front of her. This individual wielded a long blade, one hand gripping the hilt while the other rested firmly upon the back of the sword, successfully parrying the savage beast's ferocious strike. Ling Yi felt a sweet sensation in his throat as an overwhelming force struck him, causing him to sink down by 3 points. A slight crack appeared on the long knife of yellow grade, 6th rank, revealing the tremendous power of the colossal raging ape's blow. After failing to land a successful hit, The gigantic beast let out a long, defiant howl, repeatedly pounding its chest and emitting a series of thunderous roars. This was a creature of the ninth pinnacle of the body refinement realm, exuding an aura of ferocity that stirred up a fierce gale around it. Are you not going to lend a hand? Ling Yi once again intercepted the colossal violent ape's assault, while Gu Yanqing was lost in thought. He spoke up, drawing her attention back. Gu Yanqing snapped to her senses, and with a swift motion, a long sword emerged, piercing towards the gigantic beast at an exceptionally cunning angle. The enormous ape, restrained by Ling Yi, had no chance to evade, resulting in several deep lacerations. As the king of the savage tribe, the violent ape was incensed to witness its subordinates being slaughtered by Gu Yanqing. The emergence of another human only further ignited its primal fury, unleashing a tempest of wrath. The mightiest aspect of the violent ape lay in the immense strength between its arms, capable of generating a force exceeding 10,000 pounds with a mere roar. The king of the violent apes, however, was even more formidable, possessing a staggering strength of over 20,000 pounds. Ordinary warriors, even one as distinguished as Gu Yanqing, would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Yet, Ling Yi was unlike any other. Ling Yi, endowed with formidable strength and a robust physique, stood on par with the ferocious ape, excelling in the contest of sheer power. Although the ape's martial prowess surpassed Ling Yi's, Ling Yi wielded the chaotic yin-yang true qi and the auxiliary martial soul, the shenong, granting him superior endurance. In a remarkable display, he managed to hold his ground against the ape. The clash echoed with thunderous roars as both combatants exchanged blows, their physical confrontation reminiscent of a savage beast clashing with a young primordial sacred creature, each equally matched. Meanwhile, Gu Yanqing, possessing a wealth of combat experience, relentlessly targeted the ape's vital points with her fierce and lethal Ling Xue Divine Dragon Sword. The Ling Xue Divine Dragon Sword is said to be a martial technique passed down by a formidable master. Although it is merely a yellow-level 9th rank skill, its focus on offensive prowess renders its attacking power comparable to that of profound-level techniques. Furthermore, with Gu Yanqing's ice attribute True Energy, its potency is significantly enhanced. The two are akin to a match made in heaven, one serving as a bulwark, while the other delivers devastating strikes. After approximately an hour of combat, the towering 2.5-meter-high savage ape collapsed with a thunderous crash. Ling Yi was drenched in blood, his body marred by wounds inflicted by the ferocious ape. Yet, under the influence of the divine Shenong, the injuries began to mend at an astonishingly visible pace. Ling Yi gazed upon the fallen beast, its eyes gruesomely gouged out, its throat cruelly slit, and its body marred by numerous ghastly wounds. He could not help but cast a timid glance at Gu Yanqing. This woman, resembling a celestial being, possesses an astonishing ruthlessness. Unbeknownst to Gu Yanqing, who was oblivious to Ling Yi's thoughts, she felt as if her body had been utterly drained after the fierce battle with the beast. Thus, she took a moment to regulate her breath and sat down to rest on the ground. Ling Yi stepped forward, and with a flash of brilliance in his hand, the Shenong materialized, its tip gently resting upon Gu Yanqing. For a moment, Gu Yanqing was taken aback. Yet she soon perceived that the hidden injuries sustained from her fierce battle began to mend, and even her true energy began to rejuvenate at an astonishing pace. Ling Yi retracted the Shenong ruler, gazing at Gu Yanqing with a smile. Gu Yanqing, having been healed by his Shenong ruler, was unperturbed by the prospect of revealing its secrets. What is the name of this remarkable ruler, and from where did it come? She inquired. I am uncertain. It simply appeared by my side, Ling Yi replied with a playful grin, feigning ignorance. Humph, if you choose not to divulge, then so be it. Gu Yanqing retorted coldly before rising and making her way toward the corpse of the ferocious beast. Ling Yi was rendered speechless. It was quite unexpected to witness the young master of the Danling Pavilion exhibiting such a temper befitting a delicate young lady. It was not that Ling Yi refrained from speaking, but rather that his martial soul was the first emperor of the Primordial Era, accompanied by a multitude of latent secondary martial souls, a matter of great significance. Even the mere revelation of his identity as a soul martial artist with an awakened martial soul would be too alarming. Slap. Gu Yanqing tossed the corpse of the raging ape before Ling Yi. This fierce beast, we have slain together. It is yours. This. Ling Yi hesitated slightly. What is this? You and I shall continue our collaboration. Provide me with the next one. It turned out that Gu Yanqing intended to engage in a long-term partnership with Ling Yi. Ling Yi, without any pretense, directly stored the spoils into his spatial ring. After all, the duo's synergy, one on the offense and the other on the defense, was remarkably efficient. With their combined prowess, It was unlikely that any competitors could find a more fitting partnership. As Gu Yanqing and Ling Yi journeyed together, their collaboration resulted in the slaying of numerous beasts of the ninth tier of the body refinement realm, leading to considerable gains. Their coordination became increasingly seamless. Gu Yanqing, with her cool demeanor and few words, had unknowingly begun to regard Ling Yi as a trustworthy companion. Run! A shadow rushed towards Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. Upon recognizing the figure as a scion of a prestigious family from the imperial capital, Gu Yanqing extended her delicate hand and seized him, admonishing, "Why are you in such a panic? What has occurred?" Initially proud as a member of a noble lineage, the young man intended to rebuke the one obstructing his escape. However, upon realizing it was the deputy master of the Danling Pavilion, his anger dissipated instantly, and he cried out, "Deputy Master Gu, we must flee. The fourth prince has killed a juvenile five-colored toad. An adult five-colored toad is now relentlessly pursuing us participants of the grand examination. This creature is at the first stage of the true Yuan realm. One breath of its poisonous miasma could slay a multitude. An adult five-colored toad." The esteemed Gu Yanqing, even with her vast knowledge, was momentarily taken aback, loosening her grip slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the young man fled wildly, vanishing in an instant. "Run!" Ling Yi urged in a hushed tone. Gu Yanqing turned to see a five-colored toad, the size of a carriage, charging towards them. Its powerful hind legs enabled it to leap dozens of meters in a single bound, its speed astonishing, growing larger in the eyes of the onlookers. An adult five-colored toad at the first stage of the true Yuan realm, combined with its formidable physique and toxic miasma, posed a threat that even the most accomplished warriors of the true Yuan realm could hardly withstand. Only those at the second stage or above might have a chance to resist. Even the most skilled competitor, Ling Huang, dared not confront an adult five-colored toad, fearing he would succumb to its noxious breath. For those in the body refinement realm, this was tantamount to a massacre. Without uttering another word, the pair began to flee desperately. Yet, inexplicably, the five-colored toad relentlessly pursued Gu Yanqing and Ling Yi. As they felt the oppressive aura intensifying behind them, the tremors from the toad's footsteps resonated ominously within their hearts. Cursed fate! A cliff loomed ahead. After navigating through a thicket of rocks that obscured their vision, Ling Yi exclaimed in horror. Unfamiliar with the terrain of the vast mountain range, they fled like headless flies, only to find themselves cornered in a dead end. As Gu Yanqing beheld the approaching five-colored toad, the overwhelming presence of the beast at the first stage of the true Yuan realm eclipsed the sky, extinguishing any semblance of resistance within her. Why was it following us? Gu Yanqing gritted her teeth and declared, "It is not following us. Rather, it seeks to annihilate all the competitors in the vast Kangming Mountains." Ling Yi fell into silence for a moment before speaking, gazing into the eyes of the vibrant toad, which were as large as bowls and suffused with a deep crimson hue, brimming with hatred. One could not doubt the toad's fervent resolve for vengeance on behalf of its offspring. The vibrant toad, notoriously difficult to breed, had indeed encountered a grave calamity due to the actions of the fourth prince. Gu Yanqing sighed as fragments of information about the vibrant toad swiftly flitted through her mind. Perhaps the toad had sensed that the two humans were cornered against a precipice, for a glimmer of triumph danced in its keen eyes as it accelerated. With powerful hind limbs propelling it forward like a bolt of lightning, it charged directly at the pair. Its cavernous maw gaped wide, releasing a nauseating stench that assaulted the senses. From its mouth emerged a swirling cloud of colorful venom, surging towards the two with alarming speed. The noxious vapor approached in an instant, overwhelming them with its putrid odor, causing even the surrounding air to feel stagnant. There was no time left. In a moment of desperation, Ling Yi summoned the Shenong ruler, disregarding any pretense. The chaotic yin-yang technique manifested, and the Shenong ruler moved with the swiftness of the wind, repelling the colorful poisonous miasma. What is this? Genuine qi? Gu Yanqing, standing close to Ling Yi, could naturally perceive the fluctuations of qi emanating from within him. Only those at the ninth level of the body refinement realm can condense seeds of qi. Yet, Ling Yi had only just stepped into the 8th level of body refinement. Gu Yanqing found it difficult to comprehend. What an anomaly. Even more astonishing events unfolded. The pure and unyielding qi radiated outward, forming a protective barrier that enveloped both Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. The external manifestation of qi is a technique reserved for practitioners of the true essence realm. The black end of the Shenong ruler continuously exuded dark energy, transforming into a swirling vortex that consumed the vile and poisonous colorful miasma entirely. In the 10-meter radius tainted by the miasma, countless snakes, insects, and rodents perished, and even the plants began to wither. However, in the presence of the Shinong ruler, it was as if they had encountered a nemesis. All the miasma was absorbed without a trace. A glimmer of realization sparkled in Ling Yi's eyes. Indeed, the Shinong ruler possesses one end that brings life, and the other that brings death. The blackened end can not only release toxins but also absorb them. It was in this manner that he saved Gu Yanqing that day, and now, even the vibrant miasma cannot escape the Shinong ruler's dominion. Gu Yanqing, lend me your aid, Ling Yi bellowed. Although the vibrant toad is formidable, its power at the 8th level lies solely in its toxins. The Shinong ruler is immune to poison, rendering it the nemesis of the vibrant toad. Should the toad be stripped of its toxins, it would be akin to a tiger bereft of its fangs. Perhaps even weaker than a common beast at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Ling Yi let out a furious roar, absorbing the vibrant miasma entirely. Subsequently, he unleashed the first form of the Vajra ruler technique, the Shinong ruler, which surged in his grasp like a tempest. Resembling a wrathful Vajra descending to vanquish demons and dispel evil. Gu Yanqing also reacted swiftly, her sword radiating with brilliance as she continuously unleashed waves of sword light, striking at the vibrant toad. However, Gu Yanqing lacked the extraordinary prowess of Ling Yi and feared the toxic nature of the colorful toad. Should she become contaminated, even a celestial being would be unable to save her. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy as they engaged in a fierce battle against the colorful toad. The toad, astonished, spewed forth miasma. Yet, this diminutive creature appeared to be its nemesis, rendering its essential miasma utterly ineffective, despite being a formidable beast of the first realm of true essence. The colorful toad's terrifying physique could not intimidate Gu Yanqing, who remained cautious of its poison and thus could only provide support from the sidelines. In this confrontation, it was primarily Ling Yi who faced the colorful toad head-on. As the toad lunged forward, its massive jaws opened wide, resembling a great cauldron descending upon Ling Yi. Ling Yi pressed the Shinong directly against the large mouth, unleashing a surge of power as he struck the vibrant toad's eye with a forceful punch. In an instant, a cascade of colorful toxic blood erupted forth, splattering onto Ling Yi and emanating a faint scent of decay. With a flicker of the Shinong, the poison was swiftly absorbed into the artifact. Ling Yue grew more valiant with each battle, resembling a deity of war in the mortal realm. Beside him, Gu Yanqing gazed with eyes that shimmered brilliantly, her expression a tapestry of intricate emotions. Ling Yi wielded the divine Shinong, exuding an aura of vitality that transcended that of a mere human, resembling instead a humanoid beast. Possessing over 10,000 pounds of strength, he was not to be underestimated, even in comparison to the resplendent toad. Suddenly, the vibrant toad opened its immense maw, unleashing a swirling miasma that conjured a rancid gale. "Oh no, the miasma!" Gu Yanqing exclaimed anxiously, her voice ringing out like a clarion call. Ice dragon, soar forth. The luminous sword light surged forth, akin to several dragons emerging from their lairs, relentlessly assaulting the vibrant toad. The toad's rugged skin rippled as it demonstrated astonishing defensive capabilities. Beneath the kaleidoscope of colors, the dragon's ferocious strikes lost much of their potency. At the 9th level of body refinement, human martial artists could condense true energy seeds, while beasts reaching the same level could likewise form demonic energy seeds. The vibrant toad was no match for Ling Yi, who unleashed his demonic energy with abandon. A tremendous pull emanated from the toad's gaping mouth, causing Ling Yi to falter. Overwhelmed by the tempestuous winds, in a moment of unguarded vulnerability, he found himself engulfed within the toad's cavernous maw. Gu Yanqing's heart sank. Torn between anguish at the thought of Ling Yi's demise and fear for her own safety, without this fearless aberration who could withstand the most virulent of poisons, would she have any hope of escaping the toad's clutches? After swallowing Ling Yi, the vibrant toad displayed a flicker of triumph as it lumbered toward Gu Yanqing. She retreated hastily, contemplating an escape along the precipice. As the toad advanced, the stench of its vibrant miasma thickened ominously. Suddenly, the toad let out a pained wail, thrashing upon the ground in agony. Slash! A black and white erupted from its belly, and as the sliced further, the wound expanded. In no time, a gaping hole large enough for a person to emerge was created, and Ling Yi crawled forth from within. The vibrant toad had been brutally pierced by Ling Yi's divine Shinong, blood pouring forth as its life force waned, its eyes gradually closing. This once sentient toad could not fathom why its lethal toxin, capable of dissolving even the mightiest of beings, had failed to affect Ling Yi. Typically, even a martial artist of the 2nd level of true essence would be paralyzed upon being consumed, soon to become nothing more than a puddle of pus. Yet Ling Yi, armed with the Shinong, was impervious to the toad's deadly venom. Gu Yanqing rejoiced. Ling Yi was alive, just as she was about to rush forward. She heard him call out, "Stay back, it's poisonous." Subsequently, Ling Yi collected the lifeless body of the vibrant toad and sought a secluded stream to cleanse himself. This colorful toad, in its arrogance, believed it could outsmart him. Had it engaged in a fierce battle, Ling Yi would have been unable to harm it. However, driven by rage and a singular desire for Ling Yi's demise, it unleashed a technique, utilizing its demonic energy to draw Ling Yi into its belly. This ultimately allowed Ling Yi to breach the toad's defenses from within. For ordinary beasts and humans, being swallowed by the vibrant toad would likely result in instant death. Yet, Ling Yi's physique, a remnant of the divine Shinnong, possessed the Shinnong ruler, capable of healing wounds and dispelling toxins, ensuring that he would not perish easily. Both emerged from this ordeal with a sense of exhilaration and relief. Ling Yi proposed to give the corpse of the colorful toad to Gu Yanqing, who adamantly refused. She had merely been a bystander, and the credit for their success lay primarily with Ling Yi. How could she possibly claim the toad's remains? Moreover, had it not been for Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing might have met her demise in the vast expanse of the Kangmang mountain range. After a day and a night had passed, the competition officially concluded. Under the organization of the guards, everyone returned to the martial arts arena. The audience, who had awaited the youthful warriors with eager anticipation, were present early in the morning. From the main stand, Emperor Tianshao proclaimed, "At this moment, in the Kangmang Mountains, the hunt for exotic beasts has proven that all you valiant disciples of the War Heaven dynasty are truly unmatched. A total of 55 participated and 45 have returned alive. The casualty rate is slightly higher than in previous years. However, none will deem the disciples of the War Heaven dynasty cowardly or ineffectual. Each one is a distinguished warrior." He then announced, "I hereby declare that all exotic beast corpses within your spatial rings must be presented to be judged by the adjudicators." The offspring of various noble families began to wait in turn for the adjudicators to assess their results. When an adjudicator approached a noble disciple, the disciple would pour out the corpses of the exotic beasts from their spatial ring for evaluation. Some disciples, despite lacking great strength, displayed remarkable combat prowess, yielding high-quality and numerous beast corpses, which brought pride to their family elders. Conversely, some disciples, perhaps due to fear, refrained from engaging in battle with the exotic beasts. And some did not possess a single corpse. When it was the 8th prince's turn, his spatial ring flashed, revealing a pile of corpses. Most of the quality was around the 7th level of the body refinement realm, with none at the 8th level. For the 8th prince, who had just entered the 8th level of the body refinement realm, this performance was commendable. The evaluation of this hunt was primarily based on the varying strengths of each individual, categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. The 8th prince achieved a rating of upper Xian level. Unexpectedly, El Yun had slain a beast at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, along with several at the 8th and 7th levels, resulting in a lower Earth level rating. El Taisher stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Although El Wei's performance in the end-of-year competition was lackluster, El Yun consistently brought glory to herself. El Wei excelled in alchemy but was not skilled in martial arts, whereas El Yun displayed a remarkable talent for combat. May their ancestors bless the El family to endure. Feeling a sense of pride, El Yun acknowledged that her success was bolstered by her relationship with the 4th prince, yet this achievement brought her joy. With that thought, she cast a glance at Ling Yi, her eyes filled with derision. A flicker of reluctance crossed Ling Yi's eyes as he averted his gaze from El Yun. A sense of satisfaction surged within El Yun, for it was evident that Ling Yi had not vanquished any formidable beast. After all, sheer strength does not equate to true prowess. The art of hunting extraordinary creatures necessitates intellect and a profound understanding of martial arts, rather than mere physical power. Now it was the turn of the 4th prince, Ling Huang. With a flash of brilliance from his hand, a multitude of beast corpses materialized, numbering at least a dozen upon cursory inspection. The majority were at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, with a few at the 9th level, and most alarmingly, there was a juvenile 5-colored toad, a half-step into the true essence realm. The spectators gasped in astonishment. The competitors, upon witnessing this juvenile 5-colored toad, cast furious glances toward Ling Huang. Had it not been for Ling Huang's decision to slay the 5-colored toad, this competition would not have resulted in such grievous casualties. These individuals had become scapegoats for Ling Huang's actions. The 4th prince, at the 1st level of the true essence realm, had claimed the life of a half-step true essence beast, 5 at the 9th level, and 8 at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. The assessment was rated as high-grade, Earth level. An adjudicator exclaimed with delight. High-grade, Earth level. The audience collectively gasped in awe. Ling Yi was also momentarily taken aback. Even he, last year, was merely of the intermediate level, yet Donghuang had astonishingly been assessed at the superior level. A prodigy indeed. Aside from the crown prince, who was at the heavenly intermediate level, the second and third princes were only of the superior level. The fourth prince had also risen remarkably, achieving the superior level. If this trend continues, he might very well reach the heavenly level next year. Congratulations to your majesty, heartfelt felicitations, remarked Master L, with a smile that hardly reached his eyes. Lady Li, standing nearby, was equally ecstatic. The crowd busily lavished compliments upon her. However, the Emperor of Tianxiao furrowed his brow slightly. The colorful toad's offspring? Such creatures were notoriously rare, and the young were inseparable from their mothers. If the young were to be killed, would not the mother toad go into a frenzy? Could this be the reason for the recent deaths of so many young nobles? The Emperor's mind raced with suspicion, his gaze sharpening. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the fourth Prince Donghuang, who held his head high and did not spare Ling Yi a glance. When it was Ling Yi's turn, he smiled faintly and raised his hand. 1, 2, 3, 10 corpses of extraordinary beasts lay before them. Donghuang was initially taken aback, but soon he sighed in relief. It seemed he had greatly underestimated Ling Yi's capabilities. The adjudicator conducted a meticulous examination, only to suddenly change countenance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. With a trembling voice, he proclaimed, "The ninth prince, Ling Yi, possesses an initial mastery of the 8th level in the body refinement realm, having slain 1 beast at the 1st level of the true essence realm, 6 at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, and 3 at the 8th level. The assessment grade is, indeed, of the celestial upper echelon." The declaration left everyone in a state of shock, as if turned to stone, rendering the vast audience of tens of thousands in the martial arena utterly silent. "This is impossible." With a fierce roar, Donghuang rushed to the pile of exotic beast corpses, turning them over one by one, only to discover an adult colorful toad beast trapped beneath. Another colorful toad, and an adult at that. The Emperor of Tianxiao's eyes lit up, seemingly in disbelief, as he immediately stood up. This old ninth not only had the audacity to oppose the proposals of Grand Master Lu and the Empress regarding the Red Flood army, possessing strength exceeding 10,000 gene, but had also hunted down a first-level beast of true essence. The Emperor of Tianxiao furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Even when he was aware that Ling Yi had claimed first place last year, he had not been this astonished. Impossible, it must be cheating. He was clearly incapacitated. Even if his dantian were intact, it would be inconceivable. Luyan widened her eyes, murmuring to herself, "He cheated. I report him. He cheated." The fourth prince erupted in a furious roar, continually shouting, "Humph, fourth prince, do not cast aspersions on others simply because you have fallen from your lofty perch of genius. Such a mindset is unacceptable." Gu Yanqing scoffed disdainfully at the fourth prince's demeanor. "Indeed, fourth brother, you must provide evidence to substantiate your claims." The eighth prince, Donghuang, also furrowed his brow. Although he found it incredible, he did not resort to the same baseless accusations as Donghuang. "Look, this colorful toad clearly has a large hole made by a blunt instrument. I distinctly remember that Ling Yi chose a 6th-grade yellow-level longsword. Humph. Ling Yi must have secretly brought some divine weapon. If it were through genuine skill, the incision on the colorful toad's corpse would be neat and smooth." Donghuang spoke with resolute conviction, startling Gu Yanqing, who pondered whether Ling Yi's elusive ruler might indeed be a clandestine weapon. All eyes turned towards Ling Yi, who remained composed and unperturbed. The Emperor Tianxiao's expression darkened as he inquired, "What on earth is happening here?" Observing the corpse of the vibrant toad, it was evident that it had been struck with a blunt object, creating a massive wound, distinct from the precision of a cutting instrument. The gazes of nearly all present shifted towards Ling Yi, rife with skepticism and disdain. Ling Yi, however, remained remarkably composed. He shook his sleeves gently and, with a faint smile, inquired, "Does the lack of knowledge about one's martial soul imply the unauthorized possession of a weapon?" The mention of martial soul startled everyone present. Could it be that the ninth prince was a legendary soul warrior? Soul warriors are exceedingly rare, their existence unrelated to bloodlines or innate talents. No one comprehends the means by which one awakens their martial soul. Furthermore, martial souls vary in strength. A feeble soul offers no advantage to its wielder, whereas a formidable soul can elevate a warrior to extraordinary heights. The Emperor Tianxiao's pupils constricted sharply as he incredulously asked, "Ear, are you saying you possess a martial soul?" His gaze remained fixated on Ling Yi, anxious not to miss any of his movements. Ling Yi spoke little, directly invoking the Shinnong within his sea of consciousness. With an outstretched hand, a surge of black and white radiance emerged, gradually revealing a ruler measuring over 2 feet in length, adorned with alternating shades of ebony and ivory. An overwhelming aura resonated, as if a divine being from the Primordial Era was beginning to awaken. This formidable presence went unnoticed by lower-ranked warriors. Yet it caused the expressions of high-ranking cultivators like Emperor Tianxiao and Master Guinan to shift dramatically. "Ear, is this your martial soul?" Emperor Tianxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Yi nodded slightly and grasped the Shinnong ruler firmly. The ruler, akin to a tamed beast, emitted a continuous low murmur, signifying its submission. Ling Yi and the colorful toad engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in a significant enhancement of his martial prowess. Not only did he solidify his mastery at the 8th level of body refining, but he also subtly advanced towards the 9th level. The aura of the Shinnong grew even more formidable. Is this a martial soul? Who can say? It is impossible to allow the 9th prince to speak without restraint. It could merely be a divine weapon. Master L snorted coldly. The Emperor Tianxiao remained silent, stepping forward with the grace of a mighty lion, his gaze sharp and piercing. A tremendous mental pressure emanated from him, causing his heart to pound increasingly louder. A vivid red light began to swell from his chest, manifesting as a colossal red heart. Its veins pulsated vehemently, and each throb resonated like a colossal hammer striking the hearts of all present in the training ground. Suddenly, the Shinnong erupted in a brilliant display of black and white, soaring upwards like a provoked sovereign, fiercely defending its regal authority. The Emperor Tianxiao's expression shifted dramatically as the sound of the red heart's beating grew faint, eventually fading into a whimper, losing all semblance of its earlier majesty. The Emperor Tianxiao was nearly the pinnacle of combat strength within the Donghuang dynasty, a warrior of the Tiangang realm capable of dominating the arena. Yet, in this clash of martial souls, he found himself at a disadvantage, retreating steadily. Eventually, he sank into his chair, barely managing to sustain his composure. "This is the martial soul. Ear, you are quite impressive." The Emperor Tianxiao's expression softened slightly as he withdrew his red heart, speaking in a solemn tone. "A martial soul. Indeed, it is a martial soul. The 9th prince is a soul warrior. Not only that, but Ling Yi's martial soul is astonishingly powerful, capable of suppressing the Emperor Tianxiao's martial soul, the heart of war. Impossible. This cannot be." Ling Huang roared in a frenzy, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before him. "Huang, do you not even believe your father's words?" The Emperor Tianxiao spoke gravely. "Son, I dare not. I merely find myself astonished by the awakening of the 9th brother's martial soul and feel immense pride for him." Ling Huang regained his composure and hurriedly spoke with respect. "Huang, remember this well. In this dynasty, my word is final." The Emperor Tianxiao declared, his voice cold yet authoritative, exuding an unspoken power without a hint of anger. Ling Huang's heart trembled, and she hastily lowered her head. Beside her, the Empress and Minister L also displayed signs of panic in their eyes. The adjudicator regained his composure and exclaimed with fervor, "The 9th prince has awakened his martial soul. The martial soul is a legitimate means for a warrior and does not constitute cheating. The 9th prince's achievements are indeed authentic." The cheers from the martial arena surged toward the heavens, a tumultuous wave of excitement. The assessment of hunting the exotic beasts was deemed to be of the highest celestial grade, a feat not witnessed in the War Heaven dynasty for many years. The name Ling Yi is indelibly etched into the hearts of all, akin to a branding mark. Perhaps only the legendary and exceptionally gifted Grand Prince could rival Ling Yi in innate talent. The gaze of the Empress upon Ling Yi gradually sharpened, concealing a murderous intent. Not only her, but even Master L and concubine Li regarded Ling Yi with complex expressions, their thoughts shrouded in mystery. As the saying goes, a tree standing out in the forest must be toppled by the wind. As the crowd's emotions gradually settled, the assessment of the beast hunting continued. When it was Gu Yanqing's turn, she had hunted a 9th-level perfected beast in the body refinement realm, along with 7 ordinary 9th-level beasts and over 10 8th-level beasts, creating a small mountain of beast corpses. Due to Gu Yanqing's cultivation being merely at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, she was assessed as a low-grade celestial level, surpassing even the 4th prince by a small margin. The 4th prince's face turned ashen. Yet he could not muster any anger towards Gu Yanqing, as behind her stood the formidable Danling Pavilion. However, His hatred for Ling Yi ran deep. He wished nothing more than to devour his flesh and drink his blood. As the beast hunting competition concluded, the name Ling Yi resonated within everyone's hearts, some in shock, some in admiration, but most with a sense of trepidation. The third round of the martial arts competition commenced. This contest involved genuine weaponry and true combat. Those with a cultivation below the 6th level of body refinement, particularly the younger participants, were disqualified from this third round. Ultimately, only a little over 20 remained to compete. And these contestants would not only vie for a spot among the top 10 to gain admission to the Donghuang Dao Academy, but also determine the top 6 who would enter the War God Hall. The War God Hall is a revered place dedicated to the war god Taiyi within the War Heaven dynasty. In the North Wilderness, the populace is known for their fierce spirit, with many nations venerating the war god Taiyi. Although the War Heaven dynasty is deemed a lower-tier dynasty, it holds martial prowess in the highest regard and shows great reverence for the war god. Within the War God Hall, the beliefs of valiant warriors from successive dynasties converge, suffused with powerful martial intent. To enter such a place and comprehend its martial spirit would significantly elevate one's combat abilities in the realm of martial arts. Ling Yi once entered, and due to the bloodline of the battle ancestor coursing through his veins, he reaped immense benefits. The order of the martial combat competitions is primarily determined through a drawing of lots. Ling Yi's first opponent was a martial artist proficient in the 9th layer of body refinement, known as Sun Tian. The Sun family is a prominent clan within the imperial capital of the Battle Heaven dynasty, renowned for its formidable strength. Furthermore, they excel in the art of swordsmanship. Possessing the family heirloom technique, the 7-kill sword technique, classified as a yellow level, 8th rank martial skill, which boasts considerable power. Although Sun Tian did not lift the 5,000-pound giant cauldron, he did manage to hurl the 4,500-pound cauldron over 10 meters. Among practitioners of the 9th layer of body refinement, he is undeniably formidable. Additionally, having immersed himself in sword techniques for many years, his mastery is truly exquisite. In combat, he is exceptionally powerful, rendering ordinary body refinement practitioners utterly outmatched. In the initial 2 rounds, Ling Yi garnered immense attention, consequently becoming the subject of envy for many. His formidable strength allowed him to vanquish a first-level beast of the true Yuan realm, and he possesses a remarkably potent martial soul. Such feats are nothing short of legendary. Now, as he faces genuine opponents, many are eagerly anticipating his downfall. Ling Yi and Sun Tian stood at opposite ends of the training arena. Sun Tian slowly drew a first-grade Xian level 7 kill blade. This formidable weapon, forged by the master craftsman Sha Yin, embodies an inexhaustible aura of slaughter. It was meticulously crafted by the Sun family for Sun Tian in preparation for the year-end competition. With a chilling smile, Sun Tian remarked, "Ninth Prince, I have heard whispers that you have become a mere invalid. It seems, upon closer inspection, the rumors are unfounded." Ling Yi shook his head and remarked, "I cannot compare to young Master Sun." Sun Tian slightly brandished the 7 kills blade and declared, however, "I must inform you that regardless of whether you were once a genius or are now a soul warrior, before my 7 kills blade, you shall eternally remain an unequivocal failure." Ling Yi furrowed his brows, truly taken aback by Sun Tian's audacity. "Hurry and summon your martial spirit. I shall shatter all your reliance." Sun Tian roared once more. "No need. I have resolved to obliterate you with my fists." Ling Yi revealed her pearly white teeth and smiled radiantly at Sun Tian. "Arrogant." Sun Tian, unable to contain his fury, transformed into a gust of wind, charging directly at Ling Yi. As Sun Tian approached, Ling Yi sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. The 7-kill sword technique draws upon the essence of killing intent to forge its martial path. Practitioners of this art are often ruthless warriors, driven by a thirst for blood. It is said that the ancestors of the Sun family, by chance, encountered a dying Azura and gleaned the unparalleled 7-kill sword technique from it. The Sun family patriarch, having consumed the blood of the Azura, thus bequeathed this frenzied Azura bloodline to his descendants. Ling Yi's eyes sharpened, for although he was reluctant to offend others, he was by no means cowardly. If others sought to humiliate him in such a manner, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, aiming to place them beneath his feet. Thus, Ling Yi channeled the chaotic yin-yang technique. And at this moment, the vital energy cultivated from this technique radiated with utmost yang and indomitable strength. The chaotic vital energy enveloped Ling Yi's hands, which were clenched into fists, subtly emanating a golden light, resembling 2 miniature suns. The suns flickered as he sprinted with all his might, raising his 2 iron fists and covering several dozen meters in a heartbeat. A true killer. Sun Tian's eyes turned crimson as he unleashed the first form of the 7 kills blade technique, a surge of murderous intent filling the air. Akin to a fearsome general laying waste to a city, instilling terror in the hearts of all. With unwavering determination, Ling Yi unleashed the full might of his twin fists. A golden radiance flashing forth as they collided with the 7 kills blade, producing a resonant roar. Second kill, ghostly hero. Observing that his initial assault had failed to subdue Ling Yi, Sun Tian resorted to his second technique. In an instant, a chilling gale swept through the air. As if the gates of the underworld had been flung open, unleashing countless vengeful souls that had perished beneath the 7 kills blade. Each of Sun Tian's strikes aimed directly at Ling Yi's vital points. Even before the blade reached him, the sinister wind had already begun to assail Ling Yi's form. Remarkable! Tian has actually comprehended the 7 kills blade technique to such an extent. I fear for the 9th prince's safety. An elder from the Sun family beamed with delight, an expression of satisfaction illuminating his features. Sun Tian was indeed a fearsome opponent, with the essence of a 9th-level body refining practitioner surging forth. Combined with the exquisite mastery of the 7 kills blade, he was undoubtedly a prodigious martial artist. It was unlikely that he would encounter any rivals within the realm of body refinement. The spectators in the martial arena held their breaths, their hearts filled with admiration. After all, Ling Yi was at a lower level and had foolishly chosen to forego the use of his martial soul weapon. It seemed he was destined to face the consequences of his arrogance. Ling Yi continued to retreat, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Suddenly, a burst of golden flames erupted from his fists, and under the searing blaze, the malevolent spirits surrounding the 7 kill blade were reduced to ashes. Ling Yi's fist collided with the 7 kills blade, and within Sun Tian's eyes, filled with astonishment, an immense force emanated from the blade, propelling him back several meters. The power of Crimson Flame. This is the power of Crimson Flame. Master El, seated with clenched fists, felt a blaze ignite in his gaze. This was the essence of the Crimson Flame, contained within the true energy of Ling Yi after consuming the Crimson Flame pill. Previously, when he had vanquished the 7th prince, there had been no need to employ this technique. The Crimson Flame could not harm a beast of the true essence realm like the 5-colored toad. The Crimson Flame pill had been painstakingly prepared by Master El for Elway. Yet now, it was shining brilliantly in Ling Yi's hands. Inciting a deep resentment within Master El, the power of Crimson Flame possesses the ability to incinerate both the true energy and the physique of martial artists in the body-refining realm, rendering it exceedingly destructive to them. Sun Tian found himself continuously forced to retreat under the onslaught of Ling Yi's Crimson Flame. He unleashed the techniques of the 7 kills blade in succession, 3 kills, 4 kills, 5 kills, 6 kills, but none could match Ling Yi. 9th Prince, you are indeed formidable. I acknowledge your prowess. You have compelled me to resort to this technique. Should you perish beneath my blade, do not blame me. The 7 kills defies the heavens. A wild frenzy ignited in Sun Tian's eyes, a surge of madness erupting forth. With the Azura bloodline combined with the 7 kills blade, he struck with a blow that seemed poised to rend the heavens asunder. This strike encapsulated years of Sun Tian's understanding of the 7 kills blade, rendering it utterly terrifying. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, unleashing the full extent of his cultivation at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, brimming with combat fervor. The chaotic true energy within him surged, far denser than that of Sun Tian, who was at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. After all, Ling Yi had acquired the true energy seed upon cultivating the chaotic yin-yang technique. Ling Yi's vital energy was far more potent than that of Sun Tian, a martial artist who had only acquired the body refinement seed after reaching the 9th level of the body refinement realm. Despite being one minor realm lower, his strength was immensely superior. The pure and unyielding chaotic vital energy intertwined with the power of crimson flames, causing the golden fire to surge violently, as if aiming to incinerate all things in existence. Boom! As Ling Yi's fist collided with Sun Tian's devastating move, a thunderous roar erupted. A figure spewed blood, hurtling backward to the edge of the training ground, convulsing briefly before his head tilted at an unnatural angle, rendering him unconscious. Ling Yi stood tall, resembling a spear firmly planted upon the martial arts arena. The victor, the 9th prince, Ling Yi, the adjudicator exclaimed, filled with excitement. 9th prince, 9th prince. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. The elder of the Sun family slumped in his seat, overwhelmed by Ling Yi's formidable presence, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. Unarmed, he had transcended a minor realm to vanquish Sun Tian of the 7 kills blade. Such prowess was indeed astonishing. On the main platform, Emperor Tian Shao regarded Ling Yi with a glimmer of approval, mingled with a hint of uncertainty. Gu Yanqing was well aware of Ling Yi's capabilities and was thus not particularly surprised. Yet, the sentiments of others diverged. Although Ling Yi had shone brightly in the previous 2 rounds, they were not genuine martial confrontations. At this moment, his might was unmistakable. The 4th prince's countenance darkened. Filled with apprehension, in such a brief span, Ling Yi had remarkably risen from the brink to attain this level of strength. As he had anticipated, Ling Yi, if not thoroughly suppressed, would inevitably become a source of calamity. The martial contest continued as Ling Yi returned to the main platform. Following the conclusion of the 1st round, he drew lots once more, commencing the 2nd round of combat. Ling Yi furrowed his brow slightly, for his opponent was none other than the formidable Lu Yun. A woman as cunning as she is captivating. After several rounds of competition, the top 6 contenders had emerged, all of whom now had the opportunity to enter the Hall of War Gods for the sacred baptism of the warrior. The distinguished 6 were the 4th Prince Ling Huang, Lu Yun, Gu Yanqing, Li Xiaoyang, the 9th Prince Ling Yi, and the 8th Prince Ling Huang. The next match would determine the top 3, from which the strongest contender of this year's year-end grand competition would be unveiled. Among them, the most favored was undoubtedly the 4th Prince Ling Huang. His cultivation at the 1st level of the true element realm rendered him a veritable giant among mere children, a stark contrast to his opponents. Following closely in public favor were Gu Yanqing and Li Xiaoyang, both at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, bolstered by their illustrious family backgrounds and profound resources. Now, it was time for Ling Yi to face Lu Yun in battle. Ling Yi slowly walked onto the arena, his mind burdened with heaviness. Has the day finally arrived? You treacherous woman. Standing in opposition, Yun covered her mouth and laughed softly. Brother Yi, this match is of utmost importance to me. Would you consider letting me win? Her voice was exquisitely delicate, rendering listeners weak in the knees. However, Ling Yi was unmoved. He found Yun's feigned demeanor utterly repulsive, almost making him feel nauseous. Let you win? Haven't I already relinquished enough for you? I even offered you my ancestral bloodline. He scoffed coldly. Brother Yi, although you have awakened your martial soul, I cannot fathom how your cultivation has recovered so swiftly. Yet, your dantian is damaged, and your bloodline is lost. You can at most return to the 1st realm of true essence, and I believe you shall progress no further. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Why not graciously concede? I would consider it a favor to you. Once my cultivation reaches greater heights, I could seek rare treasures for you, perhaps even help you mend the path of your martial journey. Yun spoke with a charming cadence, her eyes glimmering enticingly. Ling Yi cast a glance at Lu Yun that left her feeling deeply uncomfortable. That gaze resembled that of one observing a common harlot, devoid of respect. Though Ling Yi uttered no words, the expression alone served as the utmost affront to a woman. Indeed, he smiled and proclaimed, "Get lost. You, who have the audacity to disregard decorum, shall witness the obliteration of your dignity here today." Enraged, Lu Yun drew a gleaming sword, its cold light shimmering as she charged at Ling Yi. This blade was a top-tier spiritual weapon of the mysterious grade, and even from a distance, Ling Yi could sense the formidable intent contained within it. As Lu Yun made her move, she unleashed a ferocious killing strike. Her martial prowess at the pinnacle of the 8th level of body refinement, erupting with awe-inspiring force. Bang! Ling Yi remained utterly still, summoning the divine Shinong to directly intercept Yun's strike. The Shinong, impervious in its hardness, was a legendary artifact of the Primordial Flame Emperor, standing resolute against Yun's sword, unyielding and unwavering. In contrast, the extraordinary blade wielded by Yun buzzed with resonance from the impact against the Shinong. A flicker of sorrow crossed Yun's heart, but soon her brows arched in defiance as she cried out, "Qingyan Sword Song." In that moment, Yun transformed into a celestial being, descended from the heavens, her form enchanting and graceful, her garments billowing elegantly. With profound steps, she danced through the air, and clusters of sword blossoms twirled in her hands. Ling Yi wielded the Shinong with the grace of the wind, successfully parrying the majority of Yun's fierce assaults. With every 10 steps, a life was claimed. Yun's demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming from a celestial being into a harbinger of death emerging from the battlefield. Her murderous intent saturating the air and captivating the hearts of onlookers. Such a formidable sword technique, Ling Yi gasped internally. The chaotic true energy, combined with the power of crimson flames, coalesced into a blazing inferno, enveloping him and barely countering Yun's lethal strikes. Unyielding as the mountains, Yun's stance evolved once more. Her entire being seemed to merge with the sword in her grasp, the blade becoming an extension of her very essence. The distinction between Yun and her sword faded entirely. Wherever the sword pointed, there was the manifestation of her will. This Qinglian sword song must be a fragmented manuscript. How fortunate Taiyi is. This girl has already grazed the threshold of sword intent through such an incomplete text. Emperor Tianshao observed this scene with steady admiration. Taiyi too felt immense pride. Having such a daughter must be one of life's greatest joys. At this moment, to the spectators, Yun's attacks were so relentless that even the most seasoned practitioners at the 9th level of body refinement would struggle to withstand them, let alone Ling Yi, who was merely at the 8th level. The Qinglian sword song is said to have originated from a scholar named Taiyi, who was not a martial artist by birth but devoted his life to the pursuit of poetry and prose. Eventually, he abandoned literature for martial pursuits, ascending the realms of martial arts with remarkable fervor until he shattered the void and reached the pinnacle of existence. The Qinglian sword song was, in fact, a set of martial techniques penned by Taiyi during a drunken stupor. Though merely a creation birthed from inebriation, its profundity was extraordinary, making it particularly suited for those martial artists who sought enlightenment through the sword, wielding immense power. Taiyi had expended great effort to locate this manuscript of the Qinglian sword song and presented it to Yun. Break through for me. Ling Yi was cornered by Yun, and with a roar, he unleashed the first form of the diamond ruler technique. Ling Yi transformed into a figure reminiscent of a wrathful Vajra, wielding a divine measuring rod to dispense justice upon the injustices of the world. The wrathful Vajra, possessing the strength to uproot mountains, emanated an unmatched divine might. With his unparalleled physical prowess combined with the first technique of the Vajra rod, he became an even more formidable force. As the rod descended with a thunderous impact, it effortlessly nullified all of Lu Yun's lethal attacks. Startled, Lu Yun exclaimed softly, "Once matters are settled, I shall depart, concealing my identity and name." In an instant, she accelerated, akin to a fleeting shadow, appearing as a streak of white light, her movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In midair, Lu Yun commenced a rapid rotation, her form spinning faster and faster, transforming into a white tornado that surged directly toward Ling Yi with lethal intent. Ling Yi's gaze was as frigid as ice, fixated upon this earth-shattering strike. Ling Yi Shuang's feet gradually sank into the ground, her garments tearing subtly and her muscles slightly bulging. The chaotic yin-yang art surged wildly, unleashing an overwhelming aura of utmost brightness and strength. The Vajra measuring rod technique. A single force can conquer myriad challenges. Flowery fists and delicate legs, shatter for me. A flicker of madness flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as the Shinong ruler surged with power, a wave of white medicinal energy flooding into his body. With a thunderous crash, the Shinong ruler collided with the precious sword. In an instant, the exquisite sword of the Xian grade shattered into countless fragments under the incredulous gaze of Yun. As they separated and fell to the ground, Yun was left grasping only the hilt of the sword, a drop of crimson blood dripping from her. Yun glared furiously at Ling Yi, discarding the hilt as she covered her face with her hands, which were now stained with blood. The sword had shattered into innumerable pieces, and although Yun had evaded most of them, for shards had still managed to strike her. The fragments grazed her delicate features, leaving her visage mutilated and unrecognizable, a heart-wrenching sight. This was the gravest blow to a woman who cherished her beauty, akin to a death sentence. "Ling Yi, I will kill you." Yun, her hair disheveled like a mad woman, spat out a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and Taiyi's figure flickered into view on the training ground. With a venomous glare at Ling Yi, Taiyi leapt high onto the main platform. "Gui Nan, venerable elder, I beseech you to grant me a healing elixir to erase the scar from my daughter's face." His tone was earnest, his voice trembling. At that moment, Yun's once fair complexion and exquisite features bore a chilling scar. A stark juxtaposition of beauty and ugliness now etched upon her face. If the scar could not be removed, it was likely that Yun would never again wish to face the world. Beside them, Ling Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances, their tongues peeking out in disbelief. Though still young, they realized that if they were to find themselves in Yun's predicament, they too would dread the thought of living on. Ling Yi slowly ascended to the main platform, having triumphed in the competition, yet having inflicted harm upon Yun. However, he bore no blame for the outcome. For had Yun not been so intent on ending his life without holding back, she might have avoided the shards of the sword. Truly, it was a case of picking up a stone only to drop it on one's own foot, a fitting description for El Yun's folly. Perhaps Gu Yinan found his sleeping position uncomfortable, for he shifted slightly yet continued to slumber peacefully, disregarding El Taisher's pleas. With a heavy sigh, El Taisher attempted to kneel beside El Yun, but as he sank halfway down, an invisible force prevented him from bowing fully. Those who commit wrongful acts shall meet their own demise. Had it not been for your precious daughter's relentless pursuit to kill the ninth prince, she would not have been struck by mere sword fragments. This matter is beyond my ability to rectify. A voice echoed, chilling El Taisher to the bone. Thus, he had no choice but to dispatch someone from the El residence to tend to El Yun's injuries. Having lived for so long, Gu Yinan was not blind to the truth. El Yun had previously shared a close bond with Ling Yi, and now she had resorted to violence. There must be deeper circumstances at play. In this encounter, Ling Yi emerged victorious, advancing into the ranks of the elite. Subsequently, the eighth prince, Ling Huang, faced off against Gu Yanqing from the Danling Pavilion, exerting all his efforts, yet ultimately fell short against her. In terms of martial arts prowess and comprehension of techniques, he was significantly outmatched. Li Xiaoyang from the Li family was not particularly fortunate either, as he directly confronted the frontrunner for the championship, the fourth prince, Ling Huang. Li Xiaoyang's performance was nothing short of spectacular, truly a prodigious talent, yet he ultimately succumbed to the fourth prince. Thus, the trio of champions was established: Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing, and Ling Huang. Among them, Ling Huang was humorously dubbed the Demon King of the year-end competition by the audience, as anyone who encountered him could only taste the bitterness of defeat. The rules for the top 3 competition were rather unique. After drawing lots, Gu Yanqing would battle Ling Huang first, with the victor facing Ling Yi. Should Ling Yi emerge victorious, he would automatically ascend to the first position. If he were to lose, he would contend for second place against the initial round's loser. The clash between Gu Yanqing and Ling Huang was equally thrilling. Gu Yanqing wielded the Lingshui Divine Dragon Sword in conjunction with its corresponding technique, arguably the most formidable attack below the True Essence realm. However, the reputation of the Demon King Ling Huang was well-deserved, and he ultimately claimed victory. Finally, it was time for Ling Yi to face the fourth prince, Ling Huang. Marking the pinnacle of the year-end competition, invigorating the spirits of all present. Although no one believed Ling Yi could rival Ling Huang, he had already delivered an abundance of surprises throughout the competition. The term miracle seemed to accompany Ling Yi on his journey. Everyone eagerly anticipated that Ling Yi would provide them with yet another astonishing spectacle. Ling Yi and Ling Huang stood on the training ground. Ninth brother, last year you claimed the championship. It is a pity that this year you cannot achieve consecutive victories, Ling Huang remarked, his words tinged with a sense of lofty solitude. Ling Yi cast a cold glance at Ling Huang, who was feigning innocence, and found that this person was indeed a perfect match for Lu Yun. He then spoke. Fourth brother, do not speak so confidently. Oh, do you believe that your rise is assured? Transitioning from a mere waste to my rival does not guarantee your victory over me. How utterly laughable. Let us not forget, I have entered the true origin realm, and I owe that advancement to the battle ancestor bloodline you so graciously bestowed upon me. Ling Huang chuckled mockingly and continued to deride Ling Yi, saying, the bloodline of the war ancestor? I have no need for that. Unlike you, who relies on external trappings, I am the embodiment of the strongest bloodline. Ling Yi stepped forward, his voice grave. Ha ha ha. Ling Huang seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, his breath becoming somewhat labored. After a long moment, Ling Huang ceased his laughter, and the atmosphere between the two grew tense, fraught with impending conflict. Die, you worthless fool, Ling Huang bellowed, launching an attack towards Ling Yi. Ling Huang moved with astonishing speed. The aura of his first level of the true origin realm stirred up a tempest of sand in the training ground. The swirling sands ultimately transformed into a frenzied dragon, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Ling Yi gazed coldly at the scene before him, his heart racing. Indeed, warriors of the true essence realm were extraordinary. This battle would likely be the most arduous one he had ever faced in his lifetime. Fury Battle of the Eight Desolations. Ling Huang let out a furious roar, his fists swirling with immense power, reminiscent of an ancient war deity awakening, radiating a formidable might that overshadowed the world. With each strike, he infused his punches with the essence of a formidable practitioner, the force of his energy beginning to ravage Ling Yi's flesh even before contact was made. The first move of the Vajra ruler technique. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi wielded the Shinon, transforming into a fierce, wrathful figure akin to a golden-eyed Vajra, unleashing an indomitable cry towards the ancient war god. The impact was monumental as the Shinong collided with Ling Huang's fist, resulting in a resounding explosion that reverberated like a celestial thunderclap, striking the hearts of all present. The sheer magnitude of true energy at the true origin realm was staggering. After several clashes, Ling Yi found himself on the verge of spitting blood, despite the enhancement of the Vajra, granting him a formidable strength of 10,000 pounds. Such power was merely sufficient to dominate within the body refinement realm. However, it paled in comparison when faced with a practitioner of the true origin realm, where their capabilities underwent a profound transformation, transcending the mere contest of brute strength typical among mortals. Ling Huang unleashed the unparalleled secret technique of the royal lineage within the Zhang dynasty, the Four Seas and Eight Wilderness Fist, which emphasizes an indomitable fighting spirit. This martial art is exceedingly formidable and has reached the esteemed third rank of the Xian level, illustrating the immense dedication and effort expended by Empress Li and Master LV in bestowing such prowess upon Ling Huang. The Eight Princes' former weapon, the Eight Wilderness Spear, is a mere evolution of this technique. However, its might pales in comparison to the authentic Four Seas and Eight Wilderness Fist. With the combination of this fist technique and the martial realm of true essence, Ling Yi found himself overwhelmed within mere moments, enduring a barrage of relentless blows. Yet, with every strike he received, the white medicinal power of the Shinong ruler swiftly healed his injuries. Thus, despite his predicament, Ling Yi managed to persist. Is this fellow akin to a tortoise, impervious to defeat? A flash of fury ignited within Ling Huang as he unleashed an even more ferocious torrent of true energy. Ling Yi continually executed the Vajra Rod technique, and although he repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage, his gaze grew increasingly fierce. It was as if an image of a wrathful Vajra manifested in his mind, unafraid of heaven and earth, still wielding the rod to impose discipline upon the universe. Ling Huang unleashed another furious strike of the Eight Desolations Fist, the second form of the Vajra Rod technique. With a roar, Ling Yi resembled an awakened primordial divine beast cub, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Under immense pressure, Ling Yi finally grasped the second form of the diamond ring technique. The first form amplifies one's strength by half. The second form doubles one's strength. Ling Yi possessed a unique physique, and with the enhancement of the second technique, his strength soared to over 16,000 pounds. This formidable power, while impressive, may appear insufficient against a true essence realm martial artist, albeit in circumstances of minimal disparity. The adage holds true: a single force can overcome 10 techniques. With strength reaching Ling Yi's level, even an 8th-tier body refinement practitioner could wield 8,000 pounds of might. Now, bolstered by the Vajra Rod technique, his strength has surged to an astonishing 16,000 pounds. This extraordinary power can indeed rival the abilities of true essence realm warriors. However, it must be noted that while the Vajra Rod technique is unparalleled, its execution demands a considerable expenditure of true essence. Ling Yi felt an abrupt and substantial depletion of his internal energy as soon as he executed his technique. A practitioner at the 8th level of body refinement would only be capable of employing the second form of the Vajra measuring rod technique once. Ling Yi possesses the chaotic yin-yang technique, with an exceptionally dense true essence that far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. However, he can only invoke it a few times before his vital energy is completely depleted. Ling Yi appeared as if possessed by a god of war, embodying a completely transformed persona. With the Shinong in hand, exuding an unparalleled might, he effortlessly countered all of Ling Huang's assaults. Ling Huang was taken aback. Furious battle across the Four Seas. Another technique from the Four Seas and Eight Wastelands fist erupted. However, Ling Yi's gaze was filled with confidence, as the Shinong ruler continuously healed his body, facing the Four Seas and Eight Wastelands fist with unwavering composure. After several encounters, Ling Huang surprisingly did not gain even the slightest advantage. Ling Huang grew increasingly alarmed as he faced an opponent unlike any he had encountered before. How could someone with merely the 8th level of body refinement contend so fiercely against him, a first level of true essence? What an anomaly! Ling Huang silently cursed. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, battling for dozens of rounds. Ling Huang, as a practitioner of the true essence realm, possessed an enduring and profound aura that was simply beyond Ling Yi's capabilities. Nevertheless, Ling Yi excelled due to his Shinong physique, which endowed him with formidable physical strength. While the Shinong staff continuously healed his hidden injuries, the battle between the two had momentarily reached a stalemate. How astonishing was this 9th prince! At the 8th level of the body refinement realm, he was actually able to contend evenly with a practitioner at the 1st level of the true essence realm. This was not merely extraordinary, it was utterly monstrous. It was unfathomable, unbelievable. The War Heaven dynasty, nay, the entire northern desolation region had never heard of such a prodigy. Perhaps only the ancient monstrosities of the primeval era could be his equal. Heaven bless our War Heaven dynasty. Spectators in the martial arena buzzed with excitement, seemingly unable to grasp the reality unfolding before their eyes. On the main viewing platform, all officials, aristocrats, and even the Emperor Tianxia were transfixed, their gaze unwaveringly fixed upon this monumental clash in the arena. Ling Huang stepped into the realm of true essence, his senses heightened, and he could hear their discussions clearly. To his astonishment, he had become a mere stepping stone for Ling Yi. Now, all the glory and attention were directed towards Ling Yi. How infuriating! Ling Yi, you are undeniably formidable. However, let it be known that I possess greater strength. Blood of the war ancestor. Awaken. With a fierce roar, Ling Huang unleashed a terrifying aura. Ling Huang's eyes gradually turned crimson, his fighting spirit soaring ever higher, infused with the essence of conquering the world. Merely his aura conjured a tempest, compelling Ling Yi to retreat incessantly under its oppressive force. Ling Yi's expression was a tapestry of emotions, such a formidable bloodline, now in the hands of a true essence realm warrior, instilled a sense of futility and resistance. Yet, this potent lineage rightfully belonged to him. Everything had been taken from his grasp. This was the bloodline of the war ancestor. Its richness was unparalleled, rivaling that of Yi in his prime. Emperor Tianxia murmured to himself. Lady Li's face was alight with joy as she exclaimed, "May the war ancestor bless us. My son has awakened the bloodline of the war ancestor. Such strength shall surely protect our Zhantian in the future." The empress's brows knitted in concern. The 4th prince's burgeoning prowess threatened her biological son, the 1st prince. Over the years, in collusion with Lady Li and Master LV, they had eliminated rivals for their own gain, yet they had not foreseen the rise of such a formidable 4th prince. A miscalculation indeed. But why had Yi not awakened his bloodline to counter this? Emperor Tianxia spoke slowly, his frown deepening. Indeed, I too find this perplexing. How could the 4th prince awaken the bloodline of the war ancestor at such a tender age? The empress interjected suddenly. Lady Li and Master LV trembled, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Emperor Tianxia gazed intently at the training grounds, his demeanor grave. At this moment, the 4th prince, Ling Huang, had completed his bloodline awakening. His eyes glowed crimson, brimming with martial fervor, his hair billowing in the wind, exuding an air of sovereign disdain. Such power, splendid, splendid. Ling Huang marveled at his hands, repeating the word thrice with fervor. Ling Yi's expression grew grim as he faced a life-and-death adversary. Once more, he unleashed the 2nd form of the Vajra ruler technique, feeling as though his vital energy was nearly depleted. Die. Ling Huang's eyes sparkled like lightning as his figure vanished from the spot. How swift! Ling Yi had just raised the Vajra rod, poised to counterattack, when he was struck in the back by a punch from Ling Huang, sending him soaring through the air. Ling Yi spat blood, as the divine Shinnong ruler in his grasp began to channel a surge of medicinal power. Yet, the severity of his injuries was so profound that even the Shinnong ruler could not heal him instantaneously. It appears you possess a peculiar ability that renders you impervious to death. This time, I shall shatter your skull and see how you survive. Ling Huang sneered. And in an instant, his figure vanished once more. Ling Yi sensed that Ling Huang was charging towards him, unleashing a formidable blow aimed directly at his forehead. This strike was infused with boundless combat intent, embodying the immense power of the 1st level of the true essence realm, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind. Should it connect, it would surely spell doom for Ling Yi. Impudent! Emperor Tianxia bellowed in fury, prepared to rise and rescue Ling Yi. In Ling Yi's eyes, the ever-enlarging fist seemed to freeze time itself. Within his mind, a colossal divine being, towering over 10,000 feet, emerged. This deity, possessing the head of a bull and the body of a man, exuded an insatiable combat spirit that dwarfed even that of the ancestral warriors, a stark contrast akin to the vast ocean compared to a mere brook. Most fearsome of all was the manifestation of this divine entity, who boasted 3 heads and 6 arms, standing tall and visible from all directions. A demonic spear hurtled toward him, cloaked in a dark crimson hue, surrounded by innumerable vengeful souls wailing in despair. Subsequently, the spear ignited in a torrent of crimson flames, erupting with a malevolent brilliance. The secondary martial soul, the war god and the master of weapons, Qiyu. A surge of information flooded into Ling Yi's consciousness. The war god. The master of weapons, the legendary deity Qiyu. This was a being of unfathomable might from the Primordial Era, who had triumphed over all adversaries. Even the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor found themselves outmatched, ultimately requiring the collective strength of celestial beings to barely subdue Qiyu, yet they could not extinguish him. Instead, he was torn asunder and confined beneath 5 sacred mountains. How had this mighty deity awakened? Suddenly, a flash of black and white light illuminated the horizon, revealing the arrival of the divine farmer's ruler. It soared before Qiyu, transforming into an elderly man with a dragon-like visage and a pronounced belly, none other than the Flame Emperor. Shinon. Huh? You, a defeated foe, dare to appear before me? Qiyu scoffed. You speak with such bravado, yet had it not been for your treacherous ambush, how could you have claimed victory over me? Shinon retorted, unyielding. The ways of warfare are indeed treacherous. Alas, we are but remnants of our former selves, sheltered by the Heavenly Emperor. Today, the chosen one selected by the Heavenly Emperor faces a dire calamity, and it is time I lend my strength. Qiyu huffed through his massive nostrils, his voice resonating deeply. You still possess some semblance of decorum. Shinon chuckled, patting his round belly with a grin. Ling Yi felt the scenery before him growing increasingly illusory, until he ultimately returned to reality. Ling Huang drew ever closer to himself. Although Emperor Tianxiao sensed Ling Huang's murderous intent, he was unable to intervene in time. You bear the spirit of battle. I bestow upon you a fragment of my bloodline. Yet now you dare to usurp your master. Such audacity is unparalleled. Return swiftly with my essence. An ancient and majestic voice resounded in Ling Yi's ears. Unheard by others in the martial arena, Ling Huang felt as though all his strength had been utterly drained, as if he were in the presence of his master. Unable to govern his own knees, he sank directly to the ground before Ling Yi. The immense bloodline of the war ancestor within him surged uncontrollably, bursting forth from his body and transforming into a glimmering stream of true blood in the air, which seamlessly merged with Ling Yi's being. Ling Yi felt the long-lost bloodline of the war ancestor surging back within him, a formidable and domineering power flooding his entire being in an instant. My war ancestor bloodline? How can this be? The fourth prince roared. War ancestor? Forgive me, but I am a war god. Though he did not particularly care. The sensation of reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him was undeniably gratifying. Ling Yi licked his lips and chuckled coldly. It turns out that the ancestor of the Ling family had once offered sacrifices to the remains of Qiyu, acquiring a trace of the true blood of the war god. Though it was merely a drop of true blood, when it entered the body of an ordinary warrior, it would evolve into a defiant lineage. The venerable ancestor of the Ling family advanced relentlessly in the realm of martial arts, ultimately establishing a formidable dynasty known as the War Heaven Dynasty. During its heyday, the dynasty was revered by numerous other kingdoms who came to pay their respects. However, as time elapsed, the Ling family failed to produce another individual as extraordinarily gifted as their illustrious ancestor, leading to a gradual decline and relegation to a lower status among dynasties. Presently, Ling Yi stands on the brink of despair, but by a stroke of serendipity, the war god Qiyu awakens to assist him in reclaiming the bloodline of the war ancestor. Qiyu, renowned not only for his unparalleled combat prowess but also for his exceptional skill in weapon forging, is also known as the master of weapons. Moreover, Qiyu has imprinted a message within Ling Yi's consciousness, revealing that this awakening was merely triggered by a faint trace of bloodline from the past. This state cannot be sustained for long and requires additional energy to bestow him with further divine abilities. After Ling Yi assimilated the bloodline of the battle ancestor, a formidable lineage illuminated the heavens. Not only that, but his dantian was suddenly brimming with true energy, and his martial arts realm ascended rapidly, ultimately reaching the 9th level of the body refinement realm. In stark contrast, Ling Huang, having lost the bloodline of the battle ancestor, coughed up a clot of congealed blood. His spirit languishing, and his cultivation gradually regressing, ultimately stagnating at the threshold of the true essence realm. Ling Yi's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. Although he had not fully regained his former martial prowess, ascending to a higher realm was indeed splendid. Now that he had reclaimed his ancestral bloodline, coupled with his extraordinary martial soul, he was confident that one day he would shatter the void and become invincible across the land. Ling Huang wore a face of sheer terror, seemingly still in a state of shock, as he glared at Ling Yi with a mixture of resentment and fury. Ling Yi, return to me the bloodline of the war ancestor. I will see you dead. With that, his vital energy surged, and he unleashed the 4 seas and 8 wilderness fist once more. Though this martial technique was still immensely powerful, it lacked the formidable strength it had possessed moments before. and it was devoid of the unique, unparalleled aura that characterized the 4 seas and 8 wilderness. This was the essence of battle intent. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh as the bloodline of the war ancestor awakened within him. His eyes suddenly transformed into a fierce crimson, and a surge of martial intent erupted around him, eager to challenge the heavens. The Vajrastaff technique, the second method, now having reached the 9th level of body refinement. With the enhancement of the second method, his strength soared to a staggering 18,000 pounds. What was truly terrifying was the defiance of his martial spirit, allowing him to unleash 11 or even 12/10ths of his combat power. Yu extracted a fragment of the war ancestor's bloodline, further igniting all of his latent potential. In that moment, Ling Yi's body resembled a perpetual motion machine, the martial intent of the war ancestor unquenchable and ceaseless, fully capable of sustaining multiple executions of the second form of the Vajrastaff technique. This is the formidable essence of the war ancestor's bloodline, one of the foundations upon which the ancestor once dominated the world. Across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, Ling Huang unleashed a powerful punch, only to be effortlessly sent flying by Ling Yi's swift strike. The formidable force of his blow seemed as fragile as paper. Following this, Ling Yi let out a maniacal laugh, swiftly closing the distance to Ling Huang's side, and brought down another strike with unrelenting force. Ling Huang was struck from behind, instantly feeling his internal organs stir, and blood surge wildly from his mouth. Ling Yi was unwilling to let this malicious individual escape. He swiftly pursued and relentlessly struck with the Shenno. Boom, boom. The resounding blows landed incessantly upon Ling Huang. Each muffled groan emanating from his flesh sent shivers down the spines of all who listened. Ling Yi's heart swelled with exhilaration as he raised the Shenno ruler high above, allowing chaotic true energy to surge wildly within him. The Shenno ruler, initially measuring over 2 feet, suddenly expanded to an astonishing 3 or 4 feet, emanating a golden phantom. The true energy was unleashed. This was indeed the manifestation of true energy. Observers of profound cultivation, masters of esteemed houses, gasped in astonishment. The unleashing of true energy, was this not a technique reserved for the true origin realm? How could the 9th prince, relying solely on the 9th level of the body refinement realm, possess abilities typically reserved for those of the true origin realm? What tremendous might! What defiance of fate! A singular thought emerged in the minds of all present. If this young man were to survive, he would undoubtedly ascend to dominion over the world. The manifestation of true energy. It was no wonder that it was an art of the first celestial emperor, Dong Huang Tai Yi, in his initial practice. He had already attained the true energy seed that an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of the body refinement realm could possess. Now, with Ling Yi at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, he wielded abilities that could only be executed by those in the true origin realm. Ling Yi's gaze was as piercing as lightning, and with a maniacal laugh, he intended to shatter Ling Huang into oblivion with this thunderous strike. I concede. Ling Huang, gazing at Ling Yi, who resembled a celestial deity, could no longer suppress the terror swelling within his heart and cried out desolately. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi let out a cold laugh and turned the Shenno. The Shenno, which had been aimed at Ling Huang's forehead, suddenly shifted, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light that landed upon Ling Huang's shoulder. A series of cracking sounds emanated from Ling Huang as his shoulder was brutally crushed, reducing the bones within to mere fragments. Your Majesty, how ruthless is Ling Yi? My son has already conceded, yet he remains relentless, cried Lady Li, collapsing at the feet of Emperor Tian Shao in despair. The emperor instructed his guards to escort the 2 individuals to the main viewing platform. At this moment, all doubts dissipated. The 9th prince, Ling Yi, emerged victorious in the year-end grand competition. The martial arena erupted like boiling water, brimming with excitement. Everyone marveled at the 9th prince's remarkable journey, filled with countless legends. He had proven that even with a ruined dantian, a genius remains a genius. Those who had once mocked Ling Yi bowed their heads in shame. Young talents, inspired by Ling Yi's valor, clenched their fists, thinking a true man should be like the 9th prince, and the young maidens, captivated by Ling Yi's handsome visage, felt their cheeks flush, secretly admiring him. Ling Yi strode confidently to the main viewing platform. Although Ling Huang did not immediately faint, he stood unsteadily, barely supported by a few guards. Ling Yi, you treacherous schemer. During a brotherly contest, how could you resort to such malicious tactics? Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for us, cried Consort Li, her lamentations echoing in a manner that was utterly distasteful. Here, I must inquire. Why is it that your fourth brother awakens the ancestral battle bloodline, yet you do not awaken to resist? Suddenly, Emperor Tianxiao spoke, causing consortly Grand Tutor Lu and Lu Yun to feel their hearts race uncontrollably. Ling Yi took a deep breath and declared, "This question is quite simple. The bloodline of the war ancestor that fourth brother possesses was taken from me." "What? Say that again," Emperor Tianxia bellowed, crushing the nearby stone pillar into dust with a single strike of his palm, his fury palpable. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, poised to elucidate the circumstances. When he heard the Empress's voice, "I have only just learned of this matter. The fourth prince has indeed set a trap to usurp the ancestral bloodline of the ninth prince, resulting in the latter's plummeting cultivation, nearly rendering him a useless being. Fortunately, the ninth prince has risen with remarkable vigor, reclaiming his rightful position at the pinnacle. Why did you not inform me of this sooner? Your Majesty, you have been in seclusion for an extended period. I wish to inform you. But did you provide me the opportunity to do so? Alas, though I am the matriarch of the 6 palaces, the fourth prince and concubine Li have been gaining strength. I am but a powerless figure." The Empress suddenly burst into tears. "Your Majesty, Father," both concubine Li and the fourth prince exclaimed in unison, eager to defend themselves. Grand Tutor Lu stepped forward, his hands subtly moving, releasing an invisible surge of chilling energy. This frosty force surged into the two, causing them to feel as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, rendering them speechless. "Your Majesty, these two have disrupted the court, and I have suffered greatly as a result. I implore you to take action." Grand Tutor Lu knelt before the throne, filled with trepidation. "My child, do you have anything further to say?" The Tianxiao Emperor fixed his gaze upon Ling Huang. Ling Huang trembled all over, raising his head to behold the smiling visage of Master El, whose eyes were as cold as ice. In the end, Ling Huang closed his eyes, allowing 2 streams of clear tears to fall, and choked out, "I, your son, confess my sins." Ling Yi intended to voice his thoughts, yet he discerned the menacing glare of Master El, akin to a ravenous wolf fixated upon him. What would it matter if he revealed that it was Elian who, in collusion with the fourth prince, had orchestrated the trap? It would merely render the situation more disgraceful. Would Emperor Tianxiao confront Master El head-on for his sake? After all, despite being the ostensible sovereign, Emperor Tianxiao was overshadowed by Master El, who wielded true power behind the scenes. Should Master El choose to engage in a life-or-death struggle, he would likely garner the support of the ministers, while the noble families within the capital might turn against the throne, leading to chaos throughout the realm. Thus, Ling Yi remained silent. Ling Huang trembled uncontrollably, having realized his fate, cast aside by all, the ambition for the throne forever extinguished. The fourth prince, Li Fei, had conspired against the royal offspring, a crime of unspeakable severity. Henceforth, he would be imprisoned in the cold palace for 2 decades, deprived of freedom. "Qing'er, quickly close the door. We shall seal our residence here." Ling Yi, after bidding farewell to a group of guests, urgently instructed the maid, Qing. Qing'er was equally overwhelmed. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, she made her way to the entrance of the ninth prince's manor. Outside, a throng encircled the premises, laden with gifts of all sizes. "Miss Qing'er, may we have an audience with the ninth prince?" A voice called out as they spotted her emergence. With a delicate smile, Qing'er replied, "The ninth prince is weary from the year-end competition and wishes to rest early. Please return." "Please, Miss Qing'er, we have waited all day." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed. Ninth prince, I am a subordinate commander from the scouting camp, humbly requesting an audience." Qing'er observed these esteemed individuals of the imperial capital, now reduced to common folk encircling the gates of their prince, and couldn't he help but chuckle inwardly. Yet, she found their presence somewhat bothersome and chose to disregard them, shutting the manor doors firmly. "Ninth prince, congratulations." After concluding her tasks, Qing'er approached Ling Yi and began to massage his back. "Do not jest with me. What is there to celebrate?" Ling Yi replied with a wry smile. "Our ninth prince, who initially stood at the 7th level of body refinement during the competition, has ascended to the 9th level. He even defeated the 4th prince, who was at the 1st level of true essence, and hunted a true essence beast. This news has spread throughout the capital." Qing'er exclaimed, stifling her laughter. "Is it truly so exaggerated?" Ling Yi furrowed his brow and questioned. "Indeed. Numerous storytellers have taken it upon themselves to narrate your exploits, spreading them through the streets and alleys." As Qing'er spoke, her face suddenly pressed against Ling Yi's back, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Choking back her sobs, she said, "I have only just learned the truth about the great ordeal you faced. It was the 4th princess doing. How could one possess such a heart?" To so cruelly extract your bloodline? How much pain must that have caused? Ling Yi turned around, embracing Ling Yi, his heart filled with emotion as he gently wiped away her tears and softly said, "Silly girl, do not weep. It is all in the past." He then inquired, "By the way, is there any significant matter on the horizon?" Ling Yi, dabbing at her tears and regaining her composure, replied, "Tomorrow. The ninth prince is to receive commendation in the Great Hall. His Majesty will bestow the Donghuang order upon the top 10, and the top 6 shall have the honor of entering the Hall of War Gods for their sanctification." Ling Yi nodded, recognizing that only a few days remained until the conclusion of the year-end grand competition, a time when rewards were duly bestowed. Furthermore, the representatives from the Danling Pavilion had just arrived, requesting assistance from the ninth prince, hoping to discuss the matter further after the completion of his baptism. The Danling Pavilion seeks my aid? I wonder what it could entail, Ling Yi pondered. He held the Danling Pavilion in high regard, and thus felt compelled to offer his assistance. The following day, within the Grand Hall of the Dantian Imperial Palace, civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, while the top 10 competitors of the year-end competition occupied the center stage. Aside from the 6 champions, those eliminated in the first round had also engaged in a fierce contest to secure the top 10 positions. Surprisingly, Sun Tian, who had been eliminated by Ling Yi in the first round, managed to claim 7th place. Moreover, due to the exposure of the 4th Prince Ling Huang's transgressions, his 2nd place ranking was revoked, allowing others to ascend the ranks. Sun Tian, originally in 7th place, now found himself elevated to 6th, earning the qualification for the baptism at the War God Temple. The 6 individuals receiving the baptism at the War God Temple included 9th Prince Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing, Li Xiaoyang, Lu Yun, 8th Prince Ling Huang, and Sun Tian. Lu Yun, adorned with a white veil to conceal the scar on her face, stood amongst them. The baptism at the War God Temple represented the pinnacle of honor in this year-end competition. Emperor Tianshao commenced the proceedings as customary, announcing key accolades for the exceptional performers, followed by the presentation of the Donghuang token, granting access to the Donghuang Dao Academy. Subsequently, the 6 champions were escorted by a leading guard towards the War God Temple. Unlike previous occasions where the Dongwu Pavilion was opened, this time, due to the significance of the Donghuang Dao Academy, the War God Temple was made accessible. The assistance provided by the War God Temple to martial artists far surpassed that of the Dongwu Pavilion. Ling Yi caressed the Donghuang Ling, an ancient and unadorned token crafted from blackwood, inscribed with the character Tsong in a robust iron calligraphy, exuding an aura of formidable strength that rendered forgery impossible. This token merely signified one's qualification. However, the ability to gain entry into the esteemed academy of the Northern Wilderness hinged on one's own prowess. The contenders vying for success were none other than the most exceptional geniuses representing various empires, making the challenge akin to scaling the heavens. In a fleeting moment, the captain of the guards halted his steps. This officer commanded the elite troops of the Zhantian Empire, a figure of considerable stature, reputed to be an extraordinary talent from the Sun family, known as Sun Tian. By lineage, he was an uncle to Sun Tian, a master at the 9th level of the True Essence realm. The assembly followed Sun's lead, their gaze drawn to a majestic palace, prominently adorned with the 3 characters Zhan Shendian. As Sun pushed open the door, the crowd followed closely behind. At the heart of the Zhan Shendian stood a colossal statue, towering several dozen feet high, depicting a being with a bull's head and a human body, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding an aura of ferocity and valor reminiscent of Qiyu. Previously, Ling Yi had visited the Zhan Shendian without knowledge that the deity they revered was none other than the legendary war god Qiyu, the most venerated figure within the Zhantian Empire, now recognized as his own secondary martial spirit. The ancient tales of the primordial deities had faded into obscurity over time. May the war god bless us and protect our Zhantian, ensuring our martial fortunes flourish. Sun knelt before the statue, and the 6 youths followed suit, each bowing with utmost sincerity. Upon completing their homage, Sun gestured towards a blood-red pool nearby, proclaiming, "This is the greatest reliance of the Zhantian Empire." Known as the War God Pool, it is well known that since the time of our ancestral warrior, the people of the Zhantian Empire have embraced martial valor. Upon reaching the Transformation Sea realm, warriors who have not met untimely fates typically contribute their essence to this pool, merging their blood and flesh into its very being. Thus, over the millennia, the energy of the War God Pool has intensified, safeguarded by our forebears. The crowd came to a profound realization. Sun continued. You shall soon enter the war god pool, where you will receive the blessings of your ancestors, and in due course, you are expected to give back to the Zhantian Empire. The war god pool, formed from the essence of many formidable warriors, is exceptionally potent. The longer you endure within its depths, the greater the benefits you shall reap. Yet, bear in mind to avoid recklessness. Harming your foundation could lead to dire consequences. Those with stronger physiques will gain more substantial advantages. All eyes turned towards Ling Yi, for although his martial prowess was not the highest, merely having entered the 9th level of the body refinement realm, his physical constitution was remarkably superior, almost beyond human. The war god pool was divided into 3 tiers. The higher the tier, the lesser the pressure exerted. Ling Yi was the first to step into the war god pool. As the crimson liquid gradually permeated his body, Ling Yi felt a tremendous force incessantly eroding his flesh. This power was not only domineering but also possessed formidable destructive capabilities. However, amidst the devastation, a portion of the energy remained within him, fortifying his physique, truly wondrous. The Shinong in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, healing the hidden injuries that Ling Yi had sustained from the corrosive liquid of the war god pool. Ling Yi smiled, submerging himself into the war god pool. Subsequently, others began to step into the pool as well. The participants varied in physical strength, yet traversing the depths of the war god pool proved to be exceedingly challenging. Within the pool, those with superior physiques could venture further into its depths. After approximately half an hour, Lu Yun, having persevered in the upper layers of the war god pool, ultimately exited due to her relatively frail constitution. The sight of Lu Yun emerging from the pool was truly alarming. Her once delicate skin bore no unscathed areas, with some parts even revealing glimpses of bone. However, with each step she took, her flesh visibly healed at an astonishing rate. In just a few breaths, Lu Yun returned to her normal appearance. Yet the scars on her face from her earlier duel with Ling Yi remained unhealed. A formidable aura emanated from Lu Yun's physique, indicating a significant enhancement in her physical capabilities. As time progressed, the 6 youths who had entered the war god pool gradually emerged one by one. At this moment, Ling Yi arrived at the mid-level of the war god pool. The energy in this place is rather potent. A voice, steady yet tinged with a hint of mockery, resonated. It was the Eastern Emperor. Ling Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then, with a blur before his eyes, he found himself in the soul realm he had once visited. Before Ling Yi stood a figure, the first emperor, Dong Huang Tai Yi. Emperor Donghuang. Ling Yi exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the place you occupy is saturated with spiritual energy and rich in power, which is why I have awakened. It allows me to converse with you for a while longer. Dong Huang Tai Yi smiled slightly and continued, You two may come forth. Upon his command, a black and white ruler and a blood-red demonic halberd soared through the distant space. The divine farmer's ruler, the halberd of Qiyu. As the divine farmer's ruler and the halberd of Qiyu flew, they engaged in combat, sparking brilliant flashes. They then transformed into human forms before Ling Yi. The divine farmer and Qiyu respectfully addressed Dong Huang Tai Yi, saying, We pay our respects to the emperor. Dong Huang Tai Yi nodded and suddenly remarked, Qiyu, look at the place where Ling Yi resides. It is quite extraordinary. It resembles your methods. Qiyu contemplated for a moment, gradually attuning to the surroundings. And a smile blossomed on his bovine face as he responded, Indeed, the blood pool technique is a divine ability I left within that drop of true blood. I never imagined this old Ling would actually create a blood pool. The divine farmer, also somewhat exhilarated, added, This blood pool technique condenses the souls and essence blood of numerous warriors. Qiyu, you can assist Ling Yi in absorbing all of it. All of it absorb? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback. Dong Huang Tai Yi pondered briefly, shook his head, and then remarked, Ling Yi's current realm cannot absorb such an abundance of energy. However, it can support your transformation of the Qiyu spear, which would greatly assist Ling Yi. Qiyu slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Then it is settled. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback before returning to reality. At this moment, urged by Qiyu, he proceeded towards the lower level of the god of war pool. Remarkably, the 9th prince had descended to the lower level, a feat no one had ever accomplished below the true essence realm. Commander Sun expressed his admiration. At this point, all others, except for Ling Yi, had exited the god of war pool. He remained inside, having even ventured to the lower level. Suddenly, the eyes of the god of war statue erupted with dazzling brilliance. The statue began to tremble, and fragments of stone gradually fell away. The light emanating from the statue's eyes was directed precisely at Ling Yi's location within the God of War pool. Ling Yi seemed to transform into a swirling vortex, as crimson liquid incessantly converged towards him. In that moment, he resembled a ferocious beast from primordial times, capable of devouring mountains and oceans alike. A portion of this energy surged into Ling Yi's body, prompting him to fervently operate the chaotic yin-yang technique to absorb the essence. The vast liquid from the war god pool corroded his flesh, while the divine farmer's measuring ruler swiftly healed him, continuously enhancing his already formidable physique. A sphere of red light materialized within Ling Yi's mind, pulsating and shining with intensity. The immense energy of the war god pool gradually coalesced in his sea of consciousness, revealing the initial shape of a dark red demonic spear. The Chiyu spear, the first divine weapon crafted by the war master Chiyu, stood as the foremost armament in the realm. The ninely body refinement technique could fortify the flesh, ultimately evolving into the most powerful battle form of 3 heads and 6 arms. The scriptures of the war master chronicled his lifelong methods of weapon forging. As a torrent of information flooded into Ling Yi's mind, he bellowed in fury. Suddenly, the war god pool erupted. In an instant, the Chiyu spear took form in Ling Yi's mind, and he transformed into the 3-headed, 6-armed figure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his original appearance. The crimson liquid of the war god pool vanished entirely, leaving Ling Yi standing alone in the depths of the pool, approximately 10 meters deep. Ling Yi rose to his feet, having achieved the 9th level of the refinement realm, reaching the pinnacle of physical cultivation, and standing at the precipice of the true essence realm. His corporeal form had attained a remarkably terrifying state. As Ling Yi stepped forward, a faint golden light emanated from his flesh, making him appear less like a mere mortal and more akin to a being forged of metal. Ling Yi, what is the meaning of this? The culmination of countless years of effort invested into the Dantian dynasty has been obliterated by your actions, Lu Yun exclaimed with fury. Her countenance concealed beneath a veil, yet her face was suffused with rage. Despite the outward display of anger, an unsettling joy flickered within her. The gravity of the transgression committed by Ling Yi suggested that his punishment would likely be no less severe than that faced by the 4th prince, Donghuang. Contemplating this, she instinctively touched her cheek. Could such an affront truly be so easily dismissed? I apologize. It seems I may have exerted too much force and drained the waters of the god of war pool. Ling Yi gazed at the crowd, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and reproach, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he confess that the esteemed war deity they revered had now become a secondary soul within his consciousness, urging him to act in this manner? If he were to utter such a revelation, it would not be long before whispers of his madness began to circulate. Commander Sun, Ling Yi was about to explain to Commander Sun when, unexpectedly, Commander Sun cast a penetrating glance at Ling Yi, gesturing with his hand for him to remain silent. Taking a deep breath, Commander Sun spoke in a solemn tone. Follow me. Ling Yi and his companions closely followed Commander Sunday. After entering the war god pool, each of them experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. The 6 individuals arrived at the entrance of the Emperor Tianxiao's study alongside Commander Sun, who instructed them to wait outside before entering the study himself. After a considerable time, Commander Sun emerged, his voice solemn as he announced, Prince Ling Yi, come in with me. The rest of you may return to your residences. Although the other 5 felt a sense of curiosity, they understood that this was clearly an order from Emperor Tianxiao, and thus reluctantly took their leave. Ling Yi followed Commander Sun into the study, where, at the center, Emperor Tianxiao sat majestically upon the dragon throne, engrossed in the pages of a book. Upon noticing Ling Yi, the emperor's expression shifted to one of excitement as he remarked, Yo, I have heard that you have destroyed the god of war pool. Ling Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, hastily lowering his head and solemnly stating, I too have been momentarily negligent and do not comprehend the underlying reasons. Emperor Tianxiao pondered for a considerable time before erupting into a thunderous laughter that reverberated through the air. He exclaimed, Ha ha ha, splendid. Since the founding of the Dantian dynasty, a legend has persisted. When the waters of the war god pool run dry, a youth shall emerge from its depths, destined to be the scion of the war god. This individual will lead our Dantian dynasty towards a new era of magnificence. Ling Yi found himself momentarily dazed. The term son of the war god, his martial soul. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi was renowned as the supreme deity of the Primordial Era. Chiyu, a subordinate of Eastern Emperor Taiyi, also served as his auxiliary martial soul. Did this not imply that he, too, could be considered a half-master of the war god? The title of son of the war god felt rather incongruous to Ling Yi. The Emperor Tianxiao engaged in a brief conversation with Ling Yi, urging him to persist in his cultivation endeavors, before allowing him to depart from the study without a hint of reproach. After all, the matter concerning the son of the war god was of great significance, and the emperor had admonished Ling Yi to refrain from publicizing it. As Ling Yi stepped out of the study, he beheld that only 5 individuals remained from the year-end competition. While he pondered their hesitation, he noticed Lu Yun advancing with purpose, admonishing, "Ling Yi, you have tarnished the war god pool. What punishment has His Majesty bestowed upon you?" Ling Yi shook his head and said, "There is no punishment at all." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback in disbelief. Sun Tian, who had previously been defeated by Ling Yi, felt a lingering resentment in his heart. Seeing Ling Yi destroy the hard work of the Zhantian dynasty spanning thousands of years only fueled his anger. Sun Tian immediately declared, "There must be severe consequences, and I would not be surprised if the death penalty were to be executed. The foundation of our Zhantian dynasty has been ruined by your hands." The 8th prince, Ling Huang, who maintained a relatively good relationship with Ling Yi, frowned and said, "Sun Tian, your words are rather excessive. The war god pool has been intact for millennia. Yet suddenly, after my 9th brother descends, the waters have dried up. I believe this has nothing to do with my brother. There must have been a change within the war god pool itself." Gu Yanqing also nodded slightly in agreement. However, Yun shook her head and retorted angrily. "The 8th prince has stated that for thousands of years, the war god pool has thrived, but it was only after the 9th prince entered that it was destroyed. Is it not the 9th prince's fault?" At that moment, the emperor must surely be discussing the punishment for the 9th prince with Commander's son, and there was no way they would let him off easily. During the year-end competition, Yun had been thoroughly humiliated by Ling Yi and even her supporter. The 4th prince Ling Huang had been defeated by him, ultimately confined to the cold palace, unable to stir any waves. Now, Yun watched coldly, eagerly anticipating the spectacle that Ling Yi would present. As the study door swung open, Commander's son emerged. Upon seeing that the 6 strong individuals had not dispersed, he paused slightly. The crowd was taken aback when they noticed that Commander's son held a decree in his hand. The expressions of Yun and Sun Tian were now laced with even more mockery, as they awaited the unfolding drama surrounding Ling Yi. Commander's son, spotting Ling Yi, proclaimed in a resonant voice, "9th prince, step forward to receive your decree." Ling Yi stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and respectfully declared, "I, your humble servant Ling Yi, heed your command. By the decree of the heavenly emperor of the War Tian dynasty, due to the remarkable performance of the 9th prince Ling Yi in the year-end competition, he is hereby bestowed the title of king, with the appellation of war king, enjoying the privileges and honors of a prince. Thus it is ordained." Commander's son closed the imperial edict and hastily assisted Ling Yi to rise, smiling as he remarked, "Congratulations, 9th prince, or rather, His Highness the War King." "This is impossible," Lu Yun exclaimed in a sharp cry, while the crowd gasped in astonishment. Has Ling Yi truly been conferred the title of king? It is unheard of for anyone to attain such honors merely for excelling in the year-end competition. Even Ling Yi, who previously secured first place in this contest, had never received such a favor. Only the eldest prince, having successfully entered the Donghuang Academy and gained the favor of a formidable figure within, earned the title of Qi Wang as a result of the Academy's commendation to the Zhantian dynasty. The 2nd prince, stationed at the frontier and distinguished by his extraordinary merits, was likewise granted the title of Rong Wang. The Zhantian dynasty holds the concept of warfare in the highest esteem. Thus, Ling Yi's elevation to the title of Zhan Wang raises the question of whether Emperor Tianxiao intends to support Ling Yi as his successor. The crowd dared not ponder further, recognizing the gravity of the matter and prioritizing the need to report to their family elders. Lu Yun, as the daughter of the Grand Preceptor, must exercise caution in her words. "What do you imply? Are you suggesting that I falsely convey the Emperor's decree? Or do you have objections to His Majesty's decisions?" Commander's son, with a demeanor of quiet authority, spoke in a grave tone. Lu Yun trembled at his reprimand. She lowered her head, too intimidated to utter another word. Commander's son, as the leader of the Imperial Guard, not only possesses exceptional martial prowess, but also holds a position of great respect, making it unwise for Lu Yun to provoke him. Yet, despite her outward submission, the venomous glare in her eyes betrayed her inner fury, as she wished nothing more than to see Ling Yi suffer 1,000 tortures. With this, silence enveloped the assembly, and no one dared to speak further. Ling Yi returned to the residence of the 9th prince, idly toying with the spatial ring bestowed upon him by Emperor Tianxiao. The spatial ring is exceedingly precious, All others who hunted mystical beasts had their rings confiscated, leaving only Ling Yi in possession. Such an item, imbued with extraordinary abilities, is referred to by martial artists as a spiritual artifact, classified in tiers from 1 to 9, according to the elemental order of heaven and earth. The spatial ring in Ling Yi's possession is a rare yellow-grade 9th-tier spiritual artifact, featuring an internal space of several dozen meters. This favor, combined with the title of War King, indeed signifies that Emperor Tianxiao holds Ling Yi in high regard. However, all of this is not what Ling Yi desires most. What Ling Yi yearned for the most was the whereabouts of his mother. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to voice his inquiry. Fearing it might provoke the wrath of the Emperor Tianxiao, Ling Yi closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the sea of perception, where the Qiyu halberd and the Shinnong ruler hovered in the air. The Shinnong ruler was an artifact with which Ling Yi was already quite familiar. However, the Qiyu halberd was still a mystery he needed to unravel. Beyond being known as the god of war, Qiyu also bore the title of the Lord of Weapons, reputedly the founder of the art of weapon forging. He had bequeathed to Ling Yi a tome on the true teachings of weapon mastery, chronicling the methods for crafting numerous divine artifacts from the Primordial Era. However, Ling Yi currently lacked the necessary materials. As Qiyu's intrinsic weapon, the halberd proved to be immensely beneficial for the refinement of spiritual and divine instruments. Though the Qiyu halberd appeared as a battle weapon, it was in truth a mass of unknown liquid substance. It contained the essence of Qiyu's battle intent and murderous spirit accumulated throughout his lifetime of warfare, capable of manifesting in myriad forms while also aiding in the tempering of spiritual instruments and the fusion of materials. Qiyu, Shinnong, and Dong Huang Tai Yi had succumbed to slumber within the soul space of martial spirits. Yet, the immense power emanating from the god of war's pool allowed the Qiyu halberd to take shape within Ling Yi's consciousness. Ling Yi chuckled softly. If it were to be revealed that the revered god of war, Qiyu, in the northern wilderness, was in fact his auxiliary martial soul, he would likely be regarded as a divine being by all. In a certain sense, the Emperor Tianxiao's legend of the son of the god of war has underestimated Ling Yi's true potential. Given his possession of the extraordinary Qiyu halberd, it is only fitting that he embarks on the pursuit of mastering the art of forging. Ling Yi contemplated to himself. The practitioners of spirit weapon forging, known as weapon masters, are even rarer than alchemists. This rarity stems from the intricate mastery required over materials in the forging process. A mere moment of negligence significantly heightens the risk of catastrophic failure compared to alchemy. Aside from the Qiyu halberd, Qiyu also bequeathed himself a remarkable ability: the 9-li body refinement technique. The god of war is reputed for his indomitable fighting spirit, an essence that is everlasting. Beyond sheer willpower, there exists an unparalleled physical prowess. Qiyu was once the esteemed chieftain of the 9-li clan, leading its warriors to conquer lands far and wide, undefeated in battle. He had 81 brothers, each a deity in their own right within the 9-li clan. During the Primordial Era, they carved out a dominion that instilled fear in the hearts of the ancient gods, relying heavily on the extraordinary prowess of the 9-li body refinement technique. As Ling Yi closed his eyes, the essence of the Jiuli body refinement technique unfurled in his mind. This technique involves the continuous tempering of the physical form through the manipulation of true energy, refining every drop of blood and each bone until they can be effortlessly controlled. Upon reaching the first level, one can manifest true energy to shape the body, evolving into an arm. At the second level, another arm can be manifested. Upon attaining the 6th level, one can evolve 6 arms. Beginning from the 7th level, the practitioner can manifest a head. Once the 9th level is perfected, one achieves a formidable combat form reminiscent of Qiyu, featuring 3 heads and 6 arms. With 3 heads and 6 arms, one can perceive 6 directions and hear from 8 corners, resulting in a combat prowess that transcends mere multiplication. It embodies a synergy where 1 + 1 becomes greater than 2. Ling Yi settled into a cross-legged position, initiating the flow of the chaotic yin-yang technique. The vital energy gradually permeated into Ling Yi's ancestral battle bloodline. Stimulated by this energy, the ancestral bloodline underwent relentless refinement and compression. Pain. A frown creased Ling Yi's brow. This excruciating torment was no less severe than the moment he had his ancestral battle bloodline forcibly taken from him. Before long, his entire body began to convulse, trembling uncontrollably. Drenched in cold sweat, Ling Yi gradually withdrew his cultivation technique. The 9-li body refinement art was indeed exceedingly powerful, to the extent that Ling Yi's current physique was unable to master even the first layer of the 9-li body refinement art. Nevertheless, Despite being a novice in this art, Ling Yi felt that his physical form had considerably strengthened. Ling Yi extended his hand and, as if conjured from thin air, a long halberd materialized before him, the Qiyu halberd. This formidable weapon measured approximately 2 zhang in length, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Its entire body enveloped in a fiery crimson glow, imbued with boundless martial spirit. With a resounding shout, Ling Yi commenced his practice of the 9-li body refining technique, specifically the accompanying 9-li spear technique. This technique shares similarities with the battle blade technique of the Battle Heaven dynasty, emphasizing a grand and forceful approach. Ideal for tumultuous skirmishes, the 9-li spear technique is a primordial martial art, and at present, Ling Yi's cultivation level is insufficient, having only mastered the first 3 forms of the Qiyu spear. The first form, invincible in battle. This spear technique emphasizes the explosive manifestation of true energy through a unique maneuver, harmonizing with one's fighting spirit to overwhelm any adversary. When confronting opponents whose cultivation levels are not excessively higher, the interplay of fighting spirits can result in a formidable eruption of power. The second form, unassailable in attack. This spear technique primarily focuses on condensing true essence into a singular point, which then erupts to pierce through all obstacles. This form is particularly devastating against warriors with formidable defenses. After a decade of rigorous training, Ling Yi had perfected the first form of the 9-li spear technique and had attained a minor proficiency in the second. After all, this ancient martial art of the 9-li tribe exacted a tremendous toll, even with the bloodline of the battle ancestor coursing through his veins. Granting him a form of perpetual vitality, he could only unleash the full might of the second form of the 9-li spear in a single strike. The following day, Ling Yi rose at the break of dawn and made his way to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion of the Battle Heaven dynasty. The Spirit Artifact Pavilion, akin to the Pill Spirit Pavilion, stood as a preeminent force throughout the northern wilderness. Within the Battle Heaven dynasty, however, it was merely a branch of the northern wilderness's Spirit Artifact Pavilion. The primary business of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion involved the trade of spiritual artifacts, comprising both those crafted in-house and those acquired from other regions at a premium. Ling Yi stepped outside, observing as the sign of the 9th Prince's residence was taken down and replaced with that of the War King's manor. Moreover, Ling Yi now possessed his own carriage, liberating him from the necessity of walking wherever he went. Ling Yi boarded the carriage and commanded to the Qiling Pavilion. The coachman, a middle-aged man with a weathered complexion, appeared exceedingly simple-minded, resembling a farmer. However, once Ling Yi settled into the carriage, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in the coachman's eyes. Within the palace, in the Fengyi Hall, the Queen Mother resided in her chambers, appearing restless and somewhat uneasy as she sat upon her chair. "Your Majesty, I have returned." An elderly maid hurriedly entered, whispering softly, "Quickly, close the door." The Queen Mother was overwhelmed with joy. The maid peered around cautiously, ensuring no one was present before shutting the door. Leaning closer to the queen, the maid quietly informed her, "Sufu has already been arranged to enter the residence of the 9th Prince. Good news should arrive shortly." The queen's eyes shimmered with excitement as she repeatedly expressed her approval. Suddenly, the maid posed a question. "Your Majesty, though Sufu is a renowned assassin, the risks are exceedingly high. Is it truly worth exposing yourself for the sake of a 9th Prince?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the queen's eyes as she retorted, "What do you know, you wretched servant? The 9th Prince has been bestowed the title of warlord, indicating he has captured the emperor's heart. His dantian has been destroyed, and his bloodline usurped. Yet, look at how little time has passed. He secured first place in the year-end competition, and Li Fei and the 4th Prince have been cast into the cold palace. I cannot rest until this man is eliminated." The elderly maid, evidently a trusted confidant of the queen, remained undeterred by the reprimand and replied, "The 9th Prince is indeed exceptional, but he is still young. How can he possibly compare to our 1st Prince? It is said that our 1st Prince has already entered the Transformation Sea realm and has successfully gained access to the inner sanctum of the Donghuang Dao Academy. His prospects are limitless." Upon mentioning the 1st Prince, a trace of pride unmistakably crossed the queen's countenance. Yet, she soon shook her head and declared sternly, "I absolutely will not permit any unstable factors to obstruct my son's path to the throne. I shall pave the way for his imperial reign." Her demeanor was fierce, starkly contrasting with her usual benevolent appearance. On the roads of the imperial capital, after traveling for over half an hour, Ling Yi arrived outside the Qiling Pavilion. "Is that not the 9th brother?" A mocking voice resounded. Ling Yi turned around and couldn't help but furrow his brow, letting out a cold snort. The figure approaching was none other than the detestable seventh prince, Ling Hong. The unfortunate seventh prince had previously suffered greatly. First, he was severely beaten by Ling Yi at the Danling Pavilion. After enduring a lengthy recovery, he once again sought to prove himself during the year-end competition, only to injure his waist. Subsequently, his mother and brother were cast into the cold palace. With the unwavering support of the Li family, Ling Hong managed to heal from his injury, and although he could not yet engage in combat, he was able to move around freely. To Ling Yi's astonishment, the seventh prince was trailing behind a few individuals. Within the realm of the Zhantian dynasty, Ling Hong was infamous for his temper and arrogance. For him to submit to others was indeed remarkable. The person leading the group was clad in resplendent white attire, exuding an air of majesty and confidence. Striding with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, his handsome features were meticulously groomed, and a rebellious expression graced his face. Beside him walked a young woman, possessing large, expressive eyes that evoked a sense of sympathy. Her slightly rounded cheeks added to her charm, rendering her irresistibly adorable. While her beauty was not inferior to that of Gu Yanqing, who was renowned for her ethereal allure, Gu Yanqing's icy demeanor contrasted sharply with this girl's endearing warmth, inspiring a protective instinct in those who beheld her. "What brings you here, seventh prince?" Ling Yi asked, his brow furrowed. "This prince is quite busy with affairs of state, and I have important matters to attend to. Today, I am tasked with accompanying 2 distinguished guests from foreign lands to the Chilling Pavilion. Shouldn't you hurry and greet them?" "Ninth brother?" Ling Hong stepped forward and addressed Ling Yi. This remarkably handsome young man exuded an aura of pressure that was even more formidable than when Ling Yi faced Ling Huang. His martial cultivation was at the second level of the true Yuan realm. The young woman, though delicate, astonishingly possessed a martial cultivation at the first level of the true Yuan realm. Both of them, of similar age to Ling Yi, were formidable and should not be underestimated. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh and said, "What kind of person requires my presence before them?" Ling Hong, akin to a dog introducing its master, yelped at Ling Yi as if his tail had been stepped on. "Open your eyes and see clearly. The prodigious youth before me is none other than Zhao Wenxuan, the son of the left prime minister of the Burning Sky dynasty. And this unparalleled beauty is none other than Ming Jiayu, the third princess of the Eastern Yin dynasty. The Burning Sky dynasty, a mid-tier dynasty, governs several subordinate lower-tier dynasties, far surpassing the likes of the Battle Sky dynasty in strength. The Burning Sky dynasty boasts a left prime minister whose influence permeates the court, holding a status comparable to that of Master L in the Battle Sky dynasty, truly one who stands above all others. As the heir to the left prime minister, Zhao Wenxuan's standing exceeds that of princes from lower-tier dynasties by a considerable margin. The Eastern Yin dynasty, also a lower-tier dynasty, exists under the jurisdiction of the Burning Sky dynasty. Historically, the Eastern Yin and Battle Sky dynasties have maintained amicable relations, fostering a mutual dependency under their protective alliance. Ling Yi was aware that these 2 individuals held significant status, yet he remained oblivious to the astonishing nature of their backgrounds. However, as he observed the seventh prince's increasingly arrogant demeanor, Ling Yi felt a growing disdain within him. He remarked, as a dignified prince of the Zhantian Empire, "Must I bow before the heirs and princesses of other realms?" The left chancellor's heir, Zhao Wenxuan, let out a cold snort, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly as he reprimanded. "You are but a mere prince. How dare you claim the title of Wang Ye? Even your Emperor Tian Shao must show the utmost respect when in the presence of my father." Seventh prince, is this truly how the Zhantian Empire treats its guests? Seething with indignation as he witnessed Ling Yi's blatant disrespect, the seventh prince, Ling Hong, grew increasingly furious. This individual had caused his mother and elder brother to be cast into the cold palace, and now he dared to belittle him. In a fit of anger, Ling Hong chastised Ling Yi, saying, "Ling Yi, as your elder brother, I find your behavior utterly disrespectful. I graciously offered to introduce you to esteemed guests, and yet you foolishly proclaim yourself a prince of the Zhantian Empire. If you are a prince, then I must certainly be the reigning sovereign." Ling Yi harbored a profound disdain for Ling Hong, and now that his adversary sought to provoke him, how could he possibly endure it? With a cold snicker, he flicked his hand, and a radiant light flashed, revealing a decree. This was none other than the imperial edict proclaiming Ling Yi as the war king. Now, with a spatial ring at his disposal, he naturally carried important items with him at all times. Ling Yi tossed the imperial edict into the air, and Ling Hong caught it. Upon seeing the arrival of the sacred decree, Ling Hong panically grasped it, fearing that it might fall to the ground, which would be a grave disrespect to Emperor Tian Shao. "Ling Yi, How dare you exhibit such audacity and insolence towards the imperial edict? Ling Hong, while cursing, opened the imperial edict, only to find himself increasingly alarmed as he read further. Ling Hong's face darkened, appearing exceedingly grim. Seventh Prince, have you comprehended the situation? Do I need to teach you the distinctions of rank and propriety? Ling Yi let out a soft chuckle. Ling Hong trembled uncontrollably, yet felt utterly powerless. He knelt on one knee, raising the imperial edict high, and with a quivering voice declared, Your Highness, Prince of War, I, Ling Hong, pay my respects. Ling Yi retrieved the imperial decree, returning it to his spatial ring, and bestowed a subtle smile, yet he did not permit Ling Hong to rise immediately. The hall of the Qi Ling Pavilion was bustling with activity, and upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone momentarily froze in astonishment. The title of War King? Among the 9 esteemed princes, only a few have been conferred the royal title. The first prince was granted the title of Qi Wang, and the second prince, that of Rong Wang, both renowned figures with long-established legacies. However, for the 9th prince, at such a tender age, to receive the distinguished honor of kingship, and that of a war king at that, was indeed beyond comprehension. In an instant, the crowd within the Qi Ling Pavilion began to murmur amongst themselves, as if a great commotion had erupted. Ling Hong felt the discussions of those around him, akin to slaps resounding against his face, while the gaze directed at Ling Yi brimmed with growing resentment. Humph, the War King. What an imposing presence. The left chancellor's heir, Zhao Wenxuan, let out a cold snort, his brows furrowing in discontent. Ling Hong's expression was grim, uncertain whether to rise or remain on one knee in deference. Get up, Ling Hong. With me here. Do you need to bow to anyone else? Zhao Wenxuan's voice thundered, reverberating like a bolt of lightning, his cultivation of the second level of true essence unmistakably displayed. The surrounding onlookers recoiled in astonishment, unable to fathom that this seemingly frail youth possessed such formidable prowess. Ling Yi, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Though Ling Hong may seem inconsequential, as long as he stands by my side, he is not someone you can treat as you wish. Zhao Wenxuan glared fiercely at Ling Yi, his voice laced with fury. Ling Hong stood up proudly behind Zhao Wenxuan. He thought to himself that now, having allied with such a formidable figure as Zhao Wenxuan, he no longer needed to fear someone like Ling Yi. If a conflict were to arise between Ling Yi and Zhao Wenxuan, it would be a mere matter of a flick of the wrist to vanquish Ling Yi. Ling Yi's brow furrowed increasingly as she gazed upon the subservient demeanor of the 7th prince, Ling Hong, feeling a mix of anger and sorrow. It was utterly disheartening to witness a prince of the illustrious Dantian dynasty reduced to the status of a servant to a mere heir of the left chancellor, all while wearing an air of contentment. Such a sight was a complete betrayal of the valiant spirit that should define the Dantian dynasty. Ling Yi's anger surged within him, ready to erupt, but he was interrupted by Ming Jiayu's soothing voice. Enough, enough, let us not quarrel. Your Highness, please calm your temper. Prince Zhan did not intend any offense. There may be a misunderstanding at play. Prince Zhan, do not take the words of His Highness to heart. He is straightforward and means no malice. As Ming Jiayu spoke, her words flowed like the melodious songs of spring, enchanting to the ears. Zhao Wenxuan, the left prime minister's heir, offered a faint smile, his previous wrath dissipating without a trace. Gazing upon Ming Jiayu with tender affection, he declared, Since the 3rd princess has spoken, I shall spare Ling Yi. Ling Yi initially intended to engage in a contest of strength with Zhao Wenxuan. However, observing Ming Jiayu's kind disposition and unwillingness to oppose her wishes, he reluctantly chose to suppress his frustration. Ming Jiayu, aware of the simmering anger within Ling Yi, tactfully shifted the conversation, inquiring, Your Highness, the War King, what brings you to the Spirit Tool Pavilion? I have come to acquire knowledge regarding the art of weapon forging. Ling Yi replied. Behind Zhao Wenxuan, Ling Hong wore an expression of disdain. For it was common knowledge throughout the entire Battle Heaven dynasty that the number of weapon forgers was even more scarce and their craft more arduous than that of alchemists. Ling Yi's aspiration to become a weaponsmith is akin to a dreamer's folly. How about this? We happen to have some matters to discuss with the esteemed Master Donghuang, the head of the Spirit Pavilion of the Dantian dynasty. You should accompany us. If you are fortunate enough to receive guidance from Master Donghuang, your comprehension of the art of weapon crafting is likely to deepen significantly. Ming Jiayu said kindly. Your Highness, do you think this poses any issue? Ming Jiayu turned to Zhao Wenxuan with a charming smile, inquiring. No problem at all, that is. Of course, not an issue. I shall defer to the 3rd princess in all matters. Zhao Wenxuan gazed at Ming Jiayu's innocent and adorable demeanor, licking his lips, a flicker of fervent desire stirring in his eyes. Ling Yi pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Donghuang, the venerable master of the weapons spirit pavilion of the Tian dynasty, held a position of authority that rivaled that of Guinan. The weapon spirit pavilion could indeed be regarded as one of the most formidable forces within the entire Tian dynasty. His martial prowess was astonishing, and he was also well versed in the art of crafting weapons. Should one receive his guidance, it would be something many artisans yearn for but find elusive. Ling Yi followed the four individuals into the Qi Ling pavilion. It appeared that the pavilion had been anticipating their arrival, as someone promptly guided them to the location of Donghuang. This was a forge, and upon entering, the four beheld a colossal furnace ablaze with fire. An elderly man, bare-chested and possessing muscles as sinewy as tempered steel, was diligently hammering away at a sword blank. As Ling Yi's gaze shifted, he noticed that the elder's technique was remarkably distinct. Each strike landed with impeccable precision upon the sword embryo. At times, it resembled a tempest, while at others it was a delicate caress. Yet, the force remained consistently the same, leaving one utterly astounded. The elder's skin was deeply tanned, and his hair and beard were alarmingly white, undoubtedly the renowned elder Donghuang. His eyes, as large as brass bells, were somewhat intimidating, exuding an aura of authority without anger. If Guinan embodied kindness and gentleness, then this elder radiated a volatile temperament. Upon noticing Ling Yi and the three others, the elder placed the sword embryo into the refining furnace. The young Lord Zhao Wenxuan stepped forward and respectfully stated, "Elder Tuoba, I am the fifth son of the Prime Minister of the Burning Sky Empire, and I have come to seek your assistance in repairing the Xuanhua bracelet." With that, he produced a crimson bracelet. This elder was none other than the illustrious former head of the Qi Ling Pavilion of the Battle Sky Empire, Donghuang. Examining the bracelet, Donghuang furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is a spirit artifact I forged many years ago. What seems to be the issue? I can discern no problems." The Xuanhua bracelet was a third-tier spirit artifact, specifically crafted for Zhao Wenxuan by Donghuang at the behest of the Prime Minister. Zhao Wenxuan shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain as well. Ever since I entered the true essence realm and used it a few times, it appears that this bracelet has lost its potency and no longer exerts any power." Donghuang probed the bracelet with a trace of true energy, only to discover it lay there completely intact, without any response. Pondering the situation, he scrutinized the bracelet, recognizing that both the material and craftsmanship were of the highest quality. And yet, he could not fathom why it was ineffective. After a prolonged silence, Donghuang sighed, "I cannot discern any issues." The young Lord Zhao Wenxuan grew anxious. Even as the son of the Prime Minister, he could not afford to squander a third-tier spirit artifact, which was exceedingly precious. Moreover, the attributes of the Xuanhua bracelet were perfectly aligned with his own. Without it, his combat strength would diminish by at least 30%. His primary purpose for visiting the Battle Sky Empire was to enhance his capabilities in preparation for the upcoming entrance selection of the Donghuang Dao Academy in a few months. To think that the very creator of the bracelet could not offer a solution left him in a state of urgency. "Elder Tuoba, I am soon to venture into the Deathly Nine Nether Cave. Without this Xuanhua bracelet, my chances of success will be significantly diminished," Zhao Wenxuan said, his formerly proud demeanor now clouded with concern. Donghuang, feeling somewhat helpless, sighed and shook his head. "Elder Tuoba, may I take a look?" Ling Yi suddenly interjected. Ling Yi is not yet a blacksmith. He is unaware of the significance of this statement. Blacksmiths are exceedingly rare, and thus, each one is a paragon of excellence, naturally possessing their own sense of pride. Ling Yi's words could be regarded as a provocation directed at the blacksmith. If even the venerable Tuoba could not discern any issues, how could a mere scion of an inferior dynasty presume to identify any discrepancies? The left chancellor's heir, Zhao Wenxuan, was already in a foul mood, and upon hearing Ling Yi's remarks, he was instantly incensed. Did he truly believe himself superior to the esteemed Tuoba in the art of crafting? "Ling Yi, are you not wary of your own audacity? The path of forging is not one that a person of your ilk can even begin to fathom." At this moment, Ling Hong resembled a mere dog of Zhao Wenxuan, uttering sarcastic remarks. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Donghuang felt a surge of anger. With a slight flick of his finger, the Xuanhua bracelet transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling directly towards Ling Yi's face. Ling Yi was taken aback as he unleashed his chaotic true energy, manifesting a barrier in his hand that slightly diminished the speed of the Xuanhua bracelet. As he silently channeled the power of the Vajra ruler technique, he suddenly grasped the Xuanhua bracelet with fervor. A tremendous force surged forth, delivering an impact exceeding 10,000 pounds. Ling Yi firmly grasped the Xuanhua bracelet, offering a faint smile to Donghuang as he expressed his gratitude. Donghuang had initially intended to embarrass Ling Yi, although he had merely unleashed a fraction of his power. It was not something an individual yet to step into the true Yuan realm could easily withstand. Even more astonishing was the fact that this young man, who was merely on the cusp of the true Yuan realm, had managed to project his true energy outward. This was a technique exclusive to those who had truly entered the true Yuan realm. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Ling Yi, however, paid no heed to the opinions of others. For the exquisite Xuanhua bracelet before him bore a striking resemblance to a primordial artifact chronicled in the scriptures of the martial sovereign, albeit of a significantly lesser grade. This legendary artifact, known as the Xuanhua Divine Bracelet, was said to have been forged by the esteemed Emperor Swearin. The Qiyu spear within Ling Yi's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, emanating a crimson radiance that penetrated the ring held in Ling Yi's grasp. It circled within the Xuanhua bracelet before ultimately returning to Ling Yi's sea of consciousness. A fragment of information was imparted into Ling Yi's mind. Ling Yi smiled faintly and remarked, "This mystic fire bracelet is, in truth, not flawed. It merely suffers from the imbalance of solitary yin and the inevitable decline of solitary yang. During its forging, the venerable Taiyi pursued the utmost power, incorporating an excessive amount of fire attribute materials, which has led to the current state of the bracelet. Even among the third grade of mystical artifacts, its potency is commendable. However, due to this very reason, the mystic fire bracelet has been gradually eroded by the fire attribute materials during use, resulting in its diminished effectiveness." Ling Yi, you are increasingly elevating yourself to an unwarranted status. The young master Zhao Wenxuan, feeling utterly bewildered, could not comprehend Ling Yi's discourse, and found his eloquent manner of speech rather irksome. Silence. The aged voice of Donghuang interrupted Zhao Wenxuan's words. Zhao Wenxuan opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Even the emperor of the Battle Heaven dynasty, the Emperor Tian Shao, would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, Donghuang could. Such is the stature of a formidable master craftsman. To offend this esteemed master of forging would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, given his connections with the esteemed master of the artifact spirit pavilion of the Burning Heaven dynasty, which could result in insurmountable trouble for him. Solitary yin cannot endure, and solitary yang must wither. I understand now. Thank you, young friend. Donghuang's eyes sparkled with insight as he suddenly bowed respectfully to Ling Yi. Ling Yi was taken aback, hurriedly supporting Donghuang. Zhao Wenxuan, Ling Hong, and even Ming Jiayu were equally astonished, given Donghuang's esteemed status. Addressing Ling Yi as a young friend felt akin to an emperor of the Tian Shao dynasty mingling with an ordinary subject on equal terms, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. "Young master, please return tomorrow for the Xuanhua bracelet. I kindly ask you all to leave now," Donghuang declared, his expression brimming with excitement as he issued the dismissal. Zhao Wenxuan opened his mouth, yet words eluded him, and he could only take his leave. Ling Hong and Ming Jiayu also took their leave from Donghuang, following Zhao Wenxuan out of the Qi Ling pavilion. Ling Yi was originally about to leave when he was abruptly seized by Donghuang. Donghuang inquired, "Your Highness, the War King, do you have any matters to discuss in my spirit instrument pavilion?" Ling Yi nodded and promptly informed Donghuang that his primary intention was to acquire knowledge regarding weapon forging. Upon hearing this, Donghuang was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment as he queried, "From what you just articulated, it is evident that you possess a profound understanding of the intricate methods of weapon forging. How is it that you lack the ability to forge?" Ling Yi nodded slightly, and Donghuang cast a deep glance at him. He was acquainted with Ling Yi due to his rapport with Gu Yinan. Although the two often engaged in banter, their relationship was relatively amicable and private. According to Gu Yinan's descriptions, Ling Yi was believed to have a remarkably formidable master, one who not only possessed immense cultivation but also excelled in the art of alchemy. At such a tender age, Ling Yi has mastered the art of concocting 9th-tier yellow-grade body refining pills, simultaneously, despite having his bloodline usurped and his cultivation obliterated. He astonishingly regained his footing to the semi-true element realm within a mere month. If one were to assert that he lacks a master of extraordinary prowess behind him, Donghuang would never believe it. Donghuang and Gu Yinan are merely the pinnacle warriors of the Battle Heaven dynasty, having reached the legendary Tiangang realm in martial arts. The common folk perceive the Tiangang realm as the ultimate zenith of martial prowess. However, Seasoned experts like the two old pavilion masters are acutely aware that this world harbors numerous entities that mere mortals cannot even aspire to comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, Donghuang solemnly inquired, I have heard that your alchemical skills were imparted to you by a mysterious master. I wonder, was your recent understanding of weapon crafting also a lesson from your esteemed mentor? At this moment, Ling Yi recalled that in order to prevent Gu Yinan from harboring any suspicions, he had deceitfully claimed to possess a mysterious mentor. Upon hearing Donghuang's words, Ling Yi could only nod in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a spark of enthusiasm ignited in Donghuang's eyes as he eagerly inquired, could you possibly introduce me to your esteemed mentor? Ling Yi found himself at a loss for words. Master, you must be referring to Qiyu, he remarked. Qiyu is currently ensnared in a deep slumber, and yet, how could he possibly be introduced to Donghuang? At that moment, Ling Yi continued, my master is shrouded in mystery. I am unaware of his current whereabouts. A look of disappointment flickered into Donghuang's eyes as he sighed. In recent years, I have been captivated by the ancient art of weapon forging from the Primordial Era. However, the passage of time has rendered the information scarce, making it difficult to grasp. The Xuanhua bracelet was crafted using the techniques of primordial weapon forging. Yet my lack of skill has led to this unfortunate outcome. Ling Yi felt a stirring in his heart and remarked, although my master is no longer present, I often recall the tales of the ancient art of artifact forging that he shared. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you, esteemed elder. Donghuang's eyes sparkled with delight as he burst into hearty laughter. He then proceeded to reforge the mystic fire bracelet, incorporating materials infused with the essence of ice, while simultaneously engaging Ling Yi in a profound discussion on the intricacies of the forging technique. As Ling Yi listened intently to Donghuang's discourse on the art of crafting, he engaged in a profound exchange, drawing upon the primordial techniques of weapon forging outlined in the scriptures of the weapon master. The more Donghuang conversed with Ling Yi, the more astonished he became. The intricacies of the forging arts are notoriously esoteric, often eluding the comprehension of the average individual. Yet, Ling Yi grasped the concepts effortlessly. When delving into the more obscure aspects, he articulated his own insights, posing questions that even left Donghuang in deep contemplation. The reason for Ling Yi's remarkable proficiency in both alchemy and forging lies in the awakening of his martial soul, the weapon master Qiyu. Within his sea of consciousness slumber countless primordial deities, whose subtle influence has expanded Ling Yi's awareness exponentially. Over time, his mental fortitude has grown immensely, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and his intellectual acumen has reached impressive heights. Furthermore, possessing the canon of divine agriculture and the scriptures of the weapon master, he is the rightful heir to the ancient paths bequeathed by the primordial deities. The arts of alchemy and forging as practiced in later generations are but derivatives of the divine legacies of Qiyu and Qiyu. The two engaged in spirited dialogue, occasionally pausing for reflection, at times erupting into hearty laughter, utterly oblivious to the passage of time, until the night deepened into darkness. Ling Yi emerged from the Ling pavilion, filled with a sense of satisfaction. His day spent in discourse with the esteemed elder, Donghuang, had proven to be immensely fruitful, granting him a deeper comprehension of the art of crafting spiritual artifacts. However, the time had come to put theory into practice and forge some spiritual instruments. Yet, as the day had grown late, he resolved to defer this endeavor until the morrow. Outside the Ling pavilion, Su Fu remained seated in the carriage, awaiting Ling Yi's return. Your Highness, shall we return to the estate now? He inquired, his honest and simple demeanor illuminated by a hint of a smile. Yes, I appreciate your patience today. Let us head back, Ling Yi replied languidly. Reclining on the carriage seat, Su Fu nodded, raised the whip, and called out, Giddy up. The spirited steeds lifted their hooves, propelling the carriage forward at a brisk pace. Between the War King's residence and the Ling pavilion lay a narrow alleyway, typically devoid of passers-by. In the depths of night, it appeared even more desolate. Ling Yi initially felt somewhat fatigued, a subtle drowsiness enveloping him. Yet, at that moment, the Qiyu spear within his consciousness began to tremble violently, rousing him from his stupor. A palpable aura of murderous intent. Ling Yi sensed the ominous message conveyed by the Qiyu spear and abruptly opened his eyes. Su Fu, the driver, suddenly leaped forth, brandishing a pitch-black dagger that emanated a chilling ferocity. Gone was his usual benign demeanor. He transformed into a harbinger of death emerging from the depths of hell, his martial prowess surging forth, revealing him to be a formidable expert at the first level of true origin realm. Whoosh! The black dagger struck forth like a venomous serpent, baring its fangs as it lunged toward Ling Yi. The Qiyu spear had already detected the lethal intent, yet Su Fu, as an assassin, was terrifyingly swift. In the confines of the carriage, Ling Yi found himself utterly unable to react to that fleeting shadow of darkness. As Ling Yi was about to crash into the carriage, his pupils dilated, and he beheld a dagger that seemed to obscure the very heavens and earth. Crack! A 2-meter-long Qiyu halberd swiftly sealed off all attack routes of the black dagger. What? Su Fu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that Ling Yi could thwart his lethal move. The Qiyu halberd, infused with a fierce battle intent, tore the entire carriage into countless fragments, significantly expanding Ling Yi's maneuvering space. Is this your martial soul, my prince of war? Alas, it cannot save you. Su Fu suddenly bellowed, unleashing his true energy as the dagger in his hand transformed into streaks of black light, gradually weaving into a menacing net of death. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, and the Shinong appeared once more. The Shinong danced through the air like a gust of wind, unleashing chaotic true energy that formed a protective barrier, thwarting the assault of the black net. Vajra, first form, Ling Yi snorted, unleashing nearly 15,000 pounds of force. A tremendous power that struck directly at Su Fu. Su Fu was taken aback, but then a cold smile crept across his face. His figure became as elusive as a specter, his footsteps creating flickering shadows, and in an instant, multiple images of Su Fu emerged. I have long heard of the Prince of War, unmatched in bravery and endowed with divine strength. But alas, you have encountered me. No matter how formidable your attack, if you cannot strike me, it is ultimately futile. Several Su Fu figures spoke in unison. Damn it! Ling Yi, wielding the Shinong, retreated, the bloodline of the battle ancestor illuminating the sky with its brilliance. Su Fu was correct. No matter how powerful his attack, if it could not reach Su Fu, it was of no use. The multiple Su Fu figures surged from all directions towards Ling Yi. In an instant, the deadly intent enveloped the entire alley, as if the very air had solidified. Die for me! Su Fu bellowed, and black true energy surged forth, sealing off all of Ling Yi's escape routes. This was not Ling Yi's first encounter with a master of the true Yuan realm, but it was undoubtedly the most perilous. The overwhelming killing intent brought him face to face with death itself. Su Fu drew ever closer to Ling Yi, and upon seeing the terror etched on Ling Yi's face, he felt an exhilarating thrill, as if he were on the brink of completing his mission. Invincible in battle. A thunderous roar erupted from Ling Yi, reverberating through the entire alley like a clap of thunder. A battle spear, 2 zhong in length, materialized out of thin air, unleashing a terrifying aura of combat that momentarily halted Su Fu's movements. Ling Yi's eyes gleamed with an electric intensity as the bloodline of the war ancestors surged within him, an unending tide of vitality coursing through his veins. The primordial true energy erupted from his being. A crimson wave swept across the surroundings, and a semicircular arc of red true energy was unleashed. Su Fu's several illusory forms were instantly shattered into oblivion. Su Fu was taken aback, his foot striking the ground as he darted towards Ling Yi like a shooting star. Boom! Ling Yi seized the opportunity, wielding the Qiyu spear in his right hand and the Shinong ruler in his left. With a swift motion, he unleashed the second form of the Vajra ruler technique, sending forth the Shinong ruler with tremendous force. Su Fu was utterly unprepared, seemingly taken aback by Ling Yi's formidable combat awareness. The collision between the ebony dagger and the Shinong ruler resulted in an instantaneous shattering of the dagger into countless fragments. The assassin, now bereft of his weapon, resembled a toothless tiger, rendered powerless. Ling Yi struck fiercely with the ruler, directly impacting Su Fu's body. Although Su Fu was a martial arts master at the first level of True Essence realm, his years were devoted solely to the practice of lethal techniques, rendering his physique incomparable to that of Ling Yi. As the ruler descended, a series of cracking sounds echoed. Su Fu's back was indented from the blow, causing him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground, rendered immobile. Ling Yi was equally astonished. Although Su Fu was not particularly formidable in direct combat, his assassination skills were undeniably impressive. Fortunately, the Qiyu spear could sense the murderous intent of his opponent and automatically retaliate. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise today. Are these 2 weapons manifestations of your martial soul? Su Fu gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to conceal his terror. Ling Yi placed his foot upon Su Fu's back, the Qiyu spear poised menacingly against Su Fu's forehead. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, absolutely genuine. To possess a martial soul is already a rarity among soul warriors, yet it astonished him that His Highness the War King was blessed with a dual martial soul. Su Fu lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with sorrow and despair as he uttered, "The mission has failed. As an assassin, my fate was sealed. Who would have thought I would meet my end at the hands of a peerless genius with dual martial souls? In my lifetime, I have found my worth." Ling Yi gazed down at Su Fu with a cold smirk, pondering how he would react if he were to learn that he was not merely endowed with a twin martial soul, but rather possessed an inexhaustible array of primordial deities as his true essence. "Who sent you to assassinate me?" Ling Yi inquired. Su Fu closed his eyes, remaining silent, his countenance reflecting a resignation to death. He was indeed a proficient assassin, Ling Yi mused with a sigh. Suddenly, he raised his Chiyu spear, poised to strike. Yet, in an instant, Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically as a formidable surge of true energy spiraled around Su Fu. Ling Yi's fierce strike inexplicably failed to penetrate even a fraction of an inch. A celestial realm expert. It was inconceivable for an ordinary martial artist to manipulate the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to such an extent. Ling Yi's heart sank. He knew that facing a heavenly gang realm expert meant certain death. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, speaking in a low voice. "Who is it? Since you have made your move, why not reveal yourself?" A voice, aged and resonant, drifted through the air. Ling Yixuan turned at the sound, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly inquired, "Old Master Guinan, what brings you here?" Approaching him was an elderly man clad in a white robe, his hair and beard as white as snow, embodying the formidable presence of Guinan, the esteemed master of the Danling Pavilion, whose very footsteps could shake the foundations of the entire Zhantian dynasty. Ling Yi furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at Guinan with suspicion. Guinan chuckled heartily and said, "Do not misunderstand. This assassin is not one I have dispatched." Ling Yi, intrigued, inquired, "What does the old pavilion master mean by that?" "This assassin possesses some backbone. If you trust me, you may entrust him to my care, and I shall unearth the mastermind behind this," Guinan remarked, stroking his long beard with a smile. Ling Yi nodded, placing his trust in Guinan. With Guinan's capabilities, if he desired Ling Yi's life, he would not need to resort to assassins. A mere gesture would suffice to extinguish it. Guinan approached Ling Yi and deftly slipped a pill into Su Fu's mouth. Upon swallowing the elixir, Su Fu's complexion changed drastically, and he trembled uncontrollably. After ingesting the pill, he became subdued. "Your Highness, the War King, you are indeed a busy man. It is quite challenging to seek you out," Guinan remarked with a cheerful smile. Ling Yi clasped his hands together and inquired with confusion, "What matter does the old pavilion master wish to discuss with me?" "Naturally, there is something he seeks. When the year-end competition concluded, I sent someone to seek you out, but you were preoccupied at that time." Guinan playfully patted Ling Yi's shoulder, his tone laced with jest. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that Qing'er had indeed mentioned that someone from Danling Pavilion had come looking for him, requesting his assistance. Ling Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled how Guinan had assisted him on numerous occasions, yet he had inadvertently neglected to consider Guinan's own matters. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Ah, it is of no consequence. The Prince of War, having risen to prominence at a young age, naturally has much to attend to. To speak candidly, are you aware that the heir of the left prime minister from the Burning Heaven dynasty has recently arrived in the imperial capital?" Guinan shifted the topic, inquiring. "Of course I am aware. Today, I even had the honor of paying respects alongside them to the esteemed elder Donghuang," Ling Yi replied. "Huh, that old codger. I have just emerged from there myself. Upon learning that you had already departed, I hastened to find you. That old fellow has nothing but praise for you," Guinan continued, stroking his beard. "As for the heir, he seeks to secure an excellent position in the entrance examination of the Donghuang Academy. Therefore, he intends to venture into the Nine Nether Cave outside our imperial capital. Beneath the Nine Nether Cave, there exists a rare herb known as the Fire Flame Grass. The elixirs crafted from this spiritual herb will greatly aid in enhancing his cultivation." Ling Yi listened intently to Guinan's narrative. The Death Nine Nether Cave, once opened, presents an array of perilous challenges. However, it also harbors numerous extraordinary opportunities. In the imperial capital, you currently stand as a paragon among your peers, and our Emperor Tianxiao shall undoubtedly permit you to descend into the Death Nine Nether Cave in pursuit of a sliver of fortune and destiny. What I require of you is to retrieve a spiritual herb known as Ice Ling Grass from within the Death Nine Nether Cave. Guinan spoke slowly, finally articulating Ling Yi's mission. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What purpose does the Ice Ling Grass serve for the old pavilion?" "It is, after all, for my precious granddaughter," She is currently in seclusion, preparing for the entrance examination of the Donghuang Tai Yi Academy. Should she obtain this iceling grass, it would significantly benefit her martial arts endeavors. However, the Death Nine Nether Cave harbors slumbering extraterrestrial demons. Any martial artist with a cultivation level surpassing the third realm of true essence who ventures down there will awaken these formidable beings, leading to dire consequences. The iceling grass grows in a peculiar swamp that is imbued with a fierce toxicity. My dear Chinga once ventured there in search of it but inadvertently fell victim to the poison, which is why I previously sought your assistance. After Gu Yinan recounted the sequence of events, Ling Yi's understanding deepened. Of course, the Death Nine Nether Cave is fraught with peril. I wonder if His Highness, the War King, would be willing to assist this old man? Gu Yinan inquired. Certainly, I am more than willing. Ling Yi interjected before Gu Yinan could finish, readily agreeing. Gu Yinan seemed pleasantly surprised by Ling Yi's swift response, erupting into hearty laughter filled with joy. In truth, while Ling Yi was merciless towards his enemies, he held a deep sense of gratitude towards those like Gu Yinan who had once aided him. He believed in repaying even the smallest kindness with a great favor. Gu Yinan gazed at Ling Yi with profound appreciation in his eyes. Subsequently, he refrained from further conversation and gracefully departed, carrying Su Fu with him. Ling Yi, having lost his coachman, had no choice but to guide the horse back to the War King's mansion himself. The following day, a messenger arrived from the imperial palace, summoning Ling Yi at the behest of Emperor Tianxiao. As anticipated, it was not beyond Gu Yinan's foresight. The heir of the left minister intended to venture into the treacherous Nine Nether Cave of Death, and Emperor Tianxiao hoped Ling Yi would accompany him in pursuit of fortune and fate. Although perilous, the allure of opportunity often coexists with danger. And beneath the Nine Nether Cave lay numerous prospects for transformation. The party comprised 4 individuals: Zhao Wenxuan, the left minister's heir from the Fengshan dynasty; Ming Jiayu from the Dongyan dynasty, the 7th Prince Ling Hong, and finally, the War King Ling Yi himself. Initially, Ling Hong lacked the qualifications to descend into the Nine Nether Cave of Death, as each opening demanded vast resources. This particular expenditure was solely borne by the left minister's heir. However, Ling Hong's exceptional flattery won over Zhao Wenxuan, granting him a chance to join the descent. The 4 embarked on a warship, gradually descending along the Nine Nether Cave of Death. This warship, a unique spiritual vessel crafted by master artisans, primarily served military purposes. It could transport supplies and warriors while soaring through the skies. The vessel's main fuel was crystal stones, and each flight consumed a considerable amount of them. Ling Yi was taken aback, struggling to fathom the extent of wealth possessed by the left minister's heir from the Fengshan dynasty. Ling Yi had previously amassed over 10,000 crystal stones, a sum that could sustain the operation of this battleship for merely a month. Yet, the left chancellor's heir, Zhao Wenxuan, astonishingly possessed a battleship and exhibited no concern for the consumption of crystal stones. Boom. The battleship landed, and the 4 emerged from its confines. Ling Yi glanced around, for it was his inaugural visit to the Abyss of Death. Legend has it that this place marks the inception of demise and the conclusion of life, with countless souls having perished within its depths. The Abyss of Death is devoid of any flora, its landscape dominated by blood-red soil and scattered stones, permeated by an aura of desolation and foreboding. Zhao Wenxuan, leading the group, produced a stone-shaped spiritual artifact. He would pause intermittently, directing the artifact towards the 4 cardinal directions. This stone artifact appeared to function as a locational detector, its orientation towards the north accompanied by a faint, milky luminescence. Thus, Zhao Wenxuan guided the party onward until they halted before a pitch-black chasm. Throughout their journey, Ling Yi had encountered numerous similar voids. Ming Jiayu, standing beside him, whispered cautiously, "Be careful. These chasms are likely gateways to the demon realm. Each entrance signifies a small domain of darkness. Some of these abyssal openings are so perilous that even your esteemed Emperor Tianxiao would refrain from venturing within." Ling Yi nodded. As a prince of the War Heavenly Dynasty, he had heard tales of the terrifying Death Nine Nether Cave since childhood. Without a guide like Zhao Wenxuan, he would never have dared to venture here. Zhao Wenxuan gradually stepped into a dark abyss, where a liquid resembling water enveloped the entrance. As he entered, ripples surged in concentric circles before ultimately vanishing from sight. Following closely behind, Ling Yi and his companions emerged from the dark void of the demonic realm, only to find little difference in the world outside. Expanses of blood-red land stretched before them, interspersed with patches of corroded stone. Yet the atmosphere here was more expansive and steeped in a palpable sense of foreboding. At this moment, even Zhao Wenxuan's demeanor grew somber. After all, in this realm, no one dared to claim absolute safety. The four ventured forth, traversing a hill, only to be met by a forest that exuded an eerie aura. The trees within this forest stood bare, devoid of leaves, resembling withered old men on the brink of death. Zhao Wenxuan cautiously extended his stone spiritual tool to probe the surroundings, his expression darkening. The path ahead had vanished, indicating that the object of their search lay within this strange forest. With deliberate steps, the four slowly entered the woodland. After several hours of cautious advancement, an unexpected, strange cry pierced the air, startling them. Zhao Wenxuan's wrist adorned with the Xuanhua bracelet glimmered as he gradually summoned a surge of true energy. In Ling Yi's hand, the divine Xinnong materialized, while Meng Jiayu wielded a long sword. Ling Yi glanced at the object before him, astonished to discover it was a second-grade mystical spirit tool. It seemed that the third princess of the Eastern Yin dynasty was indeed cherished. However, the most pitiable was the seventh prince, Ling Hong, who was so frightened that he abruptly crouched down, cradling his head with his hands, trembling uncontrollably. The peculiar croaking continued to resonate, prompting everyone to look up and witness a flock of crows taking flight, scattering in all directions. Ha! Zhao Wenxuan exhaled in relief, only to turn around and find Ling Hong still huddled on the ground, clutching his head, an utterly ridiculous sight. Meng Jiayu could hardly contain her amusement, her cherubic face illuminated by a radiant smile. Ling Yi furrowed his brow, a profound sorrow reflected in his gaze. The prince of the illustrious Battle Sky dynasty, yet possessing a timidity that rivaled that of a mouse, such a reality was indeed a source of great embarrassment. Ling Hong gradually came to realize that the strange cries he had heard moments ago were emitted by a crow. As he felt the mocking laughter of those around him and the disdainful gaze of Ling Yi, his once fair complexion instantly flushed a deep crimson. Ling Hong, fearing to offend Zhao Wenxuan and Meng Jiayu, could only lash out at Ling Yi in a fit of anger, exclaiming, "What are you staring at?" Ling Yisu has never held any regard for Ling Hong, who, despite lacking strength, is overly concerned with appearances and tends to bully the weak while fearing the strong. At this moment, she snorted coldly and remarked, "I am merely observing who possesses such a lack of courage, inferior even to a child. I am timid. I admit my timidity. My mother hails from the esteemed Li family of the Battle Heavenly dynasty, and my brother is the illustrious fourth prince." Ling Hong, with a stream of curses, rose to his feet, seemingly eager to demonstrate his valiant spirit. Just then, he spotted an odd little mouse and, drawing forth a long knife imbued with spiritual energy, unleashed the full force of his cultivation at the 8th level of body refinement, striking down with a single blow. The tiny creature barely had time to react, emitting a sharp cry before collapsing into a pool of blood. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, and Zhao Wenxuan muttered an exasperated curse under his breath. This fool. Meng Jiayu, her face heavy with concern, warned, "Everyone, be cautious." Ling Yi, wielding the divine Xinnong ruler, stood vigilantly by his side, attentively observing everything around him. Ling Hong was taken aback by the reactions of the crowd, standing there in a daze. For a long while, the distant echoes of the little mouse's dying cries lingered in the air. "Humph! Look at you. You are the ones who are as timid as mice." Ling Hong, observing that nothing unusual had transpired, found a stone to sit upon and remarked with a tone of derision. At that moment, however, he felt a sudden and excruciating pain emanating from his lower back. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, tumbling forward and casting his gaze at the very stone he had intended to settle upon. To his astonishment, the stone began to writhe, its once smooth surface gradually unfurling into a multitude of grayish hairs, from which a diminutive head emerged. A rodent the size of a face, this creature appeared exceedingly fearsome, its fangs bared and its pearl-sized eyes a sinister shade of crimson. It was a stone-devouring demon mouse, and cursed be it, for the creature he had just encountered was but a juvenile of its kind. Meng Jiayu, taken aback, turned pale as she stammered in fright. What is there to fear from merely a 7th-tier body refinement realm? Ling Hong endured the sharp sensation emanating from his lower back, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Fool!" Zhao Wenxuan's gaze was firmly fixed on the stone-devouring rat before him, displaying utter indifference towards Ling Hong's plight. Ling Hong, reprimanded by Zhao Wenxuan, dared not utter a word in response. Suddenly, the surrounding stones began to slowly morph, ultimately transforming into a multitude of stone-eating demon mice. An ever-increasing swarm of these creatures converged upon the 4 individuals, and the once blood-red earth swiftly turned into a desolate gray expanse. How many were there? Countless? Thousands? Perhaps even more. Ling Yi felt his heart racing uncontrollably, utterly unable to fathom the scene before him. A creature, roughly the size of a small calf, known as the stone-eating demon mouse, emitted a piercing shriek. Countless gray stone-eating demon mice launched a frenzied assault on the four individuals. The young master Zhao Wenxuan's expression changed drastically. The mystical fire bracelet on his wrist suddenly radiated a brilliant red light. Zhao Wenxuan unleashed the power of his true essence. And two fiery patterns, formed by the condensation of his true energy, shimmered vividly in his hands. Ling Yi's pupils narrowed slightly. The oppressive aura emanating from Zhao Wenxuan was incomparably greater than that of the fourth prince, Ling Huang. A warrior of the second tier of the true essence realm was indeed a formidable presence. A swarm of stone-eating demon mice charged forward, frantically and in droves. Yet Zhao Wenxuan remained utterly unperturbed, his hand aglow with a fiery red emblem. With a swift motion, the fiery emblem struck a stone-eating demon mouse of the seventh tier of the body refinement realm. The creature let out no sound, swiftly severed in two, with singed edges marking the clean cut. Zhao Wenxuan unleashed his true energy, casting a radiant red light that illuminated the surrounding area, while his arms moved with the grace of the wind, causing the lifeless bodies of the stone-eating demon mice to gradually accumulate at his feet. Meng Jiayu uttered a soft command, summoning a longsword spirit artifact into her hand. With a delicate flick of her wrist, she released her true energy, manifesting a brilliant azure glow, accompanied by the faint appearance of water droplets. With a deft swing of her sword, she unleashed her energy, transforming it into a single droplet of water that hurtled toward a stone-eating demon mouse. The creature was struck, pierced through, and blood splattered in all directions. A glimmer of light flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as he wielded the Shinong ruler, its black and white radiance surging forth. The first form of the King Kong ruler technique was unleashed with fervor. The Shinong ruler, heavy and ancient, crushed all the stone-eating demonic mice in its path into a bloody pulp. Only the seventh prince, Ling Hong, wielding a spiritual weapon long knife, performed the Battle Heaven Blade technique of the Battle Heaven dynasty to shield himself. However, these ordinary stone-eating demonic mice had already reached the seventh level of body refinement, possessing a strength akin to that of exotic beasts. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, it proved exceedingly troublesome for Ling Hong to deal with a single stone-eating demonic mouse. Moreover, the relentless swarm of these creatures surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Gradually, the seventh prince, whose rear was already injured, found himself under immense pressure from the multitude of stone-eating demonic mice. Ugh! One stone-eating demonic mouse bit into the seventh prince's long knife, creating a significant gash. The seventh prince let out a fierce roar and kicked out, only to be bitten by another stone-eating demonic mouse, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Blood flowed profusely, and his condition worsened as he cried out in terror, "Your Highness, save me." Zhao Wenxuan cast a disdainful glance at him, then observed Ling Yi's formidable demeanor, wondering how it was possible for two sons of the same emperor to exhibit such a stark disparity. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Wenxuan pulled the seventh prince behind him, then suddenly unleashed his cultivation at the second level of true essence. The true qi surged forth, transforming into intense flames that incinerated the approaching stone-eating demonic mice with ease. The seventh prince wiped the sweat from his brow and gratefully said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhao Wenxuan paid him no mind, his fists adorned with fiery patterns swiftly repelling one stone-eating demonic mouse after another. Watching Zhao Wenxuan's back, the seventh prince mused, "Previously, my brother protected me. Now that he has fallen from grace, aligning myself with his highness is beneficial for me. Others may label me as the dog of the young master, but one day I shall declare, what is wrong with being a dog?" Ling Yi wielded the divine farmers, and in a swift motion, the surrounding circle of stone-eating demon mice was reduced to a mere pulp. Ling Yi gazed into the distance, his expression grave as he remarked, "There are increasingly more of them. We must retreat." Zhao Wenxuan, initially intending to mock Ling Yi, instead observed the stone-eating demon mice being drawn towards the fray, surging wildly in this direction. "Retreat." Zhao Wenxuan uttered the word succinctly, disregarding any semblance of pride. With such a dense swarm of stone-eating demon mice, lingering any longer would spell doom, not only for him, a practitioner at the second level of the true essence realm, but even those at the third or fourth levels would surely meet a tragic end here. The four of them fought while retreating, moving with remarkable swiftness, particularly the seventh prince, Ling Hong, who offered no resistance and instead sprinted away with fervor. Given that the seventh prince possessed the lowest cultivation among them, His actions elicited no ire from the others. Although their retreat was rapid, the stone-eating demon mice were not far behind in speed. Ling Yi and the crown prince lingered behind to safeguard Meng Jiayu and Ling Hong as they fled in haste. "Over there!" Ling Hong exclaimed upon spotting a marshy area. The four of them, in their frantic escape, rushed toward the swamp. This peculiar marsh appeared utterly bizarre, devoid of any trees in sight. Yet, at this moment, there was no alternative route available for the group. As they approached the marsh, the pursuit by the stone-eating demonic rats gradually slowed. Eventually, the front line of the rats came to a halt, their blood-red eyes filled with trepidation. Soon, the four halted before the swamp, and the rats ceased their chase. "They seem to be afraid," Meng Jiayu remarked. This observation was evident to all. The area exuded an eerie aura, and the creatures here were strikingly different from those outside the Nine-Nether Cave. In any case, they had momentarily evaded the impending danger. The swarm of stone-eating demonic rats grew restless, emitting anxious cries. Ling Yi felt a profound gratitude as the earth began to tremble gently. The intensity of the tremors gradually escalating to a point where one could scarcely maintain their footing. The stone-eating demon mice grew increasingly agitated, their fear mounting as they scattered in all directions. Some of the creatures were toppled to the ground, their panic transforming them into lifeless gray stones. Suddenly, with a resounding roar, a monstrous entity erupted from the swamp, towering at several dozen feet in height. This creature was encrusted in the fetid mud of the marsh, droplets of filth cascading from its form, evoking a sense of revulsion. It appeared to possess limbs, resembling a humanoid being. Ling Hong was already terrified of the stone-eating rat, and at this moment, he found himself closest to the swamp, which meant he was farthest from the creature. A colossal humanoid monster emerged from the mire, incessantly pounding its chest while emitting a thunderous roar. The sound waves reverberated across the land and sky, conjuring a tempest that sent the hair and garments of the four individuals swirling chaotically. What manner of beast is this? Ling Yi and his companions gazed upwards at the towering, ominous figure that blotted out the sky, involuntarily swallowing their breaths. The malevolent and terrifying aura emanating from it was so overwhelming that even Ling Hong, a practitioner of the body refinement realm, felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. The swamp creature extended its muddy hand, reaching for Ling Hong. "Be careful," Zhao Wenshuan exclaimed, as the mystical fire bracelet in his hand flickered to life, revealing a crimson pattern that struck the creature's hand. The colossal appendage was severed, leaving a gash several feet long. However, it swiftly healed, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. Ling Hong came to his senses, his eyes unable to conceal the mounting terror that gradually consumed his very soul. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and it was none other than Meng Jiayu, whose voice resonated with fear. Ling Yi observed clearly and roared, "Ling Hong, you wretched beast!" In a moment of sheer terror, Ling Hong impulsively shoved Meng Jiayu aside. Little did Meng Jiayu anticipate that a companion would betray her in such a manner. The monstrous hand from the swamp drew ever closer, and the foul, nauseating stench of putrid earth permeated the air. Meanwhile, the young heir, witnessing the unfolding calamity, felt a surge of urgency. Possessing the strength of the second realm of true essence, he had the capacity to rescue Meng Jiayu. However, as he shifted slightly, he ultimately hesitated. Meng Jiayu, having been thrust into peril, caught sight of Zhao Wenshuan's indecisiveness, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the usually courteous young lord would refrain from aiding her in her moment of need. It felt as though she were trapped in a nightmare. Zhao Wenshuan's expression was grave, his inaction rooted in fear. The overwhelming aura emanating from the swamp creature far surpassed his own capabilities. Should he attempt to save Meng Jiayu? He risked becoming the target of that monstrous grasp, with little assurance of surviving such an encounter. Suddenly, Meng Jiayu sensed a tremendous force pulling her back. To her astonishment, it was Ling Yi who had seized her hand, drawing her back to the safety of the shore. The colossal hand of the swamp loomed ominously, on the verge of reaching Meng Jiayu. A chill flickered in Ling Yi's gaze, revealing a hint of ruthlessness as he effortlessly lifted Meng Jiayu into his arms and turned away. The monstrous hand of the swamp creature grasped Ling Yi's body, an overwhelming force surging into him, making him feel as if his very bones were on the verge of shattering. A series of cracking sounds echoed, the sound of bones fracturing. Yet, Ling Yi, having been fortified by the god of Warpool, was considerably stronger than an ordinary first-level warrior of the true essence realm. Had it been Meng Jiayu, a mere first-level warrior, she would have been crushed to dust by the swamp creature without a shred of resistance. "Ling Yi!" Meng Jiayu cried out, unable to comprehend that it was Ling Yi who had risked himself to save her. Tears of anguish streamed down her cheeks. Hurry and flee. Ling Yi felt an extraordinarily eerie force emanating from the swamp monster's enormous hand, relentlessly corroding his body. The swamp monster bent its arm, and a gaping hole manifested on its otherwise featureless face, resembling a mouth wide open. Ling Yi felt a foul stench envelop him, and as darkness consumed his vision, he plunged into the abyss below. Ling Yi. Meng Jiayu's tears flowed uncontrollably as she prepared to lunge towards the swamp monster. Zhao Wenxuan seized her arm, his voice grave as he urged, "We must leave." "No, Ling Yi sacrificed himself to save me from that creature," Meng Jiayu cried out, thrashing against his grip. With a swift motion, Zhao Wenxuan delivered a precise strike to the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He turned, his figure a blur as he fled with wild abandon. The seventh prince, Ling Hong, closely followed Zhao Wenxuan's lead. The swamp monster, having devoured Ling Yi, turned back to see the three escaping from its domain, its fury manifesting as it pounded its chest in rage. Yet, it seemed unable to leave the confines of the swamp. Ultimately, its form began to liquefy, slowly submerging back into the mire. Ling Yi felt himself sliding through the murky and filthy mire as a highly corrosive energy began to erode his very being. Before long, he feared that not even his bones would remain. Just as panic gripped him, the divine instrument within his consciousness, the Shinnong ruler, trembled slightly, emitting a potent energy. It absorbed the fierce corrosive force directly into itself. Could this be considered a form of toxicity? Ling Yi was taken aback. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it had ultimately preserved his life. The Shinnong ruler continuously drew upon this power, fortifying itself in the process. Ling Yi was taken aback. For ever since his last fierce battle with the fourth prince, Ling Huang, the Shinnong ruler had restored his body countless times. He could distinctly sense the diminishing power of the Shinnong ruler. Yet, at this moment, as it absorbed this unknown toxin, it grew ever more formidable, replenishing all the energy it had previously expended. Truly, the primordial artifact wielded by the Flame Emperor Shinnong was extraordinary. It absorbed toxins while simultaneously releasing them, and conversely, it emitted medicinal properties. The remarkable aspect was that toxins could transform into healing substances, replenishing energy. Thus, he would never fear depletion. One could even assert that poison was, for him, akin to a tonic. Ling Yi found himself descending into the depths of the swamp monster's body, an abyss with no visible bottom. The swamp creature emitted a series of roars, as if it had finally comprehended the nature of the monstrosity it had consumed. Possessing an intelligence rivaling that of a human child, it struggled to fathom why so many humans had previously transformed into its sustenance. Yet, this time, it was confronted by a seemingly feeble human who began to absorb the corrosive toxins it had cultivated over the years. Despite the swamp monster's formidable prowess, it regrettably encountered the unparalleled artifact known as the Shinnong ruler. The creature's meager strength was but a trifling matter in the face of the Shinnong ruler. The artifact voraciously absorbed the swamp monster's toxicity, gradually forming a swirling vortex. Ling Yi felt a surge of pride, letting out a cold laugh. This swamp creature had undoubtedly taken countless lives, and today, encountering the Shinnong, it was truly deserving of its fate. After an indeterminate period, the roars of the swamp monster gradually diminished. Ling Yi felt as though his foot had plunged into the air. Puff! Ling Yi plummeted to the ground, descending from a height of several dozen zhang. The impact left him disoriented, with stars dancing before his eyes. It took him quite some time to regain his composure. Ling Yi rose, slightly furrowing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him sat a bald monk, eyes closed, his entire form shimmering with a metallic sheen, radiant as though crafted from pure gold. Ling Yi cautiously extended a hand to probe the breath of the metallic monk, discovering an utter absence of respiration. The sensation was astonishing, for this monk was undeniably deceased, devoid of any sign of life. Yet, his physical form emanated an overwhelming aura, even in death, instilling a profound sense of oppression, akin to standing before a formidable living warrior. Ling Yi was secretly astonished. According to legend, within the Buddhist realm, there exists a type of practitioner who dedicates themselves to the cultivation of the physical body. Upon reaching the state of Vajra, they transcend into a Buddha-like form, shattering the void. The old monk before him may not have attained the legendary status of Vajra, yet he was undoubtedly not inferior to a practitioner of the sea transformation realm. Indeed, his physical form might even rival that of a celestial warrior. Only through the most extreme refinement of the body could one possibly transform into such a metallic corpse after death. Ling Yi circled around the corpse of the old monk and discovered two exceedingly rare spiritual herbs behind it. One herb radiated a vivid crimson hue, exuding a powerful and searing aura. The other was a pale blue, emanating a chilling presence. These two herbs, starkly contrasting yet harmoniously coexisting in this place, embodied an extraordinary unity. Surely, these must be the fire yin grass and the ice ling grass, both of which have existed since the ancient primordial times. As documented in the Divine Farmer's Classic of Herbal Medicine, Ling Yi had previously encountered their illustrations. Ling Yi stepped forward, extending his hand to pluck both types of spiritual herbs simultaneously. One exuded an energy that was chilling to the bone, while the other radiated a searing, intense heat. The two forces intertwined in a mesmerizing dance. Fortunately, Ling Yi's formidable physique allowed him to withstand the clash of these opposing energies. Ling Yi observed the various spiritual herbs in his possession, each with a limited number of specimens, and pondered how many ice-ling grasses Gu Yanqing might require. If the demand was modest, he could even retain some to concoct the Yinling pill. The Yinling pill, as recorded in the Shinong's Classic of Herbal Medicine, is a profound grade third-tier elixir that enhances the physical strength and cultivation of the user, while simultaneously providing formidable resistance to the true energy of both ice and fire attributes. Ling Yi carefully placed the fire flame grass and ice crystal grass into his spatial ring, casting a profound glance at the golden-bodied monk. Ling Yi pondered for a moment before kneeling on one knee before the golden statue of the monk, observing a profound silence for a minute. He considered himself fortunate to have found the flame grass and ice crystal grass, thanks to the blessings of the golden monk. At that moment, Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically as a peculiar energy began to emanate from him. Ling Yi's keen eyes caught sight of a ring that suddenly appeared on the finger of the golden body monk. Could it be that the physical form has absorbed an artifact? Ling Yi furrowed her brow, recalling the formidable techniques of the Juli tribe. The warriors of the Juli, renowned in the primordial world, primarily focused on the refinement of their physical forms. Upon reaching a certain level, they could contain objects within themselves. Even a battle god like Qi Yu could embody an entire universe within his corporeal being. Although this golden-skinned monk may not rival a deity of Qi Yu's caliber, his ability to house objects within his flesh signifies that his physical cultivation has indeed reached a remarkable stage. This is bestowed upon you, a divine thought resonated, ultimately dissipating into the vastness of the cosmos. Ling Yi understood that, by this time, the lingering thoughts of the golden body monk had completely dissipated. Although the monk had passed away, he left behind a trace of his essence, bestowing blessings upon those destined to receive them. Ling Yi bowed 3 times to the golden statue of the monk, then rose and removed the ring from the golden figure. Ling Yi donned the ring of the golden body monk, which then erupted in a brilliant radiance, only to gradually lose its luster and transform into an exceedingly ordinary ring. Ling Yi sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed in concentration. The ring before him contained a remnant of the golden body monk, an essence devoid of consciousness yet imbued with vast and intricate information. The Great Sun Vajra Sutra, a sacred text of the Buddhist tradition. To Ling Yi's astonishment, the legacy left to him by the golden body monk was none other than the residual teachings of the Vajrastaff technique, formerly known as the Great Sun Vajra Sutra. This scripture primarily focuses on 2 martial arts, the Vajrastaff technique and the Vajra body. The Vajrastaff technique consists of 9 forms, each designed as an offensive maneuver. The first form amplifies strength by 50%, the second doubles it, and the third increases it by 1.5 times, culminating in the 9th form, which can enhance strength by an astounding 4.5 times, rendering one invincible among peers. The Vajra body, on the other hand, is dedicated to the cultivation of the physical form, where one becomes impervious to harm, ultimately transforming into a body of indestructible diamond, impervious to blades and swords. Ling Yi was slightly taken aback, for he discovered that the Vajra body bore a remarkable resemblance to the 9-Li body refinement technique, albeit with significantly diminished power compared to the formidable 3-headed, 6-armed divine abilities of the 9-Li. The Vajra body, at its 9th level of perfection, could be likened to the 3rd stage of the 9-Li body refinement technique, which corresponds to the 3-armed phase, essentially the 3rd tier. The relationship between the Vajra body and the 9-Li body refinement technique is akin to that of literacy and the art of composition. One represents the foundation of knowledge while the other embodies the expression of that knowledge. Initially, Ling Yi found the divine techniques of the 9-Li clan to be profoundly obscure, resulting in his inability to grasp them even after practicing for over 10 days. In contrast, he made considerable progress with the 9-Li war halberd. Now, Having acquired the Vajra body, he found it to be a perfect complement, offering mutual support and validation. Ling Yi furrowed her brows, as if a Vajra monk and a three-headed, six-armed deity of Julie were evolving within her sea of consciousness, each demonstrating their respective martial arts. The Great Sun Vajra Sutra can be regarded as a martial arts technique of the profound ninth tier. Even within the esteemed Donghuang Academy, it is considered a superior art form. Ling Yi continually validated the diamond body and the nine-li body refinement technique, and eventually, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed as his flesh subtly emanated a faint golden glow. This transformation stemmed from the reconstitution by the divine farmer and further enhancement through the battle ancestor's bloodline and the war god pool, rendering his physical form comparable to that of a typical first-level practitioner of true essence. Consequently, the diamond body was directly cultivated to the second level. He gained new insights into the nine-li body refinement technique, elevating his physical prowess to a new echelon. Ling Yi sensed that even when facing Zhao Wenxuan, in terms of physical strength alone, he would not be inferior. However, his martial arts realm still lagged considerably behind, suggesting that he was not yet a match for Zhao Wenxuan. Beyond the realm of true essence, the competition transcended mere physical might and strength. Delving deeper into the richness of true qi and the comprehension of martial arts, Ling Yi felt he had grasped a certain understanding of the first level of the nine-li body refinement technique. He was merely a hair's breadth away from achieving it. Upon mastering this first level, he would attain the ability to transmute true qi into form, allowing his body to transform and manifest an extra hand out of thin air. At that juncture, wielding the Qiyu halberd with both hands and executing the nine-li halberd technique would surely amplify his power to unprecedented heights. Moreover, with his other hand, he could unleash the diamond ruler technique. His combat prowess would likely surge dramatically. As his physical form grew stronger, Ling Yi began to comprehend the third form of the diamond ruler technique. After a considerable time, Ling Yi opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, for he had successfully mastered the third form of the diamond ruler technique. Ling Yi rose to his feet. Though he had yet to step into the realm of true essence, he was acutely aware that his combat prowess had multiplied beyond measure compared to before. Ling Yi furrowed his brow, uncertain of how many days he had been refining. However, he sensed that it had been quite some time. If Zhao Wenxuan and the others were to leave, he would be devoid of the luxury of a warship. He feared he might be trapped in the Deathly Nine Nether Cave for an indeterminate length of time. Gurgle, gurgle. A sound emanated from within Ling Yi's belly. Ling Yi smiled faintly, retrieving some provisions from her spatial ring, and began to pay homage to her internal temple. Ling Yi consumed a considerable amount of provisions in one go, clearly having practiced diligently for some time. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Ling Yi rose to his feet. The cave twisted and turned, its destination unknown. Yet, as there seemed to be no alternative, he could only venture forth to explore. Ling Yi, following the winding path of the cavern, finally caught sight of a glimmer of light, and a surge of excitement filled his heart as he began to jog eagerly. In an instant, he felt a beam of moonlight caress his face, and he emerged into the open. At this moment, he realized the urgent need to locate Zhao Wenxuan. Without a warship, escaping the Nine Nether Cave would be impossible. The dark abyss that Zhao Wenxuan had ventured into was decidedly limited in space, even at a leisurely pace. He estimated that one could traverse its entirety within a few days. At this moment, Ling Yi experienced a significant enhancement in his physical prowess, his agility remarkably swift. Merely after a few hours, he discerned flickering flames in the distance. Filled with joy, Ling Yi approached to investigate. There, he beheld a rather lewd-looking youth, brandishing a torch, who was furtively peering into a deep cavern. Ling Yi entered the room and discovered that it was none other than the seventh prince, Ling Hong. At that moment, Ling Hong was perched with an exaggerated posture, his countenance lewd and a smirk of lascivious delight plastered across his face, as if he were indulging in a furtive gaze. Ling Yi patted Ling Hong's shoulder and inquired, "Seventh prince, what are you engaged in?" Ling Hong was evidently startled by the sudden appearance of Ling Yi. Turning around, he illuminated Ling Yi's face with a torch, trembling uncontrollably as he pointed in terror, unable to utter a single word. Ling Yi suddenly realized, could it be that this fellow has mistaken me for a ghost? Ling Yi smiled faintly and said, "Seventh prince, I regret to inform you that I am very much alive." Ling Hong glanced around, slowly confirming that Ling Yi was indeed a living person, and he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Ling Yi faintly heard the sound of a woman calling for help from within the cave. A change swept across Ling Yi's countenance as he was about to step forward, but unexpectedly, the seventh prince obstructed his path, admonishing him, Ling Yi. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. What does it mean to meddle in matters that do not concern one? As a prince, do you not possess even a shred of a sense of justice? At this moment, Ling Yi regarded Ling Hong with utter disdain, finding him exceedingly repugnant. Ling Hong spat disdainfully and, with a fierce expression, declared, "If you thwart the young master's endeavors, beware, for you may lose your life. I do this for your own good. A true man stands tall between heaven and earth, unyielding in strength. Step aside, you coward." Hearing the increasingly urgent cries for help echoing within the cave, Ling Yi felt a rising tide of anxiety within him. In that moment, he exerted his strength and propelled Ling Hong several meters away. Ling Yi had attained the indomitable body, rendering his physical prowess unparalleled and transcending several levels above Ling Hong. In an instant, Ling Hong found himself disoriented, his head spinning, as his face collided with the blood-red earth, tasting the gritty soil. Ling Yi, indifferent to Ling Hong's antics, strode purposefully into the cavern. Ling Hong consumed a repugnant morsel, his fury escalating with each passing moment as he beheld Ling Yi's retreating figure. A malevolence surged from his core, prompting him to unsheath a glimmering dagger, its brilliance indicative of extraordinary craftsmanship. With all his martial prowess unleashed, he lunged toward the back of Ling Yi's head with lethal intent. Should Ling Yi fall victim to this treacherous assault, it would likely cost him not just his life, but a significant portion of his vitality. Suddenly, Ling Yi experienced a sharp pang within his consciousness, as the Qiyu halberd erupted with a radiant light, manifesting directly behind him. An overwhelming battle intent surged forth, and the Qiyu halberd deftly intercepted the incoming dagger. In the ensuing moments, the section of the halberd that had met the dagger began to liquefy, bending slightly as it harnessed its power, ultimately repelling the dagger with forceful precision. Ling Hong's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of destruction that enveloped him. He stood frozen in place. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through his forehead, blood gushing forth. Could this be a martial soul? A twin martial soul? Ling Hong gazed at Ling Yi in terror, a profound fear welling up within him, and a thought emerged as the breath of life gradually faded away. Ling Yi was taken aback upon witnessing Ling Hong's lifeless body lying on the ground. After a brief moment of shock, he let out a cold laugh, proclaiming that those who commit wrongful acts are destined to meet their demise. Truly, he deserved it. However, the combat instinct of the Qiyu spear was exceptionally formidable. Any trace of murderous intent was impossible to evade its perception. The previous assassination of Su Fu in the alley and this ambush by Ling Hong were both testament to the prowess of this divine weapon. A true testament to the might of the primordial war god Qiyu. Ling Yi dared not linger and hurriedly stepped into the cave. The cavern was quite spacious, with a fire burning brightly, and before him stood Zhao Wenxuan, the crown prince of the Burning Sky dynasty, and Ming Jiayu, the third princess of the Eastern Yin dynasty. At this moment, Zhao Wenxuan was pinning Ming Jiayu down, his hands roaming over her body, a lewd and grotesque expression plastered across his face. Ming Jiayu, unaware of the poison that had incapacitated her, felt utterly powerless, yet her consciousness remained clear, leaving her unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Her beautiful face was marred by terror. "Zhao Wenxuan, you beast! How could you stoop so low?" Ming Jiayu scolded. "The Eastern Yin dynasty will never let you go for this." Zhao Wenxuan, with a wicked grin, inhaled deeply, savoring the scent on Ming Jiayu's body. "You are merely a princess of a lowly dynasty. What airs do you put on?" He sneered. "Even if your father, Ming Donglin, were to come himself, I would still have my way with you." Ming Jiayu struggled incessantly, vowing to resist to the death, yet the energy within her refused to heed her commands, leaving her a frail woman devoid of strength. In desperation, she bit down fiercely on Zhao Wenxuan's wrist. The force was such that even a warrior of Zhao Wenxuan's caliber, at the second level of true essence, felt a sharp pain. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have lost a chunk of flesh. Enraged, Zhao Wenxuan yanked his hand back and slapped Ming Jiayu across the face. A distinct handprint appeared on her fair complexion. The blow left her momentarily dazed, and as she regained her senses, she was about to hurl further insults at Zhao Wenxuan when her expression suddenly changed, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Ling Yi." Zhao Wenxuan, taken aback, muttered, "Has this slap rendered her foolish? No matter, I shall indulge myself first. A mere princess of a lowly dynasty, foolish or not, makes no difference." Suddenly, Zhao Wenxuan sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Despite his shameless nature, his reflexes were sharp. Without hesitation, he turned and struck back with a palm. The two hands clashed. Caught off guard, Zhao Wenxuan could muster only a fraction of his full strength, yet the force behind the attack was terrifying. Instantly, he was hurled against the cave wall, where stones flew and a large crater was formed. As Zhao Wenxuan regained his footing, he caught sight of Ling Yi and, trembling with fear, stammered, "Ling Yi, are you human or ghost?" Ling Yi let out a cold chuckle. "Naturally, it is a ghost, you vile creature. Even beneath the level of a beast. The King of Hell has commanded me to return and escort you to the underworld." As he spoke, Ling Yi crouched down and lifted Meng Jiayu's upper body, revealing the divine farmer's ruler in his hand. Meng Jiayu's face lit up with joy as she grasped Ling Yi's arm, feeling the strength of his solid muscles and the warmth emanating from him. Confirming that she was not dreaming. "Ling Yi, flee quickly. You are no match for him," Meng Jiayu exclaimed urgently to Ling Yi, as if a recollection had struck her. Ling Yi appeared oblivious, with only the divine agricultural ruler emitting a faint glow. Zhao Wenxuan, observing the shadow cast by Ling Yi in the flickering flames, finally regained his composure and let out a cold laugh. "Ling Yi, how disgraceful of you to ambush me, especially after being bestowed the title of War King." Ling Yi smiled faintly, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. He then set Meng Jiayu down and turned to Zhao Wenxuan, saying, "When facing a worthy adversary, one must exert their utmost effort. This is a mark of respect. However, when dealing with those who are beneath contempt, what need is there for honor? Whether it be ambush or siege, such tactics are entirely justified. Do you truly expect that during the slaughter of dogs and pigs by the Burning Sky dynasty, they would engage in a fair confrontation?" Ling Yi had endured mockery from others since childhood, honing his verbal skills to an extraordinary level. The mere touch of his upper lip against his lower lip could infuriate anyone to the brink of madness. Zhao Wenxuan, as the heir of a middling dynasty, had never suffered such indignity. At that moment, his heart seethed with uncontrollable rage, and two fiery patterns of qi manifested in his palms. He charged toward Ling Yi, bellowing, "Preposterous! You base wretch who dares to defy your superiors, perish at once." Ling Yi felt an overwhelming weight in his heart as he witnessed Zhao Wenxuan charging towards him. Despite Zhao Wenxuan's despicable character, his martial prowess undeniably earned him the title of a genius. Ling Yi is considerably weaker than Zhao Wenxuan, thus he does not dare to be overly boastful. A radiant flash emanated from Ling Yi's hand, and the Qiyu halberd materialized unexpectedly. In his left hand, the Shinong ruler, ancient and substantial, gleamed with a striking interplay of black and white. The compact Shinong ruler was wielded to guard against close combat. In his right hand, the Qiyu halberd, imbued with an overwhelming battle intent, emanated a rich crimson light. Measuring 2 zhong in length, the Qiyu halberd excelled in long-range assaults. Zhao Wenxuan felt a slight shiver in his heart. What manner of monstrous weapon was this? Ling Yi stepped forward and collided with Zhao Wenxuan. Ling Yi's physical form emanated a faint golden glow as the chaotic true energy surged forth with a resounding roar. Zhao Wenxuan, with his palms in motion, illuminated the vast cavern with intricate flame patterns, his cultivation at the second level of the true essence realm overpowering all. Boom! The flames erupted in all directions as Zhao Wenxuan let out a cold laugh, bringing his hands together. The fiery design transformed into a magnificent fire dragon, hurtling directly towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi held the Shinong ruler closely by his side, invoking the second form of the Vajra ruler technique. With a resounding crash, he struck the body of the fire dragon, shattering its defenses. The searing heat enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Fortunately, Ling Yi had previously consumed a crimson flame pill, imbuing his vital energy with a trace of crimson flame power, enabling him to withstand the intense temperature. However, the crimson flame power was only formidable within the realm of body refinement. When confronted with a warrior of the second layer of true essence like Zhao Wenxuan, it proved insufficient. Ling Yi endured a strike from Zhao Wenxuan, momentarily feeling the strain as the bloodline of the war ancestor surged within him. His indomitable fighting spirit clashing against Zhao Wenxuan. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for several rounds, with Ling Yi finding himself at a disadvantage. Zhao Wenxuan, emboldened by his advantage, resembled a supreme fire deity, emerging with overwhelming presence, unleashing a palm strike that ignited the surroundings with the flames of true essence. Meng Jiayu observed the unfolding spectacle with astonishment, marveling at Ling Yi's formidable prowess. Despite being merely at the half-step true essence realm, he managed to withstand the assaults of Zhao Wenxuan, who was at the second level of the true essence realm. Such a talent was rare, not only in the War dynasty, but also in their own Eastern Yin dynasty. even within the mid-tier Burning Heaven dynasty. Finding a genius of this caliber would prove exceedingly difficult. As she gazed upon Ling Yi illuminated by the fiery glow, exuding an aura of unwavering strength, Ming Jiayu found herself captivated, momentarily lost in admiration. Although Zhao Wenxuan held the upper hand, his inability to secure a decisive victory filled him with surprise and growing trepidation. As a martial artist who had obtained the Donghuang order in the Burning Heaven dynasty, he was aware that his dynasty boasted a population several times that of the War dynasty. Zhao Wenxuan himself was a prodigious talent among the elite of the Burning Heaven dynasty. Even an ordinary martial artist at the third level of the True Essence realm would falter against him. Yet, Ling Yi was able to contend with him. This realization astonished Zhao Wenxuan. Ling Yi's combat capabilities were indeed formidable. If he were to reach a comparable martial realm, eliminating him would become an even more daunting task. It was imperative that no witnesses be left alive today. Otherwise, what would become of his reputation as the son of the left chancellor of the Burning Heaven dynasty? With this thought in mind, Zhao Wenxuan let out a thunderous roar, channeling his immense true energy into his hands like a rushing river. The Xuanhua bracelet emanated waves of searing and potent energy, coalescing with Zhao Wenxuan's true essence. Ultimately, he conjured a fireball with both hands. Though modest in size, the power contained within was sufficient to incinerate everything within several meters. With his true energy reaching its zenith, Zhao Wenxuan propelled the fireball forward with tremendous force. Ling Yi's complexion changed dramatically. This force was utterly terrifying, far surpassing that of the fourth prince when he first activated the bloodline of the war ancestor by countless magnitudes. Ling Yi took a deep breath, and with a flick of his hand, the Shenong shimmered. As Ling Yi's cultivation progressed, the Shenong had grown considerably. The Vajra, the third form. Ling Yi let out a thunderous roar, having acquired the Great Sun Diamond Sutra from the Golden Body Monk, elevating his comprehension of the Vajra ruler technique to new heights. In that moment, he unleashed the third form he had just grasped, significantly amplifying his strength by 1.5 times. Ling Yi had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, a martial arts realm where his strength soared to an astonishing 10,000 pounds, more than doubling that of an ordinary warrior. Upon unleashing the third form, his formidable power surged to approximately 25,000 pounds. As one ascends in strength, the increase in might is not merely additive, it unfolds in geometric proportions. The divine agricultural ruler's true energy surged forth, expanding vigorously as it struck the fireball with a resounding force. The fireball spun violently, and Ling Yi felt an intense wave of searing heat, instilling a sense of dread. "Break for me!" Ling Yi's forehead throbbed with veins as he let out a furious roar. Zhao Wenxuan furrowed his brow, his palms pressing forward with relentless force. Engaging in a contest of strength with Ling Yi. Boom! The fireball was sent hurtling back by Ling Yi's strike. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback. The fireball returned with a velocity that far exceeded its earlier speed. It exploded right before Zhao Wenxuan, forcing him to stagger backward under the force. Fortunately, he practiced the fire attribute true energy of the Burning Heaven dynasty. Otherwise, this blow could have left him gravely injured or worse. Zhao Wenxuan's meticulously arranged hair now lay disheveled, his splendid robe riddled with burns and holes. "You shall pay." Zhao Wenxuan, unaccustomed to such humiliation, glared at Ling Yi, feeling a fury in his chest that rivaled even the flames of true energy. Ling Yi was panting heavily, having expended a significant portion of his vital energy in that last strike. Although the bloodline of the battle ancestor was resilient, he found it exceedingly difficult to unleash another move. He feared he would not stand a chance against Zhao Wenxuan. Zhao Wenxuan was somewhat astonished. This young man in the body refinement realm possessed such formidable strength that he could deflect his attack with ease, an occurrence that was truly astonishing. "Come again!" Zhao Wenxuan roared, as fiery patterns manifested on his hands once more, resembling a fierce tiger lunging forward. Ling Yi wielded a Tuzhong long Qiyu halberd, successfully parrying Zhao Wenxuan's lethal strike. However, as the battle wore on, he found himself increasingly strained. The recent blow had drained too much of his vital energy, and it seemed inevitable that defeat would soon follow. Zhao Wenxuan's momentum only grew, a sinister smile creeping onto his grotesque visage. Swish! A sword lunged forth, transforming into a beam of white light. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback as a crimson line appeared on his arm, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. After receiving the blow, Zhao Wenxuan's moment of vulnerability was seized by Ling Yi, who unleashed a fierce strike with the Qiyu halberd. The war king faltered, A glint of icy determination ignited in Ling Yi's eyes as he swept the halberd with ferocity. Zhao Wenxuan formed a fiery sigil with both hands, successfully blocking Ling Yi's onslaught, but was soon overwhelmed as blood erupted from his mouth, crashing against the wall. Jiayu, how are you unscathed? You even dared to ambush me? Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Ming Jiayu, who stood poised with her sword. Ming Jiayu let out a cold snort, too disdainful to acknowledge the beastly creature before her. Impossible. This poison has been used on many warriors. It has never failed. Zhao Wenxuan muttered incessantly, only to then catch sight of Ling Yi's formidable halberd and the ancient, substantial black and white ruler, exclaiming in astonishment, Ling Yi, are these two your martial souls? The fact that Ling Yi possesses a formidable martial soul is no longer a secret. The seventh prince, Ling Hong, had already informed Zhao Wenxuan of this. Initially, Zhao Wenxuan ridiculed the notion, claiming that a mere soul practitioner could never rival the profound heritage of his position as the left chancellor's heir. However, at this moment, with Ling Yi wielding two distinct martial souls, the implications are entirely different. Soul practitioners are indeed rare, with varying degrees of strength among them. Yet, those endowed with twin martial souls are invariably formidable, often boasting unparalleled prowess. This clearly indicates that Ling Yi's potential is extraordinarily great, necessitating his swift elimination. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. What do you think, my beastly young master? At that moment, Zhao Wenxuan, already injured, exhibited a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. The formidable might of Ling Yi's third stance of the Vajra ruler technique had left him with lingering trepidation. Should it be unleashed once more? He feared he would be unable to withstand its onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, however, Ling Yi was at the end of his strength and could not possibly execute the third stance again in the near term. Additionally, with Ming Jiayu, a first-level practitioner of the true essence realm, standing nearby, the prospect of eliminating both of them today was utterly unattainable. Very well, very well. Zhao Wenxuan squinted, nodding repeatedly. Suddenly, his figure shifted, unleashing a torrent of true energy that transformed into an endless blaze. Ming Jiayu and Ling Yi exchanged solemn glances, bracing themselves to counter this assault. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Zhao Wenxuan darted towards the cave's exit with remarkable speed. Ming Jiayu was taken aback and was about to give chase when Ling Yi seized her arm. Ling Yi's throat convulsed, and a spurt of fresh blood escaped his lips. Ming Jiayu was taken aback, hastily assisting Ling Yi to sit down on the spot. Ling Yi sat cross-legged, the ethereal energy of the divine herbal essence subtly coursing through him as he commenced the healing of his wounds. Before long, Ling Yi opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. The divine essence mended his injuries, while the bloodline of the war ancestor pulsated with vitality, initiating the restoration of his internal true energy. Are you all right? Ming Jiayu grasped Ling Yi's hand, her eyes shimmering with concern for him. I'm fine, don't worry. Ling Yi shook his head in response. What about you? I'm okay. Thankfully you arrived just in time. By the way, your martial soul is quite remarkable. Did it absorb the poison from me? Ming Jiayu inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Ling Yi hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief respite, the two stepped out of the cave. Ling Yi beheld the lifeless form of the seventh prince, still lying outside the cavern. Ling Yi let out a sigh. After all, he was his royal brother. It was indeed lamentable for a body to perish far from home. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Ling Yi placed the corpse of the seventh prince into his spatial ring. As Ming Jiayu hurried along, she remarked, I wonder where Zhao Wenxuan has fled. That scoundrel, who claimed to be in search of the fire flame grass, harbors such malevolent intentions. Ling Yi suddenly inquired, Have you found the fire flame grass? No, they replied. We have scoured this little demon cave thoroughly, yet it remains elusive. It appears that the fire flame grass can only be found with the golden body muck. No wonder Zhao Wenxuan has been unable to locate it. The two continued their journey to the entrance of the Death S9 nether cave, still without a glimpse of Zhao Wenxuan. Ling Yi smacked his forehead and exclaimed, We have no worship. What shall we do? We can't ascend. Indeed, had you not mentioned it, I would not have realized. Ming Jiayu also came to a sudden understanding, covering her mouth in astonishment. The Death 9 nether cave soared over 10,000 zhang, its surface is exceptionally smooth. Was he to remain trapped here for eternity? Even if the War Heaven dynasty began sending people to search for him, what if it took several days? Wouldn't the assessment at the Tsang Wang Dao Institute then become void? Poof! Meng Jiayu stifled a giggle, her amusement bubbling forth. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. Before him, Ming Jiayu produced a small warship from her spatial ring. The vessel was merely the size of a cart, accommodating only a handful of passengers. You possess a warship? Ling Yi inquired, astonished. Of course, Ming Jiayu replied with a sidelong glance at Ling Yi. The two then stepped aboard the warship. Ling Yi caressed the opulent decorations of the warship, adorned with shades of pink and imbued with a youthful charm, replete with an array of plush dolls. It was evident that the third princess was greatly favored by the Emperor of Donghuang. Otherwise, how could such a magnificent vessel be crafted specifically for Meng Jiayu's use? One must recognize that a warship is an exceedingly vital strategic asset. Even someone like Ling Yi, who had yet to achieve first place in the year-end competition, had never received such a generous reward. After a considerable time, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the Death's Nine Nether Cave, where Ming Jiayu retracted the warship. Ling Yi, accompanied by Ming Jiayu, hastened towards his esteemed War King manor. Now, standing once more before the ominous Death Nine Nether Cave, he felt as though he had been transported to another realm. The last time he was here, treachery from Yun and Ling Huang had led to his descent into the abyss. Unexpectedly, what seemed a calamity had turned into a blessing, awakening the primordial and supreme divine spirit of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi within him. This time, he had also inherited the legacy of the Golden Body Monk. His ascendance was entirely attributed to the aid of Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Reflecting on this, Ling Yi could not help but recall the disappearance of the black bead he had worn since childhood. Could it possibly be linked to the awakening of Eastern Emperor Taiyi? That black bead had been a constant presence in his life, perhaps intertwined with the fate of his mother. Before long, the two arrived at the gates of the War King Manor. Ling Yi knocked on the door, and as it swung open, it was none other than Qing'er who stood before him. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and the sensation of returning home was truly delightful. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Qing'er was first filled with exuberance, but her expression quickly shifted, and she exclaimed, "Your Highness, the War King, you must leave at once." Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for comprehension, just as he was about to inquire further. "Rebel Ling Yi, do not resist arrest." A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, reverberating across the sky. Ling Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly exited the War King's residence, only to behold a formidable general charging towards him. Accompanied by a troop of soldiers, Ling Yi discerned clearly that the visitor was Commander Li Meng of the Imperial City Guard. Once a prodigy from the Li family, Commander Li had previously been an outer disciple of the Tsang Wang Dao Institute. However, he had incurred the wrath of an inner disciple, narrowly escaping death. Upon returning to the Zhantian Empire, he assumed the role of commander of the Imperial City Guard, a position of considerable significance within the capital. Ascending further would lead him to the esteemed position of commander's son, who oversees the Imperial Guard responsible for the safety of the royal palace. However, such a position is reserved for those who are not merely loyal but also trusted confidants of Emperor Tianshao. Given his ties to the Li family and his close association with Minister L, it was evident that as long as Emperor Tianshao reigned, Commander Li would have no hope of usurping Commander Sun's position. With a sweeping gesture, Commander Li summoned a long spear, unleashing a fierce roar as a torrent of formidable true energy surged forth, transforming into a white, rampaging dragon that surged toward Ling Yi. Ling Yi's countenance darkened. The force of this strike was truly terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary first-level true essence cultivator could withstand. This was not an attempt to capture him, but rather a bid to take his life. The white raging dragon swept through the heavens and the earth, its claws poised to pounce upon Ling Yi. Ling Yi, unwilling to implicate Qing'er and Meng Jiayu in harm, boldly advanced towards the white raging dragon. In his hand, the Shenong glimmered as chaotic true energy surged forth with fervor. The vast, pure chaotic energy, embodying utmost rigidity and brilliance, poured into the Shenong. With a resounding declaration of the third stance of the diamond ring technique, he unleashed a force equivalent to 25,000 pounds. The Shenong struck directly upon the white dragon of true energy. A piercingly fierce true energy collided against the Shenong, causing Ling Yi to feel his blood surge and his body to stagger backward. The Shenong, seemingly incited, erupted with dazzling brilliance, as potent medicinal energy flowed into Ling Yi's being. Ling Yi's footsteps remained steadfast as he gradually sank into the tiles beneath him, propelling himself horizontally for several dozen meters. Ling Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a furious roar. The ancestral bloodline surged through his spine, filling him with an overwhelming vitality. The sleeves of his garment were shattered into countless fragments by the onslaught of the white raging dragon. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, wielding the Shenong with great determination, shattering the white dragon with a powerful strike. Ling Yi stumbled slightly, using the Shinong scale to steady himself. Commander Li, a formidable martial artist at the 8th level of the True Origin realm, had just unleashed a strike that, though not at full strength, was still nearly impossible for even a 2nd-level practitioner of the True Origin realm to withstand. Yet, Ling Yi managed to do so. Indeed, he was a prodigy. If this young man were not eliminated, it was feared that Master L would never have the opportunity to ascend to the throne. Commander Li, astonished internally, had already charged in front of Ling Yi. With a sweeping motion of his spear, the true energy surged forth like a war god manifesting, his presence soaring to the heavens, causing even the very void to tremble faintly. Ling Yi yearned to raise the divine Shinong. Yet under the overwhelming might that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, he found himself utterly devoid of any strength to resist. Die. Commander Li's eyes ignited with a cruel light, and in his mind, he envisioned the moment Ling Yi would be shattered by his spear. Impudence. Suddenly, a 7-kill blade, imbued with a profound aura of bloodlust, appeared before Ling Yi, effectively blocking Commander Li's lethal strike, which emanated from the 8th level of the True Essence realm. Li Ming, how audacious of you. His Majesty instructed you to respectfully inquire with the War Prince, not to present the War Prince's severed head before the throne. A voice of authority and justice resonated through the air. Ling Yi raised his head, only to behold a figure clad in formidable armor, a towering presence embodying the might of a legendary warrior. It was none other than the commander of the Imperial Guards, Sun Juetian. Commander Sun. A surge of relief washed over him. Even someone like Ling Yi, who had long battled on the precipice of life and death, felt an extraordinary joy. If even the tiniest creature values its life, how much more so a human being? Commander Sun nodded at Ling Yi, a broad grin splitting his face as he exclaimed, Prince of War, it has been a long time. Commander Sun, what is the meaning of this? Commander Li furrowed his brow, addressing Sunday. Turning his gaze to the imposing figure of Li Ming, Sun's demeanor shifted, the warmth dissipating as he regarded Ling Yi with a friendly countenance. Sun snorted dismissively and reprimanded. Li Ming, whose rank holds greater weight, yours or mine? Li Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, Naturally, it is yours, Commander Sunday. Then why is it that upon seeing me, you fail to extend even the courtesy due to a subordinate? Do you not regard the imperial edicts? With a disdainful snort, Sun unleashed the aura of his 9th-level true essence, causing Li Ming and his entourage to kneel in submission. Such an imposing display of authority. Ling Yi took 2 steps back, a chill settling in his heart. Commander Li's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, before he slowly knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, I, Li Ming, pay my respects to Commander Sun. Commander Sun let out a cold snort and replied, Your Majesty merely instructed you to summon Prince Zhan back for questioning. There was no command for you to execute him outright. Why then did you resort to such ruthless measures? Commander Li hastily responded, Commander Sun, you are unaware of the circumstances. I earnestly sought to bring Prince Zhan back. Yet he resisted my efforts, leaving me no choice but to resort to force. You, sir. Ling Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the depths of Li Ming's shamelessness, akin to a mother opening the door to her own disgrace. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, such audacious fabrications were being spun. How outrageous. With so many witnesses outside the residence of the War King, could it be that your solitary voice holds sway? I had long perceived your ulterior motives, which is precisely why I had laid my ambush in secret. We are both warriors. Can we not discern that His Highness the War King is merely a practitioner at the body refinement stage, while you stand at the 8th layer of true essence? Even if His Highness were to resist, could he stir up a tempest in your hands? Commander Sun let out a cold chuckle, offering no quarter to Commander Li. Commander Li opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he too let out a scoff, choosing silence thereafter. He bore no enmity towards the War King. Even hypothetically, should there have been a grudge, would he dare to take the War King's life? A prince? Could Commander Li truly act upon such a whim? It would take an extraordinary audacity, akin to that of a bear's heart or a leopard's courage, to do so. The motive behind his actions lay in the formidable presence of Master L, whose every stomp could shake the very foundations of the War Heaven dynasty. The War King had marred El Yun's beauty, transforming him into a figure marked for death in Master L's eyes. Moreover, the War King's brilliance was so resplendent that if he were not dealt with promptly, the repercussions could prove to be dire. Ling Yi frowned slightly, gazing at the scene before him in utter confusion, completely unable to grasp the situation. Commander Sun, what on earth is happening? Ling Yi inquired. Your Highness, it would be best if you accompanied me to the palace. There, you shall meet His Majesty, and everything will become clear, Commander Sun sighed, speaking in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi felt a wave of unease surge within her and grasped Ling Yi's hand tightly. Ling Yi smiled faintly and addressed Ling Yi. Rest assured, dear Ling Yi, with a righteous heart, I fear not the shadows that may loom. Just await my return at home. Ling Yi hesitated, her gaze wavering, yet ultimately released her grip. Fully aware that Ling Yi must embark on this journey. The third princess shall accompany us. The emperor may seek your counsel, Commander Sun remarked to Ming Jiayu. Ming Jiayu nodded. Although the details eluded her, she surmised it was undoubtedly connected to the heir and perhaps even involved in the factional struggles of the dynasty. Such issues are inherent to every dynasty, and as a princess, she comprehended far more than a mere servant like Ling Yi. And you, accompany me to the audience. I shall report every detail of today's events to His Majesty, Commander Sun declared with a cold snort, addressing Commander Li. Commander Li smirked slightly, undeterred. The group entered the palace, where the court was in session. Emperor Tianxiao summoned several individuals, and they ascended to the grand hall of the Zhang dynasty. The civil and military officials stood on either side, and Ling Yi beheld the Emperor Tianxiao and the Empress seated at the dais. He knelt on one knee and respectfully proclaimed, Your son Ling Yi pays his respects to father and the Empress. I, Minister Sun Jutian, Li Meng, bow before your Majesty and the Empress. Meng Jiayu of the Eastern Yin dynasty pays her respects to the Zhang Emperor and the Empress. The assembly performed their salutations in unison. Emperor Tianxiao's expression was grave as he commanded, Rise. After the crowd expressed their gratitude, they stood. Your Majesty, I am entrusted with your command to summon King Zhang for an audience. However, he resisted with force. In my desperation, I attempted to subdue him, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Commander Sun. I beseech your Majesty to render judgment on my behalf. Commander Li suddenly burst into tears, prostrating himself on the ground. This fellow, is he preemptively striking? Ling Yi found himself at a loss for words in response to Li Meng's actions. Your Majesty, this is intolerable. The Prince of War not only murdered the seventh prince, but also defied your decree. If this continues, I fear your Majesty may find it impossible to bring him to justice. Your Majesty, you must impose severe punishment. Suddenly exclaimed Minister L. Indeed, your Majesty. And what a commander's son, who so openly aids the Prince of War. The Imperial Guards have always been loyal to you, your Majesty. This is truly alarming. Another minister interjected, his voice trembling with fear. Commander Sun let out a cold laugh, observing the theatrics of the ministers, silently lamenting the fact that they were not on stage performing. As Minister L spoke, more and more officials began to echo his sentiments. Sun Juetian, what is the situation? Emperor Tianxiao inquired, seemingly oblivious to the minister's expressions. Your Majesty, I am here under orders to secretly protect the Prince of War. Little did I know that a nefarious plot was afoot, intending harm upon him. It was indeed our city guard commander, Li. As soon as the prince arrived at the war prince's residence, before he could utter a word, he attacked. A lethal assault, filled with malice. Commander Sun stated coldly. Your Majesty, Li's expression shifted dramatically. Is it true that Commander Sun is here by your command? Do you believe I would take your word for it? Emperor Tianxiao retorted with a chilling smile. Interruptingly, Li's complexion paled, casting a glance at Minister L, who subtly shook his head, prompting Li to lower his gaze slowly. At this point, Ling Yi grasped the situation. It was all rooted in the affair concerning the seventh prince. Emperor Tianxiao's gaze sharpened as he addressed Ling Yi. Tell me, did you slay your seventh brother? I did not. Allow me to explain. Ling Yi straightened his posture and recounted the events in the Jiuyu cave, detailing their entry into the demonic lair. He did not hesitate to disclose Zhao Wenxuan's illicit intentions towards Meng Jiayu. Emperor Tianxiao turned to Meng Jiayu, who nodded in affirmation of Ling Yi's account. The emperor slowly nodded and declared, Summon the heir of the Finshan dynasty. A figure entered from outside the hall, striding confidently without a bow, merely stating, Zhao Wenxuan pays his respects to Emperor Zhang and the Empress. The crowd frowned collectively. The heir's arrogance was indeed excessive. Yet, there was little they could do, for he hailed from a mid-tier dynasty, with a father wielding significant power as the chancellor. Emperor Tianxiao felt a surge of displeasure, suppressing his anger as he commanded Zhao Wenxuan to recount the events in detail. Myself and the seventh prince inadvertently stumbled upon the third princess and the Prince of War engaged in an unspeakable act. This incident ignited our resentment. And under the cover of night, we were ambushed while asleep, leading to the death of the seventh prince. Fortunately, due to my superior martial prowess, I sustained only minor injuries and narrowly escaped the clutches of those wretched individuals. Zhao Wenxuan lied with an unflinching demeanor. You beast, Zhao Wenxuan. How dare you cast aspersions upon my honor and that of His Highness the War King? The exquisite visage of Meng Jiayu was marred by fury. For a lady, nothing is of greater significance than her reputation, and Zhao Wenxuan's words were indeed an egregious affront. It was a torment surpassing even death. Humph. How could I possibly be the one to turn the tables? If anyone harbors doubts, I implore you to search the spatial ring of His Highness the War King. It was evident that His Highness coveted the treasures of the seventh prince, and I distinctly witnessed him placing the seventh prince's lifeless form into the spatial ring. Zhao Wenxuan proclaimed with righteous indignation. You. Meng Jiayu's countenance shifted dramatically. Ling Yi furrowed his brow, pondering how he could possibly know that Ling Hong was concealed within his spatial ring. Suddenly, it dawned on Ling Yi that when they had entered the cave, Zhao Wenxuan must have been lying in wait nearby. The Emperor Tianxiao spoke solemnly. Ear, I ask you, is Honger's body within your spatial ring? Ling Yi nodded, and with a flash of brilliance in his hand, a corpse materialized. How audacious of you, Ling Yi. Such cruelty. I have never witnessed anyone daring enough to murder their own brother. The Empress exclaimed, striking the armrest of her chair in reprimand. Ear, tell me, why does the body of Honger reside within your spatial ring? The Emperor Tianxiao furrowed his brow slightly. In response to your majesty, the seventh prince, Ling Hong, attempted to assassinate me but met his demise due to the rebound of my martial soul against his hidden weapon. Though his actions were indeed ruthless, he is still of the Ling family. I could not bear for his body to lie abandoned in a desolate wilderness, hence I preserved it within this spatial ring. Ling Yi spoke with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Upon uttering these words, a flurry of discussions erupted among the crowd. Ling Yi furrowed his brow and continued, if His Majesty doubts my words, he may examine the concealed weapon nestled in the center of the seventh prince's brow. It is specifically designed for him and bears the engraving of the character Hong. Upon hearing Ling Yi's declaration, the assembly turned their gazes toward the flying dagger. Indeed, noting the inscribed character, humph, it is entirely possible that His Highness the War Prince has deliberately employed a ruse, using the seventh prince's own weapon to inflict this mark upon his forehead. Commander Li scoffed. You are fabricating charges without cause. Ling Yi retorted with a cold snort. Your Majesty, I implore you to punish His Highness the War Prince. Chancellor Lu knelt on the ground, proclaiming loudly. All the ministers fell to their knees in unison, vociferously demanding justice against Ling Yi. You are being outrageous. Ling Yi roared, his voice resonating throughout the entire assembly hall, causing tiles to fall like scattered leaves. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Regardless of my guilt or innocence, it is for my father, the Emperor, to decide. What do you mean by this intimidation? Are you attempting a coup? With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi's voice echoed through the hall, his anger palpable. Upon hearing his words, some individuals trembled, their faces flushed with shame. A glimmer of approval flickered in the eyes of Emperor Tianxiao. After all, Taiyi had been commanding the officials for quite some time, and none dared to openly contradict him. Yet now, Ling Yi, a prince brimming with youthful vigor, stood as a singular figure of defiance. Humph. It seems His Highness the War Prince is tacitly admitting to the murder of the seventh prince, is he not? Taiyi was no ordinary man. He was not easily swayed by Ling Yi's bravado. I shall reiterate, I did not. Ling Yi exclaimed vehemently, with evidence and witnesses at hand. Did the War Prince still intend to twist the narrative? Taiyi glared at Ling Yi, stepping forward. Twisting the narrative? I believe that is unnecessary. An elderly voice interjected. Who is that? Taiyi furrowed his brow. It is I. Suddenly, a figure of remarkable presence appeared before them, the esteemed Guinan, the head of the Danling Pavilion of the Zhang dynasty. Taiyi's expression shifted slightly. It was this venerable figure again, always disrupting his schemes. The crowd heard Guinan speak. What is your intent, Elder Pavilion Master? Guinan smiled faintly, about to respond, when another voice rang out. Old fool. You move swiftly indeed. You do not wait for me. This voice was resoundingly powerful. A second figure emerged in the assembly, clad in fiery red garments, with white hair and beard, and eyes that gleamed like brass bells, exuding an intimidating presence. It was Tuoba Hong, the former head of the Qiling Pavilion of the Zhang dynasty. The entire court trembled as the two most powerful figures of the Zhang dynasty had converged. What was about to transpire? You blame me for your old age. Guinan scoffed. Ah, you think you can afford to be condescending? Tuoba Hong shot back, ready to unleash a tirade. Enough. We are here for a different purpose. Let us cease this bickering. Guinan dismissed Donghuang with disdain. Emperor Tianxiao rose from his throne and descended the steps, the empress following closely behind. He bowed slightly and respectfully addressed the two elder pavilion masters. Greetings, esteemed elders. Guinan and Donghuang returned the gesture, greeting the emperor in kind. Might I inquire what brings you both here? I am here to rescue my benefactor, Guinan declared. I am here to save my master, Donghuang added. A benefactor? A master? In such a gathering, who could possibly be Guinan's savior? Or Donghuang's mentor? These venerable figures were the most influential individuals in the entire Tian dynasty. As the crowd pondered this, they observed Guinan and Donghuang simultaneously directing their gaze toward Ling Yi. It is he. Both elder pavilion masters proclaimed in unison. What? The entire court was left in a state of shock. Ling Yi is the savior of Guinan, or is he the master of Donghuang? How could this be possible? What kind of figures are these two old sect leaders? How could Ling Yi possibly be connected to such deities? One wonders if His Majesty could grant us two old fellows a favor, since both sides hold differing views regarding the seventh prince's matter. Perhaps it would be best not to pursue it further. Should we mistakenly accuse the Prince of War? Would His Majesty truly wish to lose another exceptional son? Guinan said with a cheerful smile. Since the two old sect leaders have spoken, let this matter be settled. Emperor Tianxiao nodded in agreement. The Empress and Master L's expressions darkened. Their painstakingly crafted scheme was so effortlessly unraveled by these two venerable leaders. It all stemmed from the disparity in absolute power. No matter how many traps they set, they were utterly futile. Curse be it. The Empress's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she lowered her head, careful not to let Guinan and Donghuang perceive her feelings. Yet, she found herself unwilling to relent. Now that this matter has passed, can we discuss the deliberate assassination of the prince? Guinan cheerfully addressed Emperor Tianxiao. The emperor's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze towards Commander Li. Commander Li's expression changed drastically, and he lowered his head. We are not discussing this boy. He is not worthy. Rather, someone has set a trap to assassinate the Prince of War. Your Majesty, are you aware of this? Donghuang exclaimed, flinging his crimson sleeves. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What do you mean? I do not quite understand. Emperor Tianxiao spoke in a deep voice. Bring him to me. Donghuang bellowed. Outside the council hall, two members of the Qiling pavilion entered, carrying a middle-aged man with dark skin and a simple demeanor. The Empress furrowed her brow slightly, uncertain of what these two old fellows were up to. Your Majesty, do you recognize this person? Guinan inquired with a smile. The Empress's heart skipped a beat, and she replied, somewhat bewildered, what does the old sect leader mean by this? This palace does not quite understand. Sufu, you speak. Guinan chuckled. Sufu? Sufu. The Empress's expression changed dramatically, as if recalling the name. Sufu, kneeling on the ground, nodded and began to explain, I am an assassin, sent by the Empress's side, the wet nurse Rome, to kill the Prince of War. I infiltrated the Prince of War's residence and became a stable hand. That day, Sufu slowly recounted the entire incident. As Sufu narrated, the Empress's heart grew heavier. Yet, being the sovereign of the 6 palaces, she maintained an impassive demeanor. When Sufu mentioned that Ling Yi possessed dual martial souls, the court collectively gasped in astonishment. Soul warriors are already rare, and the chance of dual martial souls is minuscule. Those with dual martial souls are never weak. They are unparalleled geniuses capable of battling across realms. Emperor Tianxiao was equally taken aback, looking at Ling Yi with inquisitive eyes. Is what he said true? Ling Yi nodded slightly. The Queen and Grand Minister L were visibly astonished. Ling Yi was, in fact, the possessor of dual martial spirits. A palpable aura of menace flickered in their eyes. Once Su Fu concluded his statement, the Queen hastily retorted, You slander me. How could I possibly engage in such acts? As the matriarch of the 6 palaces, how could I conspire to murder the heir? Donghuang let out a cold chuckle and commanded, Bring her in. Several members of the Qiling pavilion escorted an elderly woman into the chamber. Her face was lined with wrinkles, yet she was dressed impeccably in garments of exquisite quality, suggesting her affiliation with the imperial palace of the Tian dynasty. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the queen's complexion shifted dramatically, akin to the transformative annex of Sun Wukong. Indeed, it was the queen's confidant, Granny Rong. Granny Rong fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably, clearly stricken with fear. Speak. Guinan uttered softly. Your Majesty, I am Granny Rong, in service to the queen. The old woman began to recount the events in detail. Silence. The queen shrieked, lunging forward to deliver a resounding slap to Granny Rong's face. Following this, her inner energy surged, and with a murderous glint in her eyes, she prepared to extinguish Granny Rong's life. Yet, Donghuang snorted coldly, instantly enveloping the queen in a formidable aura that rendered her immobile. The queen, stricken with terror, turned ashen, realizing that in the presence of these martial legends of the Tian dynasty, her attempts to silence Granny Rong were futile. Granny Rong was left speechless, unable to utter a word. Please assist the queen in taking her seat. Donghuang coldly instructed his subordinates. The Ling pavilion members approached the queen from behind, grasping her hands. Release me, you wretched servants. The queen protested vehemently, her true essence surging, revealing her formidable prowess as a true essence realm martial artist. However, the Ling pavilion's experts were even more adept, their grip unyielding as a mountain, preventing her escape. Ultimately, the queen was forcibly restrained in her seat. Lord Tuoba, your actions are excessive. Emperor Tian Shao huffed, a hint of displeasure evident in his demeanor. To treat the queen with such disrespect in the council hall was, indeed, to disregard the emperor's authority. Your Majesty, do not be anxious. Let us allow the old woman to finish her account. Guinan replied with a grin. The emperor furrowed his brow but ultimately refrained from further protest. At Donghuang's prompting, Granny Rong resumed her narration. After the great competition at the year's end, the queen, fearing that Ling Yi would become an obstacle to the future throne of the first prince, dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Upon hearing this revelation, the queen's face drained of color, leaving her utterly speechless. Your Highness, how do you propose to deal with the queen? Donghuang gazed directly at Ling Yi, leaving everyone astonished. Although the two elder lords held positions of great power and influence, the fact that they chose to address the Prince of War instead of inquiring with Emperor Tian Shao conveyed a significant message to all present. The Danling Pavilion and the Qiling Pavilion had unequivocally declared their support for the Prince of War, even if he sought to claim the throne for himself. Ling Yi is no fool. He certainly comprehends the intentions of the two elder lords. However, recognizing the hierarchy, he turned to the Heavenly Howl Emperor and respectfully stated, I beseech your Imperial Majesty to make a decision. The Heavenly Howl Emperor gazed intently at Ling Yi for a moment before responding slowly. Let us deliberate on this matter at a later time. Ling Yi's expression shifted, as he had not anticipated that Emperor Tian Shao had no intention of dealing with the Empress. On that day, the fourth prince seized his ancestral bloodline, resulting in both the fourth prince and consort Li being imprisoned in the cold palace. Yet today, when it comes to the Empress, no action is taken. Father, enough. Emperor Tian Shao interjected sharply. Your Majesty, this is unjust. Ling Yi exclaimed vehemently. The Emperor, momentarily pausing in his stride towards the throne, turned around with a darkened countenance and retorted, What did you say? I said it is unjust. As the sovereign of a nation, you ought to comprehend the essence of governance, for it is not the scarcity that breeds concern, but rather the imbalance. Furthermore, you must recognize that when the Son of Heaven transgresses the law, he bears the same punishment as the common people. The Empress cannot be exempt from the imperial laws. Ling Yi faced the gaze of the Emperor of Heavenly Roar without a trace of fear, articulating each word with precision. You are audacious. Your Highness, the War King. Do you still hold the Emperor in your esteem? Master L seized the opportunity to attack, exclaiming vehemently, Is this a place for your words? The Emperor. You have acted most ungraciously. Donghuang, with his forthright temperament, addressed Master L without reservation. Master L's expression was a vivid tableau of emotions. Yet he dared not retort. While he might challenge the Emperor of Heavenly Roar, he would not dare to offend the formidable Donghuang. Guinan maintained a serene smile, standing resolutely behind Ling Yi, unwavering in his stance. The Emperor of Heavenly Roar's countenance darkened. Who would find joy in such circumstances? Especially on the court? Yet, with the two esteemed elders from the Danling Pavilion and the Qiling Pavilion clearly poised to support Ling Yi, what recourse did he have? Here, come with me. Attendants, grant the two elders their seats. The rest shall await here. With that, the Emperor of Heavenly Roar turned and strode towards the inner palace. Ling Yi followed Emperor Tian Shao into the inner hall. Here, your behavior today is rather excessive. The Emperor spoke in a solemn tone. I apologize, Father, but I stand by my words. Ling Yi stood tall, unflinching in his resolve. Indeed, your words hold truth. The Emperor exhaled deeply. Ling Yi was taken aback. It appeared that Emperor Tian Shao had no intention of dealing with him. However, one must understand a fundamental truth. Strength surpasses all. Had it not been for the support of the two venerable elders today, would you have been able to navigate this predicament so effortlessly? Emperor Tian Shao inquired. Ling Yi shook his head. The matter concerning the empress was of immense significance. Most importantly, her eldest son, Ling Yi, had already ascended to the ranks of the inner disciples. Furthermore, he was highly regarded by a formidable figure from the Donghuang Tai Yi Academy. In this realm, strength surpasses all. Here, at present, you cannot contend with him. Thus, I find myself unable to act against the empress. Do you comprehend? The Emperor Tianxiao spoke slowly. Ling Yi understood that the crown prince, possessing extraordinary talents, was thriving in the Donghuang Academy. Should a conflict arise with the crown prince, it was likely that the entire Tianhuang dynasty would face a monumental upheaval. Ling Yi nodded, then suddenly raised his head, gazing at the heavenly Howl Emperor with a serious expression, and spoke. I can agree not to deal with the empress, but you must tell me, father, who my mother truly is. Where is she? The heavenly Howl Emperor was taken aback, instinctively feeling a surge of anger. Yet, as he observed that Ling Yi had now grown taller than himself, he realized that Ling Yi was no longer the small ninth prince of Ur, but rather a formidable warlord backed by two great powers. The heavenly Howl Emperor's expression grew complex, and with a sigh, he spoke slowly. Since you are so determined to know, I shall tell you. I had hoped that you would live a peaceful life under my protection. As an ordinary person, little did I expect your extraordinary talent, which has now propelled you to great heights. It would not be wise for me to continue concealing the truth from you. Sooner or later, you will come into contact with them. The heavenly Howl Emperor turned his gaze, seemingly looking towards a distant place, his eyes filled with nostalgia, and continued. In my youth, I traveled across the entire northern wilderness, experiencing the diverse customs and cultures of many lands. Eventually, I met her, the woman I have loved most dearly in my life. Though I have many consorts, most were political marriages, only she, her name was Donghuang. Ling Yi was taken aback. Donghuang? Is that the name of my mother? We shared moments of joy and happiness together, and soon after, we welcomed you into this world. I had believed that we would traverse through life blissfully together. Little did I know, she hailed from a mysterious and formidable realm. One day, two individuals arrived, demanding to take your mother away. I fiercely confronted them, having already stepped into the realm of semi-sky dominance. To my astonishment, the expression on Emperor Tianxiao's face grew increasingly horrified, as if he had witnessed something profoundly shocking. Ling Yi felt an increasing sense of trepidation. As the emperor of the War Heaven dynasty, what could possibly instill such fear within him? To his astonishment, he had not even brushed against the garments of those two individuals, and yet, Huayu was taken away so effortlessly. Before departing, Huayu left a dark bead hanging from his neck. Amidst their conversation, he vaguely overheard references to the central state sacred domain in the Nye family. This is all I know regarding your mother. Here, we are far too feeble. The Emperor of Tianxiao covered his face in anguish, his resolute expression marred by tears that cascaded down. The central state sacred domain, the Nye family? Ling Yi felt a heavy weight in his heart. Is this the clue to my mother? Where is this place, and how shall I search for her? A torrent of questions relentlessly struck at Ling Yi's mind, his eyes brimming with tears, reflecting an indescribable certainty and unwavering resolve. Ling Yi declared, regardless of how far I must traverse, I am determined to find my mother. Father, what level of martial prowess do you believe those two individuals possess? Emperor Tianxiao sighed deeply and replied, I am at a loss, my son. The disparity is simply too vast. It is the first time I have come to realize that such formidable warriors exist in this world. Even now, as I have stepped into the celestial warrior realm, I cannot help but feel that I fall woefully short in comparison to those two. I sense that they are at least beyond the celestial warrior realm. Ling Yi was taken aback. Above the celestial realm, the mightiest of the Tian dynasty barely reached the celestial realm, and their levels were not exceedingly profound. The so-called celestial realm was already a legend in martial arts. What then does it signify to transcend the celestial realm? It remains uncertain whether the Burning Heaven dynasty possesses any beings beyond the celestial realm. Even within the esteemed Donghuang Academy, the existence of such formidable experts remains shrouded in mystery. Ling Yi abruptly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with a newfound ambition. A lofty yet formidable goal had emerged in his life for the very first time. The Heavenly Roar Emperor observed Ling Yi's expression and discerned his thoughts. He gently patted Ling Yi's shoulder and remarked, Now you should comprehend why, throughout your life, my attention towards you has always been minimal. It is because I did not wish for you to confront such formidable adversaries. I once believed that one day, I would reclaim my cherished jade with my own hands. Yet, as the years have passed, the higher one ascends, the more arduous it becomes to progress. Alas, As Ling Yi gazed into the eyes of Emperor Tianxiao, a sudden wave of profound emotion washed over him. It became clear that his father refrained from divulging the truth to spare him the burden of such anguish and pressure. In the council hall, the attendees awaited with bated breath, stabilizing themselves as they beheld Emperor Tianxiao and Ling Yi emerging from the rear chamber. The emperor ascended the dragon throne and spoke in a grave tone. From this day forth, the empress shall reflect upon her actions in the Fingyi Palace, and any departure requires my prior notification. This seemingly innocuous statement served as a punishment for the empress. Her countenance turned ashen, and she glared at Ling Yi with increasing malice. Li Ming, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Emperor Tianxiao inquired slowly. A sense of foreboding enveloped Li Ming. Was this an impending reckoning? Humph, old emperor, I fear you not. I have Master L behind me, he boldly declared. Your Majesty, I have brazenly attempted to assassinate His Highness, the Prince of War. What further justification is needed? Master L stepped forward, his aura radiating power, swiftly positioning himself beside Li Ming. Startled, Li Ming was uncertain of L's intentions. To his astonishment, L made no overt action. Instead, an immense hand, conjured from the very essence of the heavens and earth, descended upon Li Ming with overwhelming force. The celestial realm. Ling Yi thought in shock. Recognizing this as a manifestation of formidable power, he had not anticipated that Master L was also a formidable figure of the celestial realm. Realization dawned on Ling Yi. Master L had contended with his father for years, not merely relying on schemes, but also possessing considerable strength that warranted respect. Li Ming, a commander of the 8th tier of the true essence realm, was obliterated by a single strike from Master L, leaving behind a pool of crimson on the ground. In his final moments, clarity struck him. He had been sacrificed as a pawn by Master L. Your Majesty, this man was excessively arrogant. I could not restrain myself and have eliminated him on your behalf. I humbly request your leniency. Master L feigned humility. Emperor Tianxiao smiled faintly and replied, not at all. Master L has merely acted in service of the realm. I am fortunate to have such a loyal minister. The emphasis on loyal minister carried a heavy, almost mocking tone. Unfazed, Master L maintained his composure and respectfully declared, I serve the realm with unwavering devotion. My loyalty is beyond reproach. Emperor Tianxiao then addressed Commander Sun, please arrange for a suitable candidate to fill the position of the city guard commander. It is a vital role that cannot be left vacant even for a day. Master L's expression darkened, though he felt helpless. Having failed to eliminate Ling Yi, he had instead lost a crucial piece on the political chessboard. Yet, such is the nature of politics. When one strike falters, one must seek compromise. Today, with Gu Yinan and Donghuang exerting their influence, there was little choice. To cling to Li Ming would likely invite greater calamity. However, there would come a day when I shall see a different individual seated upon this throne. Master L's eyes darted about, and he contemplated fiercely within himself. At this juncture, the matter could be considered resolved. Ling Yi, Gu Yinan, and Donghuang emerged from the imperial palace, bestowing upon Gu Yinan a splendid ice crystal herb. Gu Yinan, overjoyed, lavished praises, affirming that he had indeed not misjudged his companion. Donghuang extended an invitation, suggesting that should Ling Yi find the time, he could visit the Qi Ling Pavilion to further discuss the art of crafting. Meanwhile, young Master Zhao and Xin bore witness to a political turmoil within the Zhang dynasty, where Minister L and the Empress faced utter defeat, secretly cursing. Indeed, the people of the Zhang dynasty are utterly inept. As he observed Ling Yi's departing figure, a sense of bitter resentment gnawed at his heart. Ling Yi, upon arriving at the Donghuang Academy, I shall ensure that you are left with no means of retreat. Ling Yi walked ahead, yet felt the piercing gaze of Zhao Wenxuan, filled with murderous intent. He turned back, offering Zhao a faint smile. Subsequently, a flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, revealing a vibrant red spiritual herb. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback, recognizing it unmistakably as the coveted flame herb he had longed for. Damn it! How could it possibly be in his possession? Zhao Wenxuan cursed inwardly. Ling Yi smiled faintly, placing the flame herb into her spatial ring, and cast a cold smirk at Zhao Wenxuan. Zhao Wenxuan discerned the meaning behind Ling Yi's gaze, which clearly conveyed that the flame herb would never be his. A fleeting sense of regret flickered in his heart. With the impending assessment at the Donghuang Dao Academy, he had come to this remote location of the Zhang dynasty solely for the flame herb. Little did he expect to shoot himself in the foot, as the precious herb had fallen into Ling Yi's possession. Moreover, He had orchestrated a scheme to entrap her, and now he found himself at a loss, having lost both his objective and his standing. In that moment, the complexity of his feelings towards Ling Yi was indescribable. Ming Jiayu had also followed Ling Yi to the Donghuang mansion after the events at the Nine Nether Cave. She had developed unwavering trust in Ling Yi and decided to reside in the Donghuang mansion. Ling Yi returned to the War King's mansion, exchanged a few words with Qing'er, and after arranging the room for the third princess, Ming Jiayu hurried off to the Danling Pavilion. Ling Yi's journey to the Danling Pavilion was driven by an urgent desire to meticulously concoct the Yanling pill, as chronicled in the Shinnong's Compendium of Herbal Medicine. With merely a few days remaining before the commencement of the assessment at the Songwang Dao Academy, he was resolute in his quest to elevate his martial prowess by any means necessary. Within the confines of the Danling Pavilion, Ling Yi reserved an alchemical chamber. He measured each herb with the precision of the Shinnong scale, infusing his true essence into the cauldron to regulate the flames. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Ling Yi carefully stored the Yanling pills in a jade-clear vial. By combining several fire flame herbs and ice ling herbs, along with a selection of supplementary medicinal ingredients, he successfully refined a total of 10 Yanling pills. With the assistance of the Shinnong scale, the potency of the Yanling pills reached the esteemed third rank of the Xian level. Ling Yi consumed a Yanling pill and assumed a meditative posture. In an instant, the pill transformed into 2 streams of energy surging within Ling Yi's body. One energy was searingly hot, while the other was chillingly cold, continuously intertwining and colliding. These 2 utterly opposing forces counteracted and battled against each other, inflicting a degree of harm and pressure upon the warrior's physique. However, the potent medicinal properties relentlessly nourished his flesh, mending hidden injuries. Soon, the energies began to surge towards Ling Yi's dantian, ultimately converging within it. Ling Yi circulated the chaotic yin-yang technique, as the ultimate yang and most unyielding vital energy began its transformation into the ultimate yin and most supple essence. This arduous process was fraught with agony, for the interplay of yin and yang represents the most profound energy within the realm of martial arts, and the transformation exacts a significant toll on the practitioner. However, this ordeal also deepened Ling Yi's understanding of the path of yin and yang. Approximately an hour later, he opened his eyes. The once unyielding vital energy, now entirely transformed into the soft and yielding essence, signified that Ling Yi had officially entered the realm of true essence. Becoming a practitioner of the first level of true essence, Ling Yi emerged from the alchemy chamber, presenting a Yanling pill to Manager Li, instructing him to deliver it to Gu Yanqing. Upon inspection, Manager Li realized it was a third-grade mysterious pill, imbued with immense potency. He hastily and cautiously accepted it, fearful of any mishap, and repeatedly assented. Upon returning to the War King's residence, Ling Yi presented a Yanling pill to Ming Jiayu. Upon discovering that it was a third-grade pill, she promptly declined, insisting that it was far too precious. Under the persistent persuasion of Ling Yi, Ming Jiayu finally accepted the precious elixir, her heart swelling with sweetness. She mused to herself that such an expensive pill, which Ling Yi did not even use for his own benefit, exemplified a genuine friendship. Little did she know that Ling Yi had already consumed the Yanling pill. Although the Yanling pill possessed formidable potency, capable of enhancing a warrior's prowess, it was indeed a rarity. Its effects were only realized upon the initial consumption. Subsequent use yielded no benefits. Hence, it was classified as a third-grade profound pill. Otherwise, given its overwhelming efficacy, the Yanling pill might rival that of an ordinary fifth-grade profound pill. On the following day, a contingent arrived outside the War King's manor, comprising approximately several dozen individuals. Each clad in striking crimson armor, they exuded an imposing aura, brimming with an unmistakable bloodlust. This palpable menace was so intense that even the common folk felt a chill creeping down their spines as they passed by the War King's residence, beads of sweat dotting their brows. Leading the group was a man who, by his attire, appeared to be a general. Towering at over 3 meters while mounted on a mighty red dragon steed, his formidable stature was evident, nearing 2 meters in height. The red dragon horse was a remarkably powerful beast, notoriously difficult to tame, indicating that this general's prowess was extraordinary. His skin bore a sun-kissed hue, and while not conventionally handsome, he possessed a strikingly valiant demeanor. Most unsettling was the long scar etched across his left cheek, measuring the length of a finger. His stern visage was shrouded in an aura of lethal intent, evoking a sense of dread akin to facing an army of thousands. Ling Yi heard his servant mention that a troop had gathered at the entrance. Taken aback, he felt a surge of curiosity about their identity and hastened to the door for a closer look. Upon seeing the imposing formation of this formidable troop and the person leading them, Ling Yi was instantly filled with joy as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, second brother." The scarred general at the forefront, upon catching sight of Ling Yi, allowed a slight smile to break through his originally stern demeanor. It was a disconcerting expression, reminiscent of a deity of death grinning at you, instilling an indescribable sense of dread. This scarred general was none other than Ling Di, the second prince of the Zhang dynasty. Ling Di executed a swift dismount, his aura soaring to the heavens, revealing himself to be a martial artist of the 9th tier in the true origin realm. With his movement, the 180 soldiers behind him, previously concealed, were unveiled as the Red Flood Army led by the esteemed King Rong. These soldiers of the Red Flood Army, upon following Ling Di's lead, dismounted in unison, each unleashing their formidable presence, every individual being a master of the 7th tier or above in the body refinement realm. Ling landed with a resounding thud, dropping to one knee, causing an indentation in the ground accompanied by numerous fissures. The soldiers of the Qijiao army behind him followed suit, each striking the earth with their knees, creating a series of depressions. Ling Yi stood in a daze, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the true meaning behind the actions of Prince Rong. The entire Red Dragon army expressed their profound gratitude to His Highness, King Xie, for the immense favor of saving the entire army. They vowed to remember this kindness for generations to come, eternally. Ling Di and all the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens, instilling a sense of dread in everyone on the streets, who turned pale with fear. Some of the more timid individuals collapsed to the ground, while children wailed uncontrollably. This uproar echoed for several miles, reaching even the residence of Minister L and the palace itself. The illustrious achievements of Prince Rong, his own second brother, prompted such a profound display of respect, leaving Ling Yi in a state of panic as he hurried forward to assist Prince Rong, Ling Di, in rising. Ling's expression was grave, and despite Ling Yi's attempts to assist, he was unable to lift him. Ling Yi, in a state of great urgency, exclaimed, "Second brother, what are you doing? Hurry and get up. Are you not aware that this is shortening my life?" Ling stood motionless for a full incense stick's duration. After that time had passed, he rose, and the Red Serpent army collectively stood as well. "Haha, 9th brother, you truly exude magnificence. Throughout my journey, I have heard nothing but tales of your exploits, in every street and alley, even recounted by storytellers. I am truly delighted, second brother." Ling laughed heartily, repeatedly patting Ling Yi on the shoulder. Ling Yi, caught between laughter and tears, sighed in exasperation, "Second brother, what is the purpose of this charade? It is rather frightening. Initially, it was because of you that the Danling Pavilion funded the wages of my Red Flood army. Otherwise, I fear that the esteemed regiment of the Battle Heaven dynasty would have been reduced to a personal army from Master Lu. This truly drives me to the brink of despair." Ling Di grew increasingly anxious, his large eyes widening as a chilling aura emanated from him. Passers-by could not help but shiver, instinctively wishing to distance themselves from the War King's residence. Ling Yi was well aware of his second brother's formidable martial arts talent and extraordinary combat prowess, yet he also possessed a rather impatient temperament. Moreover, the crowd gathered at the entrance was quite a spectacle. Consequently, the gates of the War King's residence were flung wide open, welcoming the soldiers of the Red Dragon army inside. The atmosphere within the War King's residence soon became bustling and lively. Prince Rong Ling Di, indulging in wine and meat, engaged in animated conversation with Ling Yi, passionately recounting tales of the battlefield's chaos and bloodshed. As he reached the most thrilling parts of his narrative, Prince Rong's enthusiasm was palpable. He gestured animatedly, while Qing Er, who was pouring wine nearby, could hardly contain her delight, covering her mouth with her small hands and giggling incessantly. Ling Yan quietly savored his meal, listening intently as Prince Rong recounted tales from the battlefield of Lingdi, his eyes ablaze with fervor and a palpable yearning. A true man, a valiant warrior, should indeed emulate his elder brother Lingdi, commanding troops and achieving great deeds. Come, 9th brother, allow me to raise a toast to you. You cannot fathom how, without your presence, the loyal hearts of the Red Flood army would have been squandered at the hands of treacherous ministers. Cheers. With a swift flick of his sleeves, Ling Di revealed his robust wrists and gracefully raised his wine cup in a toast to Ling Yi. No, I merely called out a few times. It is primarily the funds from Danling Pavilion that matter. This is of no significance. What I have done is a duty every citizen of the Tian dynasty ought to fulfill, especially considering my status as a prince. Ling Yi humbly remarked, Humph. Among so many princes, why is it that only the ninth brother steps forward? But let us not dwell on that. You, Ling Yi, are my dear brother. Ninth brother. I hear you are going to the Donghuang Dao Academy? Suddenly, Ling Di shifted the conversation and inquired, indeed, having obtained the Donghuang order. I naturally intend to proceed to the Donghuang Academy. What is it? Ling Yi questioned, perplexed. Ling held the wine glass, squinting as if deep in contemplation. Ling Yi possesses a profound understanding of his second brother. Though he may appear carefree and unrestrained, he harbors a meticulous nature beneath his seemingly casual demeanor. As anticipated, Ling Di gradually spoke. Are you aware that the eldest prince, Ling Tian, has already entered the inner sanctum and has become a disciple of the esteemed first elder of the inner sect, Huawenzhia? Ling Tian, 2 years prior, had already attained the cultivation level of the seed transformation realm. In his discourse, there seemed to be a hint of trepidation. Ling Yi was taken aback. Although he was aware that Ling Tian had become an inner sect disciple and had garnered the favor of a powerful figure from the Donghuang Dao Academy, he was oblivious to the fact that it was the esteemed first elder, Huawenzhia, of the inner sect. This elder was reputed to possess immense influence. A living legend of martial arts, and had long been a renowned expert at the Tiangang realm, with uncertain rumors suggesting he may have transcended to the legendary heights beyond Tiangang. To his astonishment, Ling Tian had already reached the transformative realm of Huahai. The Huahai realm represented the pinnacle of combat prowess among the younger generation of the Tian dynasty. One could only imagine that with Ling Tian's exceptional talent, in a few years, it would be exceedingly difficult to find anyone in the entire Tian capable of rivaling the crown prince. Relying on the Yinling Dan, Ling Yi has merely taken the initial steps into the true essence realm, confronted with the likes of the crown prince, who possesses a formidable martial prowess. Even someone as unyielding as Ling Yi feels an immense weight pressing upon him. Ling Di observed Ling Yi's grave expression, took a sip of wine, and spoke again. I have also heard about the Empress's views regarding your situation. In this matter, you have effectively dealt her a slap in the face. I fear that the crown prince will not let this go unpunished. Ling Yi also raised his wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Ling Yi understood that Ling Di was not mistaken. The eldest prince, having reached the realm of transformation, was now within the Donghuang Academy, and it was likely that Ling Yi's journey there would be fraught with challenges. The two brothers exchanged words, reminiscing about family matters. In the study of the Minister Lu's residence, a teacup shattered on the floor, splintering into pieces. A butler stood behind Minister Lu, who gritted his teeth in frustration. What a grand show! The second prince, Ling Di, has repelled the northern wilderness people and achieved great merit. Upon entering the imperial capital, he immediately sought an audience with the war king. Such audacity! Such a display from Ling Yi. Minister Lu seethed. The man behind him was the chief butler of the Lu residence, a loyal confidant who had been bestowed the surname Lu for his years of unwavering service. The butler nodded and remarked, Ling Yi has the backing of the Danling Pavilion and the Qiling Pavilion, while the second prince, Ling Di, has garnered significant military accomplishments. The bond between them has strengthened since childhood, and now, due to the military funds of the Red Flood Army, he is resolutely aligned with the War King. His Highness the War King is indeed gaining formidable influence. Minister Lu nodded in agreement. Although he publicly supported the fourth prince, he secretly maintained ties with the Empress and covertly backed the eldest prince. The fourth prince's resurgence was now impossible, yet the eldest prince was in his prime. The ninth prince, Ling Yi, had already created a rift with Minister Lu and had marred his daughter's beauty, leading to an irreconcilable animosity. Minister Lu's eyes glinted with a cold light as he solemnly instructed, arrange a meeting for me with Zhao Wenxuan, the heir of the Burning Heaven dynasty. I wish to see him. The butler, taken aback for a moment, soon realized the implications and, with a sudden epiphany, praised, what a brilliant strategy, Minister. This plan to use another's blade to achieve one's own ends is simply exquisite. Minister Lu sneered, his eyes flickering with a venomous glint. In the cold palace of the Imperial Palace, the news of the return of the Rome King and the triumphant might of the Red Flood Army, which had soundly defeated the northern barbarian dynasty, reached them. Our emperor personally received him, said Consort Li, glancing at the fourth prince, Ling Huang. The fourth prince appeared disheveled, his hair unkempt, and a scruffy beard indicating he had not groomed himself in quite some time. Upon hearing Consort Li's words, he paused momentarily, offered a bitter smile, and resumed pouring himself wine, disregarding her remarks entirely. The more consort Li observed him, the angrier she became. She strode forward and shattered the exquisite wine before Ling Huang, leaving a mess on the floor. Grabbing him by the collar, she shouted, "How could I have given birth to such a worthless son? Can you not muster some resolve?" Ling Yi is destined for greatness at the Donghuang Academy, soaring to new heights. Ling Huang chuckled foolishly, speaking with a desolate tone. "What can I do? I am now trapped within this vast palace, neglected and unappreciated. What can I do, dear mother? Please, tell me. I beseech you." Ling Huang's voice grew increasingly louder, culminating in a frenzy of desperation as bloodshot eyes filled with anguish. Li Fei met Ling Huang's gaze, her voice steady as she declared, "My son, how can you be ensnared by such trivial hardships? I ask you, do you not desire to rise again and exact vengeance for your grievances?" "I do wish for that," he replied, "but..." Ling Huang said, "All right, listen closely. Have you heard of the demon warriors?" Li Fei articulated each word deliberately. Demon warriors? Ling Huang's heart quivered. How could he not have heard of them? Legends speak of the otherworldly demons infiltrating every nook and cranny, with innumerable demon lairs scattered throughout the northern wasteland. Even more terrifying is the demons' aptitude for seducing the hearts of men. With their formidable power, they lead warriors astray into nefarious paths, causing untold suffering to countless lives. Each emergence of a demon warrior heralds a calamity. Ling Huang was somewhat taken aback, instinctively nodding in response. Li Fei gradually leaned closer to Ling Huang's ear and softly whispered, "Your father is indeed a formidable sorceress warrior." "My father, the heavenly roaring emperor, is a sorceress warrior? Yet, I have never heard of such a thing all these years. Is it truly the case that father is a sorceress warrior?" "Mother, you mustn't jest about such matters." Ling Huang grasped Lady Li's hand, exclaiming in surprise, "I am not referring to the useless waste that is Ling Tianxiao. I am speaking of Ling Tianyuan." Lady Li slowly recounted. It turned out that, in the past, the Zhantian dynasty was graced with two illustrious princes, the eldest, Ling Tianxiao, and the second, Ling Tianyuan. The eldest prince, Ling Tianxiao, was benevolent and deeply beloved by the people. However, the second prince possessed extraordinary talent, a rarity throughout history. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, the second prince vanished, and the emperor of the Zhantian dynasty suddenly passed away, allowing Ling Tianxiao to ascend as Emperor Tianxiao. This tale was not merely a secret. Ling Huang had heard of it before, having learned of an exceptionally gifted uncle who ultimately disappeared without a trace. It was only when Lady Li recounted the story that Ling Huang discovered the truth. Ling Tianyuan and Lady Li were originally a pair of lovers. However, the late Emperor Ling Hai favored the eldest prince, Ling Tianxiao, desiring the Li family as support for him, which led to Lady Li being wed to Ling Tianxiao. At that time, however, Lady Li was already with child, and the child was none other than the present fourth prince, Ling Huang. Ling Tianyuan stormed into the imperial palace, causing quite a commotion. However, due to his youth, he ultimately could not prevail against the seasoned Emperor Ling Hai. Ling Tianyuan, with a heart of a warrior unsteady, succumbed to the temptations of his inner demons and ultimately strayed into the path of darkness, launching a surprise attack on Ling Hai. Ling Tianyuan escaped from the imperial palace and, upon his departure, met with consort Li, revealing to her that he had become a demon warrior. He also presented her with a jade pendant. The elder prince, Ling Hai, severely wounded and driven to despair by his son's descent into the demonic path, ultimately succumbed to his injuries. This shocking turn of events left Ling Huang momentarily speechless. "Mother, are you saying that I am not the biological son of Ling Tianxiao, but rather of Ling Tianyuan? Does Ling Tianxiao know of this?" Ling Huang exclaimed in astonishment. He should be unaware of it. "Even Ling Tianyuan did not know that I was pregnant with you," Li Fei replied. "I doubt he is ignorant. It seems to me that he is well aware. Otherwise, why would he treat me this way? It appears I am not his flesh and blood. Thus he distinguishes between us. One day, I shall demand that he relinquish the throne, for that throne rightfully belongs to my biological father." With a fierce expression, Ling Huang spoke. Li Fei took out a jade pendant and slowly remarked, "This jade pendant was given to me by your biological father. He told me that whenever I need him, regardless of distance, be it across the seas or the skies, if I were to shatter this pendant, he would arrive by my side without delay." "Huang, have you made your decision? Will you follow the father of a demon warrior? Is he powerful?" Ling Huang asked, his voice trembling. "Indeed, had it not been for me, Ling Tianyuan would have ascended to become the emperor of Zhantian, entering the Donghuang Dao Academy, perhaps even achieving the status of a true disciple." Li Fei replied with a measured tone, "Very well. I wish to become a demon warrior," Ling Huang declared. a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. With a decisive crack, Li Fei shattered the jade pendant. The two gazed at the broken pieces, their hearts filled with anticipation. Far away, in a dark cavern, a shadowy figure sat atop a pile of white bones. Beneath, countless demons prostrated themselves, a sea of dark forms bowing to the ground. Suddenly, the shadow rose, enveloped in swirling black mist, obscuring its features, yet its eyes shone with a radiant brilliance. In an instant, the figure vanished without a trace. Great King, the multitude of demons cried in unison. On this day, the assessment of the Donghuang Tai Yi Academy was about to commence. The young men and women of the Tian dynasty, who had received the Donghuang order, awaited just outside the imperial capital. From the heavens descended a colossal warship, which opened its doors. With a command from Commander Sun, the elite youths of the Tian dynasty began boarding the vessel. Accompanied by Commander Sun, the warship ascended slowly, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. The citizens of the imperial capital looked up, their hearts swelling with pride for these champions of Tian, hoping they would carve out a place for themselves in the Donghuang Tai Yi Academy. Ling Yi spotted Gu Yanqing aboard the warship and greeted her with a smile and a nod. Gu Yanqing approached and said, "Thank you for the elixir. I have taken it." Ling Yi nodded and promptly replied that it was nothing of great significance. At this moment, Gu Yanqing exuded a concealed yet formidable presence, evidently having entered the realm of true essence. Upon hearing the term elixir, Meng Jiayu paused for a moment and inquired, "Your Highness, the War King. May I ask who this is?" Ling Yi slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, what a forgetful mind I have. Allow me to introduce. This is the third princess of the Eastern Yin dynasty, Meng Jiayu. Jiayu, this is Gu Yanqing, the esteemed deputy master of the Danling Pavilion of the Tian dynasty." Ling Yi introduced the two individuals to each other. Meng Jiayu smiled gently, revealing two charming dimples, exuding an endearing allure as she extended her hand. Gu Yin, with an icy demeanor and an air of elegance, nodded slightly before grasping Meng Jiayu's hand. Yet, neither spoke a word, and a subtle tension hung in the air, reminiscent of an underlying conflict. Ling Yi is no fool. He can naturally sense the palpable tension in the air. Yet, he is perplexed as to why these two unfamiliar young women are at such odds with one another. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly. The eighth prince, Ling Huang, witnesses this scene and cannot help but smile. It is indeed amusing to see such exquisite beauties harboring animosity towards one another over Ling Yi. "May I ask for the name of this enchanting lady?" A voice interjects, deliberately lowering its tone in an attempt to sound magnetic. This interruption, albeit clumsy, alleviates the awkward atmosphere. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the newcomer, yet upon lifting her gaze, a look of displeasure crossed her face. To her astonishment, the visitor was none other than the beastly heir, Zhao Wenxuan. What was even more unexpected, however, was that beside Zhao Wenxuan stood a veiled woman, who was none other than Yun. Ling Yi was deeply intrigued by the sight of Yun accompanying the young master Zhao Wenxuan. The eyes of Yun, peering out from beneath her veil, seemed to harbor the most venomous malice imaginable. Zhao Wenxuan was certainly acquainted with Meng Jiayu, as his words were directed toward Gu Yanqing. Meng Jiayu radiated warmth and charm, akin to a blazing fire, while Gu Yanqing embodied purity and grace, resembling an eternal glacier. Although Zhao Wenxuan had encountered countless beautiful women, he had never before laid eyes on such a strikingly exquisite ice queen. As Gu Yanqing attempted to respond to Zhao Wenxuan's inquiry, her words faltered upon noticing Yun at his side. Aware of the malice that Yun and Ling Huang had inflicted upon Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing's countenance grew even colder, and with a disdainful huff, she chose to disregard him entirely. Ling Yi, Zhao Wenxuan, and Lu Yun have always been at odds, each harboring a desire to bring the other to ruin at the slightest opportunity. As Lu Yun observes the stunning beauties, Meng Jiayu and Gu Yanqing, surrounding Ling Yi, her heart seethes with envy and resentment. The two women possess unparalleled beauty, while Lu Yun bears the scars of disfigurement, igniting a fervent jealousy within her. Gu Yanqing, dismissing Zhao Wenxuan without a second thought, turns to Ling Yi and states, "Your Highness, let us take a seat over there. The presence of these loathsome flies is unbearable." Meng Jiayu chuckles softly and joins Ling Yi as they move to a more pleasant location. Ling Yi found the situation amusing. Gu Yanqing, typically cold and aloof, had casually uttered words that left Zhao Wenxuan in an utterly awkward position. Zhao Wenxuan's countenance darkened significantly, veins bulging on his handsome face. Yet he was at a loss for a suitable retort. A surge of indignation pressed against his chest, yet he was unable to unleash it. The onlookers found the scene both infuriating and humorous, Had Zhao Wenxuan not been the heir of the Burning Sky dynasty, they might have burst into laughter. Elyun concealed her resentment deep within, alluringly addressing the heir. My lord, do not be vexed. Once we arrive at the Donghuang Dao Academy, we shall have ample opportunities to settle the score. Indeed, those who offend the Burning Sky dynasty shall inevitably face consequences. Zhao Wenxuan snorted disdainfully, pulling Elyun close. Though her beauty had been marred, her figure remained enchanting, and with half her face obscured, she exuded an intriguing allure. The warship soared at remarkable speed. Yet the Donghuang Dao Academy, situated in the heart of the northern wilderness, remained a considerable distance from the remote War Sky dynasty. Ling Yi gazed out of the window as the imperial carriages of various dynasties sped past, traversing the skies for nearly an entire circuit before reaching the Donghuang Dao Academy. The warship descended gradually, and as Ling Yi looked down upon the sprawling expanse of the academy, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. The Donghuang Dao Academy seemed boundless, sprawling over an area comparable to dozens of imperial capitals of the Tian dynasty. For an institution of learning, it was undeniably magnificent. With a resounding thud, the warship touched down, and Commander Sun opened the vessel's door, leading the entourage of the Tian dynasty disembark. The entrance to the Donghuang Dao Academy was exceptionally grand, towering hundreds of feet high, resembling a mountain that pierced the clouds. A throng of people had already gathered outside, adorned in a myriad of garments, clearly the holders of the Donghuang order from various dynasties. As the massive doors of the academy creaked open, two middle-aged men emerged. Dressed in white robes, they exuded an ethereal aura. The man on the left was tall and portly, his round face adorned with a broad smile that transformed his eyes into two crescent moons, radiating warmth. In contrast, the man on the right was lean and tall, sporting a goat-like beard that lent him a rather sinister appearance. Ling Yi observed the two individuals before him, his heart sinking as he sensed their formidable auras, clearly surpassing those of the true essence realm. The presence of Transformation Sea realm warriors was exceedingly rare in the Tian Empire, yet here, at the Donghuang Academy, two such formidable beings had emerged simultaneously, rendering the Tian Empire's stature pitifully small by comparison. To the left, a stout middle-aged man with crescent-shaped eyes began to elucidate the workings of the Donghuang Academy. The academy is primarily divided into three tiers: outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Above these ranks stands the esteemed chief disciple, a position of immense prestige, with only one individual occupying this role within each peak of the inner sect. Each tier demands relentless effort from its disciples to ascend, with all students at the Donghuang Academy striving tenaciously to elevate their ranks. For instance, an outer disciple must secure a position in the top 10 of the outer disciples' rankings to advance to the inner sect. Similarly, an inner disciple must attain the third level of the Transformation Sea realm to be recognized as a true disciple. The term third level refers to the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages of martial arts, each discipline being subdivided into 9 stages, the 1st to 3rd being the lower 3 levels, and the 4th to 6th the middle 3 levels. The realm of martial artists is indeed ruthless. The population of a lower-tier empire is approximately 100 million, while that of a mid-tier empire hovers around 500 million. Take the Tian Empire, for example. Despite its vast population, only a few hundred individuals managed to enter the Donghuang Academy after decades of effort. Most of these few hundred are merely ordinary outer disciples, with only a select few managing to ascend to the inner sect. The Donghuang Academy accommodates hundreds of mid-tier and lower-tier empires from the northern wilderness, with outer disciples numbering in the millions, yet only the top 10 from the outer disciples' rankings eventually become inner disciples. Should a disciple fail to advance for many years and their age increases, it becomes evident that their aptitude may be lacking. If an inner disciple grows older and proves inadequate, they may either return to their original empire or remain at the Donghuang Academy as a steward. Generally, the position of an outer steward is equivalent to that of an inner disciple. However, powerful inner disciples often look down upon such outer stewards, recognizing their own greater potential. The attire at the Donghuang Academy varies according to rank, comprising 5 distinct colors: gold, silver, red, white, and black, each representing a corresponding status. Outer disciples don black robes, the lowest tier, while above them are the white-robed outer stewards and white-robed inner disciples. The two individuals who emerged from the Donghuang Academy to greet them were white-robed outer stewards. The stout steward with crescent-shaped eyes was named Zhao Mingde, while the thin steward with a goatee was called Huang Yong. Upon concluding his introduction, Steward Zhao paused momentarily, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the group from the Zhang Empire and remarked, "Why has only such a small contingent from the Zhang Empire arrived? I had heard that the Empire's crown prince possesses extraordinary talents and has entered the inner sect. Did they not receive more Donghuang tokens this year?" Steward Huang let out a disdainful snort, his goatee quivering slightly as he retorted, "It's merely the result of blind luck. One exceptional talent has emerged. Overall, the Zhang dynasty appears rather feeble. This year, I see no promising talents. The best among them have merely just entered the true origin realm." Elder Huang paused for a moment, his disdain growing more pronounced in his gaze. He turned his attention towards the direction of the Fun Tian dynasty, a sense of pride swelling within him as he remarked, "Look at our Fun Tian dynasty. We are leagues stronger than the Zhang dynasty. It seems that before long, the rankings on the outer sect storm list will require revision." Elder Zhao furrowed his brow slightly. The martial world is unforgiving, where strength reigns supreme. Having emerged from a lower-tier dynasty, he understood the bitter struggles that accompany such a path. In contrast, Elder Huang hailed from the mid-tier Fun Tian dynasty, naturally exhibiting a bias towards his own lineage. As the two elders engaged in their discourse, the disciples below began to murmur amongst themselves. The individuals from the Fun Tian dynasty were predominantly imposing and arrogant. What astonished Ling Yi the most was the leading young man, adorned with 9 azure dragons, who astonishingly had reached the 3rd level of the true origin realm. This youth appeared somewhat older than Zhao Wenxuan, his features strikingly reminiscent of Zhao Wenxuan's. However, his demeanor was exceptionally effeminate. Upon closer inspection, one might mistake him for an enchanting beauty. Zhao Wenxuan approached this effeminate youth, slightly bowing his head in a gesture of respect as he said, "Fourth brother." The crowd erupted into a chorus of chatter, all sparked by Zhao Wenxuan's address of fourth brother. This was indeed the 4th young master, Zhao Wenjue, of the left minister's lineage. It was said that he was exceptionally gifted, being merely a month older than the 5th young master, Zhao Wenxuan. Yet he had already attained the 3rd level of the true origin realm. Even more intriguing was the fact that while the Fun Tian dynasty predominantly practiced fire-based techniques, Zhao Wenjue had naturally awakened a martial soul, making him an extraordinarily powerful martial artist. Remarkably, his martial soul was a peculiar ice lotus blue flame, an exceptionally cold and extreme divine flame, truly extraordinary. The Fun Tian dynasty was indeed wealthy and influential, particularly with the left minister's heir. Each individual possessed uniquely crafted powerful spiritual artifacts, and the 4th young master, Zhao Wenjue, donned a garment made from a 4th-grade Xian-level spiritual artifact known as the Azure Dragon Flame Robe. Coupled with his ice lotus blue flame martial soul, his strength was formidable. The whispers of the crowd gradually reached Ling Yi's ears. Ling Yi felt a chill in her heart as she gazed upon the 4th young master of the Burning Sky dynasty, who emanated an imposing aura, undeniably remarkable. "Is this all the warriors you have from the Battle Sky dynasty this year?" A mocking voice rang out. The members of the Battle Sky dynasty turned to see a young boy, diminutive in stature, standing at approximately 1.60 meters. Yet, he carried himself with an air of haughty arrogance, and his attire suggested he hailed from the Burning Sky dynasty as well. "Who are you?" Before Ling Yi could utter a word, the 8th prince, Ling Huang, spoke up. "Listen closely, you bunch of country bumpkins. I am the eldest son of the Luo family from the Burning Sky dynasty, and my name is Luo Cheng." A diminutive youth stepped forward, exuding an impressive aura, revealing himself to be a warrior of the 1st stage of True Element Realm. Ling Huang was momentarily rendered speechless by the overwhelming presence of Luo Cheng. The Burning Heaven dynasty, the Luo family, was renowned far and wide. Even the Battle Heaven dynasty had heard of their formidable reputation, which dwarfed that of the families within the Battle Heaven dynasty by countless degrees. The Luo clan excelled in marksmanship, their ancestral techniques being nothing short of extraordinary, and they boasted numerous skilled practitioners. Upon witnessing Ling Huang's trepidation, Luo Cheng's face twisted into a mocking smile as he sneered. "What are you in the Battle Heaven dynasty? A prince, perhaps? Humph, a worthless being not even at the true essence realm, daring to venture into the Donghuang Dao Academy? You ought to return to your mother. You ailing child of the Battle Heaven." This was intolerable. Not only Ling Huang, but even Ling Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Burning Heaven dynasty was indeed overstepping its bounds. Historically, the Burning Heaven dynasty had harbored grievances against the Battle Heaven dynasty. In times past, they had launched a massive invasion, forcing the Battle Heaven dynasty into relentless retreat, ceding territories and cities, and compelling them to sign unequal treaties. Each year, The Battle Heaven dynasty was obliged to tribute a significant quantity of martial resources to the Burning Heaven dynasty, leading to dire straits over the years. Moreover, during those tumultuous battles, the Burning Heaven forces had resorted to merciless tactics, slaughtering countless citizens of the Battle Heaven, with women abducted and subjected to unspeakable horrors. Now, standing outside the Donghuang Tai Yi Academy, a mere scion of the Burning Heaven dynasty dared to shout at a prince of the Battle Heaven. This was an affront beyond measure. With a furious roar, Ling Huang unsheathed his spear, the 8 Desolation spear pulsating with a subtle surge of true energy. Exuding an unmatched momentum upon its initiation, the dazzling light darted straight towards Luo Cheng. Over the past month, it seemed that not only had Ling Yi made progress, but Ling Huang had also ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, coalescing a seed of true energy. Though Luo Cheng was of shorter stature, he remained unfazed in the face of Ling Huang's lethal advance, exuding a calmness akin to a mountain. As Ling Huang's icy radiance approached, Luo Cheng's hand shimmered with brilliance, revealing a silver spear. This silver spear bore some resemblance to Ling Huang's, yet its quality surpassed that of the 8 Desolation spear by a considerable margin, extending nearly 3 feet in length. The entire silver weapon was close to twice Luo Cheng's height, resembling a child wielding an adult's armament, an amusing sight indeed. However, as Luo Cheng unleashed his true energy, his aura surged dramatically, silencing any laughter. With a firm step, he thrust the spear horizontally, condensing his true energy into a crescent-shaped spear chi that shot forth. In that moment, all observers perceived Luo Cheng as a valiant general, triumphant upon the battlefield. Rather than a diminutive figure, the crescent-shaped spear chi collided with Ling Huang's spear, causing Ling Huang to be overwhelmed by an immense force. Not only was his attack completely nullified, but he also found himself unable to withstand the impact, hurtling backward to land at Ling Yi's feet. In a confrontation between the 1st level of true origin and the 9th level of body refinement, there was inherently no chance of victory. Moreover, Luo Cheng's spear technique far surpassed that of Ling Huang. Ling Yi promptly assisted Ling Huang, placing a 9th-grade yellow-tier body refining pill into his mouth. Despite Ling Huang's devastating defeat, not a single person from the Dantian dynasty would dare to mock him. This was a matter of national grievance, and Ling Huang's courage was truly commendable. However, individuals from other dynasties held a different perspective, openly expressing their derision. Those from the Fantian dynasty were particularly scathing, their words intolerably harsh. "You? Still using a gun? What an insult to firearms." Luo Cheng mocked as he slammed his long spear into the ground, creating a large crater. Beside him, Steward Zhao furrowed his brow. It was rather inappropriate to injure someone right at the entrance of the Donghuang Tai Yi Academy. He was about to intervene when he was halted by Steward Huang. With a slight smile, Steward Huang remarked, "It is commendable for the youth to be so full of vigor. Let us observe for now." Steward Zhao frowned, realizing that Steward Huang was clearly eager to witness the Zhantian dynasty's humiliation. Although displeased, Steward Zhao recognized that Steward Huang, being a martial artist from the Fantian dynasty, naturally favored them. Furthermore, Steward Huang's martial prowess slightly surpassed his own. With a cold snort, Steward Zhao chose to remain silent, understanding that it was unnecessary to offend such a formidable adversary over the affairs of the Zhantian dynasty. Ling Yi witnessed Ling Huang being struck until he coughed up blood, his expression darkening. However, to his astonishment, Luo Cheng remained unyielding in his arrogance. After delivering his taunts, he was still unsatisfied. With a swift motion of his spear, he lunged directly at the fallen Ling Huang, intent on taking his life. In broad daylight, such audacity was utterly shocking. Ling Yi could still endure this. With a hand that struck like lightning, he swiftly seized the silver spear with unparalleled precision. Luo Cheng was taken aback and was about to channel his true energy. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, his arms suddenly expanding as he executed the force technique of the Vajra ruler. With a powerful flick, he unleashed a tremendous force. Luo Cheng, unable to channel his vital energy in time, felt an overwhelming power surge towards him, far more formidable than his own energy. Thud, thud, thud. Luo Cheng staggered back a few steps, his heart filled with astonishment. Just now, Ling Yi's casual strike bore no trace of vital energy fluctuations. Yet it was more terrifying than his own practiced force. This divine strength was truly fearsome. "Who are you, young man? Are you meddling in my affairs out of sheer boredom?" Luo Cheng, being rather petite, could only gaze up at Ling Yi as he stood tall. "I am Ling Yi, the 9th prince of the War Heaven dynasty. You may address me as His Highness the War King." Ling Yi looked down at Luo Cheng with an air of disdain in his eyes. Beside him, Zhao Wenxuan felt a surge of delight. For he was well aware of Ling Yi's capabilities. Although commendable, they were merely sufficient to contend with ordinary first-level true essence realm warriors. The Luo family spear, wielded by Luo Cheng, was renowned for its formidable prowess within the Burning Heaven Empire, and Zhao feared that Ling Yi would soon find himself in a perilous situation. What he remained oblivious to was that, with the aid of the coveted Huiyan grass, Ling Yi had already ascended to the true essence realm. No longer the same Ling Yi who had once traversed the Nine Nether Cave. Ling Yi's chaotic yin-yang technique is remarkably extraordinary. Upon entering the true essence realm, should he refrain from employing martial arts, an ordinary warrior would be incapable of discerning his level of mastery. Thus, in Luo Cheng's perception, this Ling Yi appears utterly unremarkable, not resembling a martial arts expert in any way. Prince of the War King, are you not afraid that the wind might catch your tongue? He sneered. What? Do you wish to receive a bullet from me as well? Luo Cheng stepped forward menacingly, declaring, that was not my intention. I merely observed that you have injured a member of my Zhantian dynasty, and I would like you to cover the medical expenses. Ling Yi spoke calmly. What do you think would be an appropriate amount for the medical expenses? Luo Cheng squinted his eyes and teased, I reckon. Since this person has been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, a compensation of at least 30,000 low-grade crystal stones seems fitting, doesn't it? Ling Yi smiled faintly and said, 30,000 inferior crystal stones? Upon hearing these words, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Luo Cheng was momentarily taken aback. But then he burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, excellent. As long as you can defeat me, not only 30,000 crystal stones, but even 100,000, I shall gladly bestow upon you. Ling Yi's lips curled into a smile as he said, excellent. Let the two stewards bear witness. Do not resort to deceit later. Steward Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether the ninth prince of the Zhantian dynasty had a lapse in judgment. He was well aware of the formidable foundation of the Zhantian dynasty. Defeating the Luo family of the Fentian dynasty would surely be a daunting task. Even with the same cultivation level, facing the deeply rooted Zhantian dynasty would be exceedingly challenging. However, Steward Huang burst into hearty laughter, his goatee bobbing as he declared, Splendid! I shall serve as your witness. His squinting eyes sparkled with delight, as he foresaw the opportunity for Luo Cheng to establish the illustrious reputation of the Fentian dynasty. Upon hearing Steward Huang's endorsement, Luo Cheng brandished his spear and taunted, Young one, 100,000 low-grade crystal stones. Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed? With that, his diminutive figure transformed into a shadow, radiating an aura of lethal intent as he charged towards Ling Yi. The Luo family was renowned for its military exploits within the Fentian dynasty, having fought valiantly for generations, earning the title of the family that thrived on horseback. Luo Cheng, too, stood as a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Luo clan. The techniques of the Luo family were honed through relentless combat on the battlefield, each move imbued with boundless martial spirit. As Luo Cheng unleashed his full power at the first level of the true element realm, it felt as though the onlookers were confronted with a tide of 1,000 soldiers charging forth. The once tranquil outer gate of the Donghuang Dao Academy suddenly surged with wind and clouds, as spectators caught a glimpse of a great general rallying troops on the battlefield, sounding the trumpet for battle. The people of the Zhantian dynasty turned pale. Was this truly the might of the Fentian dynasty? It was utterly terrifying. Ling Yi observed as Luo Cheng's spear drew ever closer, inching nearer and nearer. Sun Tian furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. Has Ling Yi lost his senses? How infuriating. If he lacks the capability, he ought not to boast. Our Zhantian dynasty is facing a tremendous embarrassment this time, despite having past grievances with Ling Yi. Sun Tian understood that this was a matter of pride between the Zhantian dynasty and the Fentian dynasty. The Sun family has served in the military for generations, and when it comes to national duty, Sun Tian would never waver. Others present, although silent, displayed palpable concern in their eyes. Just as Luo Cheng's spear was about to pierce Ling Yi, a sinister smile crept across Luo Cheng's face, as if he could already envision Ling Yi's blood spilling forth in the next moment. With a fierce roar, Ling Yi suddenly extended his hand, grasping the spear's shaft. Mere inches from its lethal tip, Luo Cheng channeled his vital energy into the weapon, yet to his astonishment, it remained utterly unmoved. Typically, each level of a martial artist's physical cultivation grants an increase of 500 pounds of strength. Ling Yishuo's yin-yang chaos technique allows one to increase their physical strength by 1,000 pounds with each level ascended in the body refinement realm. Ling Yi stepped into the first realm of true essence, his strength reaching an impressive 12,000 pounds. Although the increase in power within the true essence realm is modest, it primarily grants a more profound and potent essence of true energy, enabling the practitioner to project this energy outward. While an ordinary martial artist at the first level of body refinement might gain 500 pounds of strength, a practitioner in the true essence realm can achieve an astonishing increase of 1,000 pounds. However, for Ling Yi, compared to the half-step true essence realm, his strength surged by an additional 2,000 pounds, with his inherent strength being double that of an average martial artist. And by secretly employing the third technique of the diamond ruler method, he could amplify his power by 1.5 times, unleashing his full might. He reached a staggering 30,000 pounds, even with the projection of true energy and executing the techniques of the Luo family spear. Luo Cheng found himself utterly immobilized beneath Ling Yi's colossal strength. Ling Yi's eyes widened abruptly as the bloodline of the war ancestors surged forth, unleashing a formidable fighting spirit. In terms of martial resolve, the war ancestor himself had inherited a fragment of the bloodline from the war god Qiyu. How could the likes of the Luo family ever hope to rival such a legacy? Luo Cheng, who was accustomed to overwhelming others with his own fierce spirit, stared in astonishment, seemingly witnessing an ancient war deity emerging from the mist of time. Deities shall be vanquished by the divine, and demons shall be obliterated by the infernal. In a swift motion, Ling Yi summoned the Qiyu spear. The fusion of the bloodline of the war ancestor and the Qiyu spear unleashed a surge of crimson radiance, dazzling beyond compare. In the midst of Luo Cheng's astonished gaze, the Qiyu spear descended directly upon his spear. Luo Cheng felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing him to stagger backward incessantly. Ling Yi, wielding the Qiyu halberd, stepped forward and brought his foot down directly upon Luo Cheng's chest. A sound of shattering echoed as Luo Cheng cried out in agony. This strike was fueled by Ling Yi's deep-seated resentment. Luo Cheng's disdain for the Battle Heaven dynasty had incited a profound animosity within him. This blow was delivered with all of Ling Yi's might. Blood spewed from Luo Cheng's mouth, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. In but a single move, the formidable leader of the Luo clan had been vanquished. As he fell to the ground, a hollow depression formed in his chest, and he groaned in excruciating pain. Ling Huang, panting heavily, felt a sudden release of the oppressive weight from his chest, and he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Ninth brother, you are truly formidable." Ling Yi smiled gently, gazing at Luo Cheng, and said, "Young Master Luo, might I inquire if we could settle the medical expenses? It is but a modest sum of 100,000 low-grade crystal stones, which for you must surely be a mere trifle." Luo Cheng, having been grievously injured by Ling Yi, now faced the burden of exorbitant compensation due to his own boastfulness. Although he was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Luo family in the Burning Sky Empire, the sum of 100,000 crystal stones was not something he could easily part with. Ling Yi pressed on relentlessly, stating, "Both stewards bore witness to this, and you, young Master Luo, cannot resort to deceit. I cough, cough, cough. I do not possess such an abundance of crystals." Luo Cheng gasped, struggling for breath. "Oh. But at that time, your words were quite different, were they not? As a prominent member of the Luo family in the Burning Sky dynasty, surely you would not forsake your integrity over a mere trifle of crystals?" Ling Yi jested. "Ninth brother, I must say, that firearm of his appears rather impressive," remarked the eighth prince, Ling Huang, with a glint of amusement in his eyes. Ling Yi suddenly smacked his forehead and cast a mischievous glance at Luo Cheng's firearm. Just as he was about to approach Luo Cheng, a figure appeared before him. Ling Yi furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing him. The man exuded an effeminate aura, yet he emanated an exceedingly perilous presence. This individual was none other than Zhao Wenjue, the fourth son and heir of the Burning Sky dynasty. Ling Yi's expression gradually turned solemn as he gazed at Zhao Wenjue. Zhao Wenjue offered a slight smile, his phoenix-like eyes fixed on Ling Yi, and said, "Your Highness, the War King, how about I cover the expense of these 100,000 inferior crystal stones for Luo Cheng?" Ling Yi let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Since the fourth young master is willing to be generous, I shall naturally extend this courtesy to him." Luo Cheng looked at Zhao Wenjing with gratitude. It was thanks to Zhao Wenjing that he was spared from an embarrassing predicament this time. Ling Yi accepted the large bag of crystals handed over by Zhao Wenxuan, yet remained silent. Zhao Wenxuan and Lu Yun approached Zhao Wenjue, engaging in conversation for a while. Subsequently, Zhao Wenjue's gaze shifted towards Ling Yi, revealing a hint of amusement. "Was your face marred by the War King?" Zhao Wenjue inquired, addressing Lu Yun. A tremor coursed through Lu Yun, As if she recalled a scene from the martial arts arena, her eyes directed at Ling Yi ablaze with fury. She nodded in affirmation. Zhao Wenjue regarded Lu Yun with an oddly peculiar look, tinged with a hint of avarice. Yet, this desire did not stem from the realm of romantic entanglement. With a mere gesture of his hand, he emanated an enchanting aura. This peculiar essence was strikingly unique, causing Ling Yi, from afar, to feel a subtle tremor in his sea of consciousness, as the Shinnong ruler and Qiyu halberd quivered slightly. Ling Yi curiously glanced towards Zhao Wenxuan. A delicate azure lotus, formed of flames, materialized atop Zhao Wenjue's fingertip, captivating all who beheld it. Suddenly, the lotus emitted a radiant beam of light that gradually enveloped Elyun's visage. Elyun, taken aback, felt a gentle tingling as a surge of azure brilliance coursed across her face. She touched her cheek, marveling at the smoothness of her skin. As flawless as polished jade, akin to a freshly shelled egg. Elyun unveiled her veil, incredulously caressing her own face, and after a moment of astonishment, exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "I am healed. My face is restored." The onlookers beheld Elyun, whose skin was fair and tender, her beauty striking, embodying the essence of a true enchantress. Gratefully, she gazed at Zhao Wenjue, her words tumbling out in a flurry. "My lord, from now on, I shall obey your every command. You are my benefactor." Zhao Wenjue halted her fervent declarations with a nod, replying, "You shall do as I say, but remember your promise." Elyun's cheeks flushed crimson, and she nodded, her bashful demeanor reminiscent of a maiden before her beloved suitor. Ling Yi's expression grew solemn as the reactions of the Shinnong scale and the Qiyu halberd revealed that Zhao Wenji was indeed unleashing his martial spirit. A particularly unique one at that. Witnessing Ling Yi deliver a thorough beating to Luo Cheng, Steward Zhao felt a surge of delight, only to be met with the sight of Steward Huang's ashen face, which brought him secret amusement. Steward Huang shot a glare at Steward Zhao before turning his fierce gaze upon Ling Yi, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I hereby announce that the selection for the outer sect of the Donghuang Dao Academy officially commences." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the two stewards. Clearing his throat, Steward Zhao began to elucidate the rules of the competition at Donghuang Dao Academy. The entrance selection process primarily consists of a single trial, wherein participants must venture into the trial secret realm to obtain spirit stones. These spirit stones harbor immense energy and are easily absorbable by martial artists. Aspirants may draw upon this energy, and the stewards will assess their rank based on the size and composition of the absorbed spirit stones. Such spirit stones are exceedingly precious. Even those who have already become outer sect disciples cherish them deeply. These stones can only be found within the secret realms, as they are prohibitively expensive outside, typically only available at grand auctions. Thus, for the trial participants, this represents both a test and an opportunity for reward. The secret realm is an independent space, governed by distinct rules that differ from the outside world, resulting in a dissimilar passage of time. While 3 days might elapse outside, approximately 30 days would pass within the trial's secret realm. This realm is primarily populated by spirit stones suited for the trial participants, each guarded by one or several formidable exotic beasts. Consequently, acquiring spirit stones is no simple task. Those participants who rank poorly will be eliminated automatically. Only those who successfully complete the trial and meet the required standards may truly consider themselves disciples of the Donghuang Dao Academy. It is important to note that even a lower-tiered dynasty boasts a population exceeding 100 million, and depending on their strength, individuals can earn the Donghuang Order of the Academy with anywhere from 5 to 20 tokens. Therefore, every participant in this evaluation represents the absolute elite within their respective dynasties, with only about 10% ultimately gaining admission to the Donghuang Dao Academy. Beyond this, there exist inter-sect disciples and true inheritance disciples, each among the most gifted martial artists. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi felt a weight of seriousness in his heart. Although he possessed the supreme divine martial soul of the primordial first emperor, far surpassing ordinary individuals, the pressure to become an inner disciple or a true disciple still loomed heavily over him. Once the two attendants had spoken, they led the group to the entrance of the Secret Realm Pavilion. The Secret Realm is a distinctive feature of the Donghuang Academy, housing numerous secret realms for disciples to explore, seek treasures, and engage in various adventures. Each secret realm within the Donghuang Academy exists in a parallel space, inhabited by formidable entities. Even the most powerful hall masters within the academy find these realms exceedingly troublesome to manage. Disciples wishing to enter the secret realms must first unlock them through the Secret Realm Pavilion, which oversees all the secret realms and holds immense significance. The towering, 9-story structure, though seemingly unadorned, emanates a profound aura. Secret realms are categorized into 3 levels of danger: high, medium, and low, each further divided into 3 tiers. For instance, newly initiated outer disciples of the Donghuang Academy are generally permitted to access low-tier secret realms. However, unlocking these realms is not a mere formality. It requires a corresponding contribution score to gain entry. This score is earned through the contribution of medicinal pills, magical artifacts, techniques, and extraordinary treasures. Every disciple of the Donghuang Academy is deeply invested in accumulating contribution points, as they are closely tied to personal strength. It is noteworthy that contribution points are transferable. Old Guan, would you kindly open the trial secret realm? Steward Zhao approached the slumbering elder at the entrance of the pavilion and spoke respectfully. The elderly man, whose age was indeterminate, bore a beard and eyebrows that were starkly white, yet his nose was an alarming shade of red, indicative of a long-standing affinity for alcohol, resulting in a bulbous nose. As a bubble at the tip of Old Guan's nose burst, he slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and remarked, "Ah, I see. So these are the disciples for this year's entrance examination?" Steward Zhao and Steward Huang nodded in acknowledgement, both bending slightly in a show of utmost respect. Old Guan cast a casual glance over the group, pausing momentarily on Ling Yi, a flicker of surprise evident in his gaze. Ling Yi felt as though he had been thoroughly scrutinized by Elder Guan, as if no secret remained hidden. Subsequently, Elder Guan fumbled with his spatial ring, retrieving a black sphere. With a casual flick, the sphere expanded, ultimately transforming into a black hole. This void stood over 2 meters tall, just wide enough for a person to pass through. The sight of this mysterious realm evoked memories of the myriad of demon lairs scattered throughout the 9-abyss cave. Indeed, both the demon lairs and this secret realm share a resemblance, each constituting an independent space. It should be noted that the passage of time within the trial realm differs significantly from that of the outside world. You will experience a month within, while merely 3 days will elapse externally. Abundant spirit stones await you inside, serving not only as a testament to your achievements but also as an opportunity for personal enhancement. Once you arrive at the Donghuang Academy, you will understand that this institution is exceptionally rigorous. Therefore, I implore you to seize this opportunity. Elder Guan spoke languidly, as if he had delivered this lecture countless times before and was now somewhat weary of it. Steward Zhao and Steward Huang nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to address the assembled disciples, "Now, please enter the trial realm in an orderly fashion." One by one, the disciples began to step into the trial realm. Before Meng Jiayu entered, she cast a lingering glance at Ling Yi, filled with unspoken affection. Beside her, Gu Yanqing's demeanor was markedly colder, exuding an aura of menace. Sun Tian and Ling Huang felt a chill run down their spines and kept their distance from Gu Yanqing. Prior to entering the trial realm, Zhao Wenxuan and Elian also looked toward Ling Yi, their eyes brimming with animosity and provocation. However, when Zhao Wenxuan approached the entrance, his gaze was not directed at Ling Yi but rather, with keen interest, at Gu Yanqing. Ling Yi felt an inexplicable unease, for such a gaze was exceedingly peculiar. It was not the avaricious stare typical of Zhao Wenxuan toward a beautiful woman, but rather akin to the way one might regard an extraordinarily precious treasure. Ling Yi also stepped into the trial's secret realm. As he traversed the black hole at the entrance, he descended gently to the ground. This secret realm appeared to be significantly larger than the Cavern of Demons. The surroundings bore a striking resemblance to the primitive deep forest outside. Ling Yi wandered through the forest, and after a considerable distance, he stumbled upon a massive bird's nest nestled in a tree that could be embraced by several individuals. An extraordinary surge of energy began to emanate, a potency far purer and more formidable than that of body-refining elixirs, evoking a sense of longing within him. Ling Yi gradually ascended the tree and discovered a nest approximately 2 meters in diameter, at the center of which lay a spirit stone about the size of a chicken egg. The spirit stone radiated a luminous brilliance, emanating a pure white light. Ling Yi reached out to grasp the spirit stone when, at that moment, the Qiyu spear issued a warning. Ling Yi felt a fierce gust of wind rushing towards him. Ling Yi swiftly placed the spiritual stone into the spatial ring, raising his gaze to behold a colossal bird, its wings spanning over 4 meters, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. This avian creature exuded an intimidating presence, its body adorned with scales reminiscent of fish, radiating a verdant luminescence. The azure-scaled giant bird, a formidable beast of the second realm of true essence. It is a creature that rivals the abilities of an ordinary warrior at the third realm of true essence. Ling Yi did not dare to be careless and swiftly evaded the attack. A formidable blade of wind howled past, precisely severing the spot where Ling Yi had just been. The entire nest, constructed from withered branches, was reduced to mere ashes. Even a massive, sturdy branch fell to the ground as if it had been cleaved by a colossal sword. A cold glint flickered in Ling Yi's eyes as he gazed upon the neatly severed tree trunk, a chill running down his spine. The beasts of the true Yuan realm exuded an aura akin to that of human martial artists, reminiscent of the once fearsome multicolored toad. Yet, what was most terrifying was that this azure-scaled giant bird was a creature of the second level of the true Yuan realm, adept at harnessing the wind. With the mere flutter of its wings, it could transform its vital energy into razor-sharp wind blades, powerful enough to rend steel asunder. Ling Yi moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, effortlessly leaping among the towering trees as gusts of wind trailed closely behind him. Behind Ling Yi, a continuous roar echoed as tree trunks fell one after another. Ling Yi, with no means of evasion, descended to the ground. Ling Yi, bereft of the protection of the great tree, must confront the formidable azure-scale giant bird alone. The creature descends with a menacing aura, its claws glinting with a deadly sheen. Undoubtedly, if it were to seize him, Ling Yi would meet his end on the spot. Whoosh! A blade of wind sliced through the air, and with a strike of his shinong, Ling Yi dispersed the gust. The azure-scale giant bird drew nearer, now merely a few paces away, relentlessly closing the distance. Now is the moment. Ling Yi's heart raced with urgency. Clang! A colossal Qiyu spear, measuring 2 zhang in length, emerged dramatically, standing resolutely between heaven and earth. A crimson light radiated forth, unleashing a palpable aura of lethal intent. Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu halberd, executing a sweeping strike. Invincible in battle, the martial technique of the Jiuli tribe was unleashed. This maneuver capitalized on the sheer weight and might of the war halberd, enabling one to confront many adversaries. In this instance, Ling Yi's strike landed precisely upon the wings of the azure-scaled giant bird. A fierce battle intent surged forth as the Qiyu halberd, imbued with great strength and stability, struck the wings of the azure-scaled giant bird. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering bones. The azure-scaled giant bird plummeted to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. Ling Yi smiled faintly as the azure-scaled giant bird soared through the air. Should it continue to unleash its wind blades upon him, victory would undoubtedly elude him. Thus, Ling Yi feigned weakness and hurriedly retreated, all to coax the azure-scaled beast into lowering its guard in altitude. Once it entered the range of the Qiyu spear, Ling Yi struck unexpectedly, severing one of its wings. The azure-scaled giant bird lost its balance and plummeted to the ground, disoriented and reeling from the impact. Ling Yi was acutely aware that this was an extraordinarily powerful beast. Even though it could not soar through the skies, its combat prowess was remarkably formidable. Subsequently, Ling Yi sheathed the Qiyu halberd and swiftly approached. By the time the azure-scaled giant bird beast realized his presence, Ling Yi was already in close proximity. The King Kong measuring rod technique. Third form. Ling Yi let out a furious roar, wielding the shinong with grace, akin to a nimble dragon soaring through the vast seas. Cutting through the air with a resounding roar, an immense power surged forth. Upon entering the realm of true essence, Ling Yi's strength had already reached an astounding 12,000 pounds. At this moment, unleashing his full might in the third stance, he wielded a force of no less than 30,000 pounds. In terms of sheer power, warriors of the same realm could only muster around 7,000 to 8,000 pounds. Even those with exceptionally formidable bloodlines would not exceed 10,000 pounds. However, Ling Yi's colossal strength of 30,000 pounds could be deemed comparable to that of a warrior at the third level of the true essence realm. The azure-scaled giant bird, an extraordinary beast, was taken aback, yet a flicker of derision flashed in its eyes. Despite having severed one of its wings, this human was foolishly intent on engaging in close combat. Did he not realize that beasts are inherently far superior to humans in physical prowess? The giant bird unleashed its remaining wing, channeling its demonic energy, and struck towards Ling Yi with a tempestuous gale. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, channeling the yin-yang chaos technique, as a surge of ultimate yin energy was fervently infused into the divine shinong. Upon entering the true Yuan realm, Ling Yi's originally pure yang true qi was entirely transformed into pure yin true qi. The shinong rulers surged in size, radiating a deep azure hue of chaotic yin true qi, manifesting outwardly. Ling Yi directed his vital energy outward through the shinong, transforming it into a formidable, which collided with the tempest unleashed by the azure-scaled giant bird. Ling Yi let out a muffled grunt, while the azure-scaled giant bird flapped its wings in disarray, revealing numerous wounds upon its body. The azure-scaled giant bird was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend why this seemingly diminutive human, who was clearly at a lower realm, possessed such formidable strength. Ling Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart, seizing the opportunity while the azure-scaled giant bird was momentarily stunned. He brandished the Shinong and launched a frenzied assault. The azure-scaled giant bird initially fell victim to Ling Yi's cunning strategy, losing one of its wings. Subsequently, in a moment of overconfidence, it clashed directly with Ling Yi, sustaining grave injuries. Even as a creature of the second rank of the true essence realm, its combat prowess had significantly diminished at this moment. Ling Yi engaged in a fierce battle with the azure-scaled giant bird beast. After a prolonged struggle, a mighty blow struck the beast's head. The azure-scaled giant bird emitted a muffled groan before succumbing to its fate. Ling Yi, though exhausted, felt an extraordinary joy within. This was a formidable beast of the second tier of the true essence realm, capable of contending with an ordinary warrior of the third tier of the true essence realm. Ling Yi, with merely the first level of the true essence realm, was able to vanquish this creature, which speaks volumes of his formidable strength since entering the true essence realm. However, the bloodline of this azure-scaled giant bird was rather mundane, not qualifying it as a powerful beast of extraordinary lineage. It was precisely for this reason that Ling Yi could slay it here. Had he encountered a beast with a truly extraordinary bloodline, he would likely have been compelled to flee. Ling Yi leaned against a tree, breathing heavily after an intense battle. He too had endured considerable exhaustion. Ling Yi retrieved the spirit stone he had just stored in his spatial ring. This excised stone exuded a rich aura, containing spiritual energy several times that of a yellow grade 9 body refinement pill. Once a martial artist ascends to the true essence realm, the body refinement pill no longer proves beneficial. To further accelerate their martial path through the consumption of elixirs, one must resort to true essence pills. It remains uncertain whether the essence contained within this spirit stone surpasses the potency of the true essence pill. Ling Yi contemplated silently. Casually, he settled into a cross-legged position, holding the spirit stone in his hands, and began to silently circulate the chaotic yin-yang technique. A stream of pure celestial energy commenced its entry into Ling Yi's body, transforming into the ultimate yin essence of the chaotic yin-yang true qi. The efficiency of the chaotic yin-yang true qi was remarkably high, although the spirit stone, roughly the size of an egg, contained considerable spiritual power. It was rapidly absorbed by Ling Yi under the operation of the chaotic yin-yang technique. Ling Yi resembled an ancient beast of gluttony, insatiably consuming the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. After approximately 10 minutes, Ling Yi gradually opened his eyes. The spirit stone in his hand no longer contained a trace of spiritual energy, transformed into a radiant gem. Ling Yi felt that his true energy had become increasingly robust. The seed of the primordial true energy, initially a mere wisp, had grown to the size of a droplet, and now it had expanded to approximately the size of his little finger. He was but a single step away from entering the second level of the true essence realm. Ling Yi felt a surge of excitement. No wonder the two stewards referred to this as an opportunity for the disciples participating in the assessment, for their words were indeed not misplaced. Ling Yi has been wandering within the depths of this trial's secret forest for 3 days, reaping considerable rewards. The seed of chaotic true energy has grown from the size of a pinky finger, now advancing towards that of a thumb. Yet, for reasons unknown, he has yet to break through to the second level of the true essence realm, sensing that he is tantalizingly close, yet still just out of reach. Ling Yi was acutely aware that the breakthrough to the true essence realm was far more complex than the body refinement realm. Patience and accumulation were essential, and he felt that success was not far off. Over the past 3 days, Ling Yi had scarcely rested, tirelessly seeking spirit stones and vanquishing alien beasts, the majority of which were at the first and second levels of the true essence realm. When confronted with a creature of the third level, he hastily retreated, fearing to provoke such formidable foes. Despite the strength of these beasts, Ling Yi possessed the divine farmer's ruler, allowing him to heal his body in the shortest possible time. Ever since the ruler absorbed the toxins from the swamp monsters, its medicinal potency had grown exponentially. These alien beasts had resided in the trial secret realm for quite some time, rendering them exceptionally cunning. The first alien beast Ling Yi dispatched was a blue-scaled giant bird, which had lain in ambush, launching a surprise attack on him. However, some beasts were particularly adept at camouflage, like the chameleon salamander of the second level of the true essence realm, which blended seamlessly with its surroundings, concealing its presence. As Ling Yi approached the spirit stone, it erupted forth to strike. Had it not been for the warning from the Chiyu spear within his sea of consciousness, Ling Yi might have met his demise without a moment's notice. This predicament was not unique to Ling Yi. It was a challenge faced by all trial participants. Consequently, during these 3 days, numerous disciples perished, and their numbers dwindled significantly. The world of martial artists was indeed harsh. Those who chose to partake in this trial must be mentally prepared. The death of alien beasts within the trial realm would not lead to reproach from the imperial dynasty towards the Donghuang Dao Academy. Life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are bestowed by the heavens. Ling Yi possesses 2 extraordinary martial souls, the Shenong ruler and the Qiyu halberd. Within this trial's secret realm, he thrives, reaping rewards far surpassing those of ordinary warriors. On this particular day, Ling Yi had intended to challenge a beast at the 3rd level of the true essence realm. However, he was injured by the creature, forcing him to retreat in desperation. The beast in question is the wind demon leopard, renowned for its incredible speed, rendering Ling Yi incapable of escaping its pursuit. Ling Yi felt a surge of anxiety. If she were to be caught, she feared she would be torn apart mercilessly. Ling Yi could only endeavor to avoid fleeing in a straight line, opting instead for winding paths. In the distance, a pervasive chill emanated, and Ling Yi sensed a subtle stirring of the primordial essence within him, seemingly attuned to that frigid aura. A surge of joy filled Ling Yi's heart as he surged forth with all his might towards the source of the chilling aura. Upon traversing a thicket of shrubs, he discovered a chilling pool, approximately 2 to 3 meters in diameter, where the cold energy converged. Behind him, a fierce wind howled as the claws of the demon wind leopard manifested into 5 deadly, claw-like energies, poised to strike. Ling Yi felt a chill creeping down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the icy pool. 5 razor-sharp claws of demonic energy swept past his head, severing several strands of his hair. Ling Yi plunged into the frigid pool, a most peculiar place. As he fell into its depths, an overwhelming chill enveloped him from all directions. In an instant, Ling Yi felt as if he had transformed into a pillar of ice, his body rendered immobile save for the movement of his eyes. How excruciatingly cold. Astonished, Ling Yi gasped. The demonic wind leopard, having failed to slay him beyond the icy pool, seemed taken aback, displaying a profound fear of the frigid waters. It let out a roar before turning away in disappointment. The chilling aura emanating from the cold pool was utterly terrifying, relentlessly gnawing at Ling Yi's body. This frigid essence, akin to a ferocious beast, invaded Ling Yi's being and began to savagely tear at his flesh. Wherever it passed, he felt as though all his blood and bones had been transformed into ice sculptures. Should this torment persist, he feared that he might succumb to the merciless cold and lose his life. Ling Yi let out a low roar, channeling all his strength into the techniques of the Vajra body to counteract the brutal chill. At this moment, Ling Yi's Vajra body had reached the 2nd realm. Yet, in the face of this frigid onslaught, he still found himself somewhat strained. For an ordinary martial artist at the 1st realm of true essence, stepping into this icy domain would likely result in instant transformation into a lifeless ice sculpture, devoid of any breath. The Shenong within Ling Yi's sea of consciousness stirred slightly, subsequently emanating its medicinal power to heal Ling Yi's body. Ling Yi felt a surge of joy in her heart, and then began to channel the power of her diamond body to combat the fierce chill. Although the cold was intense and posed a significant threat to the bodies of martial artists, it also presented a valuable opportunity for the tempering of her flesh. Ling Yi possesses the protection of the divine farming ruler, ensuring his safety for the time being. Seizing this opportunity, he diligently hones his physical form. After a day and a night have elapsed, Ling Yi opens his eyes, a flash of golden light shimmering within. His entire being radiates a subtle golden glow from his meridians, resembling a transcendent martial artist of the highest order within the Buddhist realm. The diamond body, the 3rd level. Ling Yi smiled faintly, and then the chaotic true energy surged to her right armpit, where the immense energy began to converge. Pain, Ling Yi exclaimed inwardly. The bloodline of the war ancestor within her body stirred, an unyielding battle intent arose, and a unique primal battle spirit of the Jioli tribe gradually began to emanate. Wow! Beneath Ling Yi's right hand, another arm sprouted forth. This arm, composed of the bloodline of the war ancestor, bore skin and sanguine essence, while its internal musculature and skeletal structure were formed from chaotic true energy. Remarkably, this arm appeared no different from an ordinary limb at first glance. However, Ling Yi wielded it with effortless mastery, feeling no distinction between it and his own 2 corporeal arms. Furthermore, with the condensation of true energy, a mere thought could cause it to dissipate, allowing for seamless control and release. Ling Yi felt a tremor in his 3 arms, sensing a surge of vitality coursing through him, the strength of his physical body seemingly defying the heavens. The methods of the Jiuli tribe were indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Ling Yi perceived a faint, chilling energy emanating from the depths of the cold pool. Although this energy was more formidable than that of the pool itself, it possessed an extraordinary purity, seemingly beneficial to the cultivation of martial artists. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Ling Yi as he propelled himself towards the source of the dissipating energy, his 3 arms gracefully slicing through the water. Approximately several dozen meters beneath the surface of the pond, he beheld a wondrous sight, a flame of azure brilliance dancing in the depths. How extraordinary it was! A fire burning beneath the water, and in such an ethereal shade of blue. Ling Yi reached out to touch it, and to his surprise, the moment his hand made contact, he was startled. A surge of blue flames flowed directly into Ling Yi's body, unleashing an energy that was chilling to the core. Ling Yi was taken aback as the ethereal blue flame gradually made its way towards his dantian. Although he had mastered the 3rd level of the diamond body and the 1st level of the 9-Li body refining technique, rendering his physical form exponentially more formidable than before, the ethereal blue flame traversed his powerful physique with utter disregard. Everything that the flame encountered was transformed into ice, severing all life force. The Chaos Yin-Yang technique. A surge of alarm coursed through Ling Yi as he hastily activated his cultivation method. The chaotic true energy within his dantian had transitioned from supreme yang to supreme yin since he stepped into the true essence realm. The Chaos Yin-Yang technique. Originating from the first emperor of the Primordial Era, the ancient deity Dong Huang Tai Yi, was conceived during the dawn of creation. In the midst of chaos and the interplay of yin and yang, one might ponder, could this ethereal blue flame, no matter how domineering and frigid, possibly surpass the chilling essence of the Chaos Yin-Yang technique? When the ethereal blue flame encountered the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, it was akin to a child meeting their father, relinquishing its previous arrogance and ferocity. Under the operation of the Chaos Yin-Yang technique, the ethereal blue flame willingly offered its power, merging seamlessly with the chaotic true energy. After circulating through 360 cycles in the celestial sphere, the chaotic true energy congealed anew, now resembling the size of an eyeball. Ling Yi's cultivation ascended rapidly. With a resounding boom, under the powerful impact of chaotic true energy, he shattered countless meridians, achieving smooth circulation, and officially stepped into the 2nd level of the true essence realm. Ling Yi clenched his fists tightly, feeling a surge of strength equivalent to an astonishing 14,000 pounds. The breakthrough in the 9-Li body refinement technique had elevated his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. If he were to confront that 3rd-level true essence realm demon-wined leopard once more, he feared he would no longer need to flee for his life. Ling Yi took a deep breath, reflecting on the immense gains he had acquired from his plunge into the frigid pool. With a swift motion, he began to swim towards the surface. Just as he was about to break through the water, he suddenly heard a voice ask, "Is this indeed the pool of extreme cold?" Ling Yi found the sound somewhat familiar, and then his body fell silent, no longer eager to venture outside. Ling Yi reined in his aura, gazing beyond the surface of the pond. This frigid pond was remarkably unique, shrouded beneath a layer of cold mist. When viewed from the pond's surface, one could discern the happenings outside. However, from the outside looking in, the activities within remained hidden from sight. Ling Yi practiced the chaotic true qi technique, concentrating the energy near his ears. In that moment, even though the frigid waters of the pool isolated him from the outside world, he could clearly discern the happenings beyond. He observed a man and a woman emerging through the thicket, standing at the edge of the cold pond. The earlier question had been posed by this woman. Ling Yi was taken aback, for the man was Zhao Wenjue, and the woman was Elyun. What astonished Ling Yi even more was that Elyun had actually entered the 1st level of the true essence realm. It seemed that Elyun had indeed benefited immensely from her association with Zhao Wenjue. Zhao Wenjue smiled faintly and, in response to Elyun's inquiry, replied, "Yes. My father once underwent the entrance examination and, by a stroke of fortune, discovered this extremely frigid pond. He also learned that beneath the pond lay the legendary ice flame. Alas, his constitution was inadequate. He forcefully absorbed a trace of the ice flame's energy, but ultimately had to depart in despair. That trace of ice flame could not be digested by my father. However, during his union with my mother, it was infused into her body. Ultimately, this led to the awakening of my unique martial soul, the Ice Lotus Blue Flame." As Elyun listened to Zhao Wenjue divulge such secrets, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to savoring honey. She then remarked, "Is the Ice Lotus Blue Flame not inferior to the Ice Flame?" "The Ice Lotus Blue Flame is exceedingly mysterious and should not be lesser than the Ice Flame. However, My martial soul conveys to me that the ice flame and the ice lotus blue flame share a unique relationship. If I could obtain the ice flame, my martial achievements would know no bounds. Zhao Wenjue slowly revealed a secret to Elyun. Could a martial soul truly convey such knowledge? Elyun was startled and suddenly recalled that Ling Yi had been rendered a waste by her and Ling Huang, stripped of his bloodline. Yet, by the time of the year-end competition, Ling Yi had awakened his martial soul and even vanquished the extraordinary beast, the colorful toad. Could it be that Ling Yi's martial soul was equally extraordinary, capable of imparting martial secrets to him? The more Elyun pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could Ling Yi's rise have been so rapid? Despite her malicious intent, Elyun was astute, and she deduced much of the truth. A cold glimmer flickered in her eyes. Upon returning, she must inform her father about this matter, for Ling Yi's dual martial souls were likely not simple. Zhao Wenjue watched Elyun deep in thought, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sighed. It's a pity that my current cultivation is insufficient. I fear I cannot yet obtain the ice flame. Elyun was momentarily stunned and urgently inquired, what shall we do then? Zhao Wenjue waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, no worries. I have a solution. I recall you once said that you would be willing to do anything I ask. Elyun was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Zhao Wenjue's sudden statement. Unsure of its meaning, she nodded in response. Zhao Wenjue, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the frigid pond and suddenly declared, I want you. Elyun's beautiful face flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head. Your cultivation, Zhao Wenjue added. Elyun was stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend correctly. A wave of intense unease surged within her. Young Master Zhao, what do you mean? Elyun questioned, her uncertainty palpable. I desire your cultivation. I want you to be my furnace and transfer all your martial prowess to me. Zhao Wenjue's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. Elyun found it utterly inconceivable that the man who had showered her with care over the past few days sought to claim her martial prowess, intending to use her as his furnace. Could it be that his relentless encouragement for her to absorb spirit stones was merely a ploy to enhance her strength for his own martial cultivation? Furrowing her brow, Elyun felt a surge of emotions and nodded, declaring, since you desire my martial prowess, then take it. Zhao Wenjue erupted into hearty laughter, showering her with praise. Suddenly, a sharp sword lunged towards him, its essence transforming into a fierce azure lotus sword chi, aimed directly at Zhao Wenjue's chest. The distance between Elyun's sword and Zhao Wenjue's heart diminished rapidly, and as the moment of impact loomed, her eyes sparkled with wild elation. Abruptly, a surge of azure light enveloped Elyun's cheek. She soon felt a piercing pain in her soul, collapsing to the ground. You, woman, though your talent is commendable and your intellect considerable, you lack the ability to conceal your true nature. To any discerning eye, you are but a venomous vixen. How could I possibly not hold back? Zhao Wenjue remarked, his tone laced with derision as he gazed at the fallen Elyun. The azure glow on Elyun's cheek intensified, and in a state of panic, she cried out, what sorcery is this? Merely a trivial trick of my martial soul. It is of little significance. Now, rise, Zhao Wenjue instructed slowly. As his words echoed, Elyun found her limbs no longer under her control, compelled to stand. She began to disrobe, her voice filled with terror as she shouted, no, stop, please. Zhao Wenjue, with a wicked smile, paid her no mind, continuing to muse. Your cultivation of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, transforming the sword into Azure Lotus, benefits my martial soul, yet it does not constitute my ultimate desire. Once I have extracted your prowess, I shall then seek to claim Gu Yanking's martial strength. Ah, Gu Yanking, I wonder what technique she has mastered. Her ice attribute essence is unparalleled in purity. Ling Yi was secretly astonished. Was this fellow still harboring designs on Gu Yanqing? Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun collapsed onto the ground, her flesh and blood withered away, transforming from her once voluptuous figure into a mere husk. Her hollow eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, as if she could not comprehend how she had come to be in such a state even in death. The adage holds true. Those who commit wrongful deeds shall inevitably meet their demise. It is not a matter of vengeance, but rather a question of timing. Zhao Wenjue raised his head, a lotus formed from azure flame shimmering brilliantly above him. His aura began to ascend steadily, reaching the fourth tier of the true essence realm. Ling Yi felt a heavy sensation in his heart. He had contemplated taking action moments ago. His intention was not to save Lu Yun, but rather, he was incensed upon hearing this individual harbor designs on Gu Yanqing. However, Zhao Wenjue's methods were indeed rather peculiar. Although Zhao Wenjue appeared to be merely at the initial stage of the fourth layer of true essence realm, his entire presence was both strange and formidable, surpassing even the typical practitioners of the fifth layer of true essence realm. Moreover, Ling Yi was only at the nascent stage of the second layer of true essence realm. With an unstable foundation, Ling Yi found himself momentarily uncertain, and after much hesitation, he chose not to intervene. Zhao Wenjue smiled subtly, and then turned his gaze toward the frigid pool, his eyes brimming with avarice. With deliberate steps, Zhao Wenjue approached the icy depths, and at the very moment he plunged into the water, the once placid surface erupted violently. Water surged to heights of 3 or 4 zhang, and a formidable blast of condensed energy, akin to a blade, hurtled toward Zhao Wenjue. This formidable assault was fearsome, evoking a sense of cataclysmic destruction. Even a colossal boulder would be shattered by such force, creating a gaping cavity. Zhao Wenjue snorted disdainfully, for he was indeed the leader among the trial participants of the Burning Heaven dynasty. 9 azure dragons swirled around him, one of which surged forth to collide with the incoming energy blade. Boom! Zhao Wenjue's expression shifted, as he seemingly did not anticipate such formidable offensive power from his opponent. The energy blade surged with chaotic vitality, infused with an icy flame, its potency vastly exceeding that of previous attacks. The azure dragon, fueled by a more ferocious energy, clashed with the blade. After all, Zhao Wenjue had ascended to the 4th level of the true origin realm, 2 levels above Ling Yi. In the ensuing clash, both the azure dragon and the energy blade shattered into countless fragments. With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, Zhao Wenjue dissipated the overwhelming energy unleashed by the collision. Ling Yi felt the force of the backlash. His body shimmered with golden light, and the indomitable diamond body withstood the impact. Zhao Wenjue was taken aback. Although the opponent's aura indicated they had merely entered the 2nd level of the true origin realm, they had managed to endure his strike. What kind of technique is this? Who is Zhao Wenjue? The 4th son of the left minister of the Burning Heaven Empire. He was a leader among the challengers holding the Donghuang order of the Burning Heaven Empire. His innate talent and combat prowess surpassed that of Zhao Wenjue significantly. If this news were to spread, it would surely leave the people of the Burning Heaven Empire questioning their own sanity. Zhao Wenjue was no mere character like the 4th Prince Ling Huang. He was undoubtedly a paragon of the human race. Am I dreaming? No. Could this be some form of humanoid beast? A lineage so potent, it borders on ancestral return? Thoughts raced through Zhao Wenjing's mind as the tranquil waters surged. Yet he had yet to discern the true visage of this individual. Just as Zhao Wenjing hesitated, Ling Yi seized the opportunity, leaping from the cold pool and soaring outward. Ling Yi! Zhao Wenjing exclaimed in surprise as he watched Ling Yi brush past him. Ling Yi laughed heartily. His mastery of the King Kong physique and the Jiuli body refinement technique had significantly enhanced his agility, allowing him to vanish into the depths of the forest with a few agile leaps. Zhao Wenjing gazed at Ling Yi's retreating figure. A sudden realization struck him, and terror washed over his face. That azure flame within the aura? Zhao Wenjing's complexion shifted dramatically as he plunged into the cold pond. Within the icy waters, the biting chill gradually began to dissipate. The ice lotus flame emerged above Zhao Wenjing's head, radiating a frigid energy that shielded him from the pond's icy grip. He scoured the depths of the pond, yet the fabled ice flame eluded him. Those suspicions had formed in his mind. The confirmation of the truth was still unbearable for Zhao Wenjing. He had exerted tremendous efforts solely to obtain that ice flame. How powerful would his martial spirit have become had he seized it? Yet now, it had been ruthlessly destroyed by Ling Yi. Ling Yi, I curse you to an untimely demise. A furious roar ascended to the heavens, shaking the forest and sending birds and beasts into a frenzy. Ling Yi dashed forward, secretly reveling in his triumph. Zhao Wenji, with his profound scheming, was far from a virtuous individual. Now that El Yin had been drained by Zhao Wenji, the coveted ice flame had finally found its way into Ling Yi's very being. As time passed, the ice flame gradually fused with Ling Yi's chaotic true energy, becoming inseparable. Ling Yi had previously consumed the Crimson Flame Pill, which inherently infused his vital energy with a trace of fire attribute. The ice flame completely devoured the power of the Crimson Flame, amplifying its might to unprecedented levels. Coupled with the ancient and unparalleled chaotic yin-yang technique, Ling Yi had significantly augmented his strength this time. After Ling Yi escaped from the cold pool, his enhanced physique allowed him to run for several hours without fatigue. However, he soon noticed 2 figures near a grand tree ahead. The 2 men, one armed with a long spear, sat on the ground with his back against the tree, drenched in blood, resting with his eyes closed. The other man, wielding a 7 kills blade, was also blood-stained. exuding an aura of fierce lethality. Ling Yi observed keenly. It was indeed the 8th prince of the Zhantian dynasty, Ling Huang, accompanied by Sun Tian of the Sun family. Ling Yi felt a heavy weight in her heart. It appeared that the two of them had endured a fierce battle. What brings you here? Ling Yi swiftly approached the two, speaking as he did. Sun Tian's expression turned serious, and with a swift motion, he unleashed his 7-kill blade, unleashing a cacophony of wails and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. As the winds howled ferociously, this strike from Sun Tian was perilously close to reaching the first level of the true essence realm. It appears that during these few days in the trial secret realm, not only has Ling Yi made remarkable progress, but the others have also reaped substantial benefits. Ling Yi extended a hand, effortlessly seizing Sun Tian's wrist with uncanny precision, causing Sun Tian to feel as though he were ensnared by a colossal primordial beast. Rendered completely immobile, Ling Yi, Sun Tian exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized Ling Yi's visage. Ling Yi smiled faintly, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "What has transpired here?" Sun Tian was taken aback, for he knew that his strike, even against a practitioner of the true essence realm, would demand utmost effort. Yet, Ling Yi received it with such nonchalance, as if an adult were facing a mere child. To what pinnacle has this individual ascended in martial arts? Sun Tian marveled inwardly, finding it difficult to fathom. "Ninth brother, it is you. How splendid. Please, save Gu Yanqing." Coughing intermittently, the 8th prince, Ling Huang, upon seeing Ling Yi, appeared visibly agitated. "Gu Yanqing? What has happened to Gu Yanqing?" Ling Yi felt a subtle unease in her heart and hurriedly spoke to Ling Huang. As she spoke, she crouched down to examine Ling Huang's injuries. Ling Huang has evidently endured a fierce battle, bearing sword wounds, knife injuries, and internal trauma. "There is no need to look further. I can no longer continue," Ling Huang weakly remarked, fully aware of his own physical condition, acknowledging that merely enduring until now is nothing short of a miracle. "Silence." Ling Yi interrupted Ling Huang's heartfelt confession with a sharp reprimand. A flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, revealing the divine Shenong. The white end of the Shenong pointed directly at Ling Huang, emanating a pearlescent medicinal aura that flowed into Ling Huang's body. Ling Huang couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was on the brink of death. And yet the 9th brother refused to allow him a final word. Wasn't that rather excessive? Just as he lamented this injustice, he was astonished to discover that the various wounds and flesh on his body, which had been grotesquely exposed, began to heal. Even the bruises from internal injuries started to dissipate slowly. "Rise, do not feign death any longer." Ling Yi retracted the divine farmer's measuring ruler, sensing that its white end appeared somewhat dimmed. It seemed that this time, Ling Huang had indeed suffered a grievous injury, resulting in a substantial depletion of the ruler's energy. Ling Huang was astonished to discover that, apart from being covered in blood, his body bore not a single wound, and even his dantian was remarkably full. Ling Huang sat cross-legged, and after approximately 10 minutes, he rose to his feet. He had successfully broken through to the first level of the true essence realm. What an extraordinary martial soul Ling Yi possessed. Not only had it healed his injuries, but it had also elevated his cultivation. In truth, Ling Huang had already sensed the threshold of the true essence realm, but after experiencing a life-and-death calamity, coupled with the assistance of the divine farmer's ruler, he had directly stepped into the true essence realm. Sun Tian stared wide-eyed at this astonishing spectacle, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Ling Yifeng gracefully accepted the strike, his surprise tempered by a sense of understanding. Sun Tian had harbored deep disdain for Ling Yi, for Ling Yi had once vanquished him, shattering his pride as a genius. Yet, one could not deny Ling Yi's extraordinary talent in martial arts. Now, as Ling Yi summoned his martial spirit, it astonishingly revived a person on the brink of death. Was this not an extraordinary miracle? With such a martial spirit at his disposal, who could possibly defeat Ling Yi? Unless one were to possess a significantly higher realm of power, capable of overwhelming him without a moment's notice. Sun Tian fell into silence, realizing he could never catch up to Ling Yi's pace. Such is human nature, a slight edge over you may incite jealousy. But when one discovers that another has soared far beyond, admiration often replaces envy. "Ninth brother, aha, you are truly remarkable. I, your 8th brother, am in absolute awe of you." The 8th prince, Ling Huang, exclaimed, his excitement evident as he enthusiastically patted Ling Yi's shoulder, the exhilaration of having survived a calamity unmistakable. At this moment, Ling Yi had no inclination to jest with the 8th prince, Ling Huang. He hurriedly inquired, "You just mentioned Gu Yanqing. What has happened to her?" At that instant, Sun Tian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and knelt on one knee before Ling Yi. Ling Yi was taken aback, unsure of what scheme Sun Tian was concocting. Just as he was about to urge him to rise, he heard Sun Tian solemnly declare, "I implore His Highness, the War King, to save young Master Gu. The 8 princes, young Master Gu, and I were engaged in the pursuit of ferocious beasts, seeking spirit stones." However, out of the blue, a group of individuals emerged, led by Zhao Wenxuan of the Burning Heaven dynasty, accompanied by several lesser dynasties, numbering around a dozen. Upon spotting us, they launched an immediate attack, seemingly intent on capturing young Master Gu alive. In a bid to protect us, young Master Gu bravely diverted Zhao Wenxuan and his cohorts. As Sun Tian recalled the tragic scene of Gu Yanqing, his heart ached, and tears streamed down his face. Zhao Wenxuan, that scoundrel once more. Ling Yi's heart burned with fury. This time, he absolutely could not let him escape. Where is he? Take me there now. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, suppressing the rage within him as he spoke. Sun Tian and Ling Huang sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, palpable and suffocating. Sun Tian, who practiced the 7-kill blade, followed the path of slaughter, yet in the presence of Ling Yi, he felt as though all his years of training had been in vain. Unbeknownst to them at that moment, the Qiyu spear within Ling Yi's sea of consciousness erupted with a vibrant crimson glow, brimming with excitement, incessantly urging him to unleash a massacre. In terms of murderous intent, the war god Qiyu had once swept across the entire primordial realm. It was only when the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor united that they managed to defeat the Jiuli tribe. The so-called 7-kill blade, in the face of the war god Qiyu, was merely a child's plaything. The two dared not hesitate, hastily leading Ling Yi towards Gu Yanqing's direction. Ling Yi, consumed by urgency, dashed forward, leaving the two unable to keep pace with her frantic strides. Ling Yi spoke without hesitation, swiftly hoisting both men and dashing away. They exchanged a glance, feeling the scenery blur past them, and the wind howling in their ears, their hearts racing with astonishment. Though they were aware of Ling Yi's extraordinary strength, they were taken aback by his unwavering speed while carrying 2 adult men. "This is the spot," Sun Tian whispered urgently. Ling Yi set the 2 individuals down and observed several corpses lying on the ground. It seemed that Sun Tian had not been mistaken. "Over there. There are traces of blood." A sudden exclamation escaped Ling Huang as he uncovered a clue. The 3 of them followed the trail of blood. This bloodstain, scattered and sporadic, was likely left behind by Gu Yanqing. Ling Yi recalled the moments spent with Gu Yanqing, and the flames of fury within him felt as though they could consume him entirely, his mind ablaze. Within the Danling Pavilion, their initial encounter, on the martial arts arena, she donned garments as white as snow. Together they faced the peril of hunting ferocious beasts, forming an unbreakable bond. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Yanqing had already secured a place in Ling Yi's heart as a cherished confidant. In this merciless world of martial artists, finding a kindred spirit was a rarity. Now that his dear friend faced persecution, how could Ling Yi possibly endure it? "Zhao Wenxuan, today you shall meet your demise." Upon a precipice stood a woman clad in white, her demeanor as frigid as the winter air, wielding a sword imbued with an intimidating chill. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her beauty striking and her pristine attire stained with flecks of blood, reminiscent of plum blossoms falling upon a blanket of winter snow, breathtakingly exquisite. This woman was none other than Gu Yanqing. Surrounding her were dozens of martial artists, their garments of various hues, clearly not from the same dynasty. At the forefront was Zhao Wenxuan, the 5th son of the left prime minister of the Burning Sky dynasty. Zhao Wenxuan regarded Gu Yanqing with a slight smile and said, "Miss Gu, you have nowhere left to flee. Surrender willingly. To be frank, my brother has taken a liking to you. And perhaps in the future I shall even call you sister-in-law." Gu Yanqing replied with an icy tone, "If your brother desires me, why does he not come himself? Instead, he sends you with a throng of others to seize me. Does that still qualify as manly?" Zhao Wenxuan, with an air of self-importance, retorted, "That is not quite fair. My brother has matters to attend to, hence he entrusted his younger sibling to handle this, but that does not imply a lack of sincerity. Moreover, my Zhao family of the Burning Sky dynasty is indeed a prominent household. Wouldn't you agree?" Gu Yanqing nodded, acknowledging the immense influence of the left prime minister within the Burning Sky dynasty, perhaps even overshadowing that of Prime Minister L in the Warring Heaven dynasty. Sensing an opportunity, Zhao Wenxuan continued to persuade her, "Indeed, although you are the young master of the Danling Pavilion of the Warring Heaven dynasty, you are still one of them. Joining our Burning Sky dynasty would be akin to soaring to great heights. Furthermore, my brother possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to become a legend in the realm of martial arts. You would bask in wealth and glory." His words dripped with arrogance, as if his status as a member of a mid-tier dynasty conferred a natural superiority over those of lesser standing. However, could a person from the Warring Heaven dynasty truly be seen as soaring high by marrying into the Burning Sky dynasty? Gu Yanqing let out a cold laugh, openly deriding him. You, wretched scoundrel, do not mistake my disdain for ignorance. Zhao Wenxuan, recognizing the veiled insult in her words, turned pale with rage and gritted his teeth. You dare treat me this way? Do not forget, my grandfather is the head of the Danling Pavilion of the Warring Heaven dynasty. Should he intervene, you may find yourselves unable to bear the consequences. Gu Yanqing, quick-witted, began to analyze Zhao Wenxuan's predicament. With a mocking scoff, Zhao Wenxuan retorted, the head of the Danling Pavilion of the Warring Heaven dynasty? You overestimate your importance. My Burning Sky dynasty has no reason to fear a mere Danling Pavilion from the Warring Heaven dynasty. Gu Yanqing remained silent. It was evident that her adversaries were well prepared for their audacity. She cast a glance down the precipice, the abyss stretching infinitely below, and a flicker of fear coursed through her. After all, she was a woman who cherished her beauty. Should she fall from this height, her demise would undoubtedly be ghastly. Unappreciative wretch. Bring her to me alive. I refuse to believe that this little harlot would truly dare to leap. She is merely putting on a fade. When the moment comes for her and my fourth brother to consummate their union, she will likely revel in it. Zhao Wenxuan, noticing the hesitation on Gu Yanqing's face, felt a surge of delight and bellowed forth. Behind him stood several formidable warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty, each exuding an extraordinary presence. All masters of the first realm of true essence. Gu Yanqing stepped back, a stone slipping from her grasp as it tumbled into the abyss below, startling her. A figure flashed through her mind, the indomitable man. Farewell, Prince of the War King. Gu Yanqing painfully shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she raised her precious sword, poised to draw it across her neck. She would rather perish than endure the indignity of defilement. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Gu Yanqing would possess such fierce resolve to act so boldly. However, he was still some distance away, and there was no time to intervene. Stop! A thunderous roar echoed from afar. Gu Yanqing's heart jolted. The voice seemed oddly familiar. She opened her enchanting eyes to see figures rushing toward her, growing larger with each passing moment. It was War King Ling Yi. Gu Yanqing gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the reality before her. Am I dreaming? Or have I already perished? Zhao Wenxuan and his companions were equally startled by the booming shout, turning to witness Ling Yi approaching with urgency. In Ling Yi's eyes, a flicker of flame danced subtly as the 9-li body refinement technique commenced. An additional arm sprouted from his side. With 2 hands wielding the Qiyu halberd and 1 hand grasping the Shinnong, he exuded an imposing aura, akin to a primordial divine beast's offsprings, proclaiming an indomitable spirit to the heavens and the earth. Ling Yi charged into the crowd with formidable intensity. Ling Yi, excellent timing, apprehend him. Zhao Wenxuan sneered as he commanded the onlookers. A warrior from the lower-tier northern barbarian dynasty let out a thunderous roar, his physique expanding from approximately 1.8 meters to an astonishing 2.3 meters, his body covered in thick black fur, resembling a monstrous gorilla. The northern barbarian warrior relentlessly struck his chest, producing a resonant boom, boom, boom sound. The sheer momentum radiated outward, causing those nearby to retreat in trepidation. A practitioner at the second level of the True Essence realm. This was indeed a formidable warrior at the second level of the True Essence realm. With a flash of brilliance, the northern barbarian warrior conjured 2 massive hammers, his towering form exerting immense pressure. The overwhelming aura surged, and a colossal force erupted. As he stomped the ground, a deep crater was formed. The true energy surged forth, transforming the hammers into gigantic luminous weapons, hurtling directly towards Ling Yi. No one doubted that the might of this strike from the northern barbarian warrior exceeded 10,000 pounds. And in that instant, Ling Yi was poised to be reduced to mere fragments. The northern barbarian warrior, who focused on physical cultivation, possessed a physique that rivaled even that of mythical beasts. In contrast, an ordinary practitioner at the second level of the True Essence realm could muster only around 7,000 pounds of strength. Yet, the northern barbarian warrior surpassed that limit, achieving a power exceeding 10,000 pounds. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, gripping the Qiyu halberd firmly with both hands, and forcefully blocked the attack. With a resounding crash, the colossal manifestation of true energy, resembling a massive hammer, struck the Qiyu halberd. Remarkably, neither the halberd nor Ling Yi budged an inch. They remained utterly immobile. Everyone was taken aback. This unknown figure from the Battle Dynasty could actually contend with the strength of the northern barbarian warrior without faltering? When it comes to strength, I can only conclude that you must be akin to an ancient tortoise consuming arsenic, weary of life itself. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh within, as chaotic true energy surged within her body, with a powerful thrust of her arms upwards. The northern barbarian warrior felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, his eyes filled with terror. What magnitude of strength was this? 20,000? 30,000? The northern barbarian warrior could hardly fathom that there existed someone in the realm of true essence with such divine power. Instantly, he found himself unable to maintain his footing, and his entire body was sent flying backward. Ling Yi rose swiftly, placing his foot squarely upon the abdomen of the northern barbarian warrior. The warrior coughed up blood, feeling as though his bones were shattering and his internal organs had been violently dislocated. Ling Yi stepped upon the body of the northern barbarian warrior, soaring through the air. Invincible in battle. In Ling Yi's eyes, the spirit of battle surged with fervor as he unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the second level of the true essence realm. He executed the formidable martial techniques of the Jiuli clan, renowned for their unparalleled prowess. The martial arts of the Jiuli clan are a legendary manifestation of their might, overwhelming countless races during the Primordial Era, compelling even the celestial deities to retreat from their brilliance. The Chiyu spear radiated with demonic light, its blood-red aura illuminating the heavens as it transformed, unleashing a sweeping arc of chaotic true energy in a striking crimson half-circle. This semicircular manifestation of the Chiyu spear predominantly exhibited a dark red hue, yet it was subtly veiled by a layer of azure ice flames. Though the ice flames were faint in color, they exuded an eerie presence, their ethereal glow seemingly igniting the very souls of those who beheld it. Two martial artists from the Burning Sky dynasty, both on the cusp of the true essence realm, charged forward only to be met with Ling Yi's devastating sweep. Instantly reduced to ice sculptures, their faces frozen in expressions of fierce charge. The assembled warriors felt the weight of this indomitable force, perceiving not merely a martial artist before them, but an ancient war deity emerging from the primordial depths. This deity pointed to the heavens and grounded itself upon the earth. Reigning supreme across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, a solitary warrior confronting myriad realms. All present hastily retreated. However, the 2 half-step true essence realm warriors, encased in ice, were not as fortunate, shattering resoundingly into countless fragments of ice. Boom! Ling Yi landed upon the northern barbarian warrior, whose eyes had turned entirely black, severing all breath of life. Ling Yishuang's eyes glimmered like lightning, her disheveled black hair cascading over her cheeks, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Who else remains? Ling Yi's Chiyu spear struck the ground with a thunderous impact, raising countless clouds of yellow dust as he let out a fierce roar. With a single strike, he vanquished a true essence realm warrior and 2 half-step true essence realm fighters, commanding overwhelming presence that none dared to overshadow. Gu Yanqing observed Ling Yi's imposing demeanor, and a trace of a smile appeared on her frosty visage, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to tasting honey. She gently lowered her treasured sword, feeling reassured by Ling Yi's arrival. Yanqing, with me here, let us see who dares to harm you. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh, undeterred by the encirclement of numerous martial artists, exuding an aura of dominance as he spoke. Sun Tian and the 8th prince, Ling Huang, hurriedly arrived, witnessing Ling Yi's seemingly invincible stance, leaving them both in a state of shock. Humph! What a farce! How formidable can one become with just an additional arm? Charge at him. I refuse to believe that with our numbers, we cannot defeat a mere Ling Yi today. Zhao Wenchuan, feeling a twinge of jealousy at Ling Yi's defiant demeanor, bellowed in anger. The martial artists displayed unfriendly expressions. Attack! With an unknown command, everyone unleashed their strikes simultaneously. In an instant, sword energy, blade energy, and various hues of true chi surged forth, all aimed at Ling Yi. Among this crowd, the weakest martial artist had reached the half-step true origin realm, while the strongest boasted a formidable presence in the second true origin realm. With dozens of martial artists launching their attacks in unison, it was clear that even a practitioner like Ling Yi, at the second true origin realm, was not to be trifled with. Not even Zhao Wenjue, who was at the 4th true origin realm, dared to confront them head-on. In Ling Yi's grasp, the Chiyu spear surged with an overwhelming combat aura, radiating crimson light across the heavens, as a vivid 3-dimensional image flooded into his mind. Though Ling Yi possesses but a pair of eyes, the presence of the Chiyu halberd allows him to acutely perceive the lethal strikes coming from all directions. Ling Yi let out a chilling laugh, wielding the Qiyu halberd with both hands, as his true energy surged forth in a wild torrent, spiraling into a frenzy. Specks of icy flames materialized in the air, effectively obstructing a significant portion of the onslaught. In his other hand, he grasped the Shinong ruler, radiating an astonishing brilliance of black and white light. The Vajra ruler's dance further shielded him from the majority of the attacks. Ling Yi grew increasingly adept with the Qiyu halberd, and the weapon itself thrived on the fervor of battle. Even when facing multiple opponents, Ling Yi, attuned to the murderous intent emanating from the Qiyu halberd, remained undaunted by the tumultuous scene. The Jiuli tribe possessed an innate combat prowess that knew no bounds. With their mastery of the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, they were least intimidated by group skirmishes. Whoosh! A streak of black light surged towards Ling Yi from an exceptionally cunning angle, aimed at an opening in his defense. This black light possessed formidable power. Its force concentrated to a singular point. Should it find its mark, even a practitioner at the 4th level of the true essence realm would likely meet their doom. Among the throng of martial artists, a figure shrouded in dark energy lurked, exuding an ominous aura and a visage steeped in lethal intent. Upon witnessing the black-clad assassin spring into action, Zhao Wenxuan erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "You are doomed, Ling Yi. The Shadow Secret Assassin has struck. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance." Shadow Secret Assassin? A jolt of alarm coursed through Ling Yi's mind. The Shadow Secret Assassins were affiliated with the Shadow Secret Pavilion, rumored to be a formidable organization of assassins within the northern wasteland, their influence pervading the entire region. No one knew the precise number of their ranks or the location of their headquarters. What was known, however, was their mercenary nature. They accepted payments to eliminate adversaries, targeting individuals ranging from those at the celestial realm to the body refinement realm, all of whom fell prey to their deadly ambushes. When the Shadow Secret Assassins chose to strike, it was invariably a lethal blow, though this assassin was only at the 2nd level of the true essence realm. Their pursuit of ultimate lethality rendered their attacks fearsome. The true energy coalesced into the black light, imbued with a chilling, bone-piercing intent. Clang! A metallic clash echoed forth. The Shadow Secret Assassin, enveloped in dark energy, was taken aback. Having executed numerous missions over the years, their martial prowess might not have been particularly high. Yet they had once successfully slain a practitioner at the 3rd level of the true essence realm through sheer assassination skill. Within the Shadow Secret Pavilion, they held a modicum of renown. Accompanying Zhao Wenxuan into the Trial Secret realm, they had anticipated the moment to eliminate Ling Yi. Today, amidst the crowd of martial artists, they had finally seized the opportunity while Ling Yi was preoccupied with defending against multiple attacks, condensing their assassination techniques into a singular, decisive strike. They were confident that not only Ling Yi but even more powerful warriors could not possibly survive such an onslaught. Yet, in the next instant, they were met with astonishment. For a magnificent, imposing halberd had directly intercepted their attack. The black light, powerful enough to pierce a dragon, collided with the Qiyu halberd, its tremendous force dissipating entirely without causing the slightest ripple. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ling Yi's back. The assassin, a formidable presence at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, was indeed powerful, cleverly concealed among the crowd, eluding Ling Yi's notice until the moment of attack. It was only then that Ling Yi became aware of the threat. However, the assassin's speed was astonishing, and the ferocity of the assault was overwhelming. Ling Yi's cultivation level rendered him incapable of responding in time. Truly, the assassins of the Shadow Secret Pavilion were exceptionally proficient. The palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him was so dense that it seemed to drip. Surely, the number of lives claimed by his hand must be no less than 800, if not 1,000. At that critical moment, the Qiyu halberd, acting independently of Ling Yi's command, swept across the air and forcefully intercepted the full brunt of the assassin's strike. Ling Yi regained his composure, a flash of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Such a person was undeniably terrifying and must not be allowed to live. A look of shock briefly crossed the assassin's face before he immediately attempted to flee. The assassin's principle was simple. If a single strike failed, retreat without hesitation. A small blue flame descended upon the assassin. In the bewildered gaze of the assassin, the blue flame instantly transformed into a torrent of fire. This flame was not scorching. Rather, it was chillingly cold, swiftly encasing the assassin in an icy prison, leaving him devoid of life. Impossible, Zhao Wenxuan exclaimed in shock, his face a canvas of terror. Ling Yi's capabilities were well known to him. It was utterly improbable that he could evade the lethal strike of the assassin summoned by Master Lu. That astonishing blow. Zhao Wenxuan could scarcely believe that, in such a short span of time, Ling Yi's martial prowess had escalated so remarkably. All the warriors gasped in unison, their astonishment palpable. Ling Yi, with his raven hair swirling wildly, displayed a sinister grin as he unleashed the full extent of his true qi. Harnessing the power of the second level of the true essence realm, the Qiyu spear and the Shinong ruler resembled two life harvesting machines. The Qiyu spear, measuring 2 zhang in length, excelled in ranged combat, while the Shinong ruler, approximately 3 feet long, was suited for close-quarters engagement. The bloodline of the war ancestor coalesced behind Ling Yi's spine, continuously supplying him with an inexhaustible flow of true qi. As Ling Yi's mastery over the ice flames grew increasingly proficient, each of his strikes was enveloped in a shroud of icy fire. Amidst the throng of dozens of martial artists, Ling Yi surged forth with ferocity. Any warrior who dared approach him was immediately encased in ice, rendered a mere sculpture of frost. There was not a single contender who could withstand him, in scarcely more than a few breaths. 7 or 8 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. Zhao Wenxuan had brought scarcely 20 fighters, and already nearly half had suffered casualties. Gradually, no one dared to venture near Ling Yi. A vast circle of emptiness formed around him. As if he were not a mere martial artist, but a demon risen from the depths of hell, harvesting lives indiscriminately. You worthless fools, get away from me. Zhao Wenxuan observed Ling Yi's relentless assault. Not only was he unscathed, but his murderous intent had intensified. Realizing that if this continued, all would perish at Ling Yi's hands, he cast aside all hesitation. With the Xuanhua bracelet emitting a brilliant glow, 2 fiery symbols materialized. With a swift stride, he resolved to confront Ling Yi directly. Zhao Wenxuan radiated an overwhelming aura, pressing forward against the multitude of martial artists, embodying the 3rd level of the true essence realm. Ling Yi was slightly taken aback. It seemed that in the past few days within the trial secret realm, not only had Ling Yi made rapid progress, but Zhao Wenxuan had also ascended to a new level. The gathering of warriors, sensing Zhao Wenxuan's formidable presence, dared not impede him and swiftly cleared a path. Ling Yi, be careful, Gu Yanqing shouted anxiously. Previously, Zhao Wenxuan had besieged Gu Yanqing, and she was well aware of his prowess. After stepping into the 3rd level of the true essence realm, his ability to transform true energy into flames was exceptionally remarkable. Gu Yanqing drew her sword, poised to assist Ling Yi. Ling Yi turned back and caught sight of Zhao Wenxuan soaring towards him. With a grin, he called out to Gu Yanqing. Do not be anxious, Yanqing. This beast might soil your hands. Allow me to deal with this fiery creature first, and then we shall reminisce. Beast? Zhao Wenxuan seethed at Ling Yi's words, his fury surging to an overwhelming peak, wishing nothing more than to rend Ling Yi limb from limb. Ling Yi, prepare to meet your end. Zhao Wenxuan's true essence surged to its utmost limit, his skin transforming into a crimson hue. The flame pattern in his hand expanded rapidly, the fiery energy projecting 3 feet beyond his body. The fiery emblem lunged towards Ling Yi, its might far surpassing that of mere flames. Everyone's countenance shifted in fear. Zhao Wenxuan's display was such that even a typical practitioner in the 4th realm of true essence would hesitate to confront it head-on. This 5th young master, I dare say his talent rivals that of the 4th young master, murmured a warrior from a lesser dynasty. No, he cannot compare to the 4th young master. But this 5th young master certainly deserves the title of prodigy. Another warrior responded, shaking his head. Boom. Ling Yi's chaotic true energy surged forth along the Qiyu spear, coalescing into a burning ice flame in the air. This primordial energy, imbued with the essence of extreme cold, suddenly collided with the fiery pattern. Zhao Wenxuan's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of technique was this? In an instant, the once intensely blazing flame pattern was frozen in mid-air, no longer emanating even the slightest hint of warmth. Ling Yi wielded the Shinong, shattering the icy pattern suspended in mid-air, which then materialized before Zhao Wenxuan, with a surge of true energy coursing through him. Zhao Wenxuan conjured another flame, his 10 fingers dancing with fervor. The Xuanhua bracelet radiated brilliance. The flames coalesced in his palm, transforming once more into an even grander fiery emblem. This fiery emblem was significantly more formidable than the one he had summoned during his confrontation with Ling Yi in the demonic cave. Before Ling Yi could draw near, his clothing and hair began to singe. The atmosphere was remarkably arid, and individuals felt as though the very space surrounding the fiery patterns was ablaze. Die for me. Zhao Wenxuan's visage contorted with a savage expression, revealing an exceedingly twisted smile, as if he envisioned the moment when Ling Yi would be reduced to a pile of ashen bones. Ling Yi's countenance grew solemn, as the immense pressure he felt was no less formidable than that of Zhao Wenxua. The left minister of the Burning Heaven dynasty, the Zhao family, certainly should not be underestimated. The fourth young master possessed extraordinary talents, and even the fifth young master surpassed ordinary warriors by a considerable margin. Such overwhelming strength. Could His Highness the War King withstand it? Sun Tian, while captivated by Zhao Wenchua's prowess, harbored deep concerns for Ling Yi. After all, whether acknowledged or not, it was Ling Yi who led this faction of the War Heaven dynasty. Who is my ninth brother? He is the War King. In terms of combat, whom has he ever feared? The eighth prince, Ling Huang, fixed his piercing gaze upon Ling Yi, his eyes ablaze with fervor, affirmatively stating that Ling Yi had unknowingly become the cornerstone of the War Heaven dynasty's morale, instilling in them an unwavering confidence in his invincibility. A resounding roar echoed, its tone imbued with an ancient and boundless aura, seemingly emanating from the primordial chaos of yore. The long spear. Once more, the long spear made its appearance. The Qiyu spear suddenly erupted with an unparalleled momentum, a vibrant red light coalescing at its tip, where inexhaustible battle intent and murderous energy converged. The eyes of the warriors momentarily dazzled, as if they beheld an army of thousands galloping forth. Those divine beings, with their 3 heads and 6 arms, tore through the fabric of existence, unleashing their defiant cries towards the heavens filled with deities. Alas, in the blink of an eye, all manifestations vanished without a trace. At this moment, Ling Yi unleashed the second form of the Jiuli war halberd. However, he had not perfected this technique, and thus, what emerged was merely a fraction, merely 30%, of its true might. Boom. The fiery emblem conjured by the Qiyu halberd collided with the flame-like patterns of the Xuanhua bracelet. The Qiyu halberd momentarily faltered, yet soon regained its velocity, erupting violently, scattering sparks in all directions. Impossible! Zhao Wenchuan exclaimed in terror. He was not alone. All the warriors around him widened their eyes in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. The Qiyu halberd pierced directly into Zhao Wenchuan's abdomen. Blood of a dark crimson hue spilled from Zhao Wenchuan's lips as he gazed at Ling Yi in utter disbelief. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, delivering a fierce kick to Zhao Wenchuan, who was sent flying backward. A gaping wound, roughly the size of a bowl, gushed blood from his abdomen. The Qiyu spear, immense in size, had a tip that alone matched that diameter. Embedded in Zhao Wenchuan's body, a chaotic mixture of crimson and pale fluids poured forth. Zhao Wenchuan, the fifth son of the left prime minister of the Burning Heaven dynasty, had been cherished from a young age, treated with such care that he was protected as if he were a delicate treasure. Never had he experienced such a grievous injury. Nonetheless, Zhao Wenchuan was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the true essence realm. Had he been a practitioner of the body refinement realm, he would have likely succumbed to the injury. Ling Yi, wielding the Qiyu halberd, approached Zhao Wenchuan with an expression of utter indifference. This man had first harbored nefarious intentions towards Ming Jiayu, subsequently framed him, besieged Gu Yanqing, and even concealed assassins with the intent to take his life. Such transgressions could no longer be tolerated. Today, he must be slain. Ling Yi's gaze grew increasingly frigid, imbued with an unwavering resolve to strike. The blood upon the Qiyu halberd was slowly drawn into the weapon, emanating an eerie radiance. Stay away. Do not approach. Zhao Wenchuan exclaimed in utter panic. Ling Yi remained unmoved, letting out a cold laugh. No, Your Highness the War King, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly realize my mistakes, Zhao Wenchuan cried, his voice breaking into sobs. Having always relied on his family's power to bully others, he had never been subjected to such humiliation, and in that moment, all his arrogance shattered, leading to an unrestrained outburst of tears. The collapse of his convictions laid bare the frailty of human nature. The surrounding warriors expressed disdain. Although they served the Burning Sky dynasty, it did not equate to unwavering loyalty towards Zhao Wenchuan. They merely bowed to the Zhao family's influence within the dynasty. Conversely, the warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty felt a deep sense of shame, as a man of such ironclad resolve wept like a child, an utterly embarrassing spectacle. Ling Yishuang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he brandished the Qiyu spear, firmly planting one foot upon Zhao Wenchuan's chest. Zhao Wenchuan, paralyzed by terror, felt as though he were ensnared beneath the weight of a colossal beast, utterly incapable of movement. Suddenly, Ling Yi thrust the Qiyu halberd downward, causing Zhao Wenchuan's face to contort in terror as he involuntarily shut his eyes. Audacious! A powerful shout resonated, its tone laced with a subtle softness, yet imbued with vigorous energy, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the heavens. A torrent of azure flames surged forth, hurtling toward Ling Yi. The Qiyu halberd flared with a brilliant crimson light, sensing the impending peril. Ling Yi felt a profound heaviness in his heart as he channeled his chaotic true energy into the Qiyu halberd. The energy surged forth, transforming into a brilliant azure flame of ice. As the cerulean fire clashed with the dazzling blue ice flame, a tremendous explosion erupted. The immense force of the impact forced Ling Yi to stagger backward. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenxuan, with his grievous wound continuously bleeding, was further struck by the shockwave, causing his complexion to pale dramatically before he fainted. Ling Yi retreated to Gu Yanqing's side and, upon glancing up, furrowed his brow. To the unobservant eye, one might mistake the approaching figure for a stunning woman. However, it was, in fact, a man with a rather delicate visage. This was none other than Zhao Wanzhong, the leading figure of the Burning Sky dynasty on this occasion. Zhao Wanzhong wore a grim expression as he surveyed the fallen Zhao Wenxuan, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. With a cold snort, he exclaimed, "What a useless fool! Hurry and carry the fifth young master back." The warriors of the Burning Sky dynasty, shaken from their stupor, promptly lifted Zhao Wenxuan and retreated. Ling Yi, quite the adept strategist. I underestimated you. Zhao Wanzhong suddenly directed a seductive smile towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and coldly snorted, declaring, in terms of tactics, how could I possibly be a match for the fourth young master? You intend to use the daughter of the Grand Master L from the Zhantian dynasty as a sacrificial vessel, draining her life essence until she becomes a mere husk. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment, casting incredulous glances at Zhao Wenjue. The eighth prince Ling Huang and Sun Tian were equally taken aback. Had Elyun truly perished? Was she slain by Zhao Wenjue? Zhao Wenjue's expression turned icy, but he soon smirked, saying, Your Highness, the Prince of War, you jest far too much. Yin Qing, I genuinely hold affection for you and wish to unite our fates. Please clarify this matter with His Highness, lest he misinterpret my intentions. Gu Yanqing could scarcely believe Zhao Wenjue's deceitful words. As the young master of the Danling Pavilion in the Zhantian dynasty, she possessed a keen and discerning mind. The grandiose display from the Fantian dynasty undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, fearless and selfless, had bravely infiltrated the encirclement to rescue her. Who to trust was evident even to a fool. Consequently, Gu Yanqing coldly retorted, Could it be that the fourth young master also wishes to use me as your sacrificial vessel, leading me to meet the same fate as Elyun? Her astute intellect saw through Zhao Wenjue's petty schemes with ease. Zhao Wenjue, exposed yet unfazed, frowned and coldly declared, I am not one for idle chatter. I grant you 10 breaths of time to come to me willingly. Otherwise, every soul from the Zhantian dynasty within this trial secret realm shall perish. Ling Yi laughed heartily, taking a step forward, and declared in a booming voice, I grant you 5 breaths of time. Kneel and kowtow to me, or none of the people from the Burning Heaven dynasty shall live. Impudent. Zhao Wenjue could no longer contain his fury, roaring with rage as a tempest swirled around him. Akin to a dragon awakened from slumber, Zhao Wenjue bore a deep-seated animosity towards Ling Yi, for it was Ling Yi who had brazenly seized his ice flame creation. At this moment, with Ling Yi having injured Zhao Wenxuan and saved Gu Yanqing, Zhao Wenjue was resolute in his determination to see Ling Yi perish here. The ice flame, once Ling Yi was dead, would be left without a master. If it were to merge with Zhao Wenjue's ice lotus green flame martial soul, he would ascend to an unfathomable level of power. The murderous intent in Zhao Wenjue's eyes surged as he pointed a finger from the azure dragon flame robe. His true chi took form, manifesting as a fire dragon of azure flames, bearing its fangs and claws as it surged forth to attack Ling Yi. Ling Yi sensed the murderous intent emanating from Zhao Wenjue. Taking a deep breath, he flexed his 3 arms, channeling his true energy into the Qiyu spear within him. The icy flames fused with the chaotic true energy, engaging in combat with the azure fire dragon. This azure fire dragon appeared even more formidable than the one encountered previously outside the cold pool, its true energy significantly amplified. Nearly a manifestation of true energy. The fire dragon exuded a force that surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the 4th level of true element realm. The crowd was struck with astonishment. Although many were aware of the extraordinary abilities of the 4th young master Zhao Wenjue, far beyond those of common martial artists, the combination of his martial soul, ice lotus blue flame, and the meticulously crafted azure dragon flame robe, commissioned by the left chancellor, was indeed terrifying. However, they never anticipated that this would manifest as a fire dragon, exhibiting combat prowess equivalent to its own martial realm. The 4th young master bore the markings of 9 fire dragons upon him. If all 9 dragons were to take flight together, It would be akin to facing 9 martial artists of the same realm simultaneously. Such a spectacle was truly astounding. Ling Yi, undaunted by his extraordinary encounters, summoned the formidable Golden King's staff technique. With the third form executed, he wielded the divine Shenong staff, radiating golden light that transformed him into a wrathful golden deity. The fire dragon, despite its formidable strength at the 4th level of true essence realm, lacked the exquisite martial skills of a true warrior. However, with Ling Yi's golden body and the Golden King's staff technique combined, he became an indomitable force. Even as the azure flame fire dragon unleashed its fierce assault, it found itself impotent against Ling Yi. Zhao Wanjue let out a cold snort. Previously, within the icy depths, he had attacked Ling Yi with the azure flame fire dragon but had not exerted his full strength. Now, conjuring a fully realized azure flame fire dragon, he was astonished to discover it could not overcome Ling Yi. Despite being merely at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, Ling Yi exhibited such formidable combat prowess that Zhao Wanjue recognized him as a future threat that must be eliminated. Behind Zhao Wanjue, a blue ice lotus materialized and trembled slightly, gathering an overwhelming surge of vital energy. With a pointed finger, he summoned yet another azure flame fire dragon. This one even more agile and powerful than the first, seemingly imbued with an extraordinary sentience from the blue ice lotus. The second azure flame fire dragon was significantly larger than the first, projecting an impression that the first was at the early stage of the 4th level of the true essence realm, while the second was at its mid-stage. Both azure flame fire dragons surged toward Ling Yi, amplifying the pressure he faced. Invincible in battle, Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu spear with unparalleled ferocity, his fighting spirit surging forth. 2 fiery dragons clashed, emitting sparks in a dazzling display, their fangs bared yet their assault unwavering. Damn it! In Ling Yi's eyes flickered a fierce determination. Zhao Wanjue was indeed a formidable adversary. Each fiery dragon intricately embroidered on the spirit artifact, the azure dragon flame robe, represented a blue flame dragon whose power was equivalent to Zhao Wanjue's own cultivation. Could it be that the 9 azure flame dragons emblazoned upon Zhao Wanjue signified 9 formidable warriors at the 4th level of the true essence realm? The mere thought was utterly terrifying. 2 azure flame dragons soared and twisted, exhaling ethereal blue flames, causing all the cultivators present to pale in fear as they sensed the overwhelming power they possessed. This eerie blue flame was immensely potent. Even a slight touch could reduce a 2nd-level true essence warrior to mere ash, while a 3rd-level warrior could scarcely endure its might for long. In essence, a single azure flame dragon had the potential to sweep through the entirety of the trial's secret realm. Yet, here stood the battle king Ling Yi, capable of confronting 2 azure flame dragons single-handedly, an unbelievable display of might. Was this battle king of the Battle Heavenly Dynasty truly only at the 2nd level of the true essence realm? The aura he emitted was unmistakable. Yet his combat prowess was astonishingly terrifying. He could seemingly traverse 2 minor realms in battle. He was a prodigious youth of supreme caliber. Alas, his cultivation remained insufficient. If given more time, it was likely that Zhao Wanjue would not stand a chance against him. The warriors around murmured in astonishment, unable to fathom that a seemingly weak Battle Heavenly Dynasty could produce a talent like Ling Yi, whose innate gifts could overshadow an entire generation. The Azure Flame's power was indeed formidable, yet Ling Yi, having delved into the cold abyss, wielded ice flames that rendered him less fearful of the Azure Flames. As the Azure Flame dragons approached, Ling Yi wielded the Shenong to repel them and engaged with the Qiyu spear from a distance. Ling Yi, Gu Yanqing exclaimed. Witnessing Ling Yi narrowly evade the lethal claws of an Azure Flame dragon, his garments torn, revealing multiple streaks of blood. Anxiousness surged within Gu Yanqing as she prepared to assist him. Do not come closer. You are no match for them. It is far too perilous. Ling Yi let out a furious roar. This statement holds truth, for although Gu Yanqing has stepped into the 1st realm of true essence, the disparity between him and Zhao Wanjue is insurmountable. If he were to recklessly advance, it would likely jeopardize his very life. Zhao Wanjue scoffed coldly, his murderous intent growing ever more intense. When he was at the 2nd realm of true essence, he was nowhere near as formidable as Ling Yi. Moreover, his Ice Lotus Azure Flame martial soul clearly revealed to him that the 3 weapons wielded by Ling Yi were, in fact, 2 martial souls. 2 martial souls. Indeed, innate paragons of strength. They must not be allowed to live. Kill. Zhao Wanjue bellowed, rapidly condensing his true essence. Subsequently, Zhao Wanjue let out a pained howl as Azure Flame dragon erupted from his chest, radiating a brilliant light. His complexion grew increasingly pale, as countless strands of true chi coalesced into a single azure dragon within his azure dragon flame robe. Roar. The third azure dragon roared, thicker than the previous two. This fiery dragon surged forth, charging toward Ling Yi with tremendous force. Ling Yi's countenance shifted dramatically. Another one? Is Zhao Wen truly human? With such tactics, I ask, who in the same realm could possibly vanquish him? The third azure flame dragon roared with a thunderous might, enveloping an area of over 10 meters in searing flames, turning the ground into a charred wasteland. Unassailable. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi grasped the Qiyu spear firmly in his hand. Behind him, the essence of his bloodline illuminated the heavens, the lineage of the war ancestor pulsating with life, commencing its formidable circulation. All the chaotic true energy, along with the power of his bloodline and even the force of ice flames, surged into the Qiyu spear. The spear became a focal point of all this power, emanating an overwhelming and primordial aura. Break. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yi's forehead bulged with veins as he summoned every ounce of his strength. 3 fiery dragons coalesced in the air, transforming into a colossal azure flame dragon that collided with Ling Yi's Qiyu spear. The faces of the martial artists shifted dramatically, and they hastily retreated. A few warriors on the brink of reaching the true essence realm, caught off guard, were obliterated by the shockwave of the impact. Everyone's expression turned grave. The mere aftermath of their clash was potent enough to shatter those who had just stepped into the true essence realm. What staggering might was this? Sun Tian's complexion turned pale. In their previous skirmish, although Ling Yi had been formidable, their strengths had been relatively comparable. However, the disparity between them now was as vast as heaven and earth. In that moment, Sun Tian felt an unexpected shift within himself. All past envy and resentment vanished, replaced by a singular desire for Ling Yi to triumph over Zhao Wenjue. He even hoped that Ling Yi might ascend to the throne of the Zhang dynasty, allowing him, Sun Tian, to remain loyal to the royal family for generations, just like the Sun clan. This is bad. Ling Yi's complexion drastically changed as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His hands, gripping the Qiyu halberd, trembled incessantly, and he found himself retreating step by step. Even with the addition of the divine farmers, his third arm could not withstand the ferocity of the azure flame dragon. The azure flame dragon, formed from the convergence of 3 fire dragons, surged forward with unwavering momentum, intent on claiming Ling Yi's life. Ling Yi sighed deeply. The second form of the Jiuli clan's war spear, unassailable assault, had eluded his mastery until now. In this moment of desperation, he unleashed it with all his might. Yet it amounted to merely 30 or 40% of its full potential. Against Zhao Wenjue's azure flame dragon, he was still no match. Ling Yi's complexion changed dramatically as he staggered backward. The ferocity of this strike was truly terrifying. Had he been struck by the azure flame dragon, even with the divine farmers, he would not have perished, but would certainly have sustained grave injuries. Ling Yi staggered and turned around, only to be met with a sight that sent cold sweat cascading down his brow. A seemingly bottomless precipice loomed before him. There was no escape. Cursed fate. Ling Yi's eyes widened with rage as the divine farmer's measuring tool in his hand emanated a brilliant white light. With no escape in sight, he resolved to fight to the death. Suddenly, a white figure appeared before him, causing Ling Yi to gasp in astonishment. Boom. The white figure was struck by the azure flame dragon, and a white lotus, exuding an aura of frost, blossomed abruptly at its chest, mitigating much of the dragon's ferocious onslaught. This is it. The martial soul. It is precisely what I desire. Zhao Wenjue's eyes gleamed with avarice. Yinqing. Ling Yi widened his eyes and roared in anguish, his heart-wrenching cry echoing beneath the precipice. The one who shielded Ling Yi from this devastating blow was none other than Gu Yanqing. At this critical moment, Gu Yanqing unleashed her martial soul. It turns out that Gu Yanqing had awakened her martial soul long ago, yet it was extraordinarily peculiar and highly unstable, rendering it beyond her control. Typically, it could not be utilized in combat. However, at this moment, with life hanging in the balance, her white lotus martial soul awakened in an instant. This martial soul absorbed a significant portion of the blue flame dragon's ferocious attack, thereby sparing Gu Yanqing from immediate demise. Nevertheless, Gu Yanqing was merely at the first level of true essence realm, and the overwhelming force erupted within her abdomen. Her white garments were stained with blood and flesh, and the tremendous impact sent Gu Yanqing hurtling backward. In that moment, Ling Yi felt as if his heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces, instinctively embracing Gu Yanqing. The strike of the Qingyin fire dragon was overwhelmingly fierce. Even a typical practitioner at the 4th level of the true essence realm would likely suffer severe injuries. Ling Yi embraced Gu Yanqing, instantly feeling as if he had been struck by a primordial beast, his very being on the verge of disintegration. With all his might, he unleashed the vigorous body and the 9-li body refining technique, causing his flesh to radiate with golden brilliance. Ah, Zhao Wanjue, I vow that you shall meet a most wretched fate. Ling Yi embraced Gu Yanqing, inadvertently taking a step back, only to find himself teetering on the precipice. His body lost its balance and plummeted into the abyss below, a heart-wrenching roar echoing from the depths of the chasm. The sound grew fainter with distance. No! Zhao Wanjue exclaimed in shock, an unbearable ache piercing his heart. The ice lotus blue flame martial soul within his sea of consciousness whispered to him that if he could absorb Gu Yanqing's martial soul, it would undoubtedly elevate his own prowess. Yet, that hope had now been extinguished. First, the ice flame was seized by Ling Yi. And now Gu Yanqing had fallen into the abyss. This trial in the secret realm had resulted in a significant loss. Zhao Wanjue, in anguish, closed his eyes tightly. Ling Yi held Gu Yanqing tightly as they plunged downward, feeling the fierce wind howling past them, slicing through one cloud after another. The cliff was astonishingly lofty. So much so that Ling Yi lost all sense of time during their descent. Ling Yi clutched the Shinong ruler tightly, as a stream of white medicinal energy surged into Gu Yanqing's body. No, no, please. Shinong ruler, restore him to life. Ling Yi roared furiously, his voice echoing endlessly across the precipice. The divine farmer's ruler appeared to sense Ling Yi's summons, as the pure white medicinal energy surged relentlessly into Gu Yanqing's body. The wounds on Gu Yanqing's form gradually healed, and her breath became steadily more tranquil. Huff! Ling Yi felt his body collide with an exceedingly soft object, which cushioned the impact of his plummeting descent. Startled, Ling Yi swiftly turned his body, channeling strength through his waist. Ling Yi felt as though he had plunged into a soft sponge, which dulled much of the impact, yet he rebounded violently. Chaotic true energy surged forth continuously, forming a barrier of true energy around Ling Yi, shielding him from the outside world. Boom! Ling Yi fell to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Ling Yi embraced Gu Yanqing, landing on his back. Puff! Ling Yi spat blood, as the cliff was exceedingly high. Even with an obstruction, the rebound's impact was formidable. Gu Yanqing suffered a severe injury and regained consciousness. She opened her beautiful eyes, staring blankly at Ling Yi. Ling Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, chuckling softly as he asked, "Are you all right?" Gu Yanqing recalled the formidable image of Ling Yi bravely plunging into the fray, single-handedly confronting the entire trial secret realm. And her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded in response. Ling Yi immediately broke into a relaxed smile, then, with a hint of wry amusement, remarked, "Could you possibly get off me? I'm feeling a bit of pain." Although Gu Yanqing's weight pressed down on Ling Yi, the softness of her form stirred feelings of distraction within him. However, having fallen from such a height, he felt a tumultuous surge of discomfort in his chest. Gu Yanqing glanced down and noticed the intimate embrace they shared, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily extricated herself from Ling Yi's arms. It was then that she clearly observed blood flowing from Ling Yi's back, spilling forth relentlessly. Alarmed, Gu Yanqing quickly helped him to his feet, meticulously inspecting his injuries and inquiring with genuine concern about his condition. Ling Yi collided with the rock with such immense force that his skin and muscles tore apart, exposing even the bones beneath. Fortunately, it was Ling Yi, whose physique was akin to that of the ancient gods in their youth. Had it been an ordinary practitioner at the true essence realm, their flesh would have undoubtedly been obliterated. Ling Yi shook his head gently, urging Gu Yanqing not to worry. He then produced the Shinong, and a surge of white medicinal energy emanated, initiating the restoration of his injured body, silently channeling the 9-li body refinement technique. Ling Yi's physique radiated a blend of crimson and golden light. The strength of the 9-li clan is attributed to their fervent love for battle, enduring countless skirmishes. Injuries are but a daily occurrence. Yet, with each wound, the members of the 9-li clan emerge stronger, rising from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, each capable of slaying deities. After a considerable time, Ling Yi opened his eyes, fully restored, with an even greater physical prowess. "It's all right now. You need not fret," Ling Yi said with a faint smile, reassuring Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing exhaled in relief, and, upon gazing at Ling Yi's handsome visage, felt a faint flush rise to her cheeks. Ling Yi rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, discovering the extraordinary nature of this locale. It was a prominent stone platform, nestled amidst the cliffs. This platform was remarkably robust, measuring several dozens of yards in thickness. thus capable of withstanding the tremendous impact of Ling Yi's fall. Gazing upward, he beheld a towering pine tree atop the platform, its trunk so substantial that it would require the embrace of more than 10 individuals to encircle it. As Ling Yi fell, he landed atop a densely packed layer of pine needles, which cushioned his descent like a soft sponge, ultimately saving his life. However, the impact was so forceful that it shattered dozens of branches. Above, on the stone platform and the precipice, there was a cave with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. "Let us venture inside and take a look," Ling Yi suggested. "All right, I shall follow your lead," Gu Yan replied with a nod. The two unsheathed their weapons and cautiously entered the cave. In the treacherous realm of trials, danger lurked at every turn, and both were prodigious talents, well aware of the importance of caution. At the very heart of this trial realm lay the City of Secrets, where warriors had finally arrived. Unsurprisingly, it was Zhao Wenjing leading the charge, accompanied by the Burning Heaven dynasty and several lesser dynasties under his control. Having attained the 4th level of the true essence realm, Zhao Wenjing was more than capable of dominating the entire trial realm and was the first to reach the City of Secrets, a feat entirely justified. The City of Secrets, whose age was indeterminate, was modest in size yet replete with a sense of ancient grandeur. After all, a single day in the outside world equated to 10 days in the trial realm. The Song King Academy issued the Song King Order every few years. And even if a year had passed, a decade had elapsed in the trial realm. The Song King Academy had existed for an exceedingly long time, witnessing the rise and fall of countless strong individuals, making the time span of the City of Secrets even more extensive. Zhao Wenjing led his entourage into the city. "Bring the 5th young master to my quarters," Zhao Wenjing commanded as he selected a spacious room within the city. Several individuals carefully carried Zhao Wenjing's brother, Zhao Wenjing, into the room and then closed the door, leaving only the 2 brothers inside. "Fourth brother, I am in pain," Zhao Wenjing exclaimed, even though his wounds were bandaged. Blood continued to seep through. Zhao Wenjing closed his eyes and shed tears, crouching down to touch his brother's injuries. He continuously infused his true qi in an attempt to aid in his brother's recovery. However, the wounds were not only horrifically large, but they also harbored a dense aura of murderous intent, potent enough to extinguish even the divine, making them exceedingly troublesome. Thus, no matter how hard Zhao Wenjing tried, he could not heal Zhao Wenjing. "I am sorry, 5th brother. I swear to you, one day I will tear Ling Yi apart to avenge you." A flicker of ruthless intent crossed Zhao Wenjing's delicate features. "Fourth brother, I do not wish to die." Zhao Wenjing grasped Zhao Wenjing's hand tightly, crying out in terror. He was acutely aware of his own body. The wound contained an energy that rendered it incapable of healing. If this continued, even as a true Essence Realm warrior, death would merely be a matter of time. Death is not an end. It may also be a beginning. "5th brother, do you hate Ling Yi?" Zhao Wenjing suddenly inquired. "I do. I wish to shatter his flesh and consume it." Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Wenxuan, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, let out a heart-rending roar. Perhaps recalling the atrocities committed against him by Ling Yi, the fury blazing in his eyes was capable of incinerating the very heavens and the earth. "Ling Yi must perish. But you shall pay a price. Are you willing?" Zhao Wenjue spoke with a chilling demeanor. "I am willing. I am willing. I want him dead." Zhao Wenxuan's emotions escalated, blood seeping from his wounds. "Excellent. Such spirit. Truly a worthy descendant of the Zhao family." Zhao Wenjue's eyes gleamed with avarice. A blue flame lotus blossomed behind him. Suddenly, the azure lotus erupted with a strange radiance, swiftly penetrating Zhao Wenxuan's dantian. Zhao Wenxuan was taken aback as a heart-wrenching agony surged to his brain. What shocked him most was that his own elder brother would suddenly commit such a deed against him. "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Wenxuan cried out in terror. "You have persistently inquired about the unique abilities of my ice lotus blue flame, yet I have refrained from revealing them. Now, I shall disclose its primary function, to devour all energies in existence. You, a useless wretch, are on the brink of death. Why not surrender all your martial prowess to me? Rest assured, I shall avenge you by slaying Ling Yi." Zhao Wenjue's neutral visage was suffused with an eerie blue light, resembling a malevolent spirit as he addressed Zhao Wenxuan. "Zhao Wenjue, you are not human. I am your own brother." Zhao Wenxuan stood frozen, desperately clutching Zhao Wenjue's sleeve. Clad in the azure dragon flame robe, Zhao Wenxuan was powerless to tear it apart. However, his fierce grip caused blood to stream from his fingertips. "Did you not vow to pay any price to kill Ling Yi? The time has come for you to fulfill that promise." Zhao Wenjue glared fiercely at Zhao Wenxuan, his tone frigid. "I, Zhao Wenxuan hesitated, unable to fathom that the price demanded was his very life. Had he known, he would never have consented. No matter the circumstances, you are nothing but a failure. Among the Zhao family, you are the most worthless. Yet, because you are the youngest, father dotes on you the most. Why is that? Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, and I. Who among us is not a genius? Why should the most inept among us be favored by father? Zhao Wenjue grew increasingly agitated, his once fair face flushed crimson, veins bulging, his eyes aflame with anger. Zhao Wenxuan felt all his martial prowess within the dantian being drained away, leaving him utterly empty. The wounds inflicted by the Qiyu halberd gushed forth with blood. His breath grew faint, his neck tilted, and his eyes closed. After a long while, Zhao Wenjue rose, his martial prowess concealed yet immensely formidable. Merely a step away from entering the fifth realm of true essence, Zhao Wenjue bent down and removed the Xuanhua bracelet from Zhao Wenxuan's wrist, adorning it upon his own. Someone. The fifth young master has been mortally wounded by Ling Yi and has succumbed. Zhao Wenjue's voice was tinged with sorrow as he wept profusely, tears streaming down his face. Within the cave on the rocky ledge of the cliff, Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing ventured deeper into the cave, which twisted and turned in a labyrinthine fashion. They had lost track of time as they traversed the winding passages. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated their surroundings, transforming the previously dim cavern into a brilliant spectacle. Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless for a time. Before them stood a wall, embedded with a colossal spiritual stone, its size comparable to that of a human head, radiating a resplendent glow. Ling Yi had spent several days in the Trial Secret Realm, where the spirit stones guarded by the second realm of true essence beasts were roughly the size of a chicken egg. However, after Ling Yi descended into the cold pond, he ceased his hunt for the otherworldly beasts. This particular spirit stone, astonishingly large, emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy that seemed on the verge of bursting forth from the stone itself. Could such an immense spirit stone truly exist? Or was I merely dreaming? Ling Yi stammered as he spoke, yet Gu Yanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon the center of the cave. Ling Yi followed Gu Yanqing's gaze and beheld a divine sword forged from ice and snow. This sword, entirely transparent, appeared remarkably unique, resembling a spiritual artifact. Yet, Ling Yi could not discern its grade. Logically speaking, possessing the profound knowledge of the weapon master's true scripture, his understanding of the art of forging far surpassed that of an ordinary alchemist. How could he fail to perceive the grade of this ice sword? Suddenly, the sword soared into the air, emanating an extraordinarily fierce aura of murderous intent. Ling Yi's complexion changed dramatically, for the aura of malevolence was truly uncanny. When it comes to the essence of slaughter, no weapon could rival the Qiyu halberd. However, the Qiyu halberd embodies a ferocious bloodlust, whereas this icy sword exudes an air of ruthless detachment. This murderous intent not only harbors indifference towards the world, but is also capable of severing even the deepest human emotions. In a flash, the ice sword soared directly towards Ling Yi. Ling Yi was taken aback, utterly caught off guard. The swiftness was indeed astonishing. Even those at the sea transformation or celestial stronghold realms could scarcely achieve such velocity. The icy sword seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space, arriving in an instant. Ling Yi felt every hair on his body stand on end, an icy chill coursing from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. This chilling sensation was ruthless, devoid of humanity, and truly terrifying. Suddenly, the icy sword clashed against a beam of crimson light. In an instant, the infernal flames erupted with a radiant glow, effectively countering the icy sword's formidable and merciless killing intent. It was none other than the Qiyu halberd. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This Qiyu halberd was indeed his guardian deity. It had saved his life countless times. Had it not been for the Qiyu halberd sensing Ling Yi's peril and manifesting at that critical moment, his martial prowess would have rendered him incapable of evading the threat, and he would surely have been a lifeless corpse by now. The collision of the icy sword and the Qiyu halberd emitted a mournful wail, reminiscent of a human being grievously wounded. Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, doubting her own hearing. "Get out of my sight. You wretched scoundrels dare to covet my master. Open your eyes and see clearly." A thunderous roar emanated from the Qiyu halberd, its sound grand and imposing, like that of an enraged deity. Ling Yi listened intently. It was indeed the great deity Qiyu. The ice sword hastily retreated, its blade trembling incessantly, resembling an injured little dog. The demonic flames of the Qiyu spear gradually receded, returning to its usual form. "Great deity Qiyu, what has transpired?" Ling Yi curiously addressed the Qiyu spear, yet the spear remained utterly still. as if the mighty deity Taiyi had once again succumbed to slumber. Just as Ling Yi was engulfed in confusion, the ice sword pivoted towards Gu Yanqing, suddenly erupting in brilliance and launching a radiant beam towards her. Ling Yi was taken aback, grasping the Qiyu halberd in a desperate attempt to rescue Gu Yanqing. However, the Qiyu halberd failed to sense the peril surrounding Ling Yi, and thus did not respond autonomously. Just as Ling Yi regained his senses, the ice sword pierced through Gu Yanqing's body. Yanqing! Ling Yi exclaimed in astonishment, only to soon realize that Gu Yanqing bore no visible wounds. After the icy sword penetrated Gu Yanqing's body, its blade melted into water, vanishing without a trace. Gu Yanqing appeared as if under a spell, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Ling Yi was in a state of panic, urgently calling out in Gu Yanqing's ear, yet Gu Yanqing remained utterly unresponsive. Her brow furrowed deeply, and an overwhelming chill of the most sinister nature enveloped her, growing in intensity, while her martial prowess began to ascend steadily. Ling Yi was anxious for quite some time. Yet upon observing Gu Yanqing, he found that she bore no injuries. Instead, she seemed to grow increasingly powerful, leaving Ling Yi perplexed. Upon a snow-capped mountain, where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extraordinarily rich, dozens of times that of the northern wilderness, there sat a snowman amidst the swirling snow. Suddenly, its eyes flew open, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. What a gaze it possessed, akin to an ice sculpture, devoid of any emotion. Has someone inherited my legacy? Yes. Two individuals have. One has obtained my ice flame, a talent that can only be described as that of a youthful sovereign. Alas, it seems that a formidable presence has already laid claim to it. What manner of being is that, exuding the aura of ancient deities? It is far too terrifying, nearly severing my contingency plans. The other, though her talent does not match that of the ice flame's possessor, is a Naturaline body, more suited to my path. Indeed, once she matures, I shall seize her body. By that time, what is the Nye family? I will personally tear apart that wretched Nye Huayu. As the snowman gradually melted, it revealed an extraordinarily beautiful middle-aged woman. This woman bore a resemblance to Gu Yanqing, embodying the essence of an ice beauty. Yet her aura was even more merciless, a forbidding presence that warned intruders to stay away. Most astonishingly, on her stunning face, one of her eyes was hauntingly hollow. Beauty and terror melded seamlessly into one visage, leaving onlookers astounded. Back within the cavern of the trial's secret realm, Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing found themselves alone in the cave. Gu Yanqing's brow occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, as if she were contemplating some profound martial arts technique. Ling Yi waited for a while, feeling somewhat bored. Then, his gaze fell upon the spirit stone on the wall, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ling Yi retrieved the Qiyu halberd and approached the spirit stone. This spirit stone was of considerable size, comparable to that of a human head, and possessed a power surpassing that of numerous spirit stones guarded by second- and third-tier beasts of the true essence realm. Ling Yi exerted considerable effort and finally pried the large spirit stone from the wall. The material of this wall remained a mystery, as it was remarkably hard. Fortunately, the Qiyu spear was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through the rock. Otherwise, an ordinary warrior would have been left to merely gaze in awe. Ling Yi, cradling the spirit stone in his hands, was illuminated by a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Settling into a meditative posture, he commenced the operation of the chaotic yin-yang technique, drawing upon the immense spiritual energy contained within the stone. The purity of this celestial essence was astonishing, flowing ceaselessly into Ling Yi's being. Ling Yi's cultivation at the second level of the true origin realm began to gradually loosen, slowly progressing from the initial stage of the second level towards the pinnacle of the true origin realm. As time ticked away, 3 days passed. Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing were both deeply immersed in their respective martial arts training. Gu Yanqing had already ascended to the second level of the true element realm, yet she remained undeterred, striving towards the third level. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, surrounded by a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, was continuously transforming it into chaotic true energy. Yet he still lingered at the pinnacle of the second level of the true element realm. However, with each step of his cultivation, the seed of chaotic true energy grew larger, evolving from the size of an egg to nearly that of a human fist. On the 4th day, the seed of chaotic true energy morphed into a fierce dragon, surging towards the ancestral bloodline at the base of Ling Yi's spine. Pain! Ling Yi exclaimed. In an instant, he felt the divine blood of the war ancestor within him being drawn out, emanating a crimson glow as it began to assault a meridian at the back of his body. True meridian. Ling Yi marveled inwardly. The true meridian is a hallmark of martial artists in the true element realm, yet only those who have reached the third level can forge it. Upon entering the true element realm, each minor level represents a chasm of difference. The 9 levels of the true element realm are categorized as follows. Levels 1 to 3 are considered the lower 3 levels, levels 4 to 6 the middle 3, and levels 7 to 9 the upper 3. The true meridian can only be condensed by martial artists who have attained the middle 3 levels or higher. Once a martial artist in the true element realm successfully forms a true meridian, it signifies a significant advancement in their martial journey. The pulsation of the true meridian amplifies the potency of true energy, remarkably enhancing the martial artist's strength, speed, and reflexes across the board. Ling Yi, despite being only at the 2nd level of the true essence realm, can engage in battle with those at the 3rd level. However, when faced with a practitioner at the 4th level, such as Zhao Wenzong, he finds himself utterly outmatched. This disparity arises because upon entering the 4th level of the true essence realm, one becomes akin to a 3rd level practitioner, awakening their true veins, thus significantly amplifying their power. Nevertheless, by the end of the 4th day, Ling Yi had absorbed all the spiritual energy contained within a spirit stone the size of a human head. Ling Yi has yet to transcend to the 3rd level of the true essence realm. A genuine pulse flickered behind Ling Yi several times before ultimately settling into tranquility. As the blood of the war god returned to the lineage of the war ancestor, Ling Yi slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the enormous spirit stone in his hand, now devoid of its luster, and let out a sigh. Having absorbed such an abundance of spiritual energy, he could distinctly sense that this force was tenfold the amount of true qi possessed by an ordinary practitioner at the 4th level of the true Yuan realm. Even for a prodigious martial artist like Zhao Wanjiu, this energy could surpass his own by 3 or 4 times. Yet, despite such formidable spiritual energy, it inexplicably failed to propel Ling Yi to the 3rd level of the true Yuan realm. Ling Yi furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an unusual feeling within her. It was likely due to her cultivation of the chaos yin-yang technique after entering the true essence realm. The amount of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy she required had grown exponentially, several times that of an ordinary martial artist. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable that breaking through to the 3rd level of the true essence realm would be this challenging. Ling Yi recalled the nearly tangible essence of true veins that had almost materialized behind him, and a flicker of doubt stirred within his heart. Could it be that he was destined to condense the true veins? He was on the verge of entering the 3rd level of the true essence realm. The condensation of true veins at this stage had remained an unchanging law throughout the ages, and Ling Yi could scarcely believe that he might defy such a long-standing legend. Ling Yi could not help but reflect on his shattered dantian. After undergoing a rigorous reconstruction, his martial arts realm had fallen to the 3rd level of body refinement. Yet, he possessed the true energy seed that could only be cultivated at the 9th level of body refinement. Now, on the verge of entering the 3rd level of true essence realm, he was tasked with consolidating his true meridians. With the capabilities of a lower 3rd level true essence martial artist, he wielded techniques typically reserved for those in the middle 3rd level of the true essence realm. The chaotic yin-yang art, indeed a renowned secret technique of the supreme deity Dong Huang Tai Yi, placed him far ahead of ordinary martial artists, granting him extraordinary fortuity in his martial pursuits. Unfortunately, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his true meridian always seemed to fall just short of perfection. Ling Yi vaguely sensed that the issue did not stem from an insufficiency of spiritual energy. However, he remained uncertain about the precise cause. When the opportunity arises, Ling Yi feels compelled to seek out a martial arts master for a thorough inquiry. Ling Yi rose, brushing off the dust, and approached Gu Yanqing. It had already been 4 days. Had Gu Yanqing still not awakened? Ling Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Ling Yi gazed at Gu Yanqing with palpable tension. Just then, Gu Yanqing suddenly opened her eyes. Ling Yi was taken aback. For in that fleeting moment when Gu Yanqing's eyes fluttered open, he perceived that her martial realm had astonishingly ascended to the 3rd level of the true essence realm. Her gaze radiated a brilliant azure light. In that instant, Ling Yi felt an aura of ruthless detachment envelop him, a most peculiar essence that seemed to revel in annihilation, indifferent even to the sanctity of life itself. What manner of aura is this? What kind of martial prowess is at play? Ling Yi has encountered numerous ancient deities, yet he has never come across such a martial path. To sever the 7 emotions, to extinguish the 6 desires, to annihilate gods and demons, and to attain the pinnacle of martial arts. In Ling Yi's mind, a phrase suddenly emerged. After a prolonged silence, Gu Yanqing regained her composure and coldly addressed Ling. Ling Yi, how long have I been practicing? The The former Gu Yanqing possessed an aura akin to that of an ice princess, yet now she exuded a somewhat soulless demeanor, leaving Ling Yi feeling somewhat unsettled. It's been 4 days. Yanqing, are you all right? Ling Yi responded with concern. Gu Yanqing nodded, and suddenly her face broke into a smile, reminiscent of an iceberg melting under the warmth of spring. In an instant, Gu Yanqing exclaimed in astonishment, my martial arts realm? I've reached the 3rd level of true essence. Feeling the shift in her own realm, she was taken aback. She then began to circulate her true energy, and an extraordinarily sharp and chilling aura began to coalesce in her hand. Before long, she had formed a divine sword forged from ice. It was the very ice sword that had previously caused Ling Yi to break out in a cold sweat. Gazing at the sword in her hand, Gu Yanqing joyfully proclaimed, Ling Yi, look, I feel as though I've gained this divine weapon within me. It's so powerful. Do you sense anything amiss? Ling Yi recalled the peculiar scene with the ice sword and inquired with concern. No, I feel as if I have been reborn. Such formidable power, Gu Yanqing replied, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Well, as long as there is nothing amiss, that's good. Let us venture outside. We cannot remain trapped here for eternity. Ling Yi diverted the topic. The two emerged from the cave and surveyed their surroundings. The stone platform was suspended perilously on the cliffside, with no visible path leading down or scaling the precipice. What shall we do? Are we destined to be ensnared here for a lifetime? Gu Yanqing questioned. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly smacked his forehead as an idea struck him. Aha! Quickly, climb onto my back. Ling Yi urged with a hint of impatience. What? Gu Yanqing was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Could it be that in this desolate wilderness, Ling Yi intended for Gu Yanqing's fair and pristine face to gradually blossom with a delicate blush? Hurry up. I have a way. Ling Yi was oblivious to Gu Yanqing's thoughts and urged her once more. Gu Yanqing suddenly realized that Ling Yi's suggestion for her to climb onto his back was a means to escape from the stone platform. Without hesitation, her cheeks flushed. She climbed onto Ling Yi's back. Ling Yi was enveloped by a delicate fragrance that stirred his heart. He shook his head, casting aside a multitude of chaotic thoughts from his mind. Then, he channeled his inner energy, activating the 9-Li body refinement technique. Suddenly, a hand manifested from his true energy, gently supporting Gu Yanqing's thigh. Gu Yanqing, feeling bashful, lowered her head and pressed closely against Ling Yi. Ling Yi's gaze was piercing, as 2 additional hands manifested the Shinong ruler and the Qiyu halberd. Ling Yi approached the precipice, gazing upward at the seemingly boundless cliff, feeling a surge of exhilaration within. Ling Yi inserted the divine farming ruler into the stone wall with his left hand. Although the ruler was not particularly sharp, it was extraordinarily durable. The rugged cliff face, upon encountering the divine farming ruler, felt as if soft tofu met with fine iron. With his right arm, he thrust the Qiyu spear into the stone as well, exerting force with both arms to ascend a step. Hope surged within Ling Yi's heart. Thus, with Gu Yanqing on his back, Ling Yi began to scale the perilous cliff. Inch by inch, Gu Yanqing clung tightly to Ling Yi, her heart warmed. Unbeknownst to her, the image of this youth had deeply embedded itself in her heart, an indelible mark that could never be erased. 7 days later, a bloodthirsty demon tiger pursued a martial artist. This fearsome beast, a 3rd-tier entity of the true origin realm, exuded an aura of a king among beasts, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently and lesser creatures to flee in terror. The martial artist, seemingly no more than 16 or 17 years old, possessed an impressive martial prowess, having reached the 1st level of the true origin realm, qualifying him as a youthful genius. He was diminutive in stature, with a peculiar visage, his eyes small as green beans, constantly darting about, embodying the essence of a crafty rat. At this moment, the green bean-eyed martial artist wore a look of terror, his heart lamenting his misfortune, utterly perplexed as to why he had drawn the ire of such a colossal beast. With the 3rd-tier strength of the true origin realm, the beast could easily devour him in one gulp. Thankfully, the martial artist had primarily trained in agility. Although his realm was not high, his speed was remarkable, darting through the forest like a nimble monkey. Suddenly, in his panic, the green bean-eyed martial artist stumbled over a rock, crashing heavily to the ground. The bloodthirsty demon tiger, having a 2-tier advantage, relentlessly pursued him. As the martial artist fell, the tiger swiftly closed the distance, opening its massive maw to swallow him whole. This demon tiger was no ordinary beast. It stood 3 meters tall and measured 6 to 7 meters in length, capable of consuming the green bean-eyed martial artist in a single bite. Having previously encountered the demon tiger, the martial artist knew he was no match, and he bore considerable injuries. Now, feeling the foul breath emanating from the tiger's mouth, nausea washed over him as the overwhelming killing intent paralyzed his mind, momentarily rendering him incapable of resistance. It's over. My mother, your son is doomed. Green Bean stared blankly at the bloodthirsty demon tiger lunging towards him, murmuring softly, suspended in midair. The demon tiger found itself unable to move, extending a claw in an attempt to swipe forward, yet it could not reach Green Bean. Startled, the demon tiger turned to discover a strikingly handsome youth grasping its tail. Beside this youth stood an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in white. Her appearance as immaculate as fresh snow. Although the bloodthirsty demon tiger had begun to develop a semblance of intelligence, it could not fathom how. After years of traversing this trial realm, a human could directly grasp its form. Could this young man be an extraordinary beast in human guise? Given the immense strength he displayed? Green Bean shielded his face with trembling hands, crying out in terror, yet after an agonizing wait. The anticipated pain of being torn apart never came. Filled with confusion, he lowered his hands and opened his eyes, only to behold the youth smiling gently at him, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming joy surged within Green Bean. He vowed he had never encountered anyone so strikingly handsome in his life. Of course, in such a life-threatening situation, even the most unappealing man would appear uniquely charming. The youth then addressed the woman beside him, saying, Yin Qing, I will handle this beast myself. Do not intervene. The coldly beautiful woman, with an expression as impassive as ice, nodded slightly. This youth was none other than Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing spent a full 3 days ascending from the stone platform to the precipice above. This cliff towered to an impressive height, and even someone of Ling Yi's robust physique had to pause numerous times along the arduous journey. Fortunately for him, endowed with the indomitable strength of the Vajra body and the 9-Li body refining technique, his physical form was extraordinarily resilient, surpassing even that of the most formidable beasts. Perhaps only the juvenile deities from the Primordial Era could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yi. After Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing ascended to the summit of the cliff, they did not hasten towards the City of Secrets, much like their experience in the Tsangmang Mountains. They began to form a team to hunt formidable exotic beasts and seize spirit stones. Over the course of 4 days, their harvest proved to be quite abundant. Following her acquisition of the Ice Sword, Gu Yanqing not only elevated her cultivation to the 3rd level of True Essence realm, but also wielded the Ice Sword with remarkable ferocity, rendering ordinary exotic beasts of the same realm no match for her prowess. Ling Yi was greatly astonished by Gu Yanqing's transformation. However, upon closer observation, he found no signs of any abnormalities. He could only reassure himself that Gu Yanqing's strength was, indeed, a positive development. As for Ling Yi's own combat prowess, it was undeniable. Merely having entered the 2nd level of the True Origin realm, he was already capable of engaging in fierce battles against prodigies like Zhao Wenjue. Dealing with ordinary beasts at the 3rd level of the True Origin realm was effortless for him. The synergy between the two of them resulted in numerous beasts meeting their demise at the hands of this formidable duo. They even joined forces to vanquish a beast at the 4th level of the True Origin realm. Ling Yi gazed at Gu Yanqing, who had consented to his solitary battle against the bloodthirsty demon tiger. A fervent desire for combat surged in his eyes, and suddenly, an arm manifested from his body. The ancestral bloodline of the war ancestor surged with fervor, unleashing a frenzied battle intent capable of annihilating both heaven and earth and vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. In a flash of brilliance, the Chiyu halberd and the Shinong materialized. Ling Yi let out a furious roar, gripping the tail of the bloodthirsty demon tiger with one hand. With a sudden and forceful motion, he swung the beast around, sending it soaring through the air in a graceful arc before crashing down to the ground. The bloodthirsty demon tiger and its beady-eyed companions stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to fathom the extraordinary feat Ling Yi had just performed. This creature was a formidable beast, a 3rd-level entity within the realm of True Essence. Moreover, its massive body was comparable in size to a small room, weighing at least 2 to 3 tons, if not 7 or 8. Yet, in Ling Yi's hands, this colossal creature was as light as a mere toy, smashing down onto the earth with a resounding thud. To the astonishment of the beady-eyed observer, something even more extraordinary occurred. Before the bloodthirsty demon tiger could regain its bearings, it was launched into the air once again. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed as the tiger was repeatedly slammed into the ground, creating deep craters with each impact. The world felt utterly insane. Was this being truly human? Wait, 3 hands. The beady-eyed observer couldn't shake the feeling that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the legendary figure. The bloodthirsty demon tiger, now recovering from its shock, unleashed a tremendous roar. Being a powerful 3-level creature of true essence, it opened its massive jaws, summoning a surge of demonic energy that coalesced into a wave, hurtling towards Ling Yi. Unassailable, Ling Yi could not help but release his grip, wielding the Qiyu halberd to unleash the 9-li battle spear. Boom! The Qiyu halberd erupted with a fierce energy, colliding with the demonic wave emitted by the bloodthirsty demon tiger. In that moment, the ground trembled violently, with countless towering trees snapping under the immense force. A fierce contest ensued between the young man and the colossal beast, neither yielding an inch. The bloodthirsty demon tiger was secretly astonished. How could this mere 2nd-level human youth withstand the might of a true essence 3-level beast? Recalling how it had just been hurled about like a fragile chick, the tiger's frustration grew. With a furious roar, it charged towards Ling Yi, intent on tearing him apart. Come at me. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ling Yi's eyes as his 3 arms tightened their grip. He charged forward, determined to engage in a bare-knuckle brawl with the bloodthirsty demon tiger. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous collisions, akin to ancient deities vanquishing colossal beasts of primordial times. Each clash painted an epic tableau. The green-eyed warrior stood in stunned silence, questioning whether this individual was truly human. Never had he heard of a martial artist capable of matching the physical prowess of a mythical creature, let alone one that surpassed him in realm. Even the warriors of the Northern Barbarian dynasty could not hope to attain such an extraordinary level of physicality. Ling Yi and the bloodthirsty demon tiger engaged in battle for over an hour, leaving a 100-meter radius in utter disarray, scattered with the remnants of shattered trees. Ling Yi, bearing the bloodline of the war ancestor, possesses an indomitable fighting spirit that endures through the ages. The bloodthirsty demon tiger, however, finds itself increasingly weakened, its body marred by numerous wounds, drenched in crimson. The creature struggles to maintain its resolve, realizing that this human youth not only boasts an unnaturally robust physique, but also an alarming tenacity. Anxiety grips its heart, prompting the thought that it should not linger any longer. Should it remain, it fears it may meet a fate without a burial place. The presence of this tenacious human youth is already formidable, not to mention the enigmatic woman beside him, whose depths seem unfathomable. In an instant, the bloodthirsty demon tiger abandons its previous ferocity, and, like a wounded pup, it turns to flee in a state of panic. Humph, I have awaited this moment. Ling Yi let out a cold laugh. He had long sensed the intentions of the bloodthirsty demon tiger. Both the bloodline of the war ancestor and the Qiyu halberd were exceedingly sensitive to the will to battle. As the bloodthirsty demon tiger's fighting spirit gradually waned, a sense of fear began to take root within its heart, a realization that Ling Yi also perceived. Vajrarat technique. 3rd form. Unassailable attack. Ling Yi, divided in his focus, felt the vast and boundless true energy within him being violently absorbed by the divine Shinong and the Qiyu in his hands. The Shinong erupted with a surge of black and white energy, faintly echoing the roar of a furious deity. Meanwhile, the Qiyu emanated a crimson energy, its brilliance condensing into a singular point, heralding the awakening of a war god. An overwhelming battle intent, potent enough to annihilate all existence, filled the heavens. The energies of thee and the intertwined, coalescing into a dark red radiance that surged directly toward the bloodthirsty demon tiger. As the bloodthirsty demon tiger fled, it suddenly sensed a terrifying force approaching from behind. Turning its head, it was struck with fear, feeling every hair on its body stand on end. Roar. The bloodthirsty demon tiger let out a wretched cry, its voice filled with despair. A roe deer, drinking from a stream, startled at the sound, retracting its head and glancing around in panic. What was this? Had the mountain forest tiger been insulted by someone? Ling Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, for his attack had inadvertently struck the most sensitive area of the bloodthirsty demon tiger. The forceful blow landed upon an exceptionally tender spot, causing the formidable creature to collapse to the ground in a cacophony of agony. The green-eyed warrior felt a sudden tightening in his own core, a wave of urgency washing over him. Was this 3-armed fiend truly this ruthless? While killing is one thing, must one also resort to such indecorous strikes? The bloodthirsty demon tiger glared at Ling Yi with a mix of pain and profound humiliation, its neck drooping lifelessly. Boy, what is your name? Just as the green-eyed warrior stood frozen in place, Ling Yi approached him with sudden intent. I am Jiwenxiu, the 3rd prince of the Gale Empire, replied the green-eyed warrior, straightening his posture and responding with utmost respect upon seeing Ling Yi's sudden appearance. Jiwenxiu? Ling Yi nodded, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. and stated, "I am Ling Yi, the war king of the Zhantian dynasty. This is Gu Yanqing, the vice master of the Danling pavilion of the Zhantian dynasty." "Oh, I'm grateful to both of you for saving the war king," said Ji Wenqiu, who suddenly seemed to recollect something, squatting down in disbelief as he gazed at Ling Yi. "You are indeed the war king of the Zhantian dynasty?" Ji Wenqiu appeared incredulous, posing the question once more. "Yes, what of it?" Ling Yi found himself somewhat puzzled by Ji Wenqiu's words. Was he referring to the valiant warrior who, atop the precipice, single-handedly battled dozens of martial artists, vanquishing the formidable Zhao Wenxuan of the Burning Sky dynasty and fiercely contending against Zhao Wenjue? Ji Wenqiu, disregarding his trepidation, fixated intently on Ling Yi's eyes, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Ling Yi nodded slightly, then inquired with suspicion, "Is Zhao Wenxuan truly dead? I recall that he was rescued by Zhao Wenjue, and I did not personally end his life, which I find rather regrettable." Ji Wenqiu recalled the extraordinary prowess exhibited by Ling Yi with his 3 arms moments ago, and given his current demeanor, it seemed implausible that he was feigning anything. With a deep breath, he couldn't fathom that the individual before him was the very one who had stirred the tumultuous winds of change within the trial's secret realm. He has perished. Upon arriving at the City of Secrets, he succumbed to his grievous injuries, Ji Wenqiu replied. Ling Yi found it somewhat perplexing, logically, despite the severity of his injuries. It should not have led to his demise. However, several days had elapsed since the incident, and Ling Yi preferred not to dwell on it. He remarked, "It's a fitting end for such a scoundrel. I do feel a twinge of regret for not having personally reduced him to ashes." Ji Wenqiu trembled slightly, casting a fearful glance at Ling Yi. The Burning Sky dynasty was a formidable mid-tier dynasty, boasting remarkable strength within the realm of mid-tier imperial cities. Apart from a handful of superior dynasties, what other imperial powers could possibly rival the Burning Sky dynasty? With a rich history, the Burning Sky dynasty also held considerable influence within the Tsang Wangdao Institute. Without uttering a single word, Ling Yi swiftly ended Zhao Wenxuan's life, an action akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Does Ling Yi not fear the frenzied retribution of the Burning Sky dynasty? In truth, Ji Wenqiu's thoughts were not misplaced. Ling Yi's motto is one of fearless defiance, a principle that shall remain unyielding throughout his life. Ling Yi possesses the remnants of the primordial divine soul, serving as his auxiliary martial spirit, a power unmatched by the current realm. For Ling Yi, the Burning Heaven dynasty, the Crown Prince Ling Tian, and even the esteemed inner sect Elder Hua Wenjie are merely stepping stones, destined to be trampled beneath his feet. He will ascend to the so-called Central State Sacred Domain, compelling the Nie family to surrender his mother, Nie Huayu. Gu Yanqing stepped forward, joining Ling Yi in interrogating Ji Wenqiu about the events that transpired within the trial secret realm during this period. Ji Wenqiu recounted the tale with a tone laced with indignation. It turned out that after Zhao Wenxuan's demise, the 4th son, Zhao Wenjue, was consumed by grief and unleashed a wrathful storm. He sealed the entire secret realm city, imposing a toll of spirit stones upon any dynasty wishing to enter. Moreover, the Burning Heaven dynasty adopted even harsher measures against those participating in the trial, capturing several of their members and binding them within the secret realm city, denying them food and water, leaving them to endure the elements. This was a tactic intended to intimidate others within the trial realm, instilling fear and quelling any thoughts of rebellion. For the other practitioners in the trial secret realm, the actions of the Burning Heaven dynasty were excessively ruthless. Each individual seeking entry into the secret realm city was required to pay a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, failing to enter the city would mean exclusion from the Tsang Wangdao Academy, a notion that was utterly unacceptable. Who would willingly choose to remain trapped in that confined secret realm for eternity? Consequently, some weaker martial artists began to recklessly venture forth in search of spirit stones, leading to a tragic rise in fatalities as many fell prey to the jaws of ferocious beasts, resulting in an alarmingly high casualty rate. Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing, after listening, were filled with fury. Binding the people of the Zhantian dynasty to the walls of the secret realm city was utterly outrageous. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, seizing Ji Wenqiu's collar and commanding fiercely, "Take me to the City of Secrets." Ji Wenqiu was taken aback by Ling Yi's sudden outburst, and upon gazing into Ling Yi's eyes, he found them akin to those of a primordial god, ablaze with an intensity that seemed capable of consuming all in its path. A shiver coursed through Ji Wenqiu's body, and he swallowed hard, unable to resist nodding in agreement. Pressured by the two, Ji Wenqiu rose and began to lead the way towards the City of Secrets. Though he outwardly complied with Ling Yi's demands, his heart raced with trepidation. Although Ling Yi possesses an astonishing strength, the tale of his being cast off a cliff by Zhao Wenjue has spread throughout the entire trial secret realm. In terms of prowess, Zhao Wenjue is a formidable figure at the 4th level of the true origin realm, while Ling Yi is merely at the 2nd level. Even though Ling Yi may possess extraordinary talent and the capability to contend with warriors of the 3rd and 4th levels of the true origin realm, is Zhao Wenjue an ordinary fighter? He is the bearer of an unparalleled martial soul, adorned in the azure dragon flame robe, with each dragon of flame embodying the strength of a warrior of the same realm, a leading figure among the younger generation of the Burning Sky dynasty. Within this trial secret realm, he stands as an indisputable force. In the week since Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing's disappearance, the rumors surrounding Zhao Wenjue have proliferated excessively. Ji Wentiu, fearing for his own life, has been conversing with Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing throughout their journey. The city of the secret realm, which has remained closed for years, is besieged by formidable alien beasts that guard the spirit stones. Upon entering the city of the secret realm, Zhao Wenjue unleashed a thunderous onslaught against the surrounding beasts, vanquishing several 4th-level True Essence Realm creatures, and even orchestrating the demise of a 5th-level True Essence Realm beast with his subordinates. Each of these incidents struck the hearts of the martial artists in the trial secret realm like a series of resounding thunderclaps. Ling Yi felt a heavy heart. Indeed, to slay a 5th-tier beast in the true origin realm is an astonishing feat. Even if not accomplished independently, it is still remarkably terrifying. Ling Yi currently faces a typical 4th-tier beast of True Essence Realm, possessing a modicum of combat capability. However, should he encounter a 4th-tier beast with particularly formidable bloodline qualities, he may find himself outmatched. Confronting a 5th-tier beast of True Essence Realm, even with the combined efforts of Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing, they would likely meet a swift demise. After all, as one's cultivation level ascends, the disparity between each tier is akin to a chasm. Particularly between the lower 3rd and middle 3rd tiers of True Essence Realm, the gap is as vast as the heavens and the earth. It is no longer reminiscent of the body refinement realm, where exceptionally gifted martial artists could easily challenge those above their level. Yet, Ling Yi cannot retreat or flee this time. Firstly, to gain entry into the outer sect of the Donghuang Dao Academy, one must inevitably step into the secret realm city. Otherwise, the academy would not extend an invitation. Secondly, the Fengshan dynasty, due to his actions, has treated the warriors of the Dantian dynasty with utmost contempt, binding them to stone walls to endure the elements. Such a malicious tactic is exceedingly vile, if word spreads. The Dantian dynasty would become the laughingstock of the entire northern wilderness region. Concerning the dignity of the dynasty, even if Ling Yi were to perish in the secret realm city, he must not yield to fear or compromise. As the war king of the Dantian dynasty, it is his duty and responsibility to safeguard the honor and integrity of the dynasty. Outside the secret realm city, a throng of martial artists stands, all unable to afford the spirit stone fees. These individuals hail from weaker, lower-tier dynasties, their resources scarce and talents lacking. Bearing the burden of the entry fee to the secret realm city is utterly beyond their means. Yet, these people lack the capability and courage to resist. Under Zhao Wenjing's iron-fisted rule, they can only encircle the secret realm city. Above the secret realm city, 6 wooden stakes stand erect, each bound with a young boy or girl. Judging by their attire, they are indeed from the Dantian dynasty. The 8th prince, Ling Huang, the 7-kill blade, Sun Tian, along with 4 noble offspring of the Dantian dynasty who once obtained the Donghuang order. The 4 noble youths of the Dantian dynasty have long since ceased to breathe, and it is unclear how long they have been exposed to the sun. Their corpses now emit a foul odor. Fortunately, Ling Huang and Sun Tian possess relatively deeper cultivation, allowing them to endure for a while longer. However, the myriad of scars adorning their bodies reveals the inhumane torment they have suffered. Ling Huang, Sun Tian, you too possess some measure of skill. If you do not wish to share the same fate as the others, kneel and submit to our 4th young master. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance to Li Ming. He was tall and imposing, radiating an undeniable aura of integrity, with large eyes akin to bronze bells. This was Li Xiaoyang, the prodigious talent of the Li family within the Dantian dynasty. Li Xiaoyang was a contender who could have rivaled Gu Yanqing, a rare martial genius in the Li family, seldom found in a century. Alas, during the recent year-end competition of the Dantian dynasty, the extraordinary talents of Ling Yi and Ling Huang overshadowed Li Xiaoyang's brilliance, relegating him to a mere inconspicuous figure among the crowd. At this moment, However, an unexpected stroke of fortune had befallen Li Xiaoyang. For his martial prowess had astonishingly ascended to the third level of the true essence realm, placing him on par with the ice sword-wielding Gu Yanqing. I spit upon you. Traitor, I would rather die than submit to Zhao Wenjue. I am a prince, representing the Zhantian dynasty. My head may be severed, yet my knees shall never bend. Ling Huang spoke in a harsh tone, his skin cracked and his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps weakened by his condition, his voice was exceedingly soft, yet his resolve remained unwavering. His eyes filled with vigor. When it comes to national grievances and personal vendettas, one's own life has long since become a trivial matter. Sun Tian let out a cold laugh, equally enfeebled, yet remarked, My Sun family and your Li family have been loyal subjects for generations. Yet it is disheartening to see a traitor such as yourself emerge. Very well, let it be so. The title of loyal vassal shall belong solely to my Sun family. We disdain to be compared to a vile cur. Sun Tian's sharp words pierced the heart of Li Xiaoyang with every utterance. The Sun and Li families epitomized the loyal vassals of the Zhantian dynasty, with their descendants dedicating their lives to the defense of their homeland. Thus, although Sun Tian had previously held a dislike for Ling Yi, his loyalty to the Zhantian dynasty remained unwavering. Like Sun Juetian, Sun Tian aspired to be a faithful servant of the imperial court. Li Xiaoyang's complexion turned ashen, the once righteous expression on his face contorted into a grotesque snarl. As he bellowed, What do you know? Are you aware of how the Ling family has treated us, the Li family? The two regarded Li Xiaoyang with disdain. Li Xiaoyang continued to scream in madness, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. My aunt, Li Fei, married into the imperial family and bore the fourth and seventh princes. But what happened? Both my aunt and the fourth prince were cast into the cold palace, while the seventh prince was slain by that bastard Ling Yi. Even my uncle, Li Ming, devoted his life to guarding the Zhantian dynasty, yet perished in the Great Hall due to that beast Ling Yi. Given all this, how could my Li family ever support the Ling family? The Ling family's tyranny is a threat to the hearts of us vassals. When a sovereign forces his subjects to rebel, the subjects have no choice but to revolt. Bah, you are merely courting death. Ling Huang exerted all his strength to expel a thick phlegm, which flew towards Li Xiaoyang. In the midst of his furious rage, Li Xiaoyang was caught off guard and was directly hit in the face. As he touched his cheek, a sticky and utterly repulsive sensation washed over him. A wave of murderous intent surged within Li Xiaoyang's heart. This was intolerable. Even my dog is not subject to such indignities. Li Xiaoyang, you may act as you wish. A voice emerged from behind Li Xiaoyang, soft and effeminate, akin to that of a woman. It belonged to none other than Zhao Wenjue, the fourth young master of the Burning Heaven dynasty, whose demeanor was more delicate than that of a woman. Upon receiving Zhao Wenjue's endorsement, Li Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a fervent expression of joy. He bowed and nodded profusely at Zhao Wenjue, exclaiming, Thank you, young Master Zhao. He then turned to Ling Huang, his gaze filled with malice. With his vital energy circulating, a silver-white spear materialized in his hand as he coldly declared, Ling Huang, your time has come. Ling Huang, his blood boiling, unleashed a thunderous roar. Come forth, you wretched dog of the Burning Heaven dynasty. Even in my dire straits, I shall never beg for mercy from someone of your ilk. Beside him, Sun Tian, though harboring disdain for Li Xiaoyang, felt a tremor of apprehension at the latter's demeanor. The gravity of Li Xiaoyang's expression left no room for jest. Indeed, for Li Xiaoyang, taking a life within the trial realm was a matter of principle, and the Burning Heaven dynasty ought not pursue retribution in such circumstances. Furthermore, having allied himself with the formidable Zhao Wenjue, even the Emperor Tian Shao would need to tread carefully. As Sun Tian cast a wary glance at Ling Huang, he remembered that his family, the Sun clan, had been loyal subjects for generations, devotedly serving the Ling family. The audacity of Li Xiaoyang's intent to devour a prince instilled a sense of dread within him. In a fit of rage, Sun Tian bellowed, Li Xiaoyang, reveal your true abilities against me. Do not forget, Ling Huang is the eighth prince. The ancestral spirits of your Li family gaze down upon you. Li Xiaoyang merely fixed his gaze upon Ling Huang, as a radiant longsword materialized in his grasp. Sun Tian, in a state of urgency, continued, consider your lineage. Do not stray from the righteous path. This is our prince of the Burning Heaven. You are still young. Do not tread the path of crime. Ling Huang let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed to Sun Tian, cease your words. What is there to discuss with a mere dog? This beast cannot comprehend human speech. Today, I shall sacrifice my blood to battle the heavens. Should I perish, countless Ling Huangs shall rise in my stead. With a swift motion, a blade of energy sliced through the air, and a head soared high into the sky. A gasp echoed from the gathered nobles of the various empires below the city of the secret realm. Had the prince of their dynasty just been slain? Ling Huang closed his eyes. Fear of death is a universal sentiment, though he remained undaunted in the face of national duty when the moment truly arrived. A tremor coursed through his heart. After a prolonged wait, the excruciating pain he had anticipated failed to manifest. Ling Huang could no longer suppress his urge to open his eyes. He turned back, his expression transforming into one of profound sorrow as he howled desolately. No. No. Li Xiaoyang, you wretched beast. The head that had soared high into the air fell to the ground, revealing that it belonged to Sun Tian. His face still etched with astonishment. Humph. Whining and complaining. Ling Huang, I shall make you witness the demise of those around you, and you shall not escape your fate. Li Xiaoyang sneered as he observed a drop of blood sliding down the blade of his sword. You fiend. Ling Huang gritted his teeth in fury. Devils? Humph. It is your Ling family that has gone too far. Let me tell you. I have sacrificed 20 years of my life and consumed the 9 turns profound energy pill that young master Zhao Wenjue bestowed upon me. This is how I attained my current cultivation level. Not just you, but also Ling Yi, and indeed every member of your Ling family. I will eventually eradicate you all. Li Xiaoyang's eyes glimmered with increasing malice. His aura surged, reaching a crescendo that erupted in an instant. He directly broke through from the 3rd level of True Essence realm to the 4th level. The mention of the 9 turns profound energy pill sent a shockwave through all those present in the secret realm city. This miraculous pill was crafted by Zhang Tianxin, the master of the Danling Pavilion of the Burning Sky Dynasty. It allows one to exchange 20 years of their lifespan for an immense amount of true energy, thereby rapidly elevating their martial realm in a short span of time. Many martial artists, burdened with deep-seated grievances, have resorted to this exceedingly tyrannical pill in their quest for vengeance. Although it enhances their martial prowess, it consumes their lifespan, effectively diminishing their martial potential and ultimately limiting their accomplishments in the martial arts throughout their lives. No one could have anticipated that Li Xiaoyang harbored such profound hatred for Ling Yi, willing to use the 9 turns profound energy pill to elevate his own cultivation. Ling Huang gazed incredulously at Li Xiaoyang. Li Xiaoyang raised his sword high, his inner energy surging, reaching the 3rd level of the True Essence realm. His right hand shimmered with brilliance, a meridian pulsating with vibrant light. Ling Huang, you are my token of loyalty to the 4th young master, Zhao Wenjue, Li Xiaoyang bellowed, lifting his sword high, poised to deliver a decisive strike upon Ling Huang's head. Ling Huang tightly shut his eyes, awaiting the imminent embrace of death. Zhao Wenjue offered a faint smile, a cruel glimmer flickering in his eyes. Infusing his true energy into the sword, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The blade surged forth like a brilliant river of stars, shimmering with celestial light, illuminating the heavens. Li Xiaozong, a paragon among warriors, had expended his life force to elevate his martial prowess, achieving the 4th level of the true origin realm. The might he unleashed astonished all present. What manner of sword technique is this? It is truly terrifying. Some gasped in shock. Furthermore, it was imbued with the essence of the Star River's sword intent, rendering this technique exceptionally formidable. Others rushed to spread the word. Yet, Zhao Wenjue merely smiled, remaining silent. Li Xiaozong was indeed a once-in-a-century genius of the Li family, having encountered fortuitous circumstances in his youth that granted him a rare 4th-grade profound sword technique, the Star River sword technique. However, prior to this moment, during the year-end competition, he had yet to enter the true origin realm and was unable to practice this technique. Now, having attained the initial 4th level of the true origin realm and awakened his true veins, he unleashed the timeless Star River sword technique. In an instant, it became overwhelmingly powerful, such that even an ordinary warrior at the 4th level of the true origin realm would likely retreat in fear. Today, a prince of the Battle Heaven dynasty shall meet his demise. All eyes were fixed on this strike, imbued with the twinkle of stars, as they pondered its implications. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn apart echoed. Just as the sound emerged, a long spear, radiating a blood-red light, surged forth, arriving before Ling Huang. The spear blazed with crimson brilliance, enveloped in demonic flames, as if intent on annihilating all in its path. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the secret realm city. All warriors covered their ears, gazing in terror at the unfolding chaos. The spear descended like an ancient deity of slaughter, obliterating the vast starry expanse in a mere breath. In bygone days, Qi was heralded as the foremost god of war, capable of shattering a star with a single punch and fracturing the void with a mere kick. Now, With the arrival of Qi Yu's spear, how could it possibly be compared to Li Shaotsung's Star River Sword technique? Li Shaotsung's sword strike was thwarted, his true energy rebounding. As he staggered backward, astonished by the spectacle before him, the Qi Yu spear merely needed to intercept this strike to slice through the sky. Heading toward the secret realm city below, Li Shaoyang, this king demands your life. A booming roar echoed, the sound transforming into a tempest that surged forth for hundreds of meters, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Who, merely with a roar, could wield such might? Could it be the offspring of a primordial divine beast? How else could one possess such formidable strength? The crowd gazed in astonishment. Ling Yi, Li Shaoyang bellowed. Casting his gaze upon the newcomer below, Zhao Wanjue, who had previously appeared calm and collected, now wore a look of disbelief. What? This fellow is still alive. Why has he not perished? I distinctly witnessed him plummet alongside Gu Yanqing into the abyss below. Yet, he did not perish. Indeed, this bodes well. As I can seize his ice flame, Zhao Wenjue's countenance darkened as he observed two figures emerge behind Ling Yi. One was tall and elegant, clad in garments as white as snow, with an ethereal visage. The other was diminutive, timid, yet possessed eyes akin to two small green beans, which appeared rather amusing. It was none other than Gu Yanqing and Ji Wantiu. Upon catching sight of Gu Yanqing, Zhao Wenjue's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling the increasingly formidable chill emanating from her. Revealing his avarice, Li Shaoyang, bind Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing for me, Zhao Wenjue commanded abruptly. Li Shaoyang, sensing the immense power surging within him, let out a sinister chuckle and leaped down from the towering heights of the secret realm city. He descended like a falling leaf, effortlessly landing gracefully upon the ground. Despite weighing over 100 pounds, this display of levity and handling such weight left onlookers outside the secret realm city utterly astonished. It indicated that Li Shaoyang's control over his body had reached its zenith, and his comprehension of martial arts surpassed that of ordinary individuals. With a sword in hand, Li Shaoyang approached Ling Yi, grinning malevolently as he declared, Prince of War, I have arrived. I hope you will graciously impart your teachings and hold nothing back. Prince of War? Ling Yi? The crowd began to murmur, their voices rising in a cacophony of speculation. Who is this person? He stands undaunted before Li Shaoyang and Zhao Wenjue. With unyielding fortitude, he is a true hero. This man is Ling Yi, the war prince of the War Heaven dynasty. On that fateful day atop the cliff, he battled dozens of martial artists, slaying the fifth young master of the Burning Heaven dynasty, Zhao Wenxuan, and contending fiercely with the fourth young master, Zhao Wenjue. What an incredible Ling Yi, his combat prowess is unparalleled. But at this moment, can he withstand Li Shaoyang, who has consumed the 9 revolutions mysterious energy pill, and the unfathomably skilled Zhao Wenjue? It seems precarious. One might end up like Sun Tian, alas, such a fine man, never to meet again. Many sighed in lament. On one hand, they admired Ling Yi's audacity in challenging the entire Burning Heaven dynasty. On the other, they deemed his actions exceedingly foolish. Within the secret realm city, Ling Huang, having witnessed Ling Yi save himself, felt immense joy at having survived. Upon realizing that his 9th brother was alive, he exclaimed in surprise, 9th brother? You're alive. Splendid, splendid. You must flee. Preserve the strength of our War Heaven dynasty, and in the future, avenge us. Ling Yi revealed her pearly white teeth and burst into hearty laughter, addressing Ling Huang. Elder brother, why not take a nap up there? Allow me to pluck these odd and unworthy fruits, cleanse them, and present them to you as a ball to kick. Ling Huang, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears of pride and proclaimed, I appreciate your kindness. However, you must depart first. With your extraordinary talent, it won't take long for you to eliminate all these beasts. But for now, we cannot afford to sacrifice ourselves. Ling Yi smiled without uttering a word, turning his gaze towards Li Shaoyang. Li Shaoyang also glared fiercely at Ling Yi. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, his vital energy swirling as strands of golden light began to flow through his body, manifesting a third arm. In a flash of brilliance, he wielded the Qi Yu halberd in both hands, while grasping the Shinong ruler with one. Li Shaoyang, I once esteemed you as a person of extraordinary talent during my time in the battle of the Heavenly Empire. Yet, to my astonishment, despite your remarkable gifts, your backbone lacks integrity. A fine individual like yourself chooses to act as a mere hound for others. A chilling glint surged in Ling Yi's eyes as he coldly addressed Li Shaoyang. Silence. I shall avenge my family, the Li clan, Li Shaoyang retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger. In an instant, he leaped forward, unleashing the formidable power of his newly attained 4th stage of the true Yuan realm. Resembling an ancient deity of slaughter awakening from slumber, causing the onlookers to retreat in alarm. Many sought refuge behind trees, fearful of the potential backlash from the impending battle. At this moment, Li Xiaoyang's martial prowess stood unrivaled, second only to Zhao Wenzheng, marking him as one of the premier experts within the mystic realm city. His true qi surged and roiled, creating a cacophony in the air behind him. As his true veins pulsed with vigor, his presence intensified dramatically. For a practitioner at the third stage of the true Yuan realm, facing a warrior below the third stage was akin to a massacre. Such overwhelming might. Was there anyone capable of contending with it? It was over. Today, Ling Yi was destined to perish. And the battle Heavenly Dynasty was poised to suffer a complete downfall in this year's Mystic Realm trial. A collective sigh arose from the crowd as they began to lament for Ling Yi. Ling Yi was somewhat astonished. He had never anticipated that Li Xiaoyang, at the fourth level of the True Essence realm, could possess such formidable prowess. It seems that Zhao Wenji had not yet unleashed his full strength back then. Otherwise, Ling Yi would likely have been unable to withstand more than a few exchanges before facing defeat. Ling Yi let out a cold sneer, channeling his formidable cultivation at the pinnacle of the second realm of True Essence. The chaotic yin-yang true qi erupted from his body, emitting an aura of profound cold and unyielding darkness. This force was exceptionally peculiar, arguably the most extreme yin energy in existence. In comparison to Gu Yanqing, it possessed a distinct quality. Gu Yanqing's true qi was sharp and merciless, characterized by its chilling attributes. In contrast, the yin energy wielded by Ling Yi emanated from the chaotic yin-yang formula, the foremost technique of the Eastern sovereign Taiyi. Although Ling Yi's chaotic yin-yang art also embodies the essence of utmost yin energy, it encapsulates the primordial life force of the universe, rendering it the progenitor of all yin attributes. In the city of the secret realm, Zhao Wenju felt increasingly alarmed as he sensed Ling Yi's true qi. During their previous confrontation, he had not fully appreciated the extraordinary nature of Ling Yi's energy due to Zhao Wenxian's influence. However, after several days apart, it seemed that Ling Yi's true qi had grown even more refined, exuding an air of sovereign supremacy that felt entirely distinct from before. This transformation was understandable, as Ling Yi had absorbed a vast amount of spirit stones, elevating his martial prowess and subtly awakening his true meridians. The chaotic yin-yang art involves a transformation of attributes at each major realm, with the body refinement realm embodying utmost yang and the true essence realm embodying utmost yin. Upon reaching the third level of the True Essence realm, the early condensation of true meridians signifies a genuine entrance into the realm of mastery. The avarice etched upon Zhao Wenju's face grew increasingly pronounced as his thirst for Ling Yi's true qi reached an unparalleled zenith. Even Gu Yanqing no longer captured his attention. Li Xiaoyang exuded an overwhelming aura, swirling his longsword to create a dazzling display before coldly proclaiming, "Star River shatters the heavens." True qi surged forth from the sword, transforming into a howling blade of energy. A body refinement realm warrior at the 9th level could only unleash a single sword strike infused with true qi. In contrast, Li Xiaoyang, harnessing his true meridians, unleashed over a dozen sword energies with a mere flick of his hand. Ling Yi let out a cold snort, and 3 arms suddenly extended, revealing the Shinnong ruler and Qiyu halberd, the Vajra ruler technique. Third form, Ling Yi let out a furious roar, unleashing a tremendous force of 37,000 pounds. The chaotic true energy transformed into the essence of the Shinnong, striking directly against the sword energy. Boom! The clash of their attacks generated a tempest, sending the surrounding yellow sand swirling wildly. The two engaged in combat, creating a spectacle of flying stones and dust, obscuring the vision of onlookers. Ling Yi felt increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed, every bone and muscle in his body tensed. The formidable Li Xiaoyang, who had awakened his true veins, was truly terrifying. His strength and speed far surpassed those of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the True Essence realm. After several exchanges, Ling Yi found himself struggling more and more in the fight. Ling Yi's arms resonated with a sound akin to the roar of dragons and the howls of tigers, as the Qiyu halberd unleashed an unparalleled ferocity, channeling every ounce of his strength into a relentless strike aimed at Li Xiaoyang. A surging torrent of true energy erupted from Ling Yi's Qiyu halberd, manifesting as an invisible tempest. Even from 5 meters away, the fierce winds billowed Li Xiaoyang's robes, causing them to flutter and resonate. Li Xiaoyang's true veins radiated with brilliance, exuding a profound pressure as he wielded his sword, causing scintillating stars to dance around him, thus neutralizing Ling Yi's formidable assault. With a sudden leap forward, Li Xiaoyang unleashed the full force of his cultivation at the 4th level of the True Element realm. The Star River Sword technique was executed, emitting a sword intent imbued with the essence of the galaxy. To the onlookers, it seemed as though a cascade of starlight filled the heavens, rendering them unable to gaze directly upon the spectacle. Ling Yi glared at Li Xiaoyang, observing the radiant true vein upon his arm. In that moment, he grasped the immense power wielded by a fourth-tier martial artist of the true origin realm. Suddenly, Ling Yi felt the chaotic true energy surging wildly as the bloodline of the war ancestor began to extract itself, subtly manifesting a faintly visible true vein behind him. Ling Yi felt an overwhelming surge of indomitable battle spirit soaring into the heavens. Unassailable in attack. Starry River Sword Technique. Ling Yi resembled a formidable deity, unleashing havoc upon the heavens and the earth, as he clashed with Li Xiaoyang wielding the Qiyu halberd. Boom! Li Xiaoyang's face was a mask of disbelief, for he discerned a faintly shimmering true vein behind Ling Yi, ethereal and not yet solidified. Yet, upon making contact with this ephemeral true vein, Li Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent, realizing that his own true vein could barely unleash a third of its full potential. He was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth, grievously wounded. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? The second level of the true essence realm, Ling Yi, had actually sent the fourth level, Li Xiaoyang hurtling away with a direct strike? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback, as if the true pulse he was about to manifest had absorbed the bloodline of the war ancestor. The bloodline of the war ancestor, which derived from the god of war, possessed an unparalleled combat intent that could actually suppress Li Xiaoyang's true pulse. In that instant, Ling Yi swiftly retracted the Shinong ruler and the Qiyu halberd. Everyone was left in astonishment. How could Ling Yi have put away his martial soul? Could it be that he had suddenly lost his mind and intended to take his own life? Li Xiaoyang was equally perplexed, sword in hand, ready to unleash the galaxy sword technique, only to have his wrist seized with astonishing speed by Ling Yi. Li Xiaoyang's countenance changed dramatically as a searing pain coursed through his wrist, akin to being caught in the jaws of an immensely powerful divine beast, gripping him tightly. He attempted to move his arm but found himself utterly immobile. The light of the true pulse on his right arm flickered, ready to activate, yet Ling Yi snorted coldly, causing the illusory true pulse of the god of war behind him to pulse subtly. Li Xiaoyang felt his true pulse dim, unable to unleash any formidable power. Ling Yi, you. Li Xiaoyang truly could not comprehend Ling Yi's intentions. As he prepared to strike with his other hand, it was once again firmly pinned down by Ling Yi. Slap! A distinct handprint appeared on Li Xiaoyang's originally fair face, abruptly interrupting his words. I slap. Ling Yi swung his third arm, delivering a fierce blow to Li Xiaoyang's face. Ling Yi possesses remarkable strength, having ascended to the second layer of the true essence realm, with his pure energy reaching an astounding 14,000 pounds. After absorbing immense spirit stones, he has attained the pinnacle of the second layer of the true essence realm, further amplifying his strength to an impressive 14,000 pounds. Each resounding slap landed forcefully upon Li Xiaoyang's face. Smack, smack, smack. Ling Yi remained silent, his eyes icy, delivering a series of sharp slaps that resonated with a crisp sound. The crowd felt a searing pain on their own faces, involuntarily touching their cheeks. Although Li Xiaoyang had honed his physical form within the body refinement realm, his focus shifted predominantly to the sword path after reaching the true essence realm. Thus, pure physicality was not his forte. After delivering a total of 18 slaps, Li Xiaoyang's face became grotesquely swollen, his skin cracking and oozing dark red blood. The flesh on his face was so severely struck that it was torn away, exposing his teeth. The excruciating pain on Li Xiaoyang's face, coupled with the humiliation of being struck, ignited a whirlwind of emotions within him, leading to a wretched howl of despair. A chilling breeze emanated from his hollowed visage, brushing against his teeth and bones. Humph! When disciplining a dog, one must consider its master. Open the city gates and let everyone out. Annihilate Ling Yi. Zhao Wanjue's expression darkened, fully aware of Ling Yi's formidable prowess. He had contemplated that Li Xiaoyang would not stand a chance against Ling Yi. Yet, Zhao Wanjue believed that Li Xiaoyang was resourceful enough to pose some trouble for Ling Yi. He never anticipated that Li Xiaoyang would not only be outmatched but utterly powerless against Ling Yi's onslaught. The gates of the secret realm city swung wide open, as dozens of warriors from the Burning Heaven dynasty led hundreds of warriors from other dynasties pouring forth. Ji Wenxiu, with his beady eyes, observed Ling Yi mercilessly striking Li Xiaoyang and felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head, marveling at the sheer ferocity of this individual. Soon after, witnessing hundreds of warriors charging towards Ling Yi, a tremor coursed through him. Could Ling Yi, no matter how powerful, truly withstand such a multitude of warriors? Ling Yi gazed upon the hundreds of warriors charging forth, resembling a dark cloud looming ominously, as if a tempest was about to engulf the city. Ling Yi felt no fear in her heart. Today, regardless of who approaches, even if it were a deity, no one could save Li Xiaoyang. Who dares to step forward? Ling Yi stepped forward, grasping Li Xiaoyang as if he were a mere rag doll, and let out a roar. This outburst resonated like the wrath of the heavens, causing hundreds of warriors to startle, their bodies trembling and their footing unsteady, compelling them to halt involuntarily. Throughout history, the momentum of battle has always held paramount importance. Ling Yi was not formidable enough to rival hundreds of martial artists. Rather, it was his overwhelming presence that instilled fear in all. Do not be afraid. He is but one man. Can he truly surpass the fourth young master Zhao Wenjue? Let us confront him together. We shall surely vanquish him. A slender martial artist from the Burning Sky dynasty fervently rallied the crowd. Upon hearing this, the hundreds of martial artists began to find some merit in his words and gradually converged towards Ling Yi. Not all of them hailed from the Burning Sky dynasty. Many were compelled to obey Zhao Wenjue due to his dominion over the city of the secret realm. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let me make this clear. Anyone who dares to strike me today shall become my enemy. Even if Li Xiaoyang does not perish, he shall not be spared. No one can save him, mark my words. Ling Yi's eyes glowed crimson as he swung his arms in wide arcs, transforming into a flurry of dark shadows that struck relentlessly against Li Xiaoyang's face, causing blood and flesh to fly in a chaotic spectacle. Li Xiaoyang lay like a lifeless dog, his head battered to the point of exposing fragments of white bone. Hundreds of martial artists gasped in horror if this continued. Even Li Xiaoyang, a practitioner at the fourth level of true essence, would be brutally beaten to death by Ling Yi, and the wrath of Zhao Wenjue would be unfathomable. As predicted, a flicker of anger appeared on Zhao Wenjue's effeminate face, his expression resembling that of a malevolent specter from the depths of hell. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In an instant, several dozen martial artists who were about to encircle and eliminate Ling Yi fell to the ground. Those warriors stared in bewilderment at the gaping wounds on their bodies, approximately the width of a thumb, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. A chilling aura had severed all semblance of life. Some warriors transformed into ice sculptures before collapsing with a resounding crash. The hundreds of martial artists were stunned. Their advance abruptly halted. Before them stood a woman clad in white, as pure as snow, with an ethereal beauty. She exuded an icy demeanor, radiating an aura of ruthless determination, seemingly indifferent not only to the slaughter of the masses but even to her own existence. This was Gu Yanqing. In her hands, she wielded a completely transparent ice sword and a pristine white lotus. The white lotus was Gu Yanqing's martial soul, which she had been unable to control since childhood. However, intriguingly, ever since she acquired the ice sword, she had gained mastery over her martial soul. Zhao Wenjue, perched atop the city wall, could no longer contain his ecstatic delight upon witnessing Gu Yanqing's ice sword and white lotus. His previously sullen expression transformed into one of sheer joy. The hundreds of martial artists gazed at Gu Yanqing, none daring to underestimate her simply because she was a woman. For Gu Yanqing had reached the pinnacle of the third level of true essence. The ice sword and white lotus she held seemed to manifest as her martial souls. Was she yet another dual-soul martial artist? Everyone felt as if a heavy stone pressed against their hearts. A dual-soul martial artist was a blessing for any dynasty. The Zhang dynasty, though weak and resource-deprived, was graced with two such exceptional practitioners, Ling Yi and Gu Yanqing. This was nothing short of astounding. Gu Yanqing regarded the hundreds of martial artists with a cold gaze, unperturbed. Her aura of ruthlessness sent shivers down their spines. Brothers, charge forth. The Prince of War and Lady Gu have already shielded us from the enemy. If we wish to step into the secret realm city, let us unite our efforts to overthrow Zhao Wenjue's tyrannical rule. In the distance, a beady-eyed figure, sly and scheming, led a throng of martial artists towards Gu Yanqing. This was the cleverness of Ji Wenxiu. Although Ji Wenxiu was merely a first-level true essence practitioner, a single strike from Li Xiaoyang could easily dispatch him. He was in no position to confront hundreds of martial artists like Gu Yanqing could. However, beyond the city of the mystic realm, there exists a multitude of martial artists, much like Ji Wenxiu, who are feeble and incapable of paying the spirit stones required for entry. Seizing the opportunity while Ling Yi and Li Xiaoyang were engaged in battle, Ji Wenxiu rallied the martial artists outside the mystic city to assist Ling Yi in opposing Zhao Wenjue. Otherwise, it would seem that they would never escape the trials of the mystic realm in their lifetimes. Entering the mystic city is a matter of great significance to each individual, and these weaker martial artists comprehend that it is their moment to contribute. Kill. Countless martial artists from outside the mystic city surged toward the hundreds led by the Burning Sky dynasty. In an instant, the throng collided. Various palm techniques, fist strikes, and sword energies intertwined in a chaotic display. Although the number of martial artists outside the mystic city far exceeded that of the hundreds from the Burning Sky dynasty, most of those remaining outside were at the first level of the true element realm, rendering them significantly weaker. It is fair to assert that a martial artist capable of residing within the mystic city could single-handedly contend with 10 from outside. Consequently, as the melee commenced, the martial artists outside suffered heavy casualties and were pushed back relentlessly. Gu Yanqing let out a cold snort, and a white radiance began to swirl in her eyes as her form transformed into a streak of white light, plunging into the fray. With an ice sword in her right hand and an ice lotus in her left, the pinnacle of her cultivation at the third level of the true element realm erupted forth. Wherever she passed, neither the first nor the second level true element realm martial artists stood a chance against her might. Gu Yanqing resembled a female Azura incarnate, mercilessly reaping the lives of countless martial artists. With Gu Yanqing's assistance, the martial artists outside gradually regained their momentum and began to suppress those from within the city. Ling Yi gazed upon the deformed figure of Li Xiaoyang before him, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Grant me a swift end, Your Highness, the War King. Despite being reduced to a state where hardly any flesh remained on his face, Li Xiaoyang, a formidable warrior of the fourth realm of true essence, still clung to life with tenacity. In his feeble state, he managed to utter, albeit weakly and with a breathless tone, I tell you, those who offend the warriors of Zhantian shall meet with inevitable retribution, near or far. Ling Yishuang's eyes blazed like lightning as she cast a furious gaze upon Zhao Wanjue, who stood majestically upon the city wall. She lifted her hand high, revealing a divine measuring tool, the Shinong ruler, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Li Xiaoyang's skull. No. Zhao Wanjue's complexion shifted dramatically, his hair stirring as if caught in an unseen gale. The brilliance of his azure dragon flame robe surged forth, and in an instant, he transformed into an ethereal shadow, rushing towards Ling Yishuang. Ling Yi struck mercilessly towards Li Xiaoyang's head. Bang! Ling Yi struck Li Xiaoyang, but not at his head, rather at his shoulder. Zhao Wenjing moved with such swiftness that he resembled a great blue rock, reaching Li Xiaoyang's side in the blink of an eye. As Zhao Wenjing pulled Li Xiaoyang away, he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Despite this, Ling Yi's force was undeniably formidable. Upon impact with Li Xiaoyang's shoulder, he momentarily lost all sensation in his scapula. Fourth young master, the flesh and blood skeleton of Li Xiaoyang, gazed gratefully at Zhao Wenjing. Noticing that Li Xiaoyang had survived, Zhao Wenjing exhaled a sigh of relief. You fool! Do you think I care about your life or death? I am concerned about my 9-turn profound energy pill, Zhao Wenjing declared fiercely. Li Xiaoyang failed to comprehend Zhao Wenjing's intentions. Suddenly, Zhao Wenjing's peculiar ice lotus blue flame martial soul reappeared, gently quivering and emanating wisps of azure energy. As this azure energy spread, Li Xiaoyang was startled to discover that within his dantian, azure energy began to surge forth relentlessly. This energy manifested rapidly, growing at an astonishing pace, and in an instant, it enveloped all of Li Xiaoyang's true qi. To his horror, Li Xiaoyang realized that his true qi seemed to be beyond his control. With a flick of his finger, Zhao Wenjing released Li Xiaoyang's true qi, transforming it into seeds of true qi that began to flow into Zhao Wenjing's fingers. Idiot! The 9-turn profound energy pill you consumed was specially crafted by Zhang Tianshan at my behest. It contains a trace of my martial soul's energy, allowing it to absorb all your true qi once your martial realm surges. Zhao Wenjing inhaled Li Xiaoyang's true qi, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Li Xiaoyang felt his life slipping away rapidly, his eyes widening as he clutched Zhao Wenjing desperately. Then, with a final release, he collapsed to the ground. Even in death, he could not fathom why aligning himself with Zhao Wenjing, which should have promised a boundless future, ultimately led to his ruin. Zhao Wenjing's aura grew increasingly powerful, his momentum rising as he began to ascend from the pinnacle of the 4th level of the true origin realm towards even greater heights. Boom. 5th level of the true origin realm. Zhao Wenjing felt the surging power within him, his right hand's true vein shimmering brilliantly, while the left hand's true vein was faintly taking shape. The 5th level of the true origin realm, the 3rd level within it, wielded a force capable of sweeping through the trial's secret realm. However, he had not fully broken through to the 5th level. It could only be considered a half-step into the 5th level, a state that could be sustained for merely an hour. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for me to slay you all. Once I absorbed both you and Gu Yanqing, I shall likely reach a terrifying height. Zhao Wenjing licked his lips, his delicate and alluring face brimming with avarice. For Zhao Wenjing, the likes of Yun, Zhao Wenxuan, and Li Xiaoyang were merely appetizers, while Gu Yanjing and Ling Yi were the true delicacies, a feast for the soul. Ling Yijin gazed in astonishment at Zhao Wanjue, realizing that this Zhao Wanjue not only utilized women as vessels to absorb their cultivation, but did not even spare men from his insatiable appetite. Ling Yi, whose body trembled, as if a thought of Zhao Wenxuan had crossed his mind. On that day, upon defeating Zhao Wenxuan, although the latter was gravely injured, how could a practitioner of the true essence realm succumb to death from such bodily harm? Could it be that you have absorbed Zhao Wenxuan's martial prowess as well? Ling Yi suddenly spoke. Zhao Wenjue was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anguish manifesting in his eyes. Very well, I shall reveal the truth to you. He has indeed become a part of my cultivation. In the end, Zhao Wenjue sighed and responded to Ling Yi. The immense power of the half-step true essence 5th level was overwhelming, leading Zhao Wenjue into a state of disorientation. To him, Ling Yi was merely a pawn to be manipulated, incapable of stirring any significant waves. You beast! How could you even spare your own younger brother? Ling Yi never anticipated that such malevolent individuals existed in this world. The betrayal among kin and the usurpation of a younger brother's cultivation is indeed appalling. Today, those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Zhao Wanjue, resembling a devastating deity, coldly declared from atop the mystical city. All combat ceased as they gazed upon Zhao Wanjue, who bore an aura akin to that of a celestial being, a heavy silence settling over each heart. What do you mean by that? Fourth young Master Zhao. A formidable warrior from outside the city stepped forth, exuding power, having attained the 2nd level of true essence realm. He was among the strongest of the external warriors, possessing an upright demeanor and a face brimming with righteousness, capable of entering the mystical city. He nevertheless refused to submit to Zhao Wanjue's tyrannical reign and thus chose to remain outside. With a mere wave of his hand, Zhao Wanjue summoned forth a blue flame dragon, 4th level of true essence realm. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. The might of this blue flame dragon was not merely at the initial stage of the 4th level, but rather in the later stages of the true essence realm. A feat that was simply unimaginable. The dragon surged forth with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of azure light that lunged at the righteous warrior. Armed with a spirit blade, the warrior barely had time to react before being overwhelmed by the blue flame dragon. Its maw, ablaze with azure flames, clamped down upon the warrior with a ferocity that left only a heap of bones in its wake, all flesh having been incinerated to cinders. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. So this was Zhao Wanjue's prowess, an artist of martial arts at the brink of the 5th level of true essence realm, capable of annihilating the entire trial realm should he so desire. Zhao Wanjue let out a cold chuckle, infusing his true chi into the azure dragon robe. 1, 2, 3, 4. For blue flame dragons surged forth, each attaining the 4th level of true essence realm. The dragons entwined in the air, gradually merging into a colossal blue flame dragon, whose martial prowess had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of true essence realm. Ling Yi's expression darkened as he took a step back. Was it this move again? The last time, he had been cast down the cliff by this very technique. However, on that occasion, Zhao Wenjue had summoned merely 3 azure flame dragons, which Ling Yi could not withstand. This time, though, there were 4 azure flame dragons. Even with his significantly enhanced strength, Ling Yi felt a profound sense of uncertainty. Ling Yi, I present to you a grand gift. Zhao Wenjue bellowed as the azure flame dragons roared towards the heavens, clawing their way menacingly toward Ling Yi. One of these azure flame dragons measured over 10 meters in length, with a head the size of a human. Its entire body was enveloped in azure flames, exuding a chilling aura, yet capable of burning at low temperatures. Truly astonishing. Ling Yi was astonished, realizing that the azure dragon flame robe worn by Zhao Wenjing was a formidable spiritual artifact, capable of transforming true energy into a fire dragon. However, to manifest true essence into form was a technique only attainable at the sea transformation realm. This azure dragon flame robe was indeed extraordinary, unassailable in attack. Ling Yishuang's feet struck the ground, causing the earth to split open, revealing 2 fissures over 10 feet long. 3 arms grasped the weapon of the martial spirit. The Chiyu halberd ascended towards the heavens, erupting with a fierce crimson light. The technique, known as unassailable assault, is the most formidable single-target offensive art of the Jiuli clan. When wielded by the great deities of the Jiuli, Even the most unyielding materials in the cosmos would crumble before it, akin to the frailty of tofu. As Ling Yi became increasingly adept at wielding the Qiyu spear, his comprehension of the second form of the Jiuli spear deepened significantly, though he had not yet mastered it. Its power was no longer comparable to that of his earlier attempts. Battle. Ling Yi's ancestral bloodline began to awaken, a faint true vein manifesting along his spine, radiating a subtle warmth, as an overwhelming combat spirit surged forth. Boom! The Qiyu halberd clashed against the azure flame dragon, causing the dragon to erupt in a dazzling display of flames, letting out a mournful cry. Ling Yi also found himself in a difficult situation, feeling the oppressive energy of the azure flame dragon's fire, which left him breathless and uncomfortable. However, as the inheritor of the ancient war god Qiyu's legacy, his combat instincts were exceptionally sharp. In that instant, without allowing the azure flame dragon to react, Ling Yi brandished the Shinong, drawing close to the body of the azure flame dragon, intent on inflicting greater damage through close combat. Ling Yi enveloped himself in icy flames, the third form of the Vajra rod technique. At this moment, Ling Yi's physical strength had reached an astonishing 15,000 pounds. When he unleashed the third form of the Vajra measuring rod technique, his strength soared to over 37,000 pounds. With this strike, an immense force surged forth, causing the air to crackle and pop. Boom! The azure flame dragon suddenly exhaled a torrent of fire, colliding with the Qi transformed from the Vajra measuring rod, producing a sound that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Zhao Wenjua's expression changed drastically. He never anticipated that in just a week's time, Ling Yi had grown to such formidable heights. The azure flame dragon let out a wail, seemingly at a disadvantage. Zhao Wenjua snorted coldly. Just a few days ago, Ling Yi had been unable to contend with his 3-dragon fusion. Now, however, he could match him in combat with a 4-dragon fusion, which was truly terrifying. If he were to continue growing at this rate, what might happen? With a cold snort, Zhao Wenjua mobilized his true qi, unleashing it all to summon a 5th azure flame dragon into existence. This 5th dragon appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking the solidity of the previous forms. The azure flame dragon robe was indeed powerful, capable of summoning fire dragons of the same realm to attack. For someone like Zhao Wenjua, who was at the 5th level of the true essence realm, summoning 5 azure flame dragons of the same tier raised the question, who among warriors of the same realm could stand against him? However, the azure flame dragon robe was not without its limitations. The restriction lay in the fact that only with a solid foundation in true essence could one summon the corresponding number of azure flame dragons. For instance, Zhao Wenjua, at present, was merely at a half step into the 5th level of the true essence realm due to absorbing the cultivation of others. The summoned dragons were not truly at the 5th level, but rather mostly at the later stages of the 4th level. The 5th azure flame dragon appeared equally insubstantial, lacking the solid form of the earlier ones. Zhao Wenjua was presently only at a half step into the 5th level of the martial realm, a state of instability that made using this technique a considerable burden on himself. Yet, the threat posed by Ling Yi was too great to ignore, compelling him to go all out. Even if it meant incurring some cost, he was determined to eliminate Ling Yi. Upon the integration of the 5th azure flame dragon, the 5 dragons fused into one, transforming into a vivid and lifelike azure flame dragon. Not only did its momentum amplify, but its form also grew larger and more agile, resembling a living true dragon. The advantage that Ling Yi once held began to wane instantaneously. Rip! Ling Yi swiftly evaded, as the 5-clawed azure flame dragon tore through his chest garment, nearly seizing his heart. Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu halberd with both hands, while grasping the Shinong measuring rod with a single hand. The Qiyu halberd, when unleashed with both hands, exuded an overwhelming power, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the azure flame dragon. The Shinong measuring rod pulsated with a dark radiance, healing Ling Yi's wounds in just a few breaths. However, the azure flame dragon now approached the formidable realm of the 5th layer of true yuan, possessing the extraordinary ability of azure fire, rendering it exceedingly powerful. Ling Yi, despite being at the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the true essence realm, could not possibly contend against such a formidable existence. This is akin to battling across 3 minor realms. One must ask, throughout the vast expanse of the northern wilderness, how many have ever achieved such a feat? The onlookers watched as Ling Yi found himself at a disadvantage, continuously wounded by the azure flame dragon, the cerulean flames nearly incinerating the upper half of his garments. Ling Yi, Yu Yanqing, wielding an ice sword, was poised to advance. Do not come any closer. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Ling Yi let out a furious roar. Gu Yanqing halted in her tracks, her face betraying concern, yet she chose not to advance any further. Having faced countless trials alongside Ling Yi, how could she possibly be unaware of his true nature? Ling Yi expressed his confidence, indicating that he is certain of a turnaround. After all, Ling Yi appears to be a person who is accompanied by miracles as he forges ahead. Ling Yi's injuries grew increasingly severe, and the healing capabilities of the Shinong began to lag behind. Yet, the brilliance in Ling Yi's eyes intensified, and his fighting spirit soared ever higher. Ling Yi and the Qingyan Fire Dragon engaged in battle for an extended period, continuously employing the synergy of the Qiyu Spear and the Shinong ruler. Thus, it is understood, Ling Yi seems to have gained some insight. In a moment of days, he appears to transform into a formidable warrior of the ancient Jiuli tribe, waging a solitary battle against the heavens and myriad realms. His life is intertwined with warfare, engaging in life and death struggles time and again to hone his skills. Ultimately, he cultivates an indomitable heart of victory, instilling fear in both the 9 skies and 10 lands. Jiuli Spear Technique. Second form. Unconquerable Assault. Mastery achieved. With a furious roar, Ling Yi sounded like a resurrected deity unleashing a thunderous cry. The azure flame dragon erupted with vibrant blue flames, channeling the full extent of its prowess. Nearing the 5th tier of the true origin realm, the Qiyu Spear absorbed the majority of Ling Yi's internal energy, suddenly swelling to a formidable 3 zhang in size, radiating an overwhelming battle intent. At the spear's core, a point of crimson light coalesced. With a fierce shout, Ling Yi thrust the spear forward. Boom! The clash of azure and crimson energies reverberated through the air, colliding dozens of times before erupting with a cataclysmic sound. Many timid warriors covered their ears and crouched down, terrified that the overwhelming resonance would shatter their eardrums. Was this still a human battle? How could someone at the 2nd tier of the true origin realm possess such incredible might? The dual soul warrior was truly terrifying. Oh no! Zhao Wenjing in the sky paled, sensing the anomaly as the azure flame dragon resonated with his own true qi. As the red and blue luminescence faded, Ling Yi stood bloodied yet resolute. While the azure flame dragon had vanished without a trace, the crowd gazed at Ling Yi in astonishment, erupting into thunderous cheers. Not only the warriors outside the city, but even those within the Mystic Realm city could not help but applaud Ling Yi. Consider this, Ling Yi, at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier of the true origin realm, had directly slain an azure flame dragon that was infinitely close to the 5th tier of the true origin realm. Such an accomplishment was beyond the reach of even inner disciples and true inheritors, let alone the outer sect. Truly magnificent. The bespectacled Ji Wanzu looked at Ling Yi with unabashed admiration. Gu Yanqing's enchanting gaze sparkled as she focused intently on Ling Yi. Unwilling to divert her attention for even a moment, Ling Yi pointed his long Qiyu spear at Zhao Wanjue and declared loudly, "Zhao Beast, reveal whatever means you possess." Initially incredulous, Zhao Wanjue rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The azure flame dragon was intricately tied to his life. Its shattering had inflicted internal injuries upon him. Ling Yi, I wish to grant you a dignified demise, yet you seem unwilling. Very well, I shall oblige. Zhao Wanjue remarked with a dark gaze fixed upon Ling Yi, his tone icy. Before him, his ice lotus azure flame martial soul manifested, an eerie energy radiating outward. The ice lotus azure flame flickered gently, gradually elongating into a slender form, ultimately transforming into a long sword adorned with a blue lotus motif. As Zhao Wanjue grasped the sword, his aura shifted dramatically. Where once he appeared delicately handsome, he now emanated an icy chill that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Kill. Zhao Wanjue rasped, uttering a single word with a voice filled with intensity. Ling Yi furrowed his brows as he beheld Zhao Wanjue, whose dark circles were as profound as the abyss and whose skin was as pale as snow, resembling a malevolent specter summoned from the depths of hell. Clutching the azure lotus martial soul sword, Zhao Wanjue flickered and vanished from sight like a wraith. Ling Yi's expression shifted abruptly. The presence of the Qiyu halberd made him acutely aware that Zhao Wenjing was charging towards him with lethal intent. However, the swiftness of Zhao Wenjing was astonishing, rendering Ling Yi unable to perceive his movements with the naked eye. Ling Yi retreated swiftly, his expression grave. Even someone like him, tempered through countless life and death trials, felt a momentary chill of fear in the presence of Zhao Wenjue, a paragon of the 5th realm of true essence. Whoosh! A flash of azure light surged forth. In this critical moment, the Qiyu halberd issued a warning. Ling Yi ceased to rely on his sight, instead depending solely on his combat instincts and the extraordinary abilities of the halberd to counter Zhao Wenjue's assault. Clang! The Azure Lotus martial soul sword struck against the Qiyu halberd. The halberd flared with crimson light, and a powerful recoil caused the sword to tremble violently. Your martial soul is truly remarkable, Zhao Wenjue exclaimed in astonishment, sensing an ominous aura emanating from Ling Yi's martial soul. Its grade was indiscernible, yet its might was astonishing. Even the Azure Lotus martial soul sword could not rival the long halberd in Ling Yi's grasp. Zhao Wenjue's murderous intent deepened. Ling Yi was indeed a formidable adversary. If given another year or two, he feared he might meet his demise at Ling Yi's hands. Upon awakening his martial soul, Zhao Wenjue had always known it was unique and immensely powerful, possessing its own consciousness. Yet now, the Azure Lotus martial soul sword exuded a hint of trepidation, akin to a commoner standing before an emperor. Although Ling Yi successfully parried the blow, Zhao Wenxuan's true energy surged like an ocean, his strength unfathomably immense. Ling Yi retreated continuously, his legs sinking deeply into the soil. Come again. Ling Yi was filled with a fervent fighting spirit. Although he felt a twinge of fear in the face of such formidable opponents, the blood of his ancestors surged within him, almost threatening to burst forth from his very being. Ling Yi felt an exhilarating surge of blood coursing through his veins. The Azure Lotus Sword Song. Slaying a foe with every 10 paces. Zhao Wenjue let out a chilling laugh, his immense true energy surging forth like resplendent azure lotuses. The Azure Lotus martial soul sword in his hand transformed into radiant beams of light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, Ling Yi understood that beneath each beam of brilliance lay a lethal strike. Such an assault, even a martial artist at the 4th level of true origin, would surely meet their demise. Invincible in battle, Ling Yi wielded the Qiyu spear with a sweeping motion, transforming it into a semicircular wave of true energy. The immense battle intent surged forth, effortlessly dispersing Zhao Wenjing's azure true energy. Subsequently, Ling Yi advanced, intending to employ the same strategy as before, first launching a long-range assault with the Qiyu spear, followed by close combat with the Shenong, aiming to deliver a devastating blow that would severely injure Zhao Wenjing. Vajra. 3rd style. The black and white energies of the Shenong surged and shimmered, as Ling Yi appeared like a wrathful Vajra, executing this world-shattering strike. Zhao Wenjing smirked with disdain, as his Azure Lotus martial soul sword abruptly transformed into a swirling mass of intense azure flames. The flames, forged from true energy, emanated a formidable might capable of incinerating the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Ling Yi's complexion changed dramatically. The tactic that had always proven effective was rendered futile before Zhao Wenjue. The overwhelming force of over 30,000 pounds struck the azure flames, dissipating as if it were hitting cotton. Zhao Wenjue unleashed the full extent of his martial prowess at the 5th level of the true essence realm, transforming the flames once more into the Azure Lotus martial soul sword. The Azure Lotus sword song relentlessly assaulted Ling Yi, with a barrage of sword techniques manifesting in the air. In an instant, Zhao Wenjue's sword energy surged forth, exceeding 20 distinct strikes. This was double the 10 sword energies of Li Xiaoyang, who was at the 4th level of the true essence realm. Who could possibly evade such a lethal onslaught? Ling Yi, wielding the Qiyu spear, with 3 arms and 2 martial soul weapons, continuously defends himself. The 3 arms dance like the wind, enveloping Ling Yi completely. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh. A myriad of azure sword energies saturate the space surrounding Ling Yi. Puff, puff, puff. Although Ling Yi managed to block most of the attacks, he still sustained injuries from the sword's aura, leaving him with hundreds of wounds all over his body, from which blood flowed profusely. Ling Yi gasped for breath, as the sword energy contained the extraordinary power of the ice lotus blue flame, relentlessly searing his flesh. Fortunately, Ling Yi possessed a formidable physique, and the divine farmer's ruler continuously healed him. Otherwise, with just this single move, he would have lost his combat capability. The unique ability of the ice lotus blue flame was exceedingly rare, making healing with the divine farmer's ruler a formidable challenge. Ling Yi encirculated his vital energy, and the power of the ice flames began to flow within him, traversing the wounds and devouring the strands of azure flame ability. Boom! Zhao Wenjue let out a sinister laugh, his body flickering as he charged towards Ling Yi. The azure flame ability surged, and the azure sword aura crisscrossed in a chaotic dance. Ling Yi gritted his teeth, channeling his chaotic true energy as the icy flames of his extraordinary abilities erupted, once again engaging in a fierce battle with Zhao Wenjue. Zhao Wenjue was undeniably formidable. Even someone as gifted as Ling Yi, possessing an unparalleled martial soul, could not truly contend across 3 minor realms. Before long, the wounds on Ling Yi multiplied, and the healing powers of the Shinnong could no longer keep pace with the speed at which he was being injured. Ling Yi was drenched in blood, his body marred by countless sword wounds that exposed the very bones beneath. Extensive burns blackened his flesh, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, I declare, within the secret realm, I am invincible. To oppose me is akin to an ant shaking a tree, an act of folly. Zhao Wanjue grew increasingly attuned to the fifth tier of the half-step true essence realm, his stability and combat prowess intensifying with each battle. Ling Yi remained silent, utterly absorbed in the perilous predicament before him, acutely aware that distraction could lead to his demise in a mere heartbeat. The Qinglian sword song executed by Zhao Wanjue was not to be compared with that of LV Yun, although Zhao Wanjue had assimilated LV Yun's rendition. The potency of his performance was as disparate as heaven and earth. I shall not allow you to meet your end so easily. I will ensnare you, inflicting wounds and peril at every turn until Gu Yanqing arrives to rescue you. At that moment, I shall trap you like a turtle in a jar. Once I have captured you all, I shall relish the opportunity to indulge in Gu Yanqing's flawless physique right before your eyes. A sinister expression twisted Zhao Wanjue's face as he emitted a chilling, bone-rattling laugh. Ling Yi was taken aback. This scoundrel was indeed exceedingly malicious, audaciously scheming in such a manner. In that moment of distraction, Zhao Wanjue thrust forward with his sword, a flash of azure brilliance slicing through the air. Ling Yi was caught off guard, suffering a piercing blow to his left shoulder. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. A flicker of malice crossed Zhao Wanzhong's face as he ignited his azure flame martial soul, scorching half of Ling Yi's body until it was charred black. Ling Yi. Gu Yanqing witnessed this horrific scene, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Ignoring Ling Yi's desperate plea for her not to approach, she transformed into a streak of white light, rushing towards Zhao Wanzhong. No. Ling Yi realized Gu Yanqing had fallen into a trap, his heart racing with anxiety as he prepared to warn her. Zhao Wanzhong let out a cold laugh, unleashing the full force of his fifth-level true essence martial cultivation, as several sword energies pierced through Ling Yi's body. With a piercing scream, Ling Yi collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Gu Yanqing's heart was entirely consumed with concern for Ling Yi, and upon witnessing this scene, her mind went completely blank. An ice sword materialized out of thin air, exuding an aura of ruthless intent. Bang! The ice sword clashed with the Qinglian martial soul sword. Zhao Wanjue felt the tremors transmitted through the sword's body, secretly astonished. What kind of fortuitous encounter had Gu Yanqing experienced? This ice sword was indeed extraordinary and formidable. The azure sword energy surged towards Gu Yanqing with relentless ferocity. Gu Yanqing raised her hand to block, summoning a white lotus. The white lotus danced gracefully, emanating a peculiar energy that intercepted the onslaught of sword energy. With her right hand gripping the ice sword, Gu Yanqing leapt into the air, executing the Lingshui Shinlong sword technique, and commenced a fierce battle with Zhao Wanjue. With the ice sword in hand, Gu Yanqing unleashed the Lingshui Shinlong sword technique, radiating an aura of merciless extermination. Her speed intensified, gradually enveloping Zhao Wanjue entirely. Ling Yi, lying on the ground, watched this spectacle with a sigh of relief, fully aware of the ice sword's might. Had it not been for the presence of the Qiyu halberd that day, he too might have fallen victim to it. The ruthless energy emanating from the ice sword grew increasingly intense, capturing the attention of all present. Within the trial's secret realm, these warriors recognized Gu Yanqing's prowess. A peek at the third level of the true essence realm, effortlessly slaying ordinary warriors of the same level as though they were mere livestock. Even with Gu Yanqing's innate talent, ordinary fourth-level true essence warriors posed no challenge to her. Yet, they could never have anticipated that the fearsome war king would be defeated by Zhao Wanjue. And Gu Yanqing, who had always remained in the shadow of the war king's glory, had been quietly underestimated. No one could have foreseen that she had grown to such an extraordinary level of strength. The overwhelming power of Zhao Wanjue, who swept through the trial secret realm, was now being stymied by Gu Yanqing, a peak third-level true essence warrior, truly unfathomable. The ice sword became increasingly sharper, its merciless intent instilling fear in all who beheld it. This was the singular thought echoing in everyone's minds. The tactics were commendable, yet still insufficient. A roar emanated from the ice sword. Boom! A Qinglian martial soul sword thrust forth, directly sending the ice sword flying. Gu Yanqing's expression turned icy as she retreated step by step. Zhao Wanjue bore several sword wounds, but fortunately his Qi Long Yin robe was exceptional, leaving the ice sword unscathed. Otherwise, Zhao Wanjue would have likely suffered grievous injuries from Gu Yanqing's ice sword. Zhao Wanjue unleashed his true energy, enveloping himself in the martial soul's azure flames, then cast a glance at Gu Yanqing. Gu Yanqing's demeanor hardened, gripping the ice sword tightly as she lunged at Zhao Wenjue. A powerful surge of true energy poured forth. The might of a peak third-level true essence warrior surpassing that of an ordinary fourth level. Zhao Wenjue scoffed, revealing derision. Yanqing, retreat. This fellow is far from simple. Fallen to the ground, Ling Yi was startled by the expression on Zhao Wenjue's face, a deep unease stirring within him. Meanwhile, Gu Yanqing remained unfazed, her icy countenance betraying not a hint of fear. The two engaged in combat, with the white lotus beside Gu Yanqing emanating wisps of milky energy, fending off the onslaught of the azure flames. Yet, Zhao Wenjue's might was overwhelming, within the secret realm. A half-step into the fifth layer of true essence was an invincible force. With a furious roar, Zhao Wenjue unleashed the azure lotus sword song. Executing his moves with the grace of a skilled swordsman, his technique sharp and imbued with unparalleled sword intent. Although Gu Yanqing possessed remarkable skills, she was no match for Zhao Wenjue. In a swift motion, he deflected her icy sword and, channeling all his strength, struck her fiercely on the back. This blow contained the full force of a half-step into the fifth layer of true essence, causing Gu Yanqing's blood to surge violently, her internal organs shifting within her. "Wow!" she exclaimed, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yanqing. Ling Yi collapsed to the ground, witnessing Gu Yanqing's injuries, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Swish. After being wounded, Gu Yanqing's combat strength plummeted, and she was subsequently slashed across the arm by Zhao Wenjue's sword. The pristine white of Gu Yanqing's attire was now speckled with crimson, blood splattering forth. "Hurry, you must flee. You will perish." Ling Yi grew increasingly anxious, a sensation of heat enveloping him, witnessing the scene before him. It felt as though his heart were being relentlessly sliced. Gu Yanqing returned his gaze with a hauntingly beautiful smile, one that seemed to convey a sense of liberation, along with the joy of self-sacrifice for her beloved. Zhao Wenjue revealed a cruel smile, scoffing. "Do you think you can escape?" The azure sword energy multiplied, and Gu Yanqing valiantly resisted, yet her wounds continued to accumulate, soon transforming her into a figure drenched in blood, within the confines of the secret realm. All the warriors could not help but shut their eyes. It was evident to everyone that Zhao Wenjue possessed the strength to kill Gu Yanqing outright. Yet he chose instead to torment her relentlessly. Such an exquisite woman, who could bear to harm her? Was Zhao Wenjue truly a sadist? This was the collective sentiment shared by all present. "Ah, Zhao Wenjue, I wish for your utter demise." Ling Yi's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a wild beast, roaring furiously as the chaotic Yinyang art surged within him. His true veins flickered in and out of visibility, the bloodline of the war ancestor shimmering incessantly. "Humph. It is you who shall perish now." Zhao Wenjue mocked with a sneer. Gu Yanqing, increasingly wounded, found her steps growing unsteady, losing the ferocity she once possessed. "Transform into my cultivation." Zhao Wenjue suddenly bellowed, a radiant azure light illuminating as it surged toward Gu Yanqing. At this moment, Gu Yanqing's hand, gripping the ice sword, was drenched in blood and trembled slightly. The suspended white lotus had also lost its luster, utterly incapable of countering Zhao Wenjue's lethal strike. White lotus martial soul. And that ice sword. This purest essence of extreme true energy belongs to me. Zhao Wenjue could no longer contain his inner greed, roaring ravenously. Gu Yanqing gazed at Ling Yi and softly uttered, "Hurry and go." As she closed her eyes, two streams of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body, as though she were being pushed away. Zhao Wenjue was momentarily taken aback, his palms containing the power of the ice lotus and azure flame martial soul crashing onto Ling Yi's back. In a fit of rage, Ling Yi found himself on the brink of healing, as the divine Shin Nong mended much of his injuries and restored his ability to move. What formidable power does Zhao Wenjue possess? A full-force palm infused with true energy struck directly upon Ling Yi's back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Strangely, this blow landed precisely upon the ethereal, nearly coalescing true meridian on Ling Yi's back. "Ah, the true meridian. Break for this king." A thunderous roar echoed throughout the surroundings.